Okay now.
To person between my pen.
I see.
I see Panamata don't really forget me.
Okay.
Papa you look at you. One day Kiriana. Mama say na wa me to go kwa. Aga na wa mu jelumba. O we butike. Aga ni lu de butilo wane mo. Ata me wa ke ya di pa ya jomba.
Ẹ̀jẹ̀ mi ni ẹ kí n gbọ́, àkànbí ewé ayò, ewé tún méje, ìtún ló ní ọtún ẹ ṣe, ìfà ló ní kan fà ẹ mọ́ra, àìbínú gbogbo àtàrẹ, gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà, gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́, orí ló túmọ̀ ẹnu, gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀. Akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ ọjọ́, ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀. Wọ́n bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́, wọ́n á fi jóye ẹlẹ́mọ́. Akọni wọ́n bá lọ gbé fèrè, wọ́n á fi jóye ẹlòkò. Bọ́ọ̀wọ̀ wọn bá tẹ̀lé, wọ́n á fi jóye aláré. Àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀. Wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́, ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ. Wọ́n ń pa Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún. Wọ́n ń pàdé Ìyọ̀dà, ọmọ Àtàlàbọ̀bà. Àkànbí wọ́n ń pàdé Ṣàtàdàdẹ, ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú Mèrè. Aṣíwájú odò gbólùkẹrẹ, Ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run. Tó o bá ṣe pé tìyẹ, tó o bá ṣe pé tìyẹ, lọ́ bá ń darí jọ wí. Àpérò mi kún gbọ́wọ́, ọ̀bọ ti ṣìgìdì máa gbé, àbẹ́tì ló máa ń gbé, àyàn ti ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́. Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀, kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́.
Oh, look at that. Look at our skill. My heart is so. Do you think I should go with the heart, by the way? If you think I should go with it, I probably order a few more. But it looks at our skill. It's meant to be, when you wear this sort of heart, you are meant to wear it. You're not meant to wear it like this. No. You are meant to wear it at if you tilt it to a side like that, they called it a jaundiced angle. So if you're wearing this sort of heart, you should really ideally wear it at a jaundiced angle. That is to say, it slants to one direction or the other. So you wear it at a jaundiced angle. So at a jaundiced angle, good day to you, good to be your company. And by the way, do you think I should go with if you think it's a good look? I'm fashioning it after my good friend in Ginger Media, who is always wearing a hat. So if you think it's a good look, then I'll probably order a few more and we go with that look. I think you should always trust a man in a heart. That's what they always say. You should always trust a man. You should always trust a man in a heart. So man in a heart. Good day to you. Good to be in your company. And how are you? So yeah, I think I have the seal of approval from Colade right there. So good day to you. Good to be in your company. And how are you? I hope you've had a gloriously wonderful day, and that's set to continue, of course, when you spend time with your favorite or your laughing man, one man went to know. So hope you've had a gloriously wonderful day. What will make my day even more glorious and wonderful than it already is if you clicked on the like button. So if you did that, that will increase the glory of my day. So increase the glory of my day by clicking on the like button. So click on the like button. Do it now, do it now, do it now. So do it now. Click on the like button. Ditto the subscription button as well. If you're not already subscribed, fulfill all righteousness by clicking. If the subscription button is showing red on your screen, then you have not yet fulfilled all righteousness. So fulfill all righteousness by clicking on that subscription button. Click on like and click on subscribe. We're now 44,000 followers at the moment. We want 100,000 followers before the end of the year. Mission impossible? I don't think so. So your click sets us on our way. So your click sets us on our way. So click on that. So click on like and then subsequently click on subscribe. Just in case you didn't hear me the 10,000 times I already said that. So do that. Like and subscribe. Do that. So do that. And then if you want to come and join me on the screen, the hyperlink that says StreamYard is your ticket to ride. So if you want to ride on the Juggernaut train, that is the one man went to more experience, your ticket to ride is the hyperlink that says StreamYard. So if you want to be an active combatant in the thrust and parry, that is the experience, click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard, brings you into a studio space, and then I'll let you onto the screen as the show goes on. So as the session goes on, I detest people who call it shows. It's not a show. I'm not a show. I'm not Liberace. I'm not MC Hammer. So I'm just some random guy making noise. So do all those things. And of course, the super chat. We did not quite meet our compliments yesterday. I think we only had 2 super chats yesterday. It's not something that we want repeating too often. We've set the bar at a minimum of 5 super chats. So let that continue and exceed. So that minimum bar must always be met every session. Insatiable appetite of the platform that needs to be constantly fed. So click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, share the links on your social media spaces. $sign at the bottom of the chat section invites you to super chat towards the stream. So super chat, but please don't super chat silly things like $2. If you are going to do some silly $2, whatever it is, just don't do it at all. I'd rather we didn't have any than for us to be punked by some silly super chat. So do it liberally and generously. That's what we like to see. So do all of those things and you'll be subsumed with a glowing feeling of warmth. I said it. Yeah. So just take that as categorical because you're hearing from me and you know I speak with authority. So do those 2 things. Do those several things and you'll be subsumed with a glowing feeling of warmth. Subsumed with a glowing feeling of warmth. So TikTok. I'm not quite sure how much of the conversation we're able to hold because we stream so late. Our main base audience are Americans, and I think they might well be otherwise busy for reasons of an election that will pivot the direction of their lives one way or the other. But nevertheless, I think the voting is still tomorrow. So if you can grab your attention, I suspect that tomorrow's session may well be dedicated to the American space. We'll see how that goes. I don't think we'll have too many options than to dedicate tomorrow's session to the American space. But we had a flavor anyway with the Doopsy show on Sunday. Was it? Yeah, on Sunday. Where was Doopsy on Saturday? So all that. So let's just get into it. You don't want me rambling on. So let's just get into it. But we want to be seeing the colors of those super chats. We like when the comment section is lit up like a Christmas tree in multicolors of super chats. That's what we like. So let us see that. So light the comment section up in the multicolors of super chats. So as you light the comment sections up in the multicolors of super chats, let's go with this. Breaking. Nigeria's president, there's several videos to go through, by the way, but let's start with this one, which seems to cap up what seems to be what has been agitating the Nigerian space for quite a few days now. It looks as though the president has capped it off. Nigeria's president, Tinubu, orders release of malnourished minors facing death penalty after over 3 months in detention. So that's somewhat of an alarmist headline, and that headline, of course, it doesn't in any way align with what is factual, but then this is coming from Sahara reporters who are, of course, averse to anything that is a fact or substantial. Breaking. Nigeria's president Tinubu orders release of malnourished minors facing death penalty after over 3 months detention. President Bola Tinubu has ordered and by the way, those people that they are calling minors, they are not minors. So because it's been established that even for their frail and somewhat slender-looking frame and their sort of youngish-looking faces, a lot of them are married men and fathers of households. So they might well look like children, but most of them are not. If not really, all of them are not. President Bola Tinubu has ordered the release of the underage children arraigned before the President Bola Tinubu has ordered the release of the underage children arraigned before an Abuja Federal High Court on Friday, November the 1st, following national and global outrage and condemnation which came to his government. The Minister of Information and National Orientation, Mohammed Idris, announced the release to State House correspondents during an emergency briefing at the Aso Rock Villa in Abuja. Correspondents had reported that the majority of the underage children arraigned before an Abuja Federal High Court on Friday, November the 1st, were now ill after Nigerian Correctional Service officials rejected them at Kuje Prison. So how can they being rejected at Kuje Prison lead to their illness? I suspect that these were people that were carrying, they are northerners after all. I'm not quite sure that I've not yet met a northerner that is not malnourished, so I'm not quite sure it's a consequence of detention that they are malnourished. Correspondents had reported that the majority of the underage children arraigned before an Abuja Federal High Court on Friday, November the 1st, were now ill after Nigerian Correctional Service officials rejected them at Kuje Prison. Correspondents had learned that following their rejection at Kuje Prison, the malnourished minors were detained at the Nigerian Police Force in a facility meant for adults at the Intelligence Response Team Unit in the Akpo area of the Federal Capital Territory. The kids who were granted bail on stringent terms by Justice Obiora are 24 in numbers, but about 20 of them have been hospitalized at an undisclosed hospital, according to sources. The minister, Idris, said, the president has ordered the immediate release of all minors who have been arrested by the Nigeria Police Service without prejudice to whatever legal processes they are undergoing. He has directed that they be released immediately. Secondly, the president has also directed the Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs and Poverty Reduction to immediately attend to the welfare of these minors and ensure their smooth reunion with their parents or guardian wherever they are in the country. So it's not only the smooth reunion, or if they are established to be minors, it's not the reunion with their parents or guardian that ends it, and then the subsequent arrest of those parents and guardians, because somebody has to substitute for the release of these elements. Pardon me. Secondly, the president has also directed the Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs and Poverty Reduction to immediately attend to the welfare of these minors and to ensure their smooth reunion with their parents or guardians wherever they are in the country. Thirdly, the president has directed that an administrative committee will be set up immediately to be headed by the Minister of Humanitarian Affairs to examine all issues surrounding the arrest, detention, treatment, and finally the release of these young minors. Fourthly, the president has also directed that all enforcement agents involved in the arrest and the legal processes will be investigated, and if any infraction are found to have been committed by any officials of the government, whether from a law enforcement agency or another appropriate authority, disciplinary action will be taken against him or her. So I'm not quite sure. Is it not the directive? Is it not round them up and lock them up? Is that not the remit of the Nigerian security forces? Round them up, go to a bus stop, round all the young looking people up there and lock them up. That's their I'm looking for a terminology. That's their way of operating. Let me put it that way. Fourthly, the president has also directed that all law enforcement agents involved in the arrest and the legal processes will be investigated, and if any infractions are found to have been committed by any official of the government, whether from a law enforcement agency or any other or another appropriate authority, disciplinary action will be taken against him or her. The directive follows an uproar over the trial of at least 76. They estimated it to be around 30, but Shoborena has increased them to 76. The directive follows an uproar over the trial of at least 76 people, including 30 children who were arraigned on Friday and charged with 10 felony counts, including treason, destruction of property, public disturbance, and mutiny. Meanwhile, pictures and videos of the incident seen by correspondents on Friday shows some of the teenagers who have been locked up since August are writhing on the floor of the courthouse with some of the other detainees trying to help them. In one of the pictures, a lawyer was seen trying to resuscitate one of the protesters who collapsed while standing in the dock. The detention of the teenagers was ordered by Justice Emeka Nwate, who granted an ex parte application by the police to keep them in custody for 60 days to conclude their investigation against the protesters, who have been accused of attempting to overthrow President Tinubu. Correspondents learned that 13 of them were brought to court from IRT cells, whilst others were brought from cells scattered around other Abuja divisions. The network of Abuja left groups on Thursday had called for the immediate and unconditional release of the 76 protesters, including 32 minors who were arrested during the hashtag End Bad Governance demonstration in August. So, governance with a human face is really what we have to say first. Governance with a human face. Governance with a human face is really what we have to say first, because really, these were anarchists, or these were insurrectionists trying to disguise as children. And of course, I think maybe the government should start thinking not to respond to public outrage and programs too often. You know, because these people, they burnt down quite a lot of government facilities in Kaduna and Kano. Millions of dollars will be used to if ever those things will ever be replaced. And the whole of those states, they are lesser than now than they were previously for actions of these people: insurrectionists, insurgents, you know, extremists, anarchists, arsonists, you know, and then you grant them just not to just pardon, you also want to weigh down heavily upon the people that are affected their arrest. So it's governance with a human face, but is it taking now this responding to public outrage a bit too far? Is it being now led by Twitter? Is the thing this administration of Bola Tinubu? So this is what led to it. This was being reported on the BBC. Outrage in Nigeria as young suspects collapse in court. I don't think they were actually collapsing. I think they were putting on an act, which they are obviously been put up to. Let's go on from there to another one. 2027 election, Atiku Makinde, Bala Mohammed's ambition reportedly deepens APC crisis. So who owns the land? Who owns the land? Who owns Papa's land? So I'm not quite sure that they shouldn't just burn down that PDP and move on. 2027 elections, Atiku Makinde, Bala Mohammed's ambition reportedly deepen PDP crisis. There are reportedly palpable fears that the presidential ambition of Atiku Abubakar and Bauchi State Governor Bala Mohammed may swell the lingering crisis in the People's Democratic Party PDP. This was according to a report by the Punch newspaper on Monday, November the 4th. Rumors also have it that Seyi Makinde, governor of Oyo State, is eyeing the presidency in 2027. The purported presidential ambition of the trio may further worsen the PDP crisis and scuttle the ongoing reconciliation by the Olagunsoye Oyinlola-led committee. Correspondents report that the interest of Atiku, Yemsin Wike, Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, and some PDP governors are tearing the party apart. The root of the current crisis can be traced to the May 28, 2022 presidential primary, which produced Atiku as the party flag bearer for the 2023 election. This led to open rebellion from Wike and the Rivers politicians' allies. In the past few months, the PDP has been divided into factions loyal to Atiku and Wike until Mohammed, who is also the chairman of the PDP Governors Forum, indicated an interest in running for the presidency in 2027. So I don't think Bala Mohammed has indicated an interest to run as a principal. He has indicated an interest to run as an underling to Goodluck Jonathan. So that's his position so far. If Goodluck Jonathan doesn't show any interest, and there's every possibility, even the probability that he will not, then Bala Mohammed will throw his hat into the ring fully, which he did in 2022. So we know that he has that ambition. In the past few months, the PDP has been divided into factions loyal to Atiku and Wike until Mohammed, who is also the chairman of the PDP Governors Forum, indicated an interest in running for the presidency in 2027. In addition, Mohammed joined forces with growing voices of chieftains who want the acting PDP national chairman, Umar Damagum, to step down. 2027, I will speak for myself. So I think we've actually come across this particular storyline before. Seyi Makinde just teasing, just flirting with the idea, just testing the waters, really. 2027, I will speak for myself, Makinde. Earlier correspondents reported that Makinde said he would declare his presidential ambition when he's ready. The governor said speculations about his political future are unnecessary and unsolicited, noting that he does not need permission to speak for himself. So that's that. So that's that. PDP in a perennial, perpetual, almost eternal crisis. I don't think they pile crisis upon crisis rather than try to resolve anything. So it's just it's a dead man walking party, isn't it? Odigbe Rio was one of the song that Dino Milaye was singing about the APC. On from there to next, to the victor dispersed. That's what they say. And the other thing they say is that my blade is sharp and my cut is swift. So now this guy, of course, he collapsed the economy of his own state into an ambition that he thought Atiku Abubakar could fulfill, and of course they lost. And then rather than Atiku keep quiet, he's been prodding at the government, so they've decided to go and pick up his underling. EFCC arrest Ifeanyi Okowa over alleged diversion of 1.3 billion naira. So that would be well in excess of $1 billion. They're not even stealing millions anymore in dollars. They're stealing billions. Now, each state governor will leave the state house a dollar billionaire. That's how it works in Nigeria. Operatives of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, have arrested Ifeanyi Okowa, the former governor of Delta State. Correspondents understand that Okowa was arrested over the alleged diversion of 1.3 trillion naira. The amount is said to be part of the 13% derivation fund earmarked for the oil producing states. According to insiders involved in the investigation, the funds were allegedly diverted between 2015 and 2023. Correspondents learned that Okowa was arrested on Monday in Port Harcourt, the River State capital, when he reported to the EFCC office following an investigation over the matter. So see how swiftly and easily they pick up Okowa. But then, of course, what is it called? Yahaya Bello is having his launch at the EFCC canteen, and nobody can touch him. Insiders informed correspondents that the former governor is also being probed over another 40 billion naira allegedly used to acquire share in UTM floating liquefied natural gas, a facility being developed by UTM Offshore Limited in Akwa Ibom State. So, on whose behalf was that investment made? Is the question. The former governor was said to have failed to account for the utilization of the funds. The anti-graft agency is also investigating Okowa over the alleged diversion of funds to acquire estates in Abuja and Asaba. Okowa, who is being held at the EFCC holding facility in Port Harcourt, was the governor of Delta State 2015-2023. He was succeeded by Sheriff, and I won't attempt his last name, some really hard to pronounce name from the South. So there it is right there. To the victor, the spoils are no mercy and all that. Tinubu directs immediate release of Malnourished. So I think we've done that. I didn't lose 2023 elections. You stole it. Atiku fires back at Tinubu. So this is a fight of obviously picked by Atiku Abubakar, trying to run a parallel government against what the government is running. Bayo Ononuga pushes back, and Atiku then comes out with this ludicrousness. This guy would never be president. It's an ambition that would never. You see, is Babalawos have been giving him. He has sacrificed so many, both in human flesh and money. His Babalawos all over the Sahel. They've been giving him the assurance that he's going to be president, and he places a lot of faith in that Babalawo system, as was told us by his own leader, his own boss, Obasanjo. So, but those Babalawos, because all their Babalawos, Tinubu's Babalawo told him the same thing. Even Yemi Oshibanjo's Babalawo told him the same thing. And I'm pretty sure Peter Obi's Babalawo is telling him the same thing. So all of those Babalawos can be, only one of the Babalawos can be right. So that's Atiku Abubakar still stuck in the past, thinking he won an election. How we reduced debt servicing profile from 97 to 65% in 17 months. If we actually pause to reflect on what this present administration has achieved, it is nothing short of miraculous. If we actually set aside politics to reflect on the achievement, is nothing short of miraculous. How we reduced debt servicing profile from 97 to 65% in 17 months at Tinubu. President Bola pardon me. President Bola Tinubu, I beg your pardon, because I read a lot, so I get dried up a lot, so that's why I drink a lot of water. So I think you already know that. President Bola Tinubu on Monday took a cursory assessment of his administration in the last 17 months, saying he has been able to ramp up funds to reduce the debt servicing burden of the nation from 97% to 65%. Speaking against the backdrop of his subsidy removal policy on fuel, Tinubu said he is focused on ending the reign of undue profiteering and smuggling of our common resources. He made these remarks while swearing in 7 new ministers recently appointed into his cabinet to boost its functionality. Tinubu, whilst congratulating the new minister for accepting to serve the country at this challenging time, said they should be ready for abuses and criticisms from Nigerians, but must not lose focus on making lives better for over 200 million citizens. Amongst the new ministers sworn in are Dr. Nentawe Yilwatda as Minister of Humanitarian Affairs and Poverty Reduction. So he or she has been put to work immediately vis-a-vis the miscreants that were arrested for that protest. Mohamedou Meigari Dingwadi as Minister of Labor and Employment. Bianca Odinaka Odumegu Ojuku as Minister of State Foreign Affairs. Of course, we all know that. And then it goes through the rest of the names. Whilst acknowledging existing economic challenges, Tinubu said it accounted for why his administration shored up the national minimum wage. He said with the intervention of his administration, he was optimistic the country was on a steady growth path. Tinubu's words. Let me first of all thank the National Assembly for diligently and expeditiously reviewing and committing themselves to the duty on the constitutional assignment of the 7 ministers. I congratulate the newly sworn in 7 ministers. I congratulate you and thank you for accepting to serve the nation. The moment is challenging. The present situation calls for a very serious commitment. Yours is a duty to serve, and that is what you have got to do. I really appreciate the fact that you have taken the oath of office and ready to serve your nation at the time we are facing the challenges of economic growth and other items like security challenges and others. It is not easy to find. Just the unique people that will surrender their lives, freedoms, and other responsibilities to serve their nation anytime in this time of challenges. I am sincerely happy that you have done that and that you are here today to be part of and to be a very committed team of Nigerians who have been working tirelessly since 17 months, etc., etc. So anyway, I think we've got the highlight of that. So let's just move on from there. Essentially, it's just pausing for a moment to reflect on what he has actually achieved. Okay, hold on one second. Let me find a tissue. Hold on one second. Let me play you a little bit of music. I just need to I need to sneeze. So sorry about that.
Mr. Big Bucks, I've been looking at business, stressed to kill. Mama got me up on a writ list. Pole position at the fella running the distance. I'll be banging, giving the triplets. The bigger the bag, the bigger the butt crack, the bigger the chance the birds up in my contacts. The figure's a big deal, a pen on the contract. Serve me up, baby, give a tip on me top end. And I've been whipping a wire, puffing a Benson, pushing a...
all right. So yes. So that's Tinubu pausing for a moment to reflect. So now that's Tinubu pausing for a moment to reflect. I think I should play you a video to build up this next one. I had the video yesterday. I wonder if I still have it today. If I don't, then I will just hopefully still in my downloaded folder. Let me just see if I still have it. I should still have it. Just hold on. Just hold on one second. I think I may still have it. All right. So as I was saying, so I'm uploading it now. So yeah, so that's Tinubu Tinubu essentially are pausing you for a moment to reflect on the journey so far. It's not mean feat, by the way, what he has done, being able to within 18 months, how many percentage is that he has reduced this debt servicing whatnot by. So I think he should pat himself on the back for that, if nobody is patting him on the back for that. So all right. Okay. So so before we go to now this next one, I'm going to play you a clip to set the scene. So before we go to the next one, I'll play you this clip to set the scene. Watch this. This is the precursor to what we're about to read now. So this is the precursor to what we're about to read now.
Let's talk about what is happening today. Rice is 100,000 naira. We're not even sure where we're going to be with this situation. Is our turn? Is a Yoruba man? Ask the people in Ogun here. Is there any place you will buy bread cheaper? So I can follow you this night and buy one. Countries.
All right. So people did not like that comment at all. It's our turn. It's a Yoruba man. Say in I don't say now. So people did not like that comment at all, and the criticism has been coming thick and fast. So this is so at the bottom here you see that's that comment again. It's our turn. It's a Yoruba man. Rice is 100K. We are not even sure where we are going. So that's Peter B. And this is how people are reacting. So this is from Karim. I took my time, spent my money. I bounced to work to vote for this man here. Never in my life will I make such a mistake again. This man is the biggest bigot in this country, and he is clearly leading his foolish and delusional fans on. So that's that commentary from that right there. But it goes on. Let's go on to. Hold on. There was quite a few of them actually. So where are the rest of them? Hold on. Hold on. Let me just let me refresh it. See. No, it's more than that one. Let me close that. All right. So that's that one. And then this is the next one. This is from another character. I regret as a Yoruba. I regret as a Yoruba voting for this stupid idiot and bigot of a person. You got good numbers of votes across the Southwest, yet you called them a bigot. It shall never be well with. Also, it goes on to rain into curses. So there's that one. And here is another one. It's still off the back of that comment. It's now clear as day that Obi is a dangerous man, someone that must never get close to Aso Rock. He daily continues to confirm to us that he is indeed the very person dishing out various bigotry and hatred templates to his mimodons. Professor Wole Soyinka said it. Now it's been confirmed. So I don't know what took people so long to cotton on. Nobody, I don't think anybody with any brain ever thought that. Why did it take people so long to know that this guy is what he is? We've said it for God knows how long. I took my time, spent money, bounced work to. Okay, so I think we've read that one. So there it is, right there. Slowly and short but surely, Peter Obi has been unraveled. Here is another one. I can swear with Ogun that I voted for this man called Peter Obi, but trying to say Yoruba man is who destroyed this economy that has been destroyed since the 1990s is totally wrong. Is a Yoruba man coming all Yorubas are bad people, as if all Igbos are saying. So I think this one is a bit somewhat tepid. But this guy, it will ultimately is an ethnic jingoist. Everybody knows, not everybody knows, but I certainly know that it's an ethnic jingoist and a no good punk. and I think ultimately is exposing himself even. So maybe we wouldn't even need to come after him in 2027. He would have already destroyed himself as the self-implosion of a P2B. The self-implosion of is internally combusting P2B. So from clownishness to more serious matters, no going back on forex subsidy reforms. This is the finance minister telling Nigerians to grit it with their teeth. Grit it with your teeth. That is what he's saying. No going back on forex subsidy reforms, finance minister. Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Wale Edun, has stated that there is no going back on President Bola Tinubu's reforms in the forex as well as the oil and gas sector. Edun made the disclosure when he received the newly assigned Minister of State for Finance, Doris Ozuka Anite, at the ministry's headquarters on Monday. Edun said, Nigeria now have a foreign exchange rate that is market-based and also a deregulated oil market pricing, which are two reforms that are long overdue over many decades that President Bola Tinubu is currently implementing. Therefore, as coordinating minister of the economy, we stand on a threshold of a new dawn to implement these reforms and increase productivity, create jobs and reduce poverty. And we are glad to have a minister of state that will help in actualizing the president's reforms. He added that consultation and collaboration is key to achieving these key reforms, both from public and private sector, adding that ongoing economic policies are showing sustainability and signs of success. In her response, the Minister of State for Finance reiterated her commitment to work with stakeholders in both private and public sector to ensure economic growth is materialized. So there it is. So grit it with your teeth. That's what he's saying. Grit it with your feet. Is essentially what Wale Edun is saying to you right there. Grit it with your teeth. Grit it with your teeth. So that's the so those are the readouts done and dusted. Let's go to the video clips now. So let's go to the biggest one first. And you know, we've been doing little snippets of what actually transpired in the Biafran war space, that space 1966 thereabout. So here is an inflection coming out of the United Kingdom. This is 10 minutes long, but it's worth all the 10 minutes of it. This is how the British thought they orchestrated that particular space.
Didn't vote, didn't count for that. He didn't wait for that. I have to tell you, the British were counting the votes, and the British cannot be trusted. They look after their friends. Loyalty is the big thing for the British, and we were friends with the emirs of the north. We looked on people like Inaharo and Awolowo as rather dangerous people. They might even be communists. That's ridiculous, actually. They couldn't be communists in 1,000 years. But this was the sort of thing that was being said. And we were, Europeans, were getting a bit worried about all this. It wasn't quite the honest, straightforward election that we were hoping for.
Apart from Professor Anderson and Dr. Patrick Wilmot that supported your submission on the rigged election, there were other people who also served in the colonial office in your days. I mean, who opposed to this submission?
Initially, I was warned of what was going on by my senior officer, a Major Bunker. I didn't know, and I knew that the Governor-General had directed me to take all the office staff of the Ministry of Labour to help Chief Okoti Igbo in politicking in Warri. And this was most irregular, and I refused to do this. Having refused an order, I know what the drill is. You resign. I resign my post. That is the proper thing to do. What they did then was rather devious. They persuaded me to withdraw my resignation, and when I did, they sacked me. It didn't go through, but I thought this was a bit low after I'd resigned and was prepared to leave the country. This was not very nice behaviour. They later withdrew this and said that I had been of some service to the state, and actually commended me for what I had done, and said I could leave Nigeria with splendid testimonials, and we shook hands on this. And this was done with the recognition of the Deputy Governor-General, Sir Ralph Grey. And then I left Nigeria the first time and took up a job as a personnel officer, a very big job, with the Esso refinery. And then government came after me, declared that I was a traitor, and I had betrayed the British people, ought to be imprisoned, and I lost that job. And then they came to me again and said it's all been a big mistake, dreadful mistake. I'm a jolly decent chap, Oxford chap, and they put me on a plane straight back to Nigeria, where I'd make up for the time I'd been away. There was a great deal of good work for me to do, and we fell for this. We shouldn't have gone back, but we did.
Now, if you recall what you said about the role of the Governor General and the attitude of the British government in particular, regarding the fear that Awolowo, Okotie-Eboh, and the lot of them from the south are dangerous. Is there a particular reason? Why the fear from the British government? Is it that they don't want to release or relinquish Nigeria? They still want to control Nigeria?
They knew that the North would do as they said after independence. If it had any, the North would just, because it was their habit, they liked the British, whereas the nationalists were an unknown factor. Actually, when they took the flag down and hoisted the Nigerian flag, not one of the major nationalist politicians was there. They weren't even on the platform. This was incredible. These were the people who had sought independence. The people in the North didn't want independence. They didn't want the British to leave. So this was a farce. And for most Europeans who were very close and watching this, we were disgusted. We thought this really had been manipulated, this election. It was unworthy. It was unworthy of the British people, this. This was no honest, straightforward thing that you would expect Britain, the mother of parliaments, to do. This was cheap and low and criminal. And I opposed it. And I opposed it then, and I've opposed it ever since. And I'm telling you the truth. And I was warned, if I told you this state secret, my life could be forfeit.
Earlier on, you said the British government wanted the North in alliance with either of the southern region, either with the Yorubas or with the Igbos.
But Awolowo,
without which they cannot
they can't do it
rule the country.
The problem was that Awolowo was a highly principled man.
Okay.
You didn't talk to Awolowo about squalid deals and fixing things. Awolowo was not that kind of person. If you read his books, this man was a world statesman. And his young lieutenant, Chief Enaharo, was brilliant, absolutely brilliant. However, they did do a deal with Zik, Dr. Azikiwe, from the East. Dr. Azikiwe, there was this big problem in Nigeria. It's the same big problem in America and in Britain. How do you get funds to fight elections? The candidates in Nigeria had no money, but they did have marketing boards. which were a kind of semi-nationalised industry. And they borrowed money from the marketing boards. But there was a suspicion that Dr. Azikiwe, who had formed his own bank, the African Continental Bank, was actually bankrupt. But he was borrowing very large sums of money from the marketing boards and not necessarily repaying the loans. We knew this. We had a great secret service. All the politicians' phones were tapped. All the politicians' mail was opened. Everything that any major politician did in Nigeria, we knew in hours. We watched. We knew all that was going on.
Are you saying, in essence, that Dr. Azikiwe took money?
He was blackmailed by the British to do our bidding. We told Dr. Azikiwe that he could go to prison if an inquiry was carried out into his bank and his financial circumstances. However, we would not want to be vindictive if Dr. Azikiwe was cooperative in helping forward the plans that we had made in the best interests of Nigeria. Dr. Azikiwe has nothing in common with the northern politicians. He loathed the northern politicians. But Dr. Azikiwe went north and did as he was told. And what he was promised was this. The real power, effective power, would be in the hands of the northern emirs. However, it would look great if the president was Dr. Azikiwe and he was given a field marshal's uniform and an admiral's uniform. He asked, please, could he have a row of medals? But they said, well, no, that was a bit difficult, to get the medals. So when the ambassadors started arriving, he was known to be asking people from foreign countries, perhaps they had a medal for his uniform. We thought this was terrible, but it was said that this happened. He was very vain. And for a time, he functioned as first the Governor-General, and then when Nigeria became a republic, as the president. But he had no power. And when he did try to tell the army, he said, I'm the field marshal, the army has got to do with this. They said, hey, you're just a ceremonial figure. You have no power. The Prime Minister, Balewa, gives us our orders. So there was a feeling then that there was going to be trouble. And then it was because the Awolowo and the Action Group had become the official opposition. What we British wondered, how could they win?
Don't worry, I'll bring you that picture. That's not meant to be on the screen. So let me remove that for a moment. So that's quite illuminating what we just heard there. So it adds a bit of substance. That guy speaks with some authority, but we don't know what authority he's speaking with, because we don't know his CV. But what it seems to be, it seems to have been a functionary during that transition from a colony to an independent state for Nigeria, and it's telling us then how that whole space played out. So the first thing that is established for us is what we have always suspected, even known, that the British skewed powers to the north because they thought the northerners were more malleable. They told us there that Awolowo was too principled, and it was too independent of thought, but the northerners, they were more malleable, so they've made the decision to wave power to the north as they exit the country so that they can still continue to pull their strings. So he affirms what we've always suspected and somewhat known. So that's that. And then, of course, Nnamdi Azikiwe, we've always known that he's a corrupt guy. He's just anywhere bele-faced sort of politics. He's been looting money from the finances that he controlled on behalf of people. The British leveraged that to manipulate him to subordinate himself and his people to the north. So that's essentially what he described there. So that I'm going to keep that clip actually. So I'm going to keep that clip, but I'm going to keep that clip but show you this. So the American election is coming up, but it looks as though a new candidate has entered the fray. So what do you think the chances of this candidate is? So this is the new candidate now that has entered the fray. So not myself, but this now new candidate that the Americans have brought forward. So there it is right there. Obamala Harris. So that's a mirth of Obama and Kamala Harris. So some clever little card has put that together. So that's just for shits and giggles, for titillation and all that. So let's carry on. Go back to. So we'll rattle through the rest of the clip. So that was the biggest one. So we'll rattle through them. I think the rest about 2 minutes each or thereabout. This now, let me just play you this. This is to the Yule Duchess pace, and this woman now that she's ready to die there.
Wants me to dance till my legs break for him to feel happy. I will dance from now till 150 hours. I will do dance Saturn. That is a modern Saturn. If he needs me to sing from here till next year for him to laugh and be happy, whatever he needs, he gets. Yule Duchess is the best man in this world. And I'll say it, and I'll say it over and over and over again. He is a good man. And anybody that knows.
So quite why women are falling over themselves for that guy is beyond me. It's just some random yellow Gary mancha. But let's go from there to another one. This is Dave Umahi holding stakeholder meetings with people who are going to fall victim to that Lagos Calabar super highway. So I've got 2 clips on that space. Let me play you this first one. Form your thoughts and then we discuss them after this. This is only 1 minute, but watch this.
We have concluded the design and the diversion, and that is the design and the diversion. We have followed the law. Please, please, and please. Madam, we have who can you render our mic to us?
That is causing this. I cannot.
Security.
I can go out.
Move her out. Madam, give yourself respect.
Can I have that? Yes, okay, it's okay. The way I'm a patron in Tinubu campaign organization that have over 5,000.
Madam.
So there it is right there. She's a patron in the Tinubu campaign organization with over 5,000 followers and all that. A lot of people were upset that Dave Umahi invited security to escort the lady off the premises, but the lady necessarily needed to be escorted off the premises. He invited her to put the mic down because he was doing nothing other than be disruptive, and he gave her the politeness to make that invitation. She showed no indication of acquiescing. So within rights, he couldn't allow her to hold the meeting to hostage. So quite rightly, he invited her to be escorted off the premises. So that's the first one. There's a second one now, and it's still the Dave Umahi and stakeholder meetings with town hall meetings with people affected by this is Juggernaut project. So this next one here, it speaks to the human experience of these big ideas that governments carry out. You know, there's always human casualties. There's always somebody that suffers in any instance that any of these sort of projects are being done. There's always a human casualty. There's always somebody that suffers. And this lady right here, she suffers.
We had 3 estates on that axis. The first one, you took over the estate. It was a joint venture that my husband had with his partner. It was demolished. Compensation was paid to the partner. There was nothing, more or less nothing. The second one has been marked for demolition. I want to say here that all these estates, all these buildings that I'm talking about have CFOs and governor's consent for one of them, two of them CFOs. We did the right thing. We are having these problems because people encroached on the right of way. But the lawbreakers were left untouched, and they came to us, law-abiding citizens. All that my late husband worked for went down the drain, and they are stripping me of my honor. The third estate, sir, they are taking the first one. Fine, they told me it was for economic advancement. They can take it. The person that did the work, where is he today? The second one has been marked for demolition, no problem. The third one, the only one that I have, with my children, you came to the site and you said, save this place from here to this place. It was never saved. There was nothing I didn't do. I can come and show you. Sabu or whatever, that they contacted him and he said he will not want to do it because of this person, because of that person. That is also gone.
Which challenge, man?
Challenge 18. I said, take all the estate, but give me 3 acres out of 11 acres. And they are not giving me. Madam, and that was all my husband worked for. Madam, all our estates gone. 3 estates gone because of some lawbreakers. I am a law keeper. And I am being sacrificed.
Can I ask?
So there it is right there. So that woman's husband's life's work is about to be consumed by this juggernaut. It's not so much like that. What was that beachfront something? It wasn't. It's a different narrative, but it's still similar somewhat actually. And your heart has to go out because there has to be sacrifices for these things, and there has to be adequate compensation for people who are affected. But that woman, you could hear the tears welling up in her as she narrates the injustice that's been vested upon her. So there's always human cost to these things, and that's just one of the human costs to that. So the human cost to big ticket projects, the human cost to big ticket projects. So now let's go on to the next. We have quite a few clips, so we're going to go through them, but most of them are no more than 2 minutes, so it won't take that long. So the next one here now, it speaks to this narrative of checkpoints. I think we had Kanayo telling us all this ding dong, whatever it is that I was saying a week or so ago. So somebody has actually gone now to count the checkpoints from one point to another within the Southeast space. So watch this. So there it is right there. Quite wonderful. Between Enugu and Oka, 18 checkpoints. So you can see somewhat some validation, some validity to the outcry, excessive checkpoints in the Southeast. But then there's mitigation, of course. That place is a cesspool of iniquity. So cesspool of iniquity, enough for them not to even come out at all. Watch this.
It's filling station. The road shut down. The road are empty. 4th of November, 2024. This autumn. Sit-at-home is very high. One of the most busiest roads in Aba. Is turned into a scanty nature whereby the pin drops noise can be heard from far. You can see everywhere shut down. Kudos to Prefect Government Exile doing great wonder. Umunem share this message with them know. Declaration is very close. We are winning. We're in top gear. Global News reporting from Aba State. They go.
So that there it is right there. Remember when we were doing a little some session about the IGRs in the Southeast, that is the second lowest in the country, the internally generated revenue in the Southeast. It's not for lack of enterprise, it's as a result of that sort of thing. That guy was explaining to us then that that's the busiest road in Aba. So if that tells you that that's the busiest road in Aba, that tells you then that that's at least 2 billion naira thrown in the bin right there. If that's the busiest road in Aba, and if you calculate the length of that road, and you calculate all the shops that occupy that road, and then you conclude then that they lose a day's trade, you could easily estimate that dose that one day a minimum of 2 billion naira down the drain. So that's why the economy of that space is just is spiraling down the abyss, which one should I play you next? Actually, let me play you this one. Actually, this is the guy speaking truth to the space.
When they tell all of una more na let work, una no dey hear, una say na school na wan go. Now una don sign out. Una don do sign out, una don write many shock for body for inside white long sleeve wey be say dey sell course wey dey hear for choir. Una don do sign out finish now. Una don dey post things wey dey sell online. Who you go dey expect say go buy the things? Wetin you go learn for school so you no go do the business? Abi wetin you go learn so you no go find work? All the money they say send you go school, they gather and house that open one store for you. You know you should live life. Nah. Only you they sell pints online. Only you they sell what you never get. Hey, tire. If you tell them now, say if you put me the part, they not get what they say. You go take you 3 days to import what you want buy, and where you go reach your hand, you no go fit use the thing. But this is that way be things and they tire me. But not be do anything. When I stand for road, I shall not the finish.
So there it is right there. So there it is right there. A high percentage of people who graduate out of the Nigerian tertiary institutions, they don't graduate into any meaningful job. Often instances, if not a good high percentage of them, they end up in some sort of a trade type space, selling something or the other to friends and family, then on Instagram, and that's how they try to craft their lives. A lot of them try to go into real estate, to be salespersons, to land developers, and so what that guy is actually saying is that is the education even worth it anymore? That's the question. And I think he has a point. They go through all the 4 years or even 7 years as ASU strike forever, only to end up on Instagram selling wigs and pants and whatnot. So there's some validity to what that guy said. So let me ask you this question: would you give $1 million to God? Ask yourself that question. And if the answer is yes, which account would you debit it? Would you credit it to? So that's the conundrum. So the question: would you give $1 million to God? That's the
saving for it.
And there it is right there. They call that Sakama J, Babima Babe, Abracadabra. Now you see it, now you don't. So a fool and his money soon parted. It's unbelievable stuff, really. It's just it's quite actually it's quite impressive, even. It's unbelievable stuff. So your first fruit, for people who may not be aware, your first fruit is your first salary. So it's telling you that you give that to God. So that's one. And then every subsequent salary, your salary after your second salary, you give 10% to God. And by God, it means him. So that's 2. So the whole of your first salary goes to him. So how you survive through that month to the second salary, that's entirely your own affair. So he takes that off you. And then if you survive to your second salary, he takes 10%. So he takes 10% of your second salary. Is he satisfied? No. Every Sunday you come to church, it takes another slice from your salary. So that's 4 slices every Sunday on top of the 10% that you give him. And you continue to do that in perpetuity. And then he tells you that he then gives the money to God. But which account he credits it to, I don't know. But there it is. Sakama J, Babimagbabe, a fool and his money soon to part. A fool and his money soon to part. I think we've got about 3 more clips, and then we start to push it through. Let me play you. Where is that one? Let me play you this one. I titled it, but I'm not quite sure what's in it. But we find out together.
Tribalism for the Northerners.
Oh, right. No, that's one of those Peter Obi some things. Let's leave that one. I'm going to save that one for times to come in the future. So Lagos is not working. Lagos is working. Lagos is a different city are complete separate and outside of Nigeria. Watch this.
This is Lagos, Nigeria, not the United Kingdom. Dear Lagosians, the Red Line Rail is now officially open to the general public for boarding. Watch this video to the end if you like to know everything about boarding this train, how much it costs, and the time schedule. The Red Line train covers only from Agbado to Oyigbo, with stations and stops at Iju, Agege, Ikeja, Oshodi, Mushin, Yaba, and Oyigbo. If you want to board the train, you need to have a carry card. This carry card is what you use to also board a BRT, and it costs 500 naira at the station if you don't have one. From Agbado to Oyigbo costs 1,500. Iju to Oyigbo or Yaba costs 1,500 also. You can check out the image on the screen for the other price to other locations. Currently, the Red Line Rail runs from Monday to Friday and morning to evening. So they have a time schedule for morning. The train comes twice in the morning and twice in the evening also. So check the screen for the train time schedule, and note that the train leaves at the exact time, so you have to be there before the train arrives. So you have to note the time.
All right. So that's Lagos, Nigeria. Contrast that with Gombe State, which is also in Nigeria. So when I say Lagos is not actually in Nigeria, it just occupies it as a firmament for it to exist. It's not anything. Lagos is right next to London and New York and Paris. Not anything to do with Nigeria. So that's a network of rail services slowly completing in Lagos State. The blue line, the red line, the gray line, all of them interlinking. Very cheaper than taking a bus, 500 naira for a trip. So how much is that in real money? Even that's not even. I think that's about, was that 30 pence, 30 pence for a trip on a train. So there it is right there, cost effective and time effective as well. So that's Lagos reshaping right before your very eyes. So because I'm not going to play the OB ones, I'll make this now last one, this next one now the last one. So this now next one, it speaks to politics at its most fundamental element. It speaks to the core of politics and what politics actually means. So interest is the only thing that, and when they say interest, it's not even group interest, it is self-interest that is the real propulsion that propels our politics. Self-interest, that's the only real propulsion that propels politics. So I want you to listen to this guy now, and as you listen to him, transmute this guy and his voice to 18 months back in time. Time portal him 18 months back in time and echo what he's saying there and then contrast it with what he's saying now. So I'll play it to you in a moment, but as you listen to him, hear him now and then teleport him 18 months back in time and echo what he was saying at that time on this same subject matter that he's about to speak to, and contrast that with what he's saying now. And then you will know categorically without equivocation that politics is entirely about self-interest. Watch this.
Take a job. I just call, and listen to me, Sheil. From now on, we are no longer going to keep quiet for people who just think they can insult Bola Tinubu. Bola Tinubu in the Southwest is the apple of our eye. And even when he does wrong, he's not doing wrong. He's not doing wrong. But things are not looking well. They will look well because we know him. How do we then, when things are not going right? And so now I've just told you, it's a reformer. Just a moment. Some of us believe so much in this country, we kept quiet, and those who kept quiet, just for a moment, and your belief, you can measure the intensity of your belief. I can measure my own intensity of my belief. Even Nigeria project. No, but the question I'm asking that, when people had believed in past presidents and past leaders, and we found that we woke up one day and we saw that our nation was on the ground, should we still keep quiet with the benefit of experience? Nobody's asking everybody to keep quiet, but listen to him. You had the house, a 50, 60 years.
And there it is right there. So that was doing Okokwe, of course. I did say to teleport him to 18 months ago. 18 months ago, he was telling us this guy now, Bola Tinubu, that is telling you that it's the apple of his eyes. He was telling us 18 months ago that is the worst thing known to mankind, and we should shoot him on sight if we see him. This is what he was telling us 18 months ago. Fast forward 18 months later, this is what he has to say. So self-interest, dollar, almighty dollar, the main green. So that's the main green politics. That's what it is right there. Main green politics and American dollars. So main green politics. Let's play the K guys, and then I'll see if we have a session. First, the K guys. And where are the super chats, by the way? I've not even seen one come through.
Only water, only water, where they see ma. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Chief Faila ti kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodama ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikuko Niru Agweshe may death have nothing to do with us. Amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. Amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. Joining us, the elegant Pansat. Always a delight when Pansat is here. A greater delight when Baba is here. Baba here as well. Plenty of space. Anybody that wants to hop on, like a bunny rabbit, hop on. Anybody that wants to hop on like a bunny rabbit, hop on. Let's kick it off. You were in first, Pansat. So let's go in with let's go first with you. Good to see you, my guy. Pansat.
Yeah, one man. Thank you very much. I don't know, ma.
Which one is all the Numa? Is it not all the ma? What's the no inside? All the Numa.
That's the thing about language is complex. So when you put that all the Noma, which means it's really good. You know what I'm saying? So
all right, brilliant.
It's a dynamic language, like the Yoruba language as well, and other beautiful African languages. Now, I hope all of you had a good weekend. You know, one man, I was on record and I had predicted that the election is going to go Kamala's way and all that. So I hope you have those records ready.
No, you've been saying it for a good while. And I've been puzzled somewhat why you've arrived at that space because all the polls coming in are indicating in the direction of the man in the toupee.
Yeah, that's well, I was going to ask you if you notice any momentum, but if so, you're saying the momentum is going Trump's way. That's what you're saying?
That's what I've been seeing in the polls. I wouldn't want him to win, of course. I think we should cap off that Trump. But
okay,
it looks as though he might well win.
Okay, well, we're 24 hours, 48 hours from that action, so we just want to be on the record. That's all I'm saying on that. Now you've got a loaded thing here. Right, so I'm gonna be gentle, I'm gonna be factual, but I'm gonna be responsive to the things that you've posted. It would be nice if we would also accord people who disagree with the things you've posted some kind of tool, like videos. I have some videos. Let me post one now that you should be showing, but that's not what I'm going to talk about. But you could show it while I'm talking. This is the last one I posted. The other two, I'm gonna get in at some point. So now let's start off with the British spy that was there assaulting our people, including all Nigerians, Northerners, Southerners, everybody. Now this is somebody who ought to be ashamed of himself, but he's not ashamed at his age. A fifth columnist. Now, when somebody is a spy, especially in the British way, they are a spy all their lives, all their life. You know, he was doing a lot of activity in our country in the past, in the 50s, 60s, or whatever. It's not like they're gonna retire. They're no longer helpful to their country. They're still there doing the same thing. So I would have to caution our people from buying into the same nonsense. We're mature now. We know a whole lot more. We know they want to divide us by even the input they're making here. So let's not employ linear or sequential thinking. Let's be more sophisticated. First of all, condemn him for what he did in that continent. To come back now and start picking up sides, picking our people apart, so that we start fighting the Yorubas or Zik, and then the Yorubas are fighting the Igbos. Now let's do that on our own volition. Let's not let a stupid, stinking spy who, if Africa is already integrated, we should capture and punish him for his crimes. Right? He's an agent for a British government who did a lot of evil in the war, and none of them's paid for it. So he has come on here with his bad breath to insult all our people, pitting us one against the other. It's espionage. That was his work. Infiltration. Now he's doing a cyber espionage, right? Going on online. I don't know, maybe it's an OT, maybe the guy's already kicked the bucket anyway, and he's dealing with the devil by now. So I will not respond in kind to what he said. First of all, a lot of them is not true, just by observation. If Nnamdi Azikiwe was the one that was bad out of those giants that were fighting for our independence. First of all, he says they don't want independence. They love the Brits and they want to embrace them. Right? But then tomorrow the Northerners will be talking nonsense about how they don't want Western education and all that crap. Right? So here he is. It's Awolowo that was convicted of serious, heinous crimes shortly after. Wasn't Nnamdi Azikiwe. Nnamdi Azikiwe was not convicted of anything. Zik was. Awolowo was convicted and thrown in the slammer for activities that's injurious to our nascent nation. So now, if you look at somebody as pious, that's as good as Martin Luther King, these Oyibos were able to plant something on you, on your file. You know, infidelity, corruption. They're able to do that. So if you come, some stupid white fool who's not even ashamed of all his crimes to humanity comes here to tell us they have something on Nnamdi Azikiwe's file. Even if he didn't do it, they're capable of putting it there. He said it. You heard his hubris when he was talking. So let me admonish those, especially from the Southwest, who have this insecurity complex. I don't know why. Insecurity complex. Igbo, you hear it and you just shitting on yourself for nothing. One man here,
inferiority, you mean?
No, it is an inferiority complex, yes. So what I'm saying is that you behave like a minority. I have a feeling you're not a Yoruba man. You know why I say that? The minorities of Nigeria like to pay.
You've exposed me.
No, I'm serious. I'm gonna look into it. Right? You may not even. You may be from Brazil. I don't know. You got this accent of yours. You take no matter what's happening. That's it. Another tip I have here. I believe it's the second one. Maybe you played. So a Yoruba daughter of ours is in Libya, crying for help. But this is what you brought. But anyway, we'll deal whatever you bring. But I have to tell you, I'm yanking you back now for you, yanking out or whatever you call it. The point I'm making is that if these people in those days, in the 50s and 60s, if it's in Kruma, it doesn't matter who it is, they got files on them. But whatever they cannot find, then they put it there. They put it there, and that, it's something that we should be very upset about. This is something that we should be very, very upset about. So when minorities pit Yorubas against the Igbos or the Hausa Fulani against the Yorubas or the Igbos, that is one activity that I've been online trying to curtail. That's how I know minorities. They don't want to be called out and say, hey, look, where are you from? What's your clan and what have you done for Nigeria, right? They don't want that. All they want to do is to pit the Yorubas against the Igbos, and they be delighting in it. You're never going to see actually a real Yoruba man picking on the Igbos. You're never going to see a real Igbo man picking on the Yorubas. Usually they're magnanimous and they want unity and they want us to be progressive. But because you are sitting there in London, you have people feeding you here, and I could name names, but I don't want to set this place on fire. I know who's feeding you those things. Often you don't even know what you got until you play it. And because you have good command of English, then you're able to make up for it. But let me go to the other thing. I do at some point want you to play the, obviously I'm not going to take the bait on the rail. Okay, we have Lagos. Thankfully, they're putting rail there, right? Albeit low quality.
No, how is that baiting though? Lagos is far and ahead of certainly all of the states in Nigeria and certainly all of the states in West Africa or the provinces, and almost equal measure or greater than maybe Johannesburg will argue back, but I'm not sure that there are any African states that can compare to Lagos. So Lagos is not even, forget Nigeria, it's nothing. The Southeast is not part of anything that Lagos is a standalone entity. So it's not baiting anybody. It's just a factual statement.
No, when you put it that way, we are going to be very proud and our head be swell, and we'll be talking about that. Yes, the point you made is true. In certain infrastructure, right? It's our financial capital. There's no other city like Lagos to us in Africa. Now, when it comes to constant electricity, civility, just being up there. Of course, you have some South African, but they also use imperialism and all kinds of deceitfulness, cheating to accomplish that, right? Cheating out other African tribes there, Zulus and everybody. And that's okay. But yeah, I believe in that. But our thing is not just in our buildings. Like our thing is not in the trains, right? But with the spirit of what you're saying, yes, I do. That I agree. Lagos is not supposed to be compared to other cities. It's a very special city. It used to be our capital. Now we've moved the political.
That was about 30 years ago, by the way.
Yes, which means all the senators, all everybody in the political thing is gone from there. So they don't have that anymore. The same thing will happen if you deregulate other things. Slowly it's coming off, right? They had a list that was called the exclusive list. That goes to the federal government. You see that Southeast that you're looking at, for example, these are just villages. This is comparable to Switzerland. Now I have a bunch of them. That's the way Southeast is. They have mansions. Almost everybody has a mansion. That is something you could be proud of as a Yoruba man. You say, you know what, look, go to our Southeast and we're like Switzerland over there. Now, when you go to our Lagos, then we have Blue Line, right? You go to, that's the way it should be. You go to Jos Plateau, our climate is good. Come and visit Nigeria. You can go to the east, you can go to the west.
It's curious actually. Anybody that comes to visit Nigeria, they only really come to Lagos, and then if they are feeling really flushed, they probably go and say Abuja, and then they go home. I don't know anybody that's gone anywhere outside of those two spaces. Yes, and a lot of YouTubers are coming to Nigeria now. Actually, they go to Lagos, of course, certainly first point, and then they go to Kano. and then some of them, some of them even go back after that. But I've not yet seen any of those YouTubers go to
Okay,
anywhere in
one man,
Yoruba
one
land
man.
or southeast or south.
Yeah,
No.
that is true, and it's sad because nobody goes to Nigeria to see nice blue line in Lagos or nice buildings in Lagos, because compared to, say, here, any city here, Lagos is like trash. The United States is developed wall to wall, right? Almost any city is better than Lagos. So when the people do that because of the Yorubas common line, just promoting only one of our cities, which is Lagos. But when people get there, if I'm an American, if I get to Lagos, it's going to be like a jungle to me. It's going to look so stupid, right? There's no electricity, there's no water. The buildings are ugly.
A lot of Americans are going there, actually, especially
That's
the
what I'm
black
saying.
ones.
It's wrong. What they should, when they go there, maybe they like when I go. Sometime when I go to Hawaii, I go to Honolulu, right?
Yeah, but if you are describing Lagos in whichever way you are describing it now, true or false, it's the best. Outside of Abuja, is the best that the country has to offer.
That is arguably true, but you're missing the point.
Yes,
it depends on what your interest is when you travel. We want tourism. We want people to come. If you come to Nigeria, Lagos is the best as far as the big city with the long history. You have wharves there. You have all kinds of things there. You have the modernity in transportation that they're boasting. They're doing very well there, which is good. But that's not the only thing Nigeria has to offer. If you go to River State, Port Harcourt is beautiful. You go to the southeast, they have their own thing to offer. You go to the north, you go to Jos Plateau, they have a great climate. Tourism is what we should one front. Don't talk about Lagos in the sense you're doing it, which is jingoistically.
Do you know why people go to Nigeria? They go to Nigeria off the back of all of this glitz and glamour that they say about Nigeria, the videos, the movies, all of this flash and pomp and pageantry and all of that. And all of that is I don't think they go to Nigeria for a cultural experience. They go to Nigeria to feel that impact of all of these glitz, the Nigerian weddings, all of those sort of things that they see. And all of that is encapsulated in Lagos. And Lagos facilitates in terms of whatever facilities the country has for their ease of stay.
Yeah.
You know, they go to Anambra and they get attacked by unknown gunmen, or they go to the north and Boko Haram will pick them up, and
we got a loaded panel, so you and I should cut it down. What I'm saying is that even if you're right, a lot of the things you say is true, as far as scale, Lagos by scale and by responsibility that's been given to it from the past to now. Yes, there is no comparison with other of our capitals, right, and states. But that's not the only thing we have to offer. Village wedding that you are, even if you're getting married getting married in Lagos, you want to go to your village and do the thing, pagamanya, do the village ceremony itself. That's where it's at. We try to duplicate it here. I don't know where the hell you're from. If you do that, the point I'm making to you is that we have a lot to offer. Our integrity and our future is not in the blue lines. It should be in education, should be in fairness, equity, our mores, our character. We have to be at peace and grow together. I don't want any part of that country cheated. It should be in our customs, our conventions. What makes Africa great is our diversity. Like you go in the north, they have this thing they do, the fishing thing there.
They are Google Festival.
Yes, that's why I know you both want to go there, or a Black American or somebody would go over there because of our customs. Something that surprised them. It's nothing. You can't build anything that is, for example, Indians don't have. They have the Taj Mahal. You come here in the United States, we have buildings coming off our ears, skyscrapers. One street alone maybe contain everything Lagos has. One long boulevard here. If you just take the buildings, there's nothing you won't see there. So, or you go to Vegas and they duplicate Paris, for example, right? Or you have something like Caesar's Palace, right? You want to do a little gambling, and it'd be just like you were with Caesar himself during the Roman Empire. So we have things like that here. That's nothing to attract anybody. That's nothing. That's the minimum. Every city, every village in Nigeria should have light, water, nice roads. That transportation should be networked to the entire country. So I'm cautioning this time. I'm cautioning Yorubas, right? That nonsense of trying to say, "Oh, we're the first, or we're the best, or we're the only one." That's not gonna cut it. That makes you look bad. That gives you an inferiority complex. You want to come home to Nigeria and you take a blue line from where you are in Lagos all the way to River State, all the way to Aba, all the way to Kaduna, all the way to Sokoto, and so forth. That is transportation. Transportation is not having it running around your neighborhood there. And then,
all right. Looks as though we've been saved by the bell. So Pansata, take your call and let me move the conversation around a little bit. Let me do 10 minutes so that everybody gets to. We're not that many, but I want people to be able to flesh out, but not hold the space for too long.
Okay, please come back to me. I haven't gotten to my point. I said I was going to bypass that this particular issue because it's something everybody knows. I need to get to my point. So I'm not going to answer this call so I can finish. Let me go ahead and finish.
All right, finish.
Go ahead and let's go through them fast. Don't play devil's advocate. You had almost 2 hours to talk about these things. Feed me those red meat you were one by one. Let me deal with them very fast.
No, I'll give you the list. Pick one, and then I'll go on to Baba Arogedigba, to Niger, the Star, and then I'll look run back to you.
Very well.
So we were talking about Atiku Makinde Bala Mohammed contending for the PDP ticket, a party that's already on death's door. Tinubu, Tinubu giving a presidential release to the youngsters being brought before the court. Apparently, allegedly, they were collapsing in court and they were described as minor. I'm not quite sure how minor they are. And Okowa has been arrested. He was the running mate for Atiku Abubakar for reasons of diverting 1.3 trillion naira, which I think is in the region of $1 billion. So is that corruption? They do that
to minorities all the time, so I'll pass on it.
Yes, or is that them flogging Tinubu article still? I did not lose 2023 elections. You stole it. This is article still holding on to that space.
Let's pass that on that too.
Yeah, how we reduced debt servicing profile from 97 to 65% in 17 months. This is Tinubu pausing to.
Okay, you know what? One man. Let me just talk about Peter Obi because that's one of the things I seldom talk about Peter Obi, right?
All right.
So when you
apart from all the time, but carry on.
I'd say when you played a little snippet of him saying that Yorubas are not buying bread cheaper, he's been saying that prior to the election. During his campaign, he said no section, not even Muslims buy cheaper when Buhari is in charge. He said the same thing. So it's quite stunning that you're going to malign what he said. Now, I posted the first video that you see there, all the way on top. If it's very short, can you play it? The reason, as you're playing it, when they start talking, I'm going to stop. The reason I want to say that is this. That conversation Peter Obi had was so brilliant. He shows that he started running again, right? So Niger Watch was able to actually treat it very fairly today. And he was stunning. The anecdotes, he had people eating off his hands, right? You could see the difference between Peter Obi and practically every other politician, including someone like Showore, who cannot even shine his shoes. Peter Obi shows that he's a prudent, intelligent person, fair person with empathy, somebody who's not vacuous. And he wasn't directing that thing tribally, like he should. I would. The Yorubas cannot be doing things and then they're exempt from criticism. Time and time again, you get it wrong over there in the Southwest. You brought Buhari to us, saying that Jonathan is corrupt. So, but you don't want anybody to criticize you? Unbelievable. Time and time again, you get it wrong. You are the problem of the country, like Sanusi said before. You have to be admonished for your foolishness here. And then when somebody says anything, then you say, oh, you're picking on me because I'm a Yoruba guy. When are you going to stop?
All right.
A lot of people have had the patience, and I don't have the patience anymore. What I want to do is that's some exceptions, right? That exception really, really holds me back, because the really good ones, Padeba and Joe, right? And all that, they're really, really good. So it's just self-defeating to fall into the trap of talking tribal against the Yorubas, whereas there are a lot of good ones that voted for Peter Obi, for example, who cannot wait to vote for him again after Peter Obi won Lagos State and stuff like that. But let me leave it at that, because in order to treat it properly, you're going to have to spank all the Yorubas when you talk about it. But for now, I'm going to abstain from doing that. But please, one man, don't take the bait. A lot's going on. There's also the second video there. It's a Yoruba woman in Libya.
Yes, let's do this. I've downloaded and uploaded your 2 videos. So let me move the conversation around. When I loop round back to you, we'll play the 2 videos. So that's Pansat, of course, starting it in his usual masterful manner. So gentlemen, let's do 7-10 minutes quick whip round. Kicking it off with Baba. Baba, you're first.
Yes, one man. How are you today?
You're muted, so
yeah.
So
can you hear me,
Baba?
Can you hear me?
Am I still here?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
No, we can now. Carry on. The floor is yours. Do you want me to run you through the topics, or you know them already?
Well, I know them already. I was here in the beginning, from the beginning, rather. Quickly, let me start with, because when some people wake up, all they do is scan the cyberspace or the newspapers or listen to news about negatives. I don't feed myself with that kind of diet as a child of light. CNG per cubic meter is still 235 all over Nigeria, not 400 naira. Just to put that in its perspective.
Ekene told us it was 400 yesterday, didn't he?
It's 235 per cubic meter. He doesn't ride a car powered by CNG. I spoke to people. And on a lighter note, Enugu to Oka is 197 kilometers. Averagely, that is about 11.7 per checkpoint. I think that's fair enough. If you compare that from Semeboda to Ijaniki, if anybody knows that terrain well, you've lived Semeboda, you come to Badagry and on and on and on through Agbara to Ketu and Ijaniki. That's about 56 kilometers averagely on any day. More than that, but I just want to use the lower template. You find 10 checkpoints: custom, army, police, mixed breed of security services. So you're talking about, because you're in one checkpoint, you're looking very far. If it's a straight point, part of the road, you'll see the other checkpoint waiting for you. So compare and contrast. And also, just for the interest of whoever cares to listen, Guyana, a country of about less than 850,000. They found oil and they're enjoying it. I put this out because I was just reminiscing that couldn't go on have done this sometime in the 67 or 70s. They are giving every citizen above 18 years $100,000. That is Guyana. Though low population, yeah, but we are also low in population during our period, and I think
so watch out for the inflation in that country then.
And watch out for Nigerians that will be flocking there too. For Ifeanyi Okowa, very well. I think Papa Edwin Clark will now rest, because he's been talking about this for a very long time in the last year and a half about Okowa, because they are very bitter about how he used Delta's wealth actually to run for presidency by Atiku's vice presidential candidate. I think they have to vomit the money, of course. And then for the minors, I think I will be hard on our IGP. I think it's not serving the president well. I've always wanted anybody that's going to head any security outfit should come from the operations department of that outfit, be it EFCC, ICC, or whatever. Let them be real operations men, because operations men in most of these security services, they know exactly how to fight crime, and they are very good administratively too. Betokun, I don't know from, but I think he served Tinubu once, or we served some governors. So it's always been like the honey side. It's always been on the honey side of everything. So it's not doing well. There are two sides to these minor people that has been detained and things like that. In fact, somebody said they were 45 yesterday. They were just 24, 25. That's the figure, the true figure of it. Even at that, what they did was very wrong. We have system. If at all, because I saw during that protest, we were laughing here. We saw a child holding on to one interlocking block and said he wish he can go to Tinubu now. He will use this stone on him. And we all laughed. There was the other one who was on routine interlocking block and things like that, apart from those ones storming library and stuff like that. Yes, okay. And maybe if you go to a motor park in Kaduna or Kano today, would you see anybody looking better than those even children that said that they are looking like Washoko? No. But then what is wrong is wrong. You do not detain minors. What do they even know? If they see T of treason, will they even identify that this is alphabet T? They don't know anything. They shouldn't have been in detention for 1 day for that kind of offense. Maybe murder or anything, fine. But for that, no. You just ask maybe their parents should come and sign for them. And I can say confidently that maybe only 10 or less than will come forward as parents to sign for them. These are Marjorie children. It is very sad. But Egbetokun didn't do well at all. And it's a wake-up call for our Attorney General not to sleep, go to sleep, and trust in any of these people serving him. But they should have known this. They should have seen this. And I'm glad that the president has finally said they should go. So that ends that chapter. And there is something we are missing. Abia State, Otis Place, the local government election held over the weekend.
They lost everything, did they, to Zenith something or the other?
That's Otis party, if you want to believe it or not. There is a strategy going on there, and the realignment of forces. ZLP, that is Zenith Labour Party, is owned by Iwanyan, who broke away from the original Labour Party. Remember the guy who's always wearing a cowboy hat all the time with some beards? That's the guy who owns the Zenith Labour Party. So Otis is aligning with him. And if you are a political watcher, you will ask that, what is going on here? So let's watch that space carefully, because it's aping what is happening in Fubara, River State, where what's the other party that won? the one in Rivers State. I can't remember now. So that's going to be interesting. To me, it's an indication of how LP is going to unravel with this Abure issue and the other people there who are in opposition and internal fighting. So watch that space, one man. Yes, for this people who come here.
Good evening, sir. Can you hear me?
Yeah, Thomas. Good evening. How are you?
Yes, I ran onto the show because I heard some comments from you. Yeah, I tried to push you back. I always agree with your comments. Yeah, but I somewhat disagree with
I know your take about the minors. I've had it 2 days ago, so carry on, please.
Yes. What could they have done better? Should they just let them just be? They destroy things. They destroy things. Though they are minor, what could they have done better? Thank you,
that's
sir.
why I said they should have asked the parents to come and sign them and take them on bail or
they have
whatever.
parents? Do they have parents? Do you think they have parents?
I asked myself that question. I said maybe 10 or so will show up, or even none will show up because they are Almajiri children. If you follow my drift, you understand where I'm going with that. Because if they do that, it's a kind of reasons why they have to put them in bolster. The prison services have a place they call bolster. It's just for children, delinquents, children who are juvenile delinquents, where they are kept not in proper prison or detention facilities. There, it's a different thing entirely, administration. That's where they should have even put them in the first place. And they should have fed them well to the extent that those children will not want to leave. Because if they compare the life they have outside. So, are you satisfied, Thomas?
I'll just let it be. I really disagree with you.
Please.
Yeah. No. Yeah.
I crave
Go on, sir. Go on, sir.
Okay. Yes, I don't know much about North. I've traversed, I think, Kaduna, Katsina, Zamfara, to Niger. That's the best. But I've been to Abuja because I have 2 kids, children who stays in Abuja. I've been to Abuja a couple of times. But when it comes to the South, the only place I don't know in the South is Akwa Ibom and Cross River. I don't know. Never been there. But every other place, I know very well. I'm not like some people who move straight from their village to the United States and don't know anywhere. I'm talking about things they don't know. I talk from point of knowledge, seen with my Kurokuro eyes. Things happening. Things I know. Roads I traversed. Rivers I crossed. So when they come here to pontificate or propagandize, I mean, maybe playing to the gallery, fine. In the country of the blind, one-eyed man is the king. I wouldn't compare Lagos to anywhere. It's the land of my 4 bears. It's my father's land and is the crown jewel of Yoruba land. It's nobody's business what we do in that land. We are Nigerians of Yoruba stock, and nobody can degrade or demean us. Not the children of Chukwumerejes, the propagandists. We are qualified. I wouldn't say we are better. The Yorubas don't boast. These people who come here to pontificate, they are well described.
Baba, it's not going to fall for debate, though. So
on page 27, page 27 of the book, page 27 of the book, there was a country. They should go read it. It's that page, those 2 paragraphs on that page. It's not talking about the Yorubas. It's not talking about the Yorubas. It's not describing the Yorubas. The Yorubas are gentle achievers. They don't boast. There are 105 million Yorubas worldwide in different nations. Only about 45, 47 million are in the space called Southwest Nigeria. So when one comes here and degrade the Yorubas, you are just not degrading the ones you live with in the space called Nigeria, but all along in Togo, Benin, up to the Caribbean. They are all over this place. And why I'm so passionate about this is when I see people, even different colors from me. I once met a Cuban, like, you know, the Cubans, this one is having coily hair like Weibo. I was making a phone call and he heard me speak Yoruba language. He approached me from his shoulder bag. He removed a book written by Cubans on Ifa and was showing me just to catch my interest. And I was fascinated because that book was written by a Cuban. I was trying to engage me.
You know the Cubans especially and the Brazilians too. They are more fervent about Ifa and things like that because it's the only thing that still holds them to where they originally came from. More so
This is
than
my
even
point, one man. That is why I get very feisty when somebody tries to degrade the Yorubas, because I think that okay, me and my people in the Southwest, we can take it. What if these people are listening? Something they take so much pride in on more than myself, where they worship Yemoja enthusiastically, and somebody will be rubbishing them. Well, I know I've been to the East. I hold 2 titles. I wouldn't want to spit into the well I'm drinking from.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
Where did you get that figure of 100 and over 100 million?
The Yorubas, you mean?
Yes.
Oh, that is each nation where they belong, from Trinidad and Tobago to Brazil to Sierra Leone to Ghana to Togo to Benin to Gambia and several other nations in the Caribbean.
Well, from what I can see in the Yoruba page itself of the people, they are talking about 50 million or so.
those are the Nigerian Yorubas.
Not Nigerian. I'm talking about Benin Republic, Ghana, Togo, United States, and others.
If you look at Brazil, the abundance of the black population in Brazil, they are Yorubas. A lot of the Cubans,
but it's unreliable though. It's unreliable to say that those people are Yoruba descendants because they are descendants of slaves. But the practice that endured most is Yoruba tradition. Because by the numbers,
this is what you do to Nigeria. Check the population. Just say Yoruba population in Brazil, Yoruba population in Haiti, Yoruba population, and then do the maths.
Yeah, because my thinking is that if you have,
I think that 105 is even an underestimation.
I think my thinking is that if you have slaves arriving in Yoruba that are from different parts of Africa or Nigeria, they don't necessarily, just because they all coalesced and followed the Ifa religion because it's the standing out religion, it doesn't mean they were all originally Yoruba. You see what I mean? By the numbers, it can't be.
No, you are wrong too.
Sorry, Baba. A lot of those people, you know, there was about a year or so ago, there was this wave of people doing their DNA, ancestry and me or something. A lot of those data coming out of the Caribbean, Brazil, North America, a lot of them had an abundance of Yorubas. Most of their DNAs are Yorubas, especially, and then Mali and places like that.
I don't know. They said somebody is giving a number about let me see. Okay, total population 50-something million. But then again, I'm looking at a number saying
total population where? Total population where?
it says the Yoruba population in the world. I think that one is total. When they say total, it means total. But however, this one it says, okay, let me read what this AI is saying. There is no evidence that 80 million Yoruba people live in Brazil. Available data show that the actual number of Yoruba people in Brazil is much lower than 80 million. Okay, I think that is just somebody.
It doesn't give a figure though.
The total, no, the actual number that I saw on Wikipedia and others seem to indicate about 50 million or so.
In totality.
Yes.
No. I've told you the real formula to use. You just interrogate the population of the Yorubas in each of those countries I mentioned, and then you do the maths. I think that is easier for you because you are taking from.
If you look at Benin Republic, I think they're good. Maybe it's 50-60% Yorubas. Togo,
yeah, 1.6 million in Benin Republic. That's what
Togo as well. If you go to Brazil, maybe you check the figures. They even invited you are saying they're adopting Ifa as a universal religion for all of the blacks, just for something for them to call
it. Because what I have found recently in discussions about our African traditions and everything, the Yoruba tradition is the most, how do I put it, most, if for want of a better word, evangelizing. They are
it's the most studied in all the international tertiary institutions.
Because of that, it's like Christianity versus Judaism. Christianity wants to spread. Islam even wants to spread more. Yorubas are a representation of the same thing, where the other religions in Nigeria are not very, they don't do spreading, but Yorubas are willing to share and influence other cultures. That's what I tend to find, and hence why their own religion tend to be more defined and present everywhere. This is why I said, by the number of slaves that are being taken from the Nigerian space to Brazil, it doesn't make sense that most of the Brazilians, black people that you see there, are just Yorubas. It cannot be. It's just that they are all being subsumed under the Yoruba this religion. It's like Christianity in the world. It doesn't mean we are all Europeans.
Yeah, but there are DNA data to you know, if you look at the DNA data as a percentile and then you extrapolate and project that will give you figures.
Oh yeah. That too is present, but that is spread. It's not just Yoruba. You have Fulanis showing up in this like that.
Yes, and you have everybody. But what we're saying is, what Baba Rada is saying is that there are easily 105, if not more, Yorubas globally. And even in Nigeria, there are about 60 million already. I'm not quite sure if we bring up the data. I think there are about 60 million Yorubas are documented in Nigeria.
They can't be. It will be too high. They can't be because they are about 20-something% or less of the population. So except Nigeria is.
You mean of Nigeria? In Nigeria?
Yes.
Well, I have not checked that out actually, but what I read was I think 45, 47. I don't know, but I will check it out because we're in a country where we don't even know how many we are all over. So, like we're saying, and
Sir,
yes.
I want to ask these questions. I always ask it when we are talking about data. Is there any problem for us to know who we are, how many that we have, to have a proper population census in that country, to know how many Yoruba do we have, Igbos do we have, Hausa do we have? Is anything, if they do it, it's still going to cost anything? I don't know. And you understand what I'm trying to say? Let's just know
from the beginning.
Yeah.
From beginning.
All right, but Baba, let me just add this, and then maybe you round that up. Maybe if you want to speak on doing your Kukwe local bit, and then I move on to Niger. But just from a cursory Google search, and we can do deeper depth dive into it. They're saying as at 2020 there are approximately 42.6 million Yorubas. So that was about what? That was 4 or 5 years ago, which is to tell you that it'd be around about 47, even from this cursory look. So if you have about 47 million Yorubas already just indigenized in Nigeria, and then you take that globally through the Caribbean, through the Caribbeans, through North America, other satellite African countries, I think in broad strokes, those figures might be right, but you know.
I think it's a little bit of an exaggeration on that front. If Yorubas make up 20% of the Nigerian population, I really doubt. I don't know how this number fit into Nigeria. The Hausas are supposed to be the largest group in Nigeria. So if Yorubas make 40-something%, then the Hausas will have to make 50-something%.
Not percent. 42.6 million people.
42.26 million is okay. It's just about 20% of the population. If it is 42 million, it's about 20% of the population. Then you have ourselves about 30 or so. No, over 50 million, because they make up about 25% of the population. And I think the population is tilting in their favor over time because they are growing faster. And then you look at the other population in Nigeria. I think, but to say that outside Nigeria you have more Yorubas outside Nigeria, I think Nigeria is the most densely populated part in Africa for one. Then if you look at the rest of the world, I don't think any other part of the world will have more population than the Yorubas in Nigeria. That's my thinking.
Not unitarily, but collectively.
That's why I find it a little bit dubious to use 100 million, because Nigeria is the strongest home for the Yorubas, the largest population in Africa by a long shot. Then if you take it into the Caribbean, where even the genetic pool is dodgy because of everybody mixing and all the rest.
Yes, but the abundance of the DNA. So like you said, even in Brazil, the genetic pool is skewed. But if you look at the percentage of the DNA, the larger, if they are 65% Yoruba, 10% Portuguese, etc., you can by extensions conclude that they are Yorubas. But
it's possible, but I'm not 100% clear about that, because every time you have slaves coming in, they have mixed population generally.
But then don't forget, most of them adopt the Yoruba language. There is
that
less
is true.
dissimilarity. That's right. So the language is what I would rather lean on. You understand? Because
okay, if that is what you are saying, then I don't think I will have too much of an issue with that.
Exactly. So let's move on then. I've lost my train of thought right now.
All right.
I think, no, not all right, one man. Let me use my time. You guys have taken.
Yes, sorry, Baba. I was going to suggest that if you want to speak on Donyo Kukwe, who came out today.
Well, Donyo Kukwe is not my cup of tea. I would rather talk about being happy that the president is at least around now. I think this is about his second week or so, and I want him to remain there for months to come. Because were he to be out, the way he swiftly solved the problem of the minors wouldn't have happened easily. He will give somebody instruction, and that person will give another person instruction, and by the time you know it, we've wasted 1 week, and the hoopla will still continue. So he should just remain and solve the economic problem. And I think for the economic situation we'll find ourselves, I think for the salaries so far, I want really for all the Nigerian Labour Congress. This is where they have to be active, because I don't just come here and complain or rubbish people or group of people. I try to provide solutions, whether they are proper or pointed or not. It is my own, and those listening, it is for them to imbibe or take it or not, or people in authority to buy into it. I think Nigerian Labour Congress, Jairus Nigerian Labour Congress, should endeavor every month, just one newspaper, or even the cyberspace is better. They should publish governors that are paying the 70 or above they pledge to pay. Those that are not paying, they should let us know. Those that are owing salaries, they should let us know. So we will know where our complaint is. The money is not enough. So no governor should come and pledge maybe 80 or 75 or 72 naira a month and still changing their workers. So we will know where to complain. We will know the governors to tie to the stakes and stone. I yield, one man.
All right, excellent. So that's the majestic Baba. So thank you, Baba. Stay with us, Baba. We look around quickly to you. 5-7 minutes monologue. We're still doing that. To Nigeria, you're up next. So you know the list of talking points, either to that or whatever tickles your fancy. To Nigeria.
Thank you, one man. I have to commend some of the work you have been doing. That video that you played of the English man talking about some of the antics of that led to where we are right now. I think those things are quite useful because I remember also finding on this channel where you talked about where you showed evidence for some of the things that occurred that led to the Civil War. Those things are very useful for people to be doing because it sheds light on how we got to where we got to. So I have to commend you for that. And I do gather that there was a lot of interesting conversation happening here with the ladies coming in. I did pop in to check for a bit, but I'm busy somewhere else too. So nice work you have been doing. Regarding the this in the I think is he Edun minister, the Minister of Finance? What he was saying, I don't understand how he can say what he said, that the foreign exchange should not be dealt with. He can argue that maybe fair subsidy should not return, but he's adamant that the fuel subsidy, the foreign exchange should remain as it is. From what I can gather, the Nigerian currency is still depreciating, even when Dangote refinery is commencing operation. It's still depreciating. How is that even possible? The Nigerian economy, businesses are struggling. So demand has reduced. Interest rate is higher. Demand, that also suppresses demand. So where is the currency depreciating from? If they are not the ones undermining the economy itself. They are killing the Nigerian state, pretending as if they are working for it. These people are not working for us. They are destroying the country, making sure the little chance we have for progress. Dangote refinery was supposed to come and ease the demand for the dollar. But instead, they are trying to make it a situation where they would defy gravity too. They would, and I've been warning about this. And if the Nigerian currency doesn't appreciate significantly in the next 2 years, that should tell you everything you need to know. These people sit there and make sure the country doesn't function.
But oil is still being imported, though. The importers are still importing oil, so that demand is still there.
Okay, then you can decide not to give foreign currency to anybody that wants to import oil when you have the option of getting it locally. Why do that?
The state governors are pushing for that now, and these are still. I think we're at the last vestiges of that space because there's still no for all that Dangote produces, it still has to be uptaken by the marketers and then funneled around the country, and then NNPC's role also has to be defined in that. So I think there's not yet still fully ironed out that kink. And this is why you hear Dangote belly aching all over the news.
And that's why I said give it a year, 2 years. Because then they don't have any excuse anymore.
No, I don't even think they need that longer window. I think within the next 4 months we should see.
I'm very generous. I just so that Nigerians' eyes were clear to see what these people are doing to their country. Because there's no reason then that the Nigerian economy, the Naira doesn't appreciate significantly. They don't have any excuse then. But remember, the president
there are also fifth columnists as well in play. There's a lot of you remember that Emefiele printed 20-something trillion naira. A lot of it are washed all over the country. A lot of it illicit money that people are trying to legitimize. So there's still a lot of illicit money also chasing legitimacy via that dollar space. So there's still a lot. There's a lot of moving parts outside of
that illicit money has nothing to do with it. The demand for the dollar, mostly 30 to 40% of it comes from energy imports. If that goes away,
where did you get that? Where did you get that?
The data is publicly available. We've shared it several times. During my discussions, that is very, very, very publicly available. Even Dangote referenced it in one of his interviews. So that is as much that the Nigerian space can cut demand for the dollar. 30 to 40% of demand comes from energy imports. If we cut that down and you find in a year's time, Dangote Refinery is supplying to Nigeria, whatever excuse they want to give, whether they are importing or they are not importing or, and the Naira doesn't appreciate, that should tell you everything you need to know. That these people don't want the country to function because we don't have any business being in that space anymore. We should have a currency that should be stronger because demand is not there, and they also do have power to regulate demand too, but they pretend as if they don't do that. Can you believe that the Nigerian dollar now, the Naira to a dollar is still depreciating? I can't even believe that is still happening. It's still depreciation as we go, and they say, oh,
what do you attribute that to?
The speculation. You know how what do they call it in the UK? What George Soros did in the Nigerian in the UK, where they speculated with the British pounds, and the guy made billions of dollars and almost destroyed the British economy because of it. So these forces are at play in Nigeria, and Nigerians don't know. This is what they call the ultimate round tripping. That is what is going on with Nigeria. And these leaders pretend as if they are helping their people. They are allowing people to harvest wealth from Nigeria while the people suffer. Because if you look at it, interest rates has risen, inflation is through the roof, businesses don't have money. Where is the demand for the dollar coming from? Where? Who is demanding these dollars? People cannot even pay their children's school fees overseas anymore. Where is this demand coming from? You have to ask critical questions like this, and that's what bothers me. That's why I call him a saboteur. These people, they don't want to rule for the country. That's why I said the Nigerian economy should be heading towards $1 trillion economy right now. Should be somewhere 700 or something. This $1 trillion.
But to Nigeria, that's a no-brainer.
Right.
You should know where those monies are going.
I should know where the monies are going.
No, I'm not saying it. We all know the president must be ready to play hardball with these people. These people are.
But he's not doing it. He's the Minister of Petroleum. He's not doing it.
More than saboteurs. Is there a word or a group of people what's the word available? Is it? I can't readily remember the worst word. Something worse than saboteurs.
Saboteurs.
They are just nation killers.
That is the problem. And like I said, I'm generous. Give them a year. Let Dangote kick in. Let's see what excuse they have then. Because you shouldn't, if you find that your dollar is still under pressure, you should stop giving people money to import since Dangote Refinery is there. So if the Naira doesn't appreciate, then you know clearly that's the evidence.
Okay, but to Niger, let's say you're going from, well, I don't know about your, let's say I'm here in the United States, I'm going to Vegas, right? And then I head out going down there. In about a day, you have to measure. If I'm not there, which means I'm not using flight or whatever, right? Fine. But if I'm using, say I'm driving, you should be able to calculate when I'm going to get to Vegas, right? It's not when I'm there is the only time you're going to know. I could calculate your speed against your time. That gives you the distance, right?
Exactly, yeah.
Okay, so that's what we have to apply when we're dealing with such a character. You can't say just give him so and so. If he's gonna arrive where you're talking about, Nirvana, we should be able to calculate where he is now. How much with his announcing that his refinery is open for business, investors act based on those kind of things. They already, the day he announced it's open, it's gonna jump. If it's stock, whatever is gonna jump, it's already built in. These people have intelligence, they know. That finally, let me say to you, let me see how much Igbo you know. Have you ever heard, or if you haven't heard, what does it mean if I say Agadi na wofe? What does that mean? Let's just say somebody says to
I had only one word there.
What is that?
I might be wrong even. I think old man or something. Or
right. Agadi. Let's say if I say to Baba, it's Agadi na wofe. What I'm saying to him is this: an adult who should know better, ought to be better. Right? So how will you know Agadi and you don't know Ofe, by the way?
Can you take my name out of your okra mouth?
Okay. Go on. Forget it. Just forget it.
So see, I get what you are saying, because I've been saying it for how many months now. But people don't necessarily want to see it. That's why I said, if you want to wait a year and see what excuse they have them, because now Dangote Refinery is on stream, and the demand for the dollar should go down significantly, which means the value of the naira should increase. And guess what that will mean? Petrol price should come down in Nigeria. Inflation should come down. The Nigerian people should feel really a lot better off, because now they are earning more salaries than they were before. But now the value of the naira has appreciated, and price of things should be coming down. Generally, they should be able to afford things more because petrol is cheaper. But will you see that? If you don't see that, after Dangote is fully supplying the Nigerian space, and they still find a way to be importing, and then the Nigerian currency is still devaluing or remains stagnant, you have a big problem on your hand. The Nigeria will never develop with this type of people in office.
Tunaja, what are the importers? They are still saying they will still keep on importing fuel because it's cheaper from the Dangote.
The argument is that I think at the core of it, they are not making as much profit as they would like to. So they feel like Dangote is cutting their margins. I don't think Dangote is especially more expensive than what they are getting in foreign listing. They just worry that Dangote is not wanting to sell to them. I think that's their excuse they seem to be giving. I don't subscribe to that.
To Niger, let me interject you. You know where Dangote surprised me? I've always believed him. You understand? But when he said he has 500 million liters in his tanks, I was surprised, because arithmetically that's impossible, practically impossible. Practically impossible.
Yeah, there is some truth there.
Please, is it crude or refined, sir?
How do you mean? The one coming out of Dangote Refinery?
No, it said refined. No, what the stock that Dangote claims he has, it says he has 500 million liters refined oil, which he said will last
PMS specifically.
Yes, that's what he was saying.
And if you look from the time he has started refining up to the point he said that about a week and a half ago, it's not possible. It is not possible. And to Niger, this Agadiman Ofe is a very sweet old soup. You know, the soup of the next day, particularly if it's that of fish, is sweeter. Not so, it's thicker, and it's very good for Akbu. Thank you, to Niger.
Wow, people are using all the old words I used to hear of. See, I don't know what's wrong with Passad. You know, you didn't say it one word. You said several. You put it in a sentence. So I picked up one. I didn't pick up the other. Doesn't mean I don't know individual words. So yeah, my take on this one is that when the president was reshuffling this in the cabinet, if he was serious about changing the trajectory of the economy, this finance minister should have gone. And let's make no mistake, he's the petroleum minister anyway. If we have our currency still depreciating, he's at the core of it. He's at the core of authorizing people to float the currency on top of that. Because even when you float the currency...
No, correct, Tunaja, please. Stop this propaganda. Why are you calling me Minister of Petroleum?
Is he not the Minister of Petroleum? Is the president not the Minister of Petroleum? I can't hear you very well.
You are breaking up here. I thought we can't hear you. You are playing like a guitar.
I think it's an established fact that the president is the Minister of Petroleum. I don't know what he's arguing about on that front. That is what he is.
It didn't actually designate himself as that. Yeah.
Now, while you people now, what do you expect? You want them to admit the truth? Make them play now. Just they go now. They don't say the man a Minister of Petroleum, but because come out to say appoint anybody. You just carrying over from Buhari now. But don't worry. Now, why you people now? So did they do as if we know this year?
And I think his supporters, they need to open their eyes. This is not about tribalism. Is this man doing anything that is going to benefit you? Because whatever is affecting Nigeria is going to affect you. If he sabotages the Nigerian economy, the demand for the dollar doesn't increase, Nigerian currency doesn't appreciate, it's going to affect everybody in the country. It affects every business.
You know, there are several moving parts to these things. That you are looking at it through binary prism. You are looking at it from the demand from the oil importers, which is your main hub. That if that demand is removed, then the dollar should appreciate against the naira, which is a legitimate argument. But it's a legitimate marginal argument. But there are several moving parts. There's a lot of illicit money, like I said, all thanks to Emefiele and it's a bunch of crooks. So there's that. And then there is what's also been established as a culture that when money is released at FARC, the dollar goes up because all the state governors, they immediately dollarize their allocation. So that's another pressure right there. And then there's the traditional demands of business, schooling, etc., etc. So there's a lot of pressure on the naira outside of this binary view that you're looking at it from.
I think there is no this thing, because you have to take it holistically, like you are saying. You brought her in, but that is what we have now, and the demand is where it is right now. So when the demand is taking off, then it means that some other thing is replacing it if the currency value remains the same. And that stuff that is replacing it shouldn't be there because it's there right now. But somehow it's going to be created to still maintain the pressure on the naira. It's like they don't want the country to develop for some reason. It's like you can't make it up. And you play the video yourself about something going far back to the 60s. How the Nigerian state and our individuals are highly easy. That's very, very easy to compromise. They are very, very easy to compromise, and they don't have much reason to resist. They don't have a lot of motivation to resist. Why do they have a reason to resist? They're already rich people. They're already at the top. And these people are selfish. They don't understand that what they are doing has consequences for the future. If Azikiwe knew what he was doing was going to compromise the entire country, maybe he would have thought twice. But he is not living now. He doesn't see the consequences of his actions. And that is one of our biggest problems. We don't have foresight. We don't know that everything we do now affects the next generation. And they will be here cursing us and accusing us of not doing what we are supposed to do to make their lives a little bit better. If Azikiwe is compromised, can you imagine how Tinubu is? Compared to Azikiwe at that time, the way they barely have power, everything is run through this thing. Now they have 1,001 ways to compromise our leaders. And you wonder why they are passing it out policies that clearly harms the Nigerian economy. It clearly does. Is it not better to have stability and pay the money to defend the naira than what they are doing now? Is it not better to do that? Because what you are doing now is just creating chaos in the economy, and we are not even benefiting from it either way. At least those businesses will still be open. Those people are still going to be able to pay for their children's tuition fees. People are still going to be employed. Inflation is not going to be going through the roof. And Nigeria, for one, will also be more attractive for people to come and invest. But everything they've done points in the opposite direction. And I've been talking about it for a long time. But I'm just going to pretend as if the one that is very clear to show that these people are not doing the right thing by the people is that if Dangote refinery comes on stream, demand for the dollar reduces, and the naira doesn't appreciate. That should tell you everything you need to know. If you need proof, that's what you need to. That's the proof you need to see. So you may not believe in my arguments. You may not believe that the government can control the demand for the dollar, because they keep talking about supply constantly on the news. All this week, I don't know what kind of economists are these people. They come on TV. They keep talking about demand. They, as if you don't. They talk about supply. That we have to have more supply for the dollar. We have to have somewhere to get export and all the rest. How about telling your people not to be buying too much stuff from overseas and using too much dollars? Finding ways to cut this demand for the dollars. Nobody is doing that. There's no real need.
Do you know what the word jejune? Do you know what it means? Jejune.
I don't know.
Jejune.
I've heard it, but I have a vague idea, but what does it mean?
It's almost simplistic. It's like a simplistic. Look it up. You may well.
Jejune. Okay. So obviously it's French.
No, it's an English word, really.
Yeah,
But
it's French. That came from the French. That you can tell
it's
from
been
the
co-opted.
sound
Yeah, it's a
already.
jejune.
Yeah.
Well, carry on.
My take on it is that I will try to stop on this one, so I don't look like I just want to keep knocking this our elite class. Is that watch the space, and I can't wait to see the day when they're going to fully start supplying the Ip Man, including all of them, supply all of them this thing. Let's see that demand for that amount we spend buying petrol overseas and energy from overseas. Let's see that taking off the ledger. If that's taking off the ledger and this Nigerian currency doesn't improve, including all the issues that you raised before, there is no other argument anymore. That should tell you everything you need to know. That these people are mishandling the economy terribly, sabotaging us right before our own very eyes.
Do you know what the word plural means?
Yes.
What does it mean?
At least I think something to me, something shallow or something, not as deep or not as serious or something like that. Am I close?
It's childish, somewhat immature, a bit silly. So plural and jejune. If we concluded that what your argument is plural and jejune, we will be unkind. Is that unkind to say what you are saying?
You can see what do I care about words? If I cared about words, I care about reality.
What they mean, is plural and jejune. You are taking a simplistic look at a very complex and a nuanced space.
It's not even complex. You see, that's the problem.
And jejune.
You've not met Nigeria has not even met a complex problem yet. All the problems have been simple. I've been saying it from the beginning. It's people that refuse to see it, and when a smart person starts pretending that if something is complex, you might as well have your brain fall out of your head. Because if you cannot see clearly, you are supposed to have wisdom and a level of judgment to see and check the data for all our economies too. You check it. I don't care what anybody calls me. The truth has been shown that I'm actually more accurate than most people that have been talking all this stuff all this while. You can see the economy is being sabotaged clearly. There is no need. Can you even make a valid argument to say
to what end? To what end will they seek to sabotage the economy?
To preserve themselves individually or just please their partners. They believe they are doing the right thing. They don't think what they are doing is wrong by the nation. Zik knew what he was doing was wrong by the nation, or maybe he actually believed the British meant well by telling him to work with the Northerners when he did what he did. These are the kind of dynamics that are playing in the country. Some people don't necessarily see the bigger picture. They just want to react to themselves, thinking, okay,
if they believe that what they are doing is wrong, even though is right, even though it may be wrong, then they are not sabotaging it now, because to sabotage it will be to deliberately seek out to destroy.
That is true if they are not doing it deliberately. But like in the case of Zik now, that's a very good example. He knew he wasn't operating based on his own judgment. He allowed some other person, he lent his judgment to some other person because he was compromised. So from that point of view, the moment you become compromised that way, you are a problem to your people. You are now a problem. You're not thinking for your people anymore. You're thinking for yourself because you're preserving yourself. That is the problem. Because if you are honest and you are working for your people, generally your judgment will be improved. Because now you're going to know, instead of me to be hating on the Hausa man, I need to work with the Hausa man toward other people. Those are the kind of behavior you start seeing. Even if you are selfish for your people. But your selfishness also still means you work with other people. That when you are compromised, you can't do that anymore. You lose that perspective. This is the problem with our leaders. They might pretend as if they are innocent, but the moment they lend their judgment to foreigners, we are done. And this is why the country never improved. Nigeria shouldn't be here. We all know that. Are we that dumb? Most of us are rich in terms of education. We have good education and all. Why do you think we keep getting compromised? Because this in a political class, most of them seem to have gotten so close to the West that by the time they emerge in power, they are already compromised and their judgments are already clouded. Sometimes my judgments, people threaten to cloud mine too. They'll tell you what you are saying is not correct. What you are saying is wrong. I'm like, no, The data doesn't point to that. I'm not going to accept it, except you put a gun to my head. I might think twice, but I'm not going to accept what you're telling me, because then I have to be compromised for me to agree with what you're saying. Because it's not true that if a country's economy is the way it is in Nigeria, where you have an import-based economy, you should float your currency the way they did. You can even do what they call it, controlled devaluation. You can decide to opt for devaluation in a controlled manner so that you don't have to defend the currency that much anymore. But what that does is it gives you stability. It gives you predictability. And businesses can plan. Why would you make your economy the wild, wild west? The only people that benefit from that are currency speculators, people that hedge bets against the Nigerian currency. They will borrow money. They don't even have money. They will borrow money and go and sell the Nigerian currency. Then when the when the currency devalues, then they buy it up again. It's like they just wreck the Nigerian economy, harvesting wealth without generating any value for us. And that's what we have been seeing. Where do you think all the money went to?
All right, Naija. Let me move the conversation around a bit. I'll look it round back to you. The room continues to populate, so let's whiz it around fairly quickly. Aro Gidigba up next. BT follows him. Rational Mind after a long hiatus. Larry to make sense of it all. Aro Gidigba, you're up next. You know the topping points. Let's hear from you.
Good evening, everyone. I'm happy to be here with you all. And well, one man, where would you like me to take it off from?
Yeah, we played this nostalgic video of a British man telling us about the Nigerian history. Tinubu grants pardon to the alleged minors swept up in the end bad governance protest. Atiku Makinde contending for the PDP ticket. Okowa arrested by the EFCC, 1.3 trillion naira apparently helped himself too. Atiku still insisting he won the election. Tinubu telling us that he reduced our servicing of loans by 97 to 65% in 17 months. So that or whatever else interests you.
So I think what it is, I'll quickly go through a few of them there and knock them out, and then I'll just focus on two things. That being the nostalgic video you played, and maybe I might touch on the justice. Delivery of justice to as involved the minors, the supported minors.
My apologies, please. Sorry about that. One man, that video, can I get a hold of it? That thing is a video that I think I need to cover. It's really, really an important video. If I can get a hold of that, I appreciate it greatly.
That's okay. I'll forward it to you.
Thank you, man.
Going that there, Okowa, well, he's found himself where he needs to be. We all urge. Most recently, the fact that Delta State they enjoy the 30% derivative. They are all producing states, and they are not where they should be. We know of Ibori and before Okowa as well. I think what's the fellow that was before Okowa? His name eludes me now. I can't remember his name now. He was, he had some trouble with the EFCC for a brief while as well. So it's a state where it seems there that. The individuals in authority like to pilfer. And by the way, essentially, Okowa, the guy that that went before him, his name eludes me now. I can't remember his name. Oh, wow, why does his name elude me now? They are all Ibori boys, by the way. Even while Ibori was in jail in the UK, it is said. Uduaga, yes. Even when Ibori was in jail in the United Kingdom, it is said that he still influenced very greatly, how individuals came to power, and including Okowa himself. But apparently, him and Okowa fell out just before the elections, and Okowa was able to sideline a few of them, a number of the godfathers and power brokers, and then he went and did his own thing with Atiku. So he's gotten where it's coming to him. EFCC need to follow through with that there, and recover all the monies there for Delta State. They're still not doing much better than they were before. Sheriff is in there now, and to the best of my knowledge, there's still not much happening there compared to what I think should be. I think I'll quickly move on to this nostalgic video. And there's nothing that the man said that is particularly new or something that is Eden. I think countless books have been written that document the fact of what happened, what transpired. The British preferred the Northerners before, because they considered them to be much to be the system of rule was one that they could guarantee on. When you look at what happened in the West, for instance, you had the action group itself. They could guarantee in the north there that the emirs and the sultans would retain power, and that those individuals would not have a desire to get rid of the British. Whereas you look at the West, and literally all the the obas and the chiefs, they were fully aligned with action group, but for a few, and the few that weren't aligned with action group, they were aligned with NCNC, but they were aligned with the idea of self-rule. So and there was a suspicion, general suspicion, that Awolowo and his likes were socialists, and even dare I say communists. And you have to think about 1960, what communism meant to those individuals in 1960. So they saw Awolowo and as some, and possibly one of the things that influenced Awolowo, that treason, that charge, that false flag, that false charge of treason against Awolowo is, what inspired it was the idea that he might align the Western Nigeria with Russia. So you have to look at that in that perspective. But there's nothing new. Awolowo was notoriously someone that was known to be uncompromising. I'd say one of his greatest flaws was the man wasn't compromising. It is said that during the Lancaster House meetings that they had, that there was a particular meeting that was going on, a very important meeting, and the man failed to get up to have tea break, because the discussions were so important to him that he didn't go to have a tea break. He sat down there where he was, gathered himself, and everyone went for a tea break. They went to enjoy themselves. They got carried away. They came back and they found the man there sitting, getting ready as well. So the man was very, very, very passionate about what he believed in. It was very uncompromising. If you read about it,
could I ask you a question on that particular point?
Yes.
So it would be fair to say that we Nigerians, we Africans, when we look in retrospect and we see an injustice done to somebody like Awolowo, right, where he was not only accused, he was convicted of treason, one of the most heinous crimes, that it should be reciprocal. If Nigerians, North, South, East, and West today, and we look at what Oyibo did to us, us, and then we are able to look in retrospect and we say, you know what, we don't care. Awolowo is not that kind of person, right? We should extend the same thing to other tribes who do extend that leave to people. Not to mention people who were just rumored to be doing like Zik. It's a rumor that white guy was talking nonsense about Zik.
I don't think the actions of Azikiwe were rumors. His character was quite known.
That's the question I have for you, is that if you don't do that, right? If you're gonna say that a convicted felon, somebody who's accused of the most heinous crime in our country, we should just wave it off. Because
why should anyone wave it off?
Right? That's what I'm saying. And then somebody who is not convicted, who was not charged, right, is who you want to vilify. And then somebody who committed an offense against our country.
Let's stay on the topic, okay? I don't want to get distracted from what I'm saying. Please, I know that one man has said that you will get your opportunity to speak again.
Somebody's not convicted of a crime, they're innocent. So
you will get your chance to speak again. So maybe you should address that then. I think I just want to finish up on.
You don't want to interject. You could say
it's not. I don't want you to interject. I just don't want to be distracted.
Allow me to interject. Just listen while I talk. Either you allow me to talk. Don't tell me what to say. I'm saying to you that in jurisprudence, somebody is guilty after they've been convicted of a crime. Before that, they're innocent as anybody else. So isn't it absurd? Isn't it like a goon for you to say that somebody who was convicted of the most heinous crime is actually a good actor in our history, and then somebody who wasn't accused of anything who was not convicted of anything is actually who you should then hold accountable. Answer that just by jurisprudence, by law.
There's nothing about jurisprudence there, okay? Awolowo enjoyed the system of justice. He was tried and he was convicted. So I think anyone that is accused as well should be tried and convicted and offered justice.
Right, but if they are not, they're innocent. That's what only thing I want
they're
to
innocent up until they are proven guilty.
Pansat, it's saying he doesn't want to get bogged down in that space. He wants to have his monologue. So,
we'll be here forever if we start, if we give it, what let's just move on. So Awolowo was a man that was uncompromising. It was, if you've known about him, it is a man that he has an opinion that any man that has more than one wife is destined to failure. I mean, the man was and that's probably one of his greatest failures. That it was also uncompromising. That even individuals that were in the action group with him found them, especially in the Second Republic, during the 69. 1979 elections and the 1983 elections, they found him to be so uncompromising and to be almost so absolute in his beliefs. You see,
again then on that.
Pansat, let this guy speak so we can get around.
I just want to say,
I just want you to allow me to interject 1 second. I understand.
He's telling you that he doesn't want you to. He wants to have his monologue.
Once he says that I will not interject, would you allow me to interject on that particular point?
Yes.
About somebody being uncompromising. How is it a virtue if somebody is treasonous and they're uncompromising? Is uncompromising a virtue if, let's say, you've been an asshole and you don't want to compromise? That's not a virtue. That's why we have to deal with the issue of, was he treasonous? He's convicted, right? So if you come and you're saying Awolowo doesn't compromise, what do I care as a Nigerian, as a patriot? If you're a treasonous person and you're uncompromising, that's not a virtue.
Go write a book, okay? I think what's going to happen is this, okay? You parade yourself as an intelligent man, okay? So I'll suspect that you may be. So I think you should write a book, and in your book you should put a dedicated volume to your opinions on this, rather than I don't want us to get bogged down and don't let's get involved in this, okay? It's pointless. We make no progress. So going back to the gentleman called Awolowo, the man was uncompromising. He wasn't going to. He had the things he believed in. He believed in them strongly. He had strong conviction in them, and there's no reason to compromise. We do know of the people that do compromise, and the gentleman in the video has spoken very much of characters like Nnamdi Azikiwe, who was a secretary to the NCNC. Upon taking the mantle of the NCNC, he then proceeded to ethnicize the party, broke up the party, destroyed the party. And we know others that did compromise. But Awolowo was not going to be compromised. He had what he believed in, and you can see what he was able to achieve in very few years. The man was a very young man, if you think about it at the time. Between 56 and 63, very young man, relatively very young man. Himself and others, and now it's a great deal of many brilliant people. They were able to achieve a lot, and I think we should remember that there was a worry. The things they did weren't without some amount of dissent. At the end of the day, they had to charge taxes, essentially levies, for people, for them to generate the funds, for them to do the things they needed to do.
May I just ask you a question?
Yes,
Don't you find it odd that both Action Group AG and Unity Party of Nigeria (UPN) are parties without chairman rather, for the two parties, and only a leader? Don't you find that odd?
Yes. And ultimately, that is one of the things that ultimately undid, the Action Group situation, because we know that it was the contestation for who is the party leader that led to the dispute between Akintola and Awolowo. We know of the meeting in Jos, of which a member of my family patriarch, was very heavily involved in the formation of Action Group and involved in that particular meeting and involved in the Lancaster House negotiations. So, I mean, and I have members of my family that, there are some knowledge, personal knowledge about, some of the things that may have occurred. It's interesting. Yes, it is very interesting. They had party leaders, they had party structures. And I think the reason for Action Group particularly was because of the nature of the formation of Action Group. They were naturally individuals. There was a natural, you had people like Odolo of Owo was a founding member, for instance, of both Action Group and then the Afenifere, and the way it came to, before it became the Afenifere,
That's
So
Olatiro Lagbegi.
Yes, sir. So Olatiro Lagbegi and others as well. I wouldn't want to bring my own family into it. So I mean, I think because of that, there's a trust that there was a system of leadership. They had a leader, and they didn't see the need for chairman per se. I think one of the things that Esili Akintola was probably trying to bring into it would have maybe, if he had won outrightly in that contestation, it might have become a situation where a national chairman would have emerged out of necessity. But it is interesting. It is very interesting. Again, they were very young people at the time. They weren't perfect. By no means were they perfect, but they were very honest, and they had a plan, and they did go for it. And by and large, they were very successful. They were dangerously so successful that the British were very afraid of them. The British were mortified as they were very organized. They were very cunning as well. So, and that's that will.
Sorry to interject you. One man I will suggest, because I thank Arodigidi for bringing this up. I don't know if he has time, but I think it's one thing that maybe you can have him do a session with, just going in depth talking about this issue, because I really want to know more. So if you ever have a minute or a weekend, one man can organize something on the platform.
I wouldn't say I'm the most. I think someone can probably do it more justice.
I'm not saying that you. No,
I don't have the depth of knowledge. I think maybe if you, Baba and Ajanle Koko, and maybe even you, BT, if you want to take that on as a subject matter, but I only have a cursory understanding
because because when you brought up, because I've read something in the 40s and 50s. Because you can see there's this similarity between the Zixit movement and the obedience space. There's some kind of hijacking a political organization, turning into tribals. So just kind of those kind of stories and discussions. It might be considered boring or not sexy enough for the platform, but for some of us, we really. If you ever get a chance, I would really want you to do something about it. Just have a discussion about it if you really have time about it. Thank you.
I think Zeke was a cunning man, and I think unlike
according to the British, he was a criminal.
Yeah, or criminal as well. But unlike many of the the Awolowers, and that they were very Anglo, they were British, they had a more British perspective. They a vast amount of what they would have experienced would have been very British. Zeke studied in America, you see, and I think the Britishness of the Americans rubbed off on him. I think personally, that's what I see, because you can see how foolhardy was.
What do you think Awolowo that paid? Who paid for Zeke's education?
I think he got a scholarship because it was brilliant.
Because I have the impression that it was Yoruba land that paid for his education.
No, I don't know. I don't know what.
Man. He was a schoolmate of Kwame Nkrumah.
He was on a scholarship, some of a scholarship. He was a So he was. I mean, he was unique. The man spoke Hausa perfectly. He spoke Igbo perfectly,
too.
and he spoke Yoruba perfectly. And I think what happened was, a cunning man. He was a cunning man, and I think he tried to hoodwink. He didn't get caught. Actually, that's the funny thing about it. By and large, got away with it.
What you're looking for is polytropos.
Yes.
Polytropos.
No.
I agree when you use that word.
Cunning. I'll stay with cunning.
Cunning, not cunning man. Cunning, yes. When you deal with Uyibo, you have to be. Just like our other giants.
It wasn't just dealing with Yoruba. He did it across the board, even with Nkrumah.
Exactly. And
because by no means can anyone compare Nnamdi Azikiwe with the likes of Cameroon Nkrumah, Nyerere, the giants, Kenyatta, the giants of Africa, and they say Zik of Africa. By no means they are equal.
Yeah, just Google it
he
now.
spoke very well, but by no means was he their equal.
Yeah, wait, just
no heckling one man, please.
We are proud of all those African giants who fought those people. The people they are fighting, remember, it's just the end of the war that made these Africans to get their independence, right? So Zik is not your mate now. It's like Zik is not like a Awolowo or something. Zik is Zik of Africa. Awolowo was more myopic. It's our local champion, true. He did a lot progressively, but you're not comparing Awolowo to Zik.
What is Zik is the question.
Zik is Zik of Africa. They were fighting for Pan-Africanism.
But what did he do? What did he do? What can someone say that Zik did in this supposed fight?
Let me tell you.
Other than being a good orator.
No.
That's
it. You asked a good question. The point is that all that artificial stuff like oratory, he's one of the best, right? He studied in the United States, studied some in London. He went to the parliament and argued for our independence. And
Zik did not go and argue for anyone's independence in the parliament. I mean, I think this is historical facts we're speaking about, not
Zik is not my Zik. Zik is your Zik, it's my Zik. Awolowo is not your Awolowo. Awolowo is my Awolowo and your Awolowo. They all had a role to play. When it comes to Western Nigeria, Awolowo did his work there, and a good work, progressive work there. But Zik is like Zik of Africa now. When we talk about Haile Selassie there, the people who were fighting for African Pan-Africanism. So Zik wanted Nigeria to be one polity, one unit, so that they can eventually integrate Africa. Okay. No, all these people should be proud of him. It's not a tribal issue. Zik is not a
it's not a tribal issue. I just don't see Zik.
I wrote with that. Get it back. Bring it home about.
So let me just bring it
3 more minutes and then we're going to the
yeah. Zik was no man. It was just a guy that was young.
It's a cunning man. You already
a cunning man that was a bit of a feisty, unusual fellow. Returned from America.
You know how to make trouble more than any other human being I know.
About Macaulay took a liking to him. They made him a secretary in a party in their party, and that's really it. The man rode on the coattails of the glory of Abat Macaulay until he assumed leadership of the party because he was an orator. That's it. There's nothing in historical context that in terms of fighting or nothing. No one can really say anywhere. It's not been written anywhere that Zik was found in the forefront of the fight of anything. And apart from being an orator, he wrote on the coattails of Abat Macaulay until Abat Macaulay passed on, and then he just inherited the man's legacy.
Is the pen mightier than the sword? You throwing away oratory as a small thing. In those days, you have to have oratory. You cannot fight these people with arms. You have to go to the parliament and argue it. Now,
should I tell you the other person that's a very good orator?
No, but that's not the
salesman is always a good orator. And that's not Zik was.
Yeah, hold on. What I'm saying is that oratory in those days was very important. And Zik is one of the best. Ojukwu is one of the best when it comes to oratory. Going to school. Going to school is important. Because the pen is mightier than the sword.
Ojukwu was just a man that had one eye in a village of blind men.
If we're talking about oration, listen to this.
That being able to leave your country within only 2 or 3 days of its independence is a sign of confidence in the administration you leave behind.
Well, everything is, I think I would say, though people say nothing is perfect, but I think everything is perfect at home. We haven't got any trouble whatsoever.
Well, the same, unfortunately, can hardly be said for the United Nations. Do you hope to be speaking to the General Assembly yourself?
I hope to, yes.
I don't know whether you noticed a remark made by Mr. Nehru the other day, that when a neutral country joins a neutral bloc, it ceases to be neutral.
Exactly. I entirely agree with him. I told reporters in Lagos the same thing yesterday evening. They said, well, what about the neutralist group? I said, well, they are committed.
So what kind of neutralism do you envisage?
They were all good orators at that time. That was Ahmed Bello, who
they were individuals that
yeah.
are better than others. Pekele Mes was notoriously great. Awolowo was known to be able to inspire. Esili Akitola was a good orator, although he had a speech kind of like he had a stutter, slight stutter. But once he got
better
going,
in Yoruba than English. Akitola, SLA.
One man, you see what you did, which is why the Igbos they're never gonna get it easy, because when we're talking, you have to go and bring in your own house to add to the Yoruba ones to defeat. Right?
No, there are very few things that I admire about Ahmed Bello, but it's a good orator. When I heard him speak for the first time, I was expecting some heavy laden that Boki something, but
if you really want him to blow your mind, like one man, there's a speech he gave to the joint house
of the United Nations.
No, in America, he came to America. I think when
yes,
Johnson was president,
the joint sitting of the Senate and yes,
that was a red carpet. Right, it was a red carpet reception, and he addressed both houses. You should watch that speech.
Wonderful, yes, I've watched it before.
It was unbelievable.
Unbelievable.
You need to watch that speech.
For a northern of that era.
That's the last time that's ever happened. That a Nigerian head of state has addressed the joint sitting of the
you're proud to be in
Sorry, I beg your pardon. I said Ahmed Bello. People are correcting me that it's Tafawa Balewa. I beg your pardon.
Yes. So one man, when you have time, it's about 27 minutes long. Just watch that speech. That was brilliant. That's like a renewed hope. Like we're open for business and we're ready to regain our place back in the world where we're supposed to be amongst nations. It was one of the best speech I've ever had.
He nailed it. He nailed it.
He really nailed it. I mean, to be frank, I have to say, the man was notoriously very simple. He didn't want for too much in terms of desires, material desires. A notoriously very simple man. And the greatest robbery, the greatest disservice ever done to Africa and to Nigeria happened on the January 1966. Because since then, everybody has been mad. Since then, there's been distrust since then. And it's most unfortunate that young men that had some passion, misguided passion, decided to do what they did. But here we are. The country will be great. Of that, I'm certain. No matter how it does turn out, it will be great. No matter how the country does, it could be number of nations within what we call Nigeria. It could be a single Nigeria. But I'm sure whatever happens, that there is greatness destined for these people in this area. So God bless you all. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. That's Arogedegba, one of the champion voices on the platform. But the top end of the champion voice, no stranger to anybody here, BT. Floor is yours.
Yeah, good evening, one man. Actually, I was going to actually give my time to Arogedegba to continue, to be honest. I really enjoyed his submission. So I just wanted to address the take of I'm not sure if you've played the video of I think Peter B was addressing the issue with religion, right? In particular, he was focusing on Christianity, right? Talking about the need to walk and then that God blesses the work of your hands. And which I do agree with him on that.
You mean night shift, not night vigil. The night
Right,
shift,
right.
night shift, not night vigil. Yes.
And then Mike Bamiloye's son came around and said, "Well, if that's the same way, then you also have to talk about people going to nightclubs and parties."
Yeah, let me play a micro clip to that space, and then you pick it up.
My take on what Peter Obi said about night vigil to a night shift is very, very wrong. Converting night vigil to a night shift by such statement is very, very wrong, sir. This same Peter Obi, when we were campaigning for presidential election, visited a lot of churches. Most of those churches clapped for him, they stood up for him, ready to make him their president, to make him president. But fortunately, it didn't work out. But he was in those churches campaigning stylishly.
Even if they.
So same Peter Obi now came back to say.
All right, BT, back to you.
Yeah, thank you. So something that I right, but if as a skilled politician, you should choose not to say some things, even if you believe strongly in those positions. I do agree with him to some extent that people have become lazy, and there's this dependency culture that we've created where we expect a sky daddy somewhere to bless you without working. So you're supposed to bless the work of your hands. But there's this dependency culture on God without people actually doing the work. But as a skilled politician, you don't say some things. Now, when he brought the Ogun people into, and he said, "Oh, you Ogun people, so the price of bread, right? That when Yoruba said the Miloko and he brought the Ogun people, we forget that he got close to 100,000 votes in Ogun State. People forget that, right, woman? He got close to 100,000 in Ogun State.
He got 80,000 votes, yes, in Ogun State.
Yes, something like roughly that, 80 plus thousand. So, as a skilled politician, you shouldn't have said that, because you're going to then go back to those same people in the next 3.5 years canvassing for votes. And like the guy in the video said, he did go to churches. So, imagine people be now showing up in those same churches in the next 3 years campaigning for votes again. He's going to look like an idiot. So for your own political future, you don't say some certain things. You stay away from some, even though what you're saying to some extent is good. Now, to the night economy thing, I've always been an advocate of creating an environment where we have a night economy. I believe that we're losing a lot of money. I mean, New York is making close to what? I think I can't remember the number, but $12 billion. Does the boroughs alone, not New York State, just the 5 boroughs of New York, I do know what $12 billion just night economy though. I believe it's more than that. I'm not sure, because I think I was talking about that a few months ago with to Nigeria. I was talking about the importance of creating a more vibrant night economy. But of course, security issue challenges have to be resolved. Transportation services, changing the shift dynamics about going away from the 9 to 5 and creating more of a 3-shift system of 8 hours and part-time systems that work. And because looking at productivity of manufacturing, so it all ties together, right? So there's a need for a night economy, but there's also a space for prayers. There's a space for church. There's space. There's a time for that. But what happened is that we're so dependent because of hopelessness, right? People they don't believe in themselves anymore, so they're looking for this higher power to save them. So that's what is going on. It's just hopelessness. When you lose faith, confidence in your own abilities, or you try something so many times and it's failed, then you seek help from the church. I mean, I can tell you, if Nigeria gets better today, if Nigeria becomes Dubai within the next 2 months, nobody will show up at the church anymore. As a matter of fact, I've always said, I look at the attendance of any society. If those numbers start going up, that country is in trouble. That's my own. That's how I measure poverty, or that's the way I measure it. If the attendance in any region start going up, then that country is in trouble. If it's going down, you're doing good. So ask yourself, look at the 10 people are going to the church on Mondays and in 12 p.m. in the afternoon to do what? Because there's nothing to do. There's nothing productive enough, or maybe they're not thinking enough for themselves. I don't know, but the church is not doing enough job to help people. So on that aspect, I do agree with him. To the court case with the malnourished minorities. Oh man, what's the update on that story? I didn't really. If you don't mind, just.
It looks as though the president has granted them some sort of clemency. Is it even clemency though? Because if they were minors, they should not have been detained in the first place. So he's ordered their immediate release and an
dropping the
investigation.
case.
Yeah, and an investigation into what's led to it in the first place. That why were minors detained, but he's ordered their immediate release.
How did we get here? Don't we have correction services? I mean, no. Do we? How did we get here? I mean, you have kids collapsing, of course, right? I saw the video. Some people lying on the floor, looking like they have kwashiorkor or something, like just skinny. But I don't know. And they've been in detention for 90 days. They say, right? For 90 days. So what kind of society are we running? What kind of? I mean,
Are we forgetting the crimes and the sins of these so-called children?
No, but there's there's a way to go about it. You don't do that.
Could I interject, the speaker?
No, you can't. We mute your mic. Thank you.
Why? Why not?
Because I said so. One man, I'm not in the mood tonight. I'm not. I'm not in the mood.
All right, no problem.
Just mute your mic.
A guy could ask, right?
Thank you. We should mute your mic. So, but how did we get here? Like to have a system where you have kids. I mean, you don't throw the books at kids. Even in America, the way, even when it comes to murder or whatever it is, there's two different systems for minors, right? You try minors differently from the way you try adults. And I don't believe any of those kids are even above 13 years old, right? 13 or maybe. Anybody have the age? I don't look at, they're not above 13 years old. So
they estimated
so we need
one to be 14. They estimated one to be 14. So they're too young to be tried, but they are old enough to burn down buildings, Abby. They're too young to be tried, but old enough to burn
down. Can I interject you as you're speaking right now? I wanted to say something about that outrage. Just 30 seconds. What I want to ask the panel and everybody who's condemning, I passed on this particular topic. Shocking, disgraceful, scandalous stuff. But when you see the eyes and you see the head, you see the skin, you see the tail, right? See the trunk, then you see a tusk. When do you say, we've got an elephant here? You cannot keep having outrage, okay? Management of the inflation, there's now up to having kids, underage kids, and custody for treason for months, 90 days. When do you then say, hey, look, we're done with this? That's I want everybody who's going to speak one after the other is going to condemn this. Next week or last week, we'll condemn inflation, we'll condemn buying yachts, we'll condemn nepotism, we'll condemn fraudulently rigging the election.
Who is we? Who is we?
Nigerians. In this case, okay, the time is up. Thank you. Meet your mind. Yeah. Thank you. Mm-hmm. So, the idea that they should not be tried or disciplined, I am not saying that they should not be. So, if they truly burn down the building or committed a crime, I'm just saying under the criminal code, there are ways to go about it, and I don't believe that the federal government of the country has done a good job in addressing that, or even trying the kids. Where is their lawyer? Where is I mean, I don't know the kind of society we live. Any of that news story, one man, do you have available for me to address before I use the mic? I don't think you have a lot going on today, one man. Any other news story that I missed? Something about the white person or white something. About I missed that.
Okowa being arrested by EFCC.
Oh, the guy that the guy that ran with Atiku?
Yeah, correct.
Really? What did he do? What?
1.3.
More like what didn't they do? Didn't they do?
Delta money. Delta state money, 1.3 trillion,
Don't you know that
billion.
was Delta State money that funded
1.3 trillion.
He had them laughing at you guys, right? So laughing at it, laughing at you. Like every time a minority comes up, the Emefiele. The point Yahya Bello has not been arrested, and they just keep putting minorities in prison. In essence, not substantively what they did, but inequality in the application of the laws.
We are not doing our thief, their thief. Okay.
Yeah, you know that
have your thieves enforced, right? Myself, I don't care. These people probably are criminals. You should arrest Yahya Bello before. He was a former governor that's accused. So you can't keep grabbing these minorities in the South. After Buhari, you grabbed Emefiele, whereas almost everybody, including Buhari himself, was complicit in that crime of forging money. So that's what I'm saying. But stop laughing at them because they're just too dense to figure it out. Is the Yoruba
have you yielded your space to Pansat? Who is this image?
I don't have the energy. So this is the
Fela's mom.
Okay. This is the woman that played Fela's mom. See, this is not actually Fela's mom. This is the woman that played Fela's mom when in
is that not Taiwo or Kehinde something?
Yeah, Kehinde. She's the one that later played the mother in the recent movie. But this was like 10 years ago. She played because during the when she was, I've forgotten the meeting in the UK. She was one of the people that went there the first time, right? So this was in the movie. They were showing her interact with the British government. So that's the picture from the movie. I just put that out there. So I watched the movie today. It's been a while, so I like the movie. So that's what. But that the Okowa story, one man. So is he detained now, or has he been released?
Is in custody.
For how much did they say? How much did he steal? How much?
An unfeasible amount, 1.3 trillion.
That's about $1 billion, right?
That's about $1 billion. What I said. I mean, my God.
They get money for that side, though.
Yes, they said they couldn't account for all of the 13% derivation from throughout his tenure.
So we probably know where the money went to, like the campaign, or
yes, it's collapsed it for Atiku. Yeah.
So what? Atiku would not be touched anyway, so they will leave him alone. They won't do anything. But that is unfortunate, though, because to be honest with you, there are some areas in Nigeria that I believe people should be moving to, just like they're moving to Lagos, and this state is one of them.
And River State too. People
should be trooping into this to Rivers, to Delta. I would say,
I failed to say this. I must say that the one state that is suffering in Nigeria is Owerri. Owerri is a state, is a city that notorious for the nightlife. Well, obviously the activities of unknown gunmen is disturbing the nightlife there, although things are still happening there. So Owerri, for instance, and Port Harcourt should be doing better than they do right now. They should compete with Lagos because they are known as cosmopolitan areas, Port Harcourt and Owerri, especially.
The melting soup, like Aizon will say, melting pot. So those areas, yes.
Governor there, Owerri, that's the problem. It's not unknown gunman. That guy, it's personal. It should be a personal non grata. He didn't win the election.
Who is the governor of the state? Who's the governor right now?
Uzodimma.
Oh, the fourth place guy.
Yeah, exactly. So that's what the problem is. If you're not chosen by the people, so it's just a Nigerian worldwide phenomenon. if somebody's not of the people, and he's not. So that's it's everything they put on unknown gunmen.
Well, Kamsat, that is not true.
Well,
because according to the judgment of the Supreme Court, and which was logical, he was chosen by the people. Because the other individuals,
that is even not beside. He has won his second term, so
and he's won the second term resoundingly, actually.
Yeah, by rigging
all
the election.
Local governments without any contest.
Yeah, it's a rigging, but I understand technically you're right. I mean, if the courts, that's the way it works.
Okay, Omar, let me bring up one more thing before I use the mic. So I'm trying to notice something now, because first I noticed that with Fubara, he goes to a mushroom party, which is obviously funding, right? Then you bring up Abia's governor, and you talk about the Zenith Labour Party, right? That is now aligning himself with. What do you think is going on with these guys? Are they trying to abandon, jump ship, or what's going on? I'm trying to notice. There's some even.
I think it happened in a third state as well. There was another state that also had this sweeping, just nondescript party sweeping of the local government.
Yeah, like how did that happen? So
I think it's somewhat of a recalibration to try and stymie that Supreme Court judgment of autonomy. But
it's much more than that, woman. It's realignment of political forces. Watch that space, like I said. Something is in the offing. Politicians don't do anything just for nothing. Such important moves.
The Fubara one, I'm looking at it. I can understand he's making moves, but the Abia one, I don't know what the end game is here for him.
BT, can I help you if you give me 1 minute?
No, go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead.
So Alex Otti is not as loyal to the Labour Party as you would like to believe he is. Alex Otti, some 5 years ago, had nearly won the Abia election under a different party. I can't remember what party it was then, but Alex Otti had been with APC shortly before he joined the Labour Party. And he actually got to Labour Party before Obi got to Labour Party.
I think that was Abga, if my memory serves me
correctly. What made him to join Labour Party, I cannot tell you that I know. Possibly Dan Nwanyawu, before Dan himself got kicked out of Labour Party himself. So he's not quite as loyal to Labour Party as you would like to believe. Why he has gone to align with Dan Nwanyawu is peculiar, because Dan Nwanyawu himself, I see, is somewhat aligned with APC in spirit. So I don't know. Maybe this is Alex Otti dancing back to APC progressively, but doing so using special purpose vehicle.
So first secure the local government, and then move from there. So you're bargaining for your return. So you must come with something, right? Like I have all this government.
Yeah, because Alex Otti doesn't have control of the Labour Party.
In the States.
Peter Obi has some control of the spirit of the Labour Party, and Abure has control of the mechanisms of the Labour Party. But Alex Otti really is hanging on to nothing. So you can see his dilemma.
Right. And one more thing, what do you think about the Konkaso people because I know those of the obedient group, they actually prefer, surprisingly, they prefer him aligning himself with Atiku. Even on this platform, we've heard that. But there's this new dynamic that even one man has said that that they will be in contention, that of Konkaso and Obi. So what do you think that?
But Konkaso was in Aso Rock today.
Who?
Konkaso, he was in Aso Rock today to meet the president.
If
people are wanting Tinubu to be wary of him.
Oh. So it's like a double arrow. You think it's a double agent?
No, if Peter Obi believes what Kwankwanto is saying, then the man is a bigger fool than I possibly thought he was before.
Really?
Yes. People like Kwankwanto and individuals like Tinubu are morally aligned because they've done business together for decades in terms of political business. They understand each other, and they can conclude that this is where each person stands. Peter Obi should not listen to the likes of Kwame. They are just selling him, you know, they're going to sell him up the river, really. So you shouldn't believe what they know. Wakaso is playing all sides.
But back to my point, and it's like the issue in Rivers, you have something coming in Abia. Even Sheyi Makinde. Oh, by the way, I didn't even bring Sheyi Makinde up because one man said the PDP primary is going to be between Sheyi Makinde and Atiku. I'm like, really? Anybody believe she actually has a chance in the PDP primaries? Does anybody, Baba? Do you believe Sheyi Makinde is actually in contention for president?
With
which PDP?
wallet,
Which PDP? That's the question.
I don't know.
PDP?
You know,
Because
one man, Baba, one man will not tell you. You know, one man is from Oyo. He keeps pushing Sheyi. We know why he's pushing Sheyi because he's from the state. That's why he's doing it. So he keeps pushing Sheyi or not. You know,
in my head, there are 4 PDPs. So which one is she? Which one is the other man in Bauchi also? Mohammed something.
Bala Mohammed.
Under which one is he contesting? And there is a critical factor, and there is a wiki one. So that 4, I think PDP is gone. PDP is gone. As far as I'm concerned, yeah.
Can I simplify your PDP for you? Of the 4 PDP factions, there's even only really 2. The ones that are silently aligned with Tinubu, that are Baptists in their soul.
True wicked.
And the ones that are with Atiku. But of which many of them are still Baptists in their soul, but Atiku is paying money. Tinubu
who are the principals in Baptist PDP? Who are the principals?
You know, most of these people, I think Tinubu will surprise them when it comes closer to 2027. The man has effectively turned the country into a one-party state.
Which is unfortunate anyway.
Which is unfortunate, but
so that means they have to then PDP is dead. Like we need a new political party that if they're gonna have something formidable, it has to be a new political party, new alliance, new everything. Because like the same way you had APC trying to unseat PDP in 2014. That new alliance, you must have a new alliance of maybe Labour and other parties.
Do you know what I think Tinubu is trying to do? BT, I think he's trying to win the 2027 election at the PDP primaries. If and he's using Wike to use Sheyi Makinde. So they are going to present the argument that we have to present a southerner as a candidate. And if they are able to, by whatever means, get Sheyi Makinde onto that ticket, then that gives Tinubu the victory, even if it doesn't rig. So if Sheyi Makinde, if it goes up against Tinubu, then the PDP vote will just go to Tinubu. That's it, you know.
Even that Jonathan permutation is really still just to that end, winning it at the primaries. And that's really all it is. So I mean,
are you in Nigeria? Are you resident in Nigeria or diaspora?
No, not permanent. No, not really. No.
You what I mean? Where do you permanently stay? I know maybe you visit here.
Somewhere in Europe.
Somewhere in Europe. Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Why? Why is that of interest to you?
Well, because number one, your accent is
peculiar.
Yeah, it's like somebody who hasn't left yet, and then your politics. Your politics is also peculiar. The point is that Peter Obi, I don't know if you listened to the entire thing, not what one man played today. I watched Niger Watch handle the whole thing. It was just brilliant the way Peter Obi is launched into his re-election campaign. All right, because every Nigerian knows he won that election, but he's a peaceful man, and he covered all kinds of topics from his household, where he lives in his house with his wife. And he employed similar thing last time, right? He told he opened everything up to everybody to come inside and see. And his behavior when he was a kid, how he was a businessman when he was still going to school. Everybody knew that he owned the supermarket inside the campus. You know how you have restaurants and supermarket. So he also lived in his own house, for example. And drove his own cars. He named the cars he bought. As a student, he was known to be a businessman. He says, I'm a trader, and then gave quite a lot of anecdotes. So the question was, he was being questioned by 5 Nigerian adults. So no other candidate is that open, transparency, you know. And it's something to sit here and try to malign him with one thing, but he's not working on eggshells now. Think about it. Peter Obi is not.
When and how did I malign him?
No, what I'm saying, like, if there's some statements that you made that
is foolish.
Yeah, that kind of.
That's my opinion.
Yeah, I know. You're entitled to that. I didn't come in at that time.
A qualified opinion, I must say.
All right, I didn't come in at that. All I did was to question maybe your exposure, right? Obviously, when you attack a humble man like that with vitriol.
Peter Obi is humble.
Yes. Is there anybody
Peter Obi is a humble man.
Let's take a vote. Even his most ardent critic here would have said that he's humble. He has humility. Okay, let's ask others. One man, do you think Peter Obi is humble?
I think he pretends to be, yes.
You think he pretends to be, at least, right? Right? So that's why if I'm against Peter Obi, that's not going to be my attack. I will know how to attack Peter Obi, right? I'm not going to attack him from the left. So that's the thing. Somebody like me, when I speak for, like right now, I'm defending Peter Obi, not because I'm an Igbo man. It's got nothing to do with that whatsoever. You go and listen to others from Yoruba land. Let them tell you about Peter Obi.
Do you know what is so upsetting to me?
Go ahead.
It comes across to me that you are substantially more intelligent than Peter Obi can ever dream to be. So why are you defending a stupid man?
No, here's the point. I am substantially more intelligent than pretty much any human being out there, right? But that is not the issue.
Peter Obi is really not far off, you know. He's really not far off the ground. So I mean, it's not like you have to really climb to the top.
Well, you see, those kind of attacks are in order. That's proper. You should defend it when you make the allegation. That's fine. That is not what I'm talking about. When you say stupid, you know, you have the right to say that, but it kind of diminishes your main point.
The point here is that if I was Peter Obi's political advisor, there are some things I would advise him not to say or not to do. Not because they're not right. There's some things that you don't say or how to move. It's just, first of all, don't appear too desperate to be president. I think it's obvious that we think he's too desperate to be president. Jumping on everything. You don't comment on everything. When you say too much, your words don't mean as much. You're supposed to say less. In some certain situations, it makes it more powerful. It makes it more buoyant. It grabs the headlines better. It sticks to people's memories. They remember those things. But when you
what you are saying, it doesn't even make sense.
Can I finish my statement? Thank you. So I know you suffer from that minority complex.
Why would you say somebody should be quiet when there are matters affecting national listen?
Because learn to listen is very important. I say you react to important issues.
And this is as important as they come.
And pay attention.
Why are you so short?
Just listen and learn. If you don't, because you're not listening. So
okay,
just listen, learn. As a skilled politician, you don't react to everything. That's what I said. You pay attention to key issues. Very important. But the problem is when you tweet on everything, when you attend every barrier, when you're too visible sometimes, it makes you look weak and desperate. So that's what my point is. So I'm saying from a political perspective, as a politician, if I were to be his advisor, I would ask him to move better, move around better.
You would tell him not to talk. What you are against?
No, he can talk.
Don't mind him. What he's saying is the general truth, but what he's not telling you is that what P2B comments on are things that actually affect national culture. I don't know what you see. You are making a general statement that is actually true. It makes sense for politicians to speak on important issues. But what you are not saying is that what P2B talks on are important issues.
I said, no, just once again, learn to listen is very important. I said if I were to be his political advisor, just you need to learn to listen to Nigeria. It's very important. God gave you 2 ears for a reason. If I were to be his political advisor, I'm telling you what I'm seeing from the outside looking in.
Okay, Tunaj, I think one man wants you to shut the show down. So since you're gonna be a moderator, let me respond to
Okay,
Yeah,
one man,
I
thank you
can
for
shut
my
it down
time.
No,
in
no,
time.
yeah,
I'll make sure Baba T doesn't say much. It's all right.
Yeah,
No,
no, I'm going to wait till Rational Mind, so that I'd have been here for everybody. Then after that, when
No,
you go
no.
round
One,
two,
can I ask a question? Do you think
yeah,
do you think Susan just suffers from some kind of minority influence? Like, have you
well,
noticed? No, no, no. No, I'm being honest now.
if I'm suffering from
is
that,
always
you are
accusing
suffering
him
from
of that.
No,
majority
no, no, no.
issues.
See,
He does.
like,
I can tell you, he does. But let me respond to you, because the thing you're talking about, which is style over substance, right? Isn't that what it is? Just style over substance. You don't like me. I don't like it when people wear sandals and a suit, right? That's just my taste.
I'm saying what is more effective is to
I know, but hear me, and here's what I'm saying. Look, I can't take that away from you. If you think P2B talks too much, fine. I don't think he speaks enough. But today, when you are being questioned by 5 Nigerians, right, you cannot be evasive. He has to respond to those questions, right? Now, there are two areas that people are complaining about. That he says that he's going to make people work harder instead of relying on the Lord coming to help him out and stuff like that, right? And he was jocular sometime, playing around with the words and all that. That's one. And then the other one is something he's recited over and over again in his in the last campaign. Depending on who is in power, then he will use it. Do you understand? Now, one man, since you're here, why don't you not play the second, the tape that ends with because that will help. It ends with 128 on Peter Obi years ago on Buhari. That was before 2015. So because Tinubu is in office now, he's saying that Yorubas will not buy bread cheaper. Now, if it's the Hausas in power,
You look what you did. You've made BT leave, but there it is.
I think he could still hear us. It's like a foul. You foul up the air, then you run away, that kind of thing. The point is that if we're gonna be serious, P2B is a known phenomenon now. He's not beyond criticism. That, like me, my criticism of him is gonna come from the right. We're not gonna get this thing done by placating these tribes. We don't have that kind of time. Whether he likes it or not, get it done. If you want to convert them over to do the right thing, else we have to do it by force. People like Baba T, people like Baba here, these people, we're not going to sit here trying to convince them to do the right thing. We're going to have to do it by force. P2B doesn't believe in that. That's his problem. Nigerians are they're like pigs. If you wash them, you want to get them out of the pond, the dirty water, right? You wash them, comb them, they're going to run right back in there. So we don't have time to wait for that. If you're going to see somebody that's humble, as hardworking, he says today, I wake up every day by 5 o'clock. Forever, I've never been different. The way you see P2B today, he's been since when he was in school, elementary school, a businessman. He says, I'm a trader. Humble. He doesn't come and say, hey, look, I own banks, I do this. He's telling you his mannerisms bring you inside. I was watching that, and I just watched today. If I would see any of these people here, because they normally, I saw Oga there, OGA. I don't know what that means, but and others that are here. Okay, then challenge them there. They're talking about the interview. But if you have Nigerians curious and they ask you a question about what do you think about people not walking and just wait for a miracle, he has to answer that. And he did it respectfully. He himself is a Christian. Then if you say that you want your person to be president based on the tribe, now he's not doing as good as he should. He said, look, I told you so. Yorubas. See? Don't come here saying Ebim power to me. But he wouldn't say that I would. So he says, look, you cannot buy bread cheaper. Now that's true. It's not trying to
Can I ask you a question, please?
Yes.
Do you understand?
We have to get to rational mind at some point. It's been very quiet all the way through.
Oh,
But,
okay, that's rational mind here. I thought he was going to come in.
What I didn't
Is he ready to
understand
speak? He's
was
been very
saying
quiet.
that
He's very silent.
what I didn't understand was saying that P2B was desperate to be present. If somebody that was desperate to be present wouldn't be saying some of the things he's saying recently. He's talking about the 30 vigils to work in the night shifts and say the Yoruba. Those are the kind of things you don't say if you are so desperate to be present. And
I
that's
will
why
leave.
I just disagreed.
He's not very smart. He's not very smart person.
Is that not what you say when you talk too much?
Yeah, he's not very
when you
smart.
talk too much, then you start to
He's speaking
misjudge.
of the look at Trump now. He's being honest. People prefer people that
To
speak their mind.
Niger. Peter Obi is tactless. He's not being honest. He just lacks tact.
Okay, so ask the question so I could leave. I'll leave
Answers. Do you? I mean, I suspect because you keep claiming that the man won the election. Do you understand the ratio of votes cast across all the regions for Peter Obi?
Yes. What's the question?
Tell me what's the ratio of votes that Peter Obi enjoyed in the Southwest?
Okay, let me answer you. I will take about a minute and a half, and then we both
Don't do too long.
A minute and a half, right? That's not too much to ask, is it?
Not too much.
Okay, so I'm saying that by observation. First of all, it was feverish what happened in the country in 2023 election, which included 2022. P2B, I didn't know who he was. I found out with others at the same time, but he went out there, he was available, reachable, and he made a pitch to the whole country, and it was feverish. People like Showore were swept up from that movement, from north to south, east to west. And then when you look at it mathematically, he cleared out the southeastern part of the country, the south, except from shenanigans in Rivers State, right?
98%.
Pardon?
98% or thereabouts.
Right, but it's not peculiar to him. Normally, that section of the country, they vote that way. When they pick between two, a binary choice, they pick whoever they think is better, right, for them or for the country. But anyway, so you go, he wins Lagos. This is a city, a state that you say that he built, Tinubu built. P2B wins that state, clearly. Even Atiku Abubakar, an opponent of P2B, gives you the numbers, right? The magnitude is 900, almost $1 million, $1 million votes, right? Passed. You go to Benue, you go to many other regions. He clears down all that up. Now, it wasn't a binary choice in the general election because you also had somebody else there. Atiku Abubakar wins the north. So P2B wins the south, and Atiku wins the north, and some in the southwest. Then we're in.
Can I ask you a question?
Mr. Pansat, I asked you for the ratio.
Yeah, that's what I'm giving you the ratio. I said there's 3 of them, right? So he didn't even get 1 out of 3, ratio of 1 to 3, right? Which is the southwest. Now, in the north, you had Kwakwanso winning Kano. You know, Kano is big. When you're talking about the north, that's Kano. Then you go to the other ones, you have a lot of. Now, P2B wins Lagos, big Lagos, Abuja, our capital, where it's a microcosm of the country by a lot, maybe 60-something% out of 3 or 4 man race. What do you want? So who is this constituency? Who did he win? I know that, as a matter of fact, now here's my last jab at it. And you know, when I speak with truth, or phonogu, so we'll call it. When I come to talk, I speak with Ofonogu. And here's the point. P2B must have won either 29 or 30 states in that election. So what it is to shut it off is they didn't rig the election, by the way. I don't know if you know that. Because even the River State, they didn't count from. If you go now, you look at IRF, P2B won IRF, it's right there looking at you. So they just shut it off and say, okay, he won it. Do your worst. So that's why I'm saying to P2B, if there's anybody to criticize P2B, it's us from the Southeast. We don't want this thing that he's doing. We want all this provocation to pile up so that we're eventually going to have to teach everybody a lesson one of these days. You know, you're talking about
I hope you have your AK-47 prepared like you promised. But Mr. Pansach, what I'm trying to get at is this.
Yeah.
It's rather dishonest.
So gentlemen, we have to get to rational mind soon, but yeah.
It's not dishonest for a man that has enjoyed so much support.
Who has the floor, actually? Who has the floor, please?
It was BT, but I think he couldn't take it anymore, so he bailed out. So now we are trying to get to rational mind, but they won't let us.
So, the only thing I want to say to Arogidigba is that in that same day election, the presidential election in Lagos, there are two other elections: the Senate, 3, House of Representatives,
yes,
24, APC, 3 senators, House of Rep, 23.
LP had 1.
1.
Etiosa.
Is it an aberration, the presidential?
That's
that question hang.
Even that Etiosa election
it's
was
not an
a
aberration.
consequence of
it was rigged results. But
yeah, one man, you remember that developed that because unwittingly now, Baba just advanced my point. Here you have them two-tiered. They release the result from the IREV from the same election. It's almost an impossibility. In the gubernatorial and the senatorial or whatever else they have there at the same time. The same ticket that people have voted, they release the ones on the senatorial and all that, and then seize the ones coming from the presidency. Do you understand? So
they didn't release the numbers for the presidency.
No, they did not, because it's supposed to come in live from the unit, right? So with all those ones you're talking about were done by the IREV. Even before that particular election, every other election we had in 2022, December in the Southwest, the one with what is state in Onisha over there, right? Anambra State, all were done by IREV, by just uploading the results so that Nigerians could see it as it comes in. That was the whole idea. There was no other mechanism set up to check the collation of the results, because we know elections are rigged during collation. So we passed the 2022 Electoral Act. So therein, they gave INEC the authority to select which you're going to go manual or you go in electronic. That's all. They have to make that choice. They cannot go back.
Let me correct that now.
No, let's bring Rational Mind in. We have to bring him in. Rational Mind, are you there? He's not even there.
He's not there. Going once, going twice.
Woman, I'm here.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry, I was busy doing stuff here.
Yeah, I don't even know what stuff you are doing. I don't think it's
I'm enjoying your conversation.
Children maybe. You know, Dupsy is angry. Did you get my text? Dupsy is not pleased with you. But but carry on. Yeah.
I mean, I did get your text. Yeah. So I'm enjoying the conversation. It's just that I'm busy here trying to do some stuff.
Okay. Come into the conversation whenever you are ready. To Niger, let me hand over to you.
I'm ready right now. Àlàáfíà mo wà sá o, ẹ kú rọ̀lẹ́ o, ẹ kú alẹ́, ẹ kú àárọ̀.
Àdúrà àgbà o.
Lágbára Ọlọ́run láyé Tinubu àbí.
Ó dé o, mo sọ̀rọ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn, mo gbàdúrà ni kó ṣàmì, kó fomi lò àmì sọ.
Ṣé láyé Tinubu àbí?
Ó ga o. Má kó gbó sí mi lápò jọ, àbúrò.
National nílé.
So Rational Mind, we were talking about Tinubu granting some sort of clemency or ordering the release of these alleged minors that were detained during the End Bad Governance protest. Atiku Makinde Bala Mohammed fighting for the PDP ticket. What else were we talking about? We were talking about Okowa being arrested by the EFCC for reasons of helping himself to 1.3 trillion of Delta State money. Tinubu telling us of how he reduced debt servicing from 97% to 65%, all in 17 months. So we're talking about that. So you can either go with that or whatever it is that interests you in the news cycle. So the floor is yours. But the moderation is 2Naija. So let me be last hand over to 2Naija as our Rational Mind takes the floor. Good to hear from Rational Mind again. Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow. No super chats today. I hope it's an aberration.
Let me just address that the text you sent. I understand from what you said. It's clear. However, one thing you need to know me and Dukwa is that I banter with her. I don't. I have no nothing towards her. It's just I'm just trying to banter. I mean, maybe she construed it the way she did to mean maybe disrespect or an insult to her. Well, no offense intended
What
there.
happened? What
You
happened?
said what?
What happened?
No, I made a comment in one of the videos that she did. So yeah, it's okay. Dupe, I'm not trying to offend you in any way. It's just banter. You're a beautiful woman, I must say, but I'm just saying.
Don't say anything. Okay, but yeah. But Mafi Koma say beautiful, just Mole and no buts. Yeah, carry on.
All right. Yeah, well, it's okay. I'll leave it at that, woman, since you insist. So, anyways, you see, woman.
All right. Let me be loud. Hand over to 2Naija as you carry on. Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow. And by tomorrow, we don't expect it to happen again. That we'll have a session of super chats. Thank you, everyone. See.
Thank you.
Yeah, for me, you see, Nigeria matter. I don't tire.
I can't hear you. What's happening?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I thought sorry. Yeah, I said this Tinubu matter. I don't tire. I've given up. All I'm just waiting for is just to see the self-fulfilling prophecy of what is going to be the end of this guy. And I know something's going to end him. I mean, something's going to end it very soon. We shall see how that plays out. Because I've never seen. Well, we'll see. We'll see. Baba, am I worried? We'll see what was going to happen.
No, that's 2Naija, not me.
Oh, okay.
No, I was asking whether you think something's going to end. This one was quite serious. So this children one could have, if people just felt a little bit badly enough about it.
We won them. We won those people that were championing this guy. We won them at the election. I personally won. I've been one of those people who have been vociferous, and they vehemently opposed to this guy. And some would, even though if I claim to be a Yoruba, some people say I'm one of those bastard of Yorubas for opposing another bastard who doesn't know his parents. And you will call me bastard for that. Well, we shall see. But my point is this: is that I'm just tired of because this is what this guy does. I know this guy's politics. I've read him. I could write a thesis on Tinubu if you want me to write. I could write and be awarded a degree for that in Tinubunomics or Tinubu politics or whatever you want to call it. It's I know this guy. I've studied him. I've seen him closely. When I mean closely, I mean being in Lagos for some time and studying his politics. I know who this guy is. And I think it's just the beginning. But I just hope something ends it before this guy just plunge Nigeria into some things that will all live to regret, and it will be irreversible. Probably, very likely, it will not be reversible. The lowness of the country, I've never seen it. Not even with those kids that were arrested. I mean, why is it now suddenly realizing that those kids needs to be let go? So why is he now realizing that? If he has said, okay, release this guy, release kids, because he knows that these kids, they were wrongfully incarcerated
detained,
or imprisoned or detained, as the case may be. Because we saw one stupid lawyer who came on when he was being interviewed, and he was right there saying that these kids they're adults.
And those are people there. Those are people.
And even behind you could see some of his assistants. They were even laughing at it. They were scoffing at that guy. And he could just say with a straight face to the whole world that these kids are adults. And look at that one that calls himself a spokesperson for the Nigerian police. Look at how he's talking with I mean, you kind of wonder. You see, when you have, I said this guy, when you have somebody who is immoral at the helm of affair, what do you expect his followers to be? Or those people who answer to him? They will also be immoral like him. Look at the judiciary.
Do you think these children, this thing will be one of those marks on this presidency that, like the Chibok girls marked Jonathan's presidency? Could this one be one of those? One of them, there will be more likely, like from what you are saying, but this one could be one of. Do you think one of the things that people will remember this presidency for? Or is something that Nigerians forget?
How far have we gone with that? Those ones, the Chibok girls and the one that happened during what's his name?
Jonathan.
No, not even Jonathan, even the Bubu that was there before. Those kids that they were kidnapped. You know how many kids that were kidnapped? The kids that were kidnapped in Kaje, or where is it Kuje, where was that place? In Zamfara and in Katsina State. Those kids. That is it Boko Haram or was it those bandits? They went to kidnap them. They had to send Nigerian army to go and rescue them. I mean, what have we not seen under this APC demonic pattern? So you see, I just don't want to. You see, for my own mental health, I just want to stay in the background and see how this all pans out. I've said it. Tinubu matter, he go end very soon. We'll just see how it could be. Because
I never thought it was going to be this bad, though. I know these guys are capable of being incompetent, but this one, I never thought it was going to be this bad.
Tinubu is grossly incompetent. It's grossly incompetent. It's just this. I want to be president. That's just what it is. I don't see anything. I don't see anything about this guy. Who said it during the election, before the election? This guy went on the campaign for. Now, what him do when they say that? What you people want? I mean, can you people? He built Lagos. What is it? When you talk about world class cities, him when they travel, they go to Paris. Him when they travel, go to London. Say the London way in say, I mean, the Lagos way in built. If you can even compare to maybe one of the most ghetto area in London or in Paris. Can you even compare it to it? So you say you know all these things.
What's your mind?
I hear you. Go on.
When was the last time we were in London town?
Yeah, ask me again. When was the last time I was in London town? Right?
Yes, sir.
I know that's what you people do. You call me and be telling us, where's that place in London town, right?
No. When was the last time you were in London?
I'm not going to tell you I won't tell you if I were.
Have you been to London before?
Oh, come on, dude.
Have you been to Paris before?
No, what is the point?
I have been many times. I've been to London many times. If that's what you want to know. Yeah.
And you think that there are places,
dude, don't do this comparison that I don't want to go into with you.
I'm just trying to let you know that London, there's nothing particularly very rosy about London and Paris. You know,
I hear you. No, rosy.
You know what several people say about Paris.
People come here and champion. Is that how a city is?
I'm not saying Lagos is beautiful, but I'm just saying don't.
What is even good that Lagos people are even talking about? Where's the pipe-borne water? When we were growing up, there's pipe-borne water that runs into people's homes.
Yeah, that is like rocket science now in Nigeria. No pipe-borne water anywhere.
Everywhere you go inside gutter.
I'm not talking of Lagos. Rational mind. Lagos, I don't like Lagos. I couldn't live in Lagos. I think it's congested and I think it's dirty. Okay.
Congested. Yeah. You always bring one thing. You see that we're in London. We're in Paris. You always look for one.
No. Rational mind, please.
It's okay.
Hear me well.
I'm not here to come and be
rational mind. I'm not comparing Lagos to London. I'm just saying London itself there's nothing great about it. So don't use London as use another city.
You are there and you live there, right?
No, I don't live in London. Use another city. There's several other cities in this world.
And you run to Europe. Yeah, you said you live in Europe, right?
Yes.
Now you live in Europe. Why don't you live in Nigeria?
Circumstances.
Circumstances. Circumstances. And you have problems.
I could easily be living in Nigeria and I'll be very happy.
Circumstances make somebody take off.
No, please. Let's get this right.
This life,
Rational mind. If I lived in Nigeria, I'll be content, I'll happy, and I'll live a very, very comfortable life. I lived a comfortable life before I left Nigeria, and I continued living that life.
People like you are the reason why we'll never move forward in that country. People like you are the reason why we'll never move forward in that country.
That's fine.
To be fair to him, I'm not sure he's defending the jailing children. He's just saying that the states, the way you're comparing the states.
I know, I get it. I get it. It's just because when we don't hold these people to accountable, we support mediocrity. We want the lowest of the lowest. The people, look at that one, what they call it, that one from Daura. What would you say? Get something for head. Look at how it's wasted our 8 years of our existence, our miserable existence.
Yeah,
nothing to show for it.
But no, to be fair to rational mind though, one thing Buhari did that one could say, okay, strategically, I think that is the one major strategic thing Nigeria has done in the last 25 years that I know of. Anyway.
What is it?
The Dangote refinery, the shift in the fact that we are able to refine our own crude oil. No, we have not been able to do it for how many years now? That is one major thing that would have reduced our imports.
That's an achievement, right?
No, I'm not saying it's an achievement, but it's one thing that you can say, okay, we move forward a little bit.
And how far is that refinery now going? What is the refinery going?
I'm not supporting it. I'm not supporting what is
going
on right now.
This guy has gone to Aso Rock to go and meet Tinubu. Over what? What? And you want foreign investors to come and invest in your country. When you're the judiciary, people can, how many of these banks, some of Nigerian banks are in distress. Some of these Nigerian banks are in distress. Very soon we're going to be hearing stories now. Some of Nigerian banks are in distress.
It's really horrible.
My point is this, is that how do you expect people to bring in and come and invest in that country when everybody from top to bottom, they're all criminals? Your president are former druggie, former money launderer. Look at today, somebody that was sentenced to for money laundering or whatever, doing your coupe. You see, all the people, all his associates.
Actually, Donyo Kupe was never sentenced for money laundering.
You don't sell. You don't.
He was accused.
The impression,
he wasn't sentenced.
The impression that the government gives to the international community is what you will get back. The treatment you get back. You wonder why we could not attract. Look at the billions of dollars this guy has spent. How many millions of dollars he has spent traveling here and there? What is one thing have you seen that he has brought into that country? Investment that he has brought into that country. I've not seen anything. It's always they are promising, they are coming, and we are trying to. What is it? Yes, you see people, lenders, they are borrowing you money. Not saying they are giving you that money for free. They are borrowing you money. You are buying your bonds. You are doing. Is that true investment? We need investors to come and create. Set up factories, set up hubs in Nigeria, set up whatever it is, so that our people can be employed. They can be paying tax. But no, none of that, because all of them are scared. Because you have from top to bottom, they are all criminals. All your associates are people who have been either involved in gangsterism. I was looking at the other lady from Anambra State. What's her name? Former Ojukwu wife, the Minister of Foreign Affairs. I don't even know who was even giving him that. I'm not saying she's not qualified. Academically, she might be qualified. But look at me. I just don't know what is wrong with this guy called Tinubu. They swear for us. Anybody when they give posts, when they be somebody will get question mark on their personality. Look at how she was fighting the former first lady of Abia State the other time. Or was it Anambra State? The gangsterism. Somebody went to you. Maybe she said something to you. You never carry yourself as you don't even dignify yourself.
The woman accused her of being a slut, of being a prostitute.
You need to dignify yourself. But now you want to go and represent Nigeria. When that video is out there of your junior minister,
it's difficult to take when someone accuses you of being a prostitute in public. Sometimes
you handle it very well. You handle it like somebody. Like a learned person that you are. Not to be acting like an agbero. They're acting like one of these Ashawo girls for what's it called for somewhere in the Keja there. When they fight themselves, like say they collect husband for themselves, boyfriend, that they are customers. Now he's now a deputy minister, foreign minister, foreign secretary. I mean, like, she they swear for this, making they bring people who get commands, where they get command for their personality, and you want the national committee to come and invest in your country.
But the Bianca
rational
one,
mind, rational
the
mind.
Bianca
Can
one,
rational mind. Can I say I mean, I salute your desire and I salute your passion for your country, and I don't think you should conclude that there's anyone over here, irrespective of opinions, that is lacking in passion. Okay, some of us have more passion and more fire than you have, and some of us are willing to pay a bigger price than you can ever desire to pay. So don't think that because you like to speak and pontificate that that you have more desire and more passion than we do.
I'm only telling you.
Now, can I say something? Rational mind. I think you once said that you are in the built environment. That's your area of specialty. Built environment, I believe. Yes.
That's interesting.
What is it? What is it? Built what?
I think you once mentioned that you're in the built environment. That's your area of. That's your.
My current occupation is that what you're asking?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
you're technical.
Sorry, I want to clarify what he meant by built
environment.
Are you talking about energy management or just construction aspect of it in built environment? Okay.
I do. Yeah. Just go on. Just go on.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So you're a technical person.
Construction. Yeah.
You're a technical person. So you understand. You understand how manufacturing works.
Yeah. You say what, please?
You understand how manufacturing works.
How manufacturing works? Is that what you asked?
Yes, manufacturing, large scale industrial.
I have an idea. I have an idea.
Yeah. Okay, all right. You know that beyond investment.
Let me use of what's it called? Was it Trump? I have a concept of an idea. That guy is something else. They ask him, do you have any plan for? Do you have any health plan? He said, I have a concept of an idea.
It's very, very clear now. Very clear.
So
here you go now.
You know the biggest resource when it comes to large-scale industrial success is actually the people. You have to invest in the people. So because it's the individuals that you invest in that will bring about the technology.
Is your Tinubu investing in people? In fact, I'm surprised that one man did not even bring about this national prayer that they said they should pray today. You see, one man with this is bias sometimes. Where's one man? Let him come here. Come here, they promote Tinubu.
What is the national prayer that they are saying we should do?
I don't even know.
Oh my God, man.
I'm on the list of what I even talk here today. You didn't even talk about.
Evidently, prayer will not get us out of that problem.
You see, when you have clueless people who are a disappointment to themselves. I'm not even talking about to the people that they want to serve.
Rational mind. Should I tell you what I think is the biggest problem?
You say what?
Should I tell you what I believe is the biggest problem we have in Nigeria right now?
Oh, come on. I don't need you telling me what his biggest problem is. I know what the problem is.
Let me tell you what I think.
I'm listening.
Not what is, but what I think, what I opine, or pine, or however you want to say it.
Opine.
The character of the individuals that we are speaking of. Nigerians in general. And when I say in general, it doesn't mean absolute. It just means a great percentage do not have character. Many Nigerians invest. Because when you look at countries around the world that have actually pushed themselves out of poverty, you see that sometimes you might have an expatriate population that return skills and return funding. But where you have a situation, how many Nigerians have actually started small businesses that may have turned around and become big, major businesses that were killed by greed, by theft, that were killed due to sabotage, internal sabotage? I know of a $40 million cornstarch business that was sabotaged $14 million sabotage in that Nigeria. There's a lot of investment that's actually being started in Nigeria. There's been sabotaged. So don't have this notion that there's actually no effort. And I think the other problem we have is this notion we actually make these people too powerful. We've made Tinubu too powerful, substantially too powerful. By talking about him all the time, by ascribing all the failures to him, you make him very powerful, because by ascribing all the failures to him, you're also making sure that the only person that can take glory for the success is him. The only avenue for success is through him. The Japanese are known throughout the world right now for excellence, manufacturing excellence. When they came out of the Second World War, they weren't known for that.
I can't hear
the
you.
Just-in-time system, the Japanese perfected. They didn't come up with it. It was an American that came up with it.
You see, the thing is this: we can go on and on and on and on and tell us about what the problem is, how to solve it. You see, there's a fundamentals that you are not addressing. Until these fundamentals are addressed, we're not going anywhere. Even like bring Jesus Christ down, come and be the leader of that country, he will go nowhere. So for me, you can say don't blame Tinubu. I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm not saying don't blame Tinubu. Tinubu will let him get his fair share.
No, well, that's what I'm saying. I'm giving him his fair share. I'm not.
Tinubu himself said he should blame him now.
Yes.
Did not say, don't feel sorry for me. Blame me. He should be responsible for all this nonsense that we are experiencing.
You see, guys, for me, you see, I just don't know where to start with this guy, Tinubu. I don't know where to start. But what I'm just trying to say is that the matter don't tire me. Just the wait, just to see what I'm expecting to happen. Well, we'll see how that plays out. I'm not going to say what it is, but I just believe, I just have that thing in me that's telling me that something's going to happen. It's bound to happen. But we'll see.
You may be onto something there, because my worry.
No, I mean, don't say anything I've never said here. I'm just saying that something will happen.
I'm saying you may be onto something there.
Well, something must happen.
I'm saying that from the context of these young people coming, being revealed in court. My feeling that I got at that time, the level of outrage I felt, and I think this is building up. It's building up, and there could be one triggering event in Nigeria that this government cannot control. If they carry on in this direction, that's my suspicion. That's why I think
Nigerians themselves are already beaten down. Psychologically, they're already beaten down. Because what is happening in Nigeria? You see, someone was even telling me recently that you never even get to the worst. This is just the beginning. Like, what planet on this earth with this kind of things going on in Nigeria, and Nigerians will be taking it? They're dishing it out to them, and they're taking it. Everybody just went. There's this sudden lullness. Everybody just went on this silence, like they are suffering in silence, suffering and smiling in silence. I mean, like I don't get it. So for me, it's just I just believe this is gonna make sense very soon. I mean, the whole thing is gonna make sense in the sense that is gonna make it that it will trigger some kind of things that will happen.
But rational mind, the Dangote refinery coming on stream, could it be a lifesaver? Let's say Dangote starts selling a lot of crude, this petrol to Nigeria, and our demand for foreign exchange in terms of importing energy reduces. The Nigerian naira can start appreciating. If it does, that's the natural direction it should be heading.
Hold on. Did you hear what this guy said? The finance minister.
What did he say?
Okay, I'll take you back. He said that it's a fact that some people have these dollars in their own personal strong room. The dollars that's with Nigerians. Like, I'm not talking about just ordinary man in the streets. Some wealthy Nigerians, they have millions, if not even billions. Not in circulation, that they have personally. They don't want to bring it out. So they are saying that they want these people to say that, I don't know if you heard what he said. He said, we're going to give them a grace so that they can bring the money to the system. Because people are afraid That's why they don't want to release those money out.
Yes.
They're afraid of it because you see, the point is this: you don't have a very good environment to invest.
Yeah.
Nobody's sure that if I put my money down, if I say I want to create a factory now, I want to build a factory, and I will even get the light to supply into that factory to run. However, that economic something will not collapse that business.
Exactly.
Aro is saying something now. Now you want to bring money into Nigeria to come and do business, and some people are asking you for this and asking for some kind of bribery or whatever. You see, the Nigeria it's a mess. It's a mess.
Rational mind. Should I help you to place what you? The reason. So in Nigeria, there's substantially much more money in circulation, and than
no, your naira is in circulation, not dollars. We're talking about
naira. I'm speaking of naira now.
It's I think
only a third of it, or lesser than a third of it, is accounted for in the banking system.
Okay.
Of the money in circulation, which means that there's a lot of people hoarding the currency.
Exactly.
That was what was the dream that was sold to Buhari, which allowed him to approve the currency swap, the currency change fiasco.
You see, my problem with Tinubu is this. Well, I've said it many times, and I think Obasanjo just said it recently. Somebody who is coming, and I've said it many times here. The people like one man and other people, they were telling us, well, what do we know? What do we know? And the one that call himself Agbado economist in chat there, that call himself Kulata, that will come here and be talking crap. Like I said,
Kulata is in the background.
Don't get me started with Kulata.
He's gonna come in.
Kulata is a quack in many ways.
He's just a funny guy. He comes here and acts like as if he knows what he's talking about. Talking Agbado economics. So my point is this. You see, the point I'm trying to make here is this: is that you are coming, you don't even know, you don't have every fact in front of you, no plan made to cushion whatever effect as a result of your floating of the naira. You are not even producing and you are floating naira. I didn't mean you are producing massively like China, or let's even say like Vietnam, and you have to float your naira so that you can attract people to come and invest in your country. You have nothing. Your electric grid, your energy grid is zero.
Okay,
you're floating
rational mind. I think there's a problem.
I can land points, you know. Obasanjo just said it. How can you be a president? You are coming, you don't even have all the fact in front of you. You announce you're making a policy, you're making an announcement of a major policy on the day of your inauguration. You don't even have all the facts. You don't even know what was on ground. Because people like Arogidigba and what's his name, one man, and Kulata. You'll be promoting this guy as if he's some kind of genius. Well, I want to be seeing how genius he is now, right? Look at what he has plunged that country into. So kind of, I don't know if that damage can be repaired. I don't know how it's going to repair.
The damage can be fixed. The damage is very easy to fix.
That's what I'm saying.
Can I make a statement?
He will refuse.
Can I make a statement? Because it seems that we are fixated.
You cannot take us back again.
We are fixated on the things that are necessary. Can I make a statement? Number one, Tinubu made a terrible error making that statement on election day. But let me help us.
Which statement? Which statement?
The statement that subsidy is gone. And now Mr. Simba, please let me finish. Let me finish when I say he made the error.
I just want to be sure of the statement. That's why I'm asking you.
Now,
because Rational Mind was talking about floating of naira.
I will address that as well, and that's why I want to help us to focus on the real matter.
This is your nitpick.
I want us to
relax. You better relax your mind. I have not said anything.
So that when we discuss, we can address the real issues. The reason I said he made an error was there was already a law in place. So Tinubu actually, apart from the 30 days that he brought the subsidy, because what then happened was there was a sudden shock in the system, and there was a bit of hoarding, and the players in the industry started behaving in a defensive manner. But already subsidy was guaranteed to finish end of June, I think it was. There was no budget for it beyond June. So give or take, there was only 30 days left of subsidy budgeted. How was it? So the only thing the statement did.
All this thing you're talking with, the people have talked about it. We hear it. But
So
see,
please don't say that Tinubu, don't suggest that Tinubu removes subsidy.
Let me say something to you. Let me say.
And then when it comes to the floating of the naira, do you want to suggest that we keep defending the naira by borrowing billions?
Tell me anything.
Hold on. Yes, you
the
can.
country
You can do that
to a stage where 105%.
Actually, you can do that.
No, 105%.
Every country peg their money.
No, wait. Is it advisable, rational mind and to Nigeria, is it advisable that we are using 105% of our earnings to pay back debt? Not 100%.
You know the earnings. Hold on. Do you know the actual earnings that they are referring to? Do you know the actual earnings?
It doesn't matter. The fact is,
it does matter because people just assume. Hold on. It does matter because people assume that
over the hedge.
When
you appreciate this fact?
Calm down. When they say earning, people are assuming that they are talking about crude oil and all our
earnings.
No, it just includes the local earnings, the money we are getting inside the country that they are raising.
Let me ask the question. Let me ask you guys a question. When it got there, did he not send in supplementary budget to National Assembly? When he saw that there was no money on ground, did he not send some supplementary budget?
Yes.
He did, right? And that's so that money.
He had to do what was being done already.
Hold on. When he did it, to whose advantage, to whose gain was that for? To buy cars.
It was just for them.
Don't answer my question. To buy cars for himself. To buy cars, to build a new home for, what's his name? For Shetima. And to buy cars for Shetima.
Really? You think?
Hold on.
Wait.
See, the point is
you think
for you people to continue saying all these things that this and that. My point is this.
You don't know that you know those expenses actually are. I mean, I don't support those expenses. I don't. So, I really detest them. I was one of those people that came on over here and
why can't you
rubbish the whole idea of trying to buy a new plane and new cars. I was over here. I was very vocal.
Arrow. This guy has no plan.
But those are pennies. Those are pennies in compared to, so all those expenses are pennies. So in the grand scheme of things, they're really not that big.
The case you're making does not even make sense in the sense that, of course, up to June you said, right? What does it take you to send money? I mean, send a supplementary budget and make a plan for like 6 months and work towards that 6 months. Either you need to cut down. Figure out who are those people who are.
He couldn't have made a budget. Rational mind. Do you understand the Petroleum Industry Act?
No, yeah.
That then became the PIB.
Continue telling me now. When we have
that was basically imposed on us by Americans. Americans advise us to do that.
Stop that, to Nigeria. Stop all those useless things. How do you know all these things that you're talking
about? You want me to? Okay, fine.
We initially.
This command went to jail. That was
initially we said okay, it was IMF that was telling you. IMF came out and said they were not the one. It's okay, starts in America. Why are we always
they're going to say they are not, but they
all these theories that are not fact and they don't have anything to substantiate.
They are the ones.
Whoever tell them I put everything on Tinubu. Tinubu is the one who is dictating, who is at the helm of affair.
So don't all this America is IMF is this to get whether I'm not even talking about you, I'm talking about Nigeria.
He's about to tell us what he supports about Tinubu because every time he comes on, he tells us what he doesn't accept. Right? I was giving that analogy with an elephant earlier. So you tell us directly now instead of telling us what you don't support.
Who is this?
One good Simba this administration. One good thing.
Passat. Are you talking to me?
I was talking to Aro Gediba.
Okay. What's the question?
Yeah.
What's the question?
Sorry, the question is this. For example, what happened with these youngsters, right? These teenage kids that were put in custody and all that. You say you don't support that. You don't support.
I've not addressed that yet. I've not.
Do you support that?
I believe that there should be a system. I don't understand the system. I believe there should be a system of justice that should address offending minors.
I just barely letting me talk right now. So let's go straight. If I say something, then you could say I don't support that. I'm assuming you don't support our teenagers being put in custody for 90 days without due process. Do you support that?
Of course, yes. Without due process, exactly.
You support or you don't support?
I do not support it for anybody at all. Okay. Anybody that is just before justice.
hold on,
Arrow,
Aaron.
sorry to come in like that.
Hold on, now let me hold on. So, Aaron,
think
do you
there should
support
be
removing the subsidy? You support that?
Absolutely.
You support removing
100%.
it? Why did you say he should not have made the statement and all that?
Because the statement was needless. That's
okay,
why.
so do you support the way he made the statement?
Do I support the way? But that's already conclusive. I said the statement was needless, so I don't
Sorry,
support
guys.
it.
I like to talk with evidence. So now this video comes from 12 years ago, not 2 years ago, not 5 years, 12 years ago. Hear this.
Challenges. We provided technical assistance to support reform in the power sector.
Want to increase the volume?
Large energy trade mission to the country, and we have encouraged the swift.
So Nigeria, can hear you. Increase the volume.
Petroleum
Yeah,
can hear.
it's very low. It's very low. I can't get it louder. As you can see,
So
it's the loudest it can be.
we can manage it. We can manage it.
Let me go back to what he said about the petroleum this thing built. That's the relevant part.
And we have encouraged the swift passage of a strong new petroleum industrial bill that brings more transparency to that critical sector.
Okay, now that's one. Now let me show you this other one.
But is he talking about Nigeria? Because you didn't hear him mention Nigeria.
Okay, let me show you the evidence of that. Yeah, he's talking about Nigeria. You see that? Nigeria is what they were referring to there. Now look at this. Can you see what I'm highlighting here? Can you read that? Manipulate African country. This is a bill that was passed in the United States. It says manipulate African countries and their policies as well as the public opinions and voting preferences of African populations and diaspora groups, including those in the United States, and invest in, engage, otherwise controlled strategic sectors in Africa, such as mining and other forms of natural resource extraction and exploitation, military basing, and other security cooperation agreements and information and communication technology. So you can see this is a bill that was passed by the American Congress. As you can see, this is the American Congress website. This is a bill that they passed on things that they are doing to us. And when people say this stuff, they say, oh, we are just blaming them. No, if somebody is an arsonist, they come and
to Africa or to Nigeria?
Oh no, this is Africa, and then where is the center of Africa? Is it not Nigeria? They are the core of it, and most of the bill is the reason why they passed this bill.
So what are you saying now? We should not blame ourselves. We should be blaming them for our woes, or what?
No,
what
no,
are you?
The point I'm making is that if you are responsible for your own home, yes, you are number one. You should blame yourself for anything that goes wrong. But if an arsonist comes in to burn your house or set fire to your house, do you know what that person is? It's another problem. That's what they call a secondary problem. You are the main primary guarantor of the safety of your
okay, which one do you think we can control? Which one do you think we can control? We can only control ourselves. We can't control them now. So we should blame ourselves.
You can control them to affect. You can control yourself to affect what they are doing to us.
It's because if we don't allow them, they can't have access to us. We are the one that is making them to have access. So we should blame ourselves. We shouldn't be blaming them.
So you don't blame the arsonist when the arsonist come and burns your house.
If arsonists come to your house and you allow the person to come now. If you don't allow the person to come, you won't be able to come to your house.
So all burglaries, all criminals that break into houses, steal, armed robbers, they are free.
Armed robbers and criminals are actually opportunists. It's armed robbery and criminality is actually opportunistic in nature.
You see what we are seeing here. This is exactly what I'm talking about. There's this research that came out recently that said people that are intelligent and they are supposed to be common sense people that know how to use data to do stuff, they make more mistakes than people that don't even have that intelligence. Because look at what you are doing. You are bending over backward to agree to say something that is clearly the fact of life. If somebody threatens to kill you, that person is a problem, even if you are responsible for yourself. Your argument is literally saying if the person tries to kill you, it's your fault that they are trying to kill you.
No, that's not what we're saying.
Yeah, but that's the same thing as saying an arsonist is not to be blamed. It's the same thing. If somebody is doing something against you, don't try to pretend as if you are hiding away from it. That person is a problem. You have to deal with that problem.
You know one thing? The Americans don't need a bill for us to flop. By nature, we're already flopping anyway.
what is by nature we're already flopping? Where did you get that one from again?
Are we not flopping already as a country, as a people?
No, we are flopping, but to fix the problem, you want to start first, not wanting to flop. Then stop the people that are taking advantage of you from flopping. You see what I mean?
Okay, the other people. Okay, let's give example of the Asians that are actually doing well. So what have they done differently that we cannot do also?
I've
And
said that
stop blaming them.
They've arrested greed, personal material greed. That's what they did. They arrested it.
they didn't arrest anything. They are just as greedy as us. See,
No.
what they did was
Go on.
they first decided, like you said, take responsibility. We are not going to let this kind of nonsense happen to us again. Then they went on to deal with the secondary problem, which is what foreigners are doing to them. And how they did it, first thing, they went to start defending themselves. They decided that, okay, we have to have enough security so that if these people decide to come for us, they're going to have problems. From China, Russia, and Singapore, all of them, that's what they did. India. But do you notice that almost all those Asian countries, many of them are nuclear, especially the big ones. It's only we in Africa, none of us are.
Okay, to Niger, let me say that the things you say, they make sense, but they come under a sub headline, right? For example, the discussion we have right now, when imperialism came into Africa, right? So what was it? Is it you have those ideas and those cultures have to clash, and the better one is going to win out. If you come there, you're doing subsistence farming, and then they come there, they turn into large scale farming and just cut all that nonsense out that you were doing at a small scale, right? And they start doing commodity exports and stuff. That's going to win over. If they get there, you're doing patriarchal social structure, and then they use European dominated hierarchies, that's going to win over your little patriarchal social structure. Anytime, any day, that's going to win over. If they come in there and you have an opaque religion where you don't really, you're doing a native doctor doing something there that's not really scientific or divine, right? And then impose Christianity and Western ideas, then that's going to defeat that any day. That's what's happening. So that's why I'm saying, when we're talking here, you can, you're talking about you want to be secure, then you really have to cultivate what makes you secure. It has to be scientifically strong and made to scale. When you talk to leadership, like what we're grappling with now, you hear Rational Mind here telling you about Tinubu, right? This is a Yoruba man talking about Tinubu, right? And then you have a Peter Obi at the time. Well, those three or four of them were contested. You scientifically have to pick the best one for that country when it comes to security, when it comes to you growing your economy. That you have to do. I conclude with this. You want to write a language right now. Let's say it's Boolean language on a computer language, right? You if it's 0 and 1, binary is binary. That you cannot go there putting a 2 or 3 or 4. It's 0 1 0 1. It has to be correct language. It has to go here, like one man says. So that's what it is. This other
I get that aspect. You are making too many points now. See, the different aspects of our culture has different impact on our outcomes. That is true. When you are looking at like the agricultural aspect that you mentioned, and that one on a level pegging this thing, yes, one will win out over the other. But that is when you have the luxury of other aspects of your culture that guarantees you to even engage in that kind of competition. Because like if at the core of it, the key aspect of the culture that underpins the other is their ability to protect themselves. If you cannot sustain your lives, you cannot decide how you live and everything, then you are compromised.
I agree. That's why I said you're right, but you have to put them on that sub headline. First of all, you have to be scientific. I don't know if you understand. You have to choose between true and false. Your society has to be based on that. True and false.
I agree with that.
So once those are the building blocks that's gonna give you that. You cannot do otherwise. You cannot have a bad leader, somebody who have absolutely no interest, no empathy. He's not patriotic. He doesn't care about your country. I'm not just talking about Tinubu. I'm talking any other leader, Buhari, anybody, even if Peter Obi or whoever. If you find somebody to be that way, you have to be savvy enough to discard them, because The moment you put something that is not right into the system, into the thing you're trying to build, right? If it's just like I said, you're building a binary language.
But you know, when he was talking, okay, they did this, they did that. Everything is still about you. You understand? They are the one that you cannot. You didn't tell us that. Okay, this is what they did to help them. They helped themselves.
But I also said that. I said this is what we need to do. When I keep telling you that
It's
if we
about
don't do those
us. It's
things,
not about anybody. That
but
is
I
what we are
just said
telling
the same thing
you.
to you. Why are you not hearing me? I said we, not them.
It's me.
We need to do
So that's
this.
what we are saying earlier on. So don't put blame on them. It's we. It's about us.
Don't say don't put blame. You see, that's the same thing that you guys do every time. You want to bend over backward, not to offend people. If somebody is doing something negative to
It's not
you, are you going
offending
to say
people.
somebody that's trying to kill you should not blame that person for
Okay,
trying to kill
just
you?
wait. If we blame them from now till eternity, what change could that one be? Can it change anything?
No, what you see, you don't see snake on the road and pretend as if it's not a snake, and you let your children not recognize that is a snake. Tomorrow they go and pick that snake up. It's your fault that you didn't inform your children of it. Don't. What is this thing that we do? We pretend as if everything is just on us. It's your job to notify your people of dangers in the world.
Okay, I agree with you. I agree with
Identify
you.
the problem we have in common with others, right? Almost everybody that was defeated by these people and they came and took them over, India, so many other Chinese. Okay, but that's what I'm saying. At some point, they're gonna realize, okay, we were doing communal farming and this, or we're doing this, and this Oyibo is okay, this is how they did it. At some point, you're gonna then stop and say, okay, you know what? We're gonna go scientific. We're gonna choose between true and false.
You keep
The
saying
society, the
scientific.
laws, the
Hold on,
jurisprudence.
Azad. You keep saying something scientific. You
Yes.
only talk about a society that has the ability to critique, to critically look at things. Nigerians do not have the skill of a critical thinking. There's kind of, I don't know, maybe there's this mental health. I mean, this mental issue they have over there in that country. They can't critique. Maybe maybe because of tribal affiliation or tribal sentiment to becloud their judgment. That kind of prevent them from being able to see through shenanigans and see through facade, see through all this crap that the leaders are dishing out to them.
That's why I'm leapfrogging.
Let me just say this so that I can continue. Is it that one or the two? Is it that the leaders, they are the ones that have the ability to critique, to see through problem and see the future, what their action or their inaction can lead to for them and their posterity? Or the people themselves, the governed, they take it on their hands to shape their own future from the ability of being able to see the ineptitude of their leaders, that our leaders that are supposed to think this way but are not thinking that way. It is now on us, the followers or the governed, to take our own destiny in our hand and fight back the system. But it's like both of them, they are all they lack that capacity, that mental capacity to see through things. Because if you cannot elect people that could represent you, that could fight your cause, that could bring about a society whereby they would live, they can never also be prosperous as leaders.
Exactly. What I want to do, I think. Let me use 2 minutes, and then I'll sit back and listen for at least another half an hour. Then I'll talk again. Because this is the cross of the whole thing. Exactly, you are two Nigerians. The concern you have, we have in common the same thing. People coming in and defeating us, carrying some of us away. As a matter of fact, the slaves take over. Our culture will clash and compete, and we're lost. So I'm saying that what did the other cultures do? There are people who have similar things in common. The Chinese, the Indians, so many others. So the whole idea came down to being a scientific culture. That's what the other people did. They stopped. I said, you know what? I don't even care about art, this and that. We're going to at least adhere to a scientific culture, which is a set of values, behaviors, expectations that define the entire society. So those will be rigorous scrutiny, honesty and integrity, adherence to ethical guidelines, those kind of things. It comes down to every other thing we talk about here is covered with what Rational Mind is talking about. It comes to what you're talking about. If it's tribal, if it comes down to the whole thing, look, if you can prove your tribal superiority, do it. But you have to prove it. If you can kill something by rubbing two kola nuts, like KJ was saying yesterday, fine, but you have to prove it. If you're a native doctor, we have to have a scientific based culture in our society. Once we do that, we're gonna overcome anything. It may take a while because these guys are not sitting in one place. But you notice that all the things we fight about, they're not things that
I think that scientific aspect, if you look at my profile, this in motto, the security, law and order and tech revolution, you see, these are, for me, these are hierarchy of needs of a nation. If you want to build a nation that is going to go on to prosper, you have to have all this. The British had it when they colonized us. All the Chinese have it. All of them. If they don't have this in order of this thing, you have to have law and order. You will not be able to maintain that technological this structure.
But to Niger, sorry to interject. We have been talking. You are comparing China, everything. First and foremost,
All
you have
nations.
to all nations. You have to look at what kind of democracy or what kind of government do they practice in that country to make them jump front, or maybe to let them realize their growth, especially double digit for like more than 10 years.
Yeah, but it turns out that it doesn't matter what government.
Let me finish.
Yeah, go ahead.
Let me finish, please. Sorry. You have to look at every country differently, and then you can now compare and contrast. And when you look at the Chinese model, for example, it's like a kind of authoritarian society, whereby whatever their leader says, everybody fall in line. And the people of that country, they are extremely patriotic to their country. And when you now contrast with Nigeria, and an average Nigeria is not patriotic, whether you are a leader or a follower, or whether you are talking from diaspora, we are not patriotic enough. And when you talk about Indian, an average Indian is also patriotic. Most of them, whatever they garner abroad, they also go back to their country and set up business. If you've ever been to India, some part of India, they are not, you cannot even talk about it. There are terrible areas there. The people there are also suffering. Remember, they have each population too. But what I want to say is that at the end of the day, when you look at it from that angle, you cannot just say, because China do it, then Nigeria must follow suit. Nigeria cannot accept that kind of climate like China, because we are different ethnic group and there is a fierce competition among them. So the point is that we need to change our own orientation. And because I don't want us to digress from the topic I've been talking about. The minor that the police kept in, they did not detain them in prison facility. They detained them in a juvenile place. But unfortunately, as a president of a country, your height is not over. That is what we call delegation of duty. You cannot tell me that a president of a country will know what is going on all over the country every time. So all of these things you are cramming for that because it happened under him, it's going to be bad for his government, something like that. Everything happened. Even the so-called big guy democracy. There's so many crises every year. Can we say if there's a mass shooting in US that involved a 10-year-old boy that killed his classmate and some of the teachers, can we put it that the president of that country is not doing the right thing? So sometimes when we talk, we just have to look at the old totality. I think the blame here is the authority of the police. And we also have to look at it that why these children were detained for 90 days, we do not hear anything. And we also must also learn one thing from this kind of episode, that at the end of the day, if we are not careful, the politician will be using these children to use them as a protest tool. These same children you are calling underage, if my memory serves me right, are they not the same children they are using for voting in the northern part of Nigeria? If not because of the new innovation of 2023 election, you see from in all these KKK states, they always turn out over 2 million. How come they are now turning out 700,000, 1 million votes? How come the vote reduced drastically? So unfortunately, we have a bigger problem that you guys are just thinking about the children. How about these children? They're supposed to be in school. Why are they not in school? Why are they carrying? Who is pushing them to go and carry flag they don't know nothing about and saying that the government should be overthrown? We all saw the video, and what I want to say is that when you talk about leadership, you also have to talk about followership, because, like I always said, the set of leaders you have here today in Nigeria, they were in their youth 24 years ago. Some of your governors, some of your commissioners, some of your House of Representative members, some of your senators, some of the people's special advisors. So they did not see what happened in Nigeria. Oh, you just come here, you pretend that Nigeria is El Dorado 24 years ago, and now today is come on, we must say the truth.
I think one, you try to minimize what happened in court with the young ones. That is
No. I'm not minimizing. Don't get me wrong. I'm trying to tell you something that
let me debunk some of the things he said. Yeah.
No. Let me finish. Before you debunk,
the kids were in juvenile detention SARS. When does SARS have a juvenile? You see, you come here, you do some certain things, you just come here and talk. I don't even know where you're coming from.
Because you said
hold on. You said SARS SARS does not have juvenile detention center. If they have it, why did they take them to Kuje first? Why were they trying to take them to Kuje? And they rejected them
from what I read, listen carefully. From what I read and from what I've seen, they did not take them to prison. They did not listen. This minor, they did not put them in the same prison as hardened criminals.
Oh my! Didn't you hear what this guy said? Very dark man. He said he was insane. He said he saw them. They were in the same prison with all elderly men.
I don't know about. I've not seen the video of Very Dark Man. And let me tell you something.
It's okay.
Let me judge. Fine, thank you. I'll give you a free mind. I am not somebody that everybody says anything on social media. I will just believe it. Who can think like that? I'm not that kind of person. So I don't even the Very Dark Man. I don't even believe in him because me personally, I believe that everybody do things because of interest. It's all about interest. So what I read is that they were not kept in the same prison. They were kept in a facility for children.
Where did you read this? Where did you read this? Where did you read this?
Go and do your own research.
You see this guy. This guy goes again.
Of course, I will tell you that.
Go with this your narrative. This is Agado narrative.
Finish. You don't let me finish.
You this Agado narrative. You just come here and spewing
things. Let me finish because you are allowed. Everybody does not interject you when you are making your own contribution.
No, you can interject me. No problem. I have no problem with that.
So if you want to know everything, you are well learned. You know about Nigeria more than me. Go and dig for your own information too. That is it. It's as simple as ABC.
I have never read anywhere. You're just fabricating things here. You are just fabricating. That's what you do. That's what you do. That's what you do, Remy. You come here, you fabricate things.
Can you give me a break and keep quiet for a while?
No, I won't let you come here and be spewing crap.
No. You can't say that. You can't say that because when you are making a contribution, nobody disturb you.
No, you can disturb me. Disturb me, and I'll give you my facts.
Can you just keep quiet? Keep quiet. I'm not here to fight you. Keep quiet.
No, I'm not fighting you.
Let me take it easy. You know you have been explaining yourself now. All we are trying to do
I don't know why is it unnecessary.
But you have been talking now. Maybe you should allow him to respond.
I will finish in the next few seconds, 1 minute. So what I want to say is this: for 90 days, nobody came out for these children. Every know that these children, there are some people behind them. I'm not saying keeping them for 90 days is good. I'm not saying arresting minor is good. They can be arrested if they commit an offense. And everybody knew that these children were used to foment trouble during the last protest. They destabilized, they vandalized a lot of government property and so many other stuff. But what I'm trying to say is this. These children, they were supposed to be in school, and we have millions of them in the northern part of the country. And these politicians are using them during election for vote casting. And now for protest, they are also using them for this. I'm trying to say this is a big issue that we should even talk about. Because at the end of the day, maybe by now they have been released, according to what I read yesterday, that the president already said that all those minors should be released immediately. But not even releasing is the old show. What is the government going to do, whether federal or state government, take them back to school, rehabilitate them. There are millions of them rolling about the street in the northern part of the country. What will happen if it's another protest again, and they use all these children again to do this protest? What are we going to? And they continue to vandalize government property, vandalizing individual property, stealing their stuff. So when they are taking people's stuff, all those pharmacy shops they looted, some were set on fire by these same kind of children. But
where's the evidence? Where's the evidence for that? Where's the evidence for that?
I will not endorse. I don't.
Where is the evidence for that? Come on.
You know what? You know why I don't want to talk to you, because I see you as
no. You cannot come here.
You are just a complainer. Every time it's the same complaint. So
here you go.
It's the same.
When you lost an argument, you always just have to look for something.
It's always about
saying something, and I'm poking holes on what you're saying. It is for you now to give me evidence of what you're saying.
What do you mean? Who are you for me to give you evidence?
Who am I?
Who are you for God's sake?
Who am I?
Who are you?
Look at this guy. Look at this guy.
This is what
you do. These Agbado people. You come here without fabricating stories.
It's true now. It's ready. So, in a nutshell, at the end of the day, I see the case more than what you are saying.
Let me you are in a roundabout way trying to kind of minimize this is saying you're not doing it, but while saying, oh, they committed crimes. See, no matter what they committed, these are young, these are minors.
Like to fabricate stories.
And minors, when they commit, and most of the stuff they were doing.
Do you read the Nigerian Constitution? As a minor, if you commit crime,
tell us what is the
Constitution?
You can, but hold on now, calm down. Let me finish what I'm saying. See, the age of criminal culpability is the same for many countries, actually, surprisingly, even in the US. However, you don't see them chasing people that are 15, 13 and throwing them in prison for how many days just for protesting. Hold on, just for protesting. Remember, many of them are put in there for carrying the Russian flag. How do you think they know that much about it? They don't know the politics of it. They don't know how dangerous it is. So hold on now. No, why did they not accept? Okay. Ask your question.
Take this along and then you continue. Now, if you are a police officer and you want to know why these children were used for carrying this flag, first, remember I said I did not support keeping them for 90 days. But I have a rhetorical question. For 90 days, nobody come out for these children. Why now? Why wait till they take them to court? For 90, where are their parents, for God's sake? If they have parents, where are they? Where are the state government?
They have parents. They don't know where their children are.
Another question. Go on.
Yeah, they don't know where their children are.
It's not for you, rational mind. Me and you today, don't forget about me.
They took their children. This is Nigeria now. Nigeria.
Answer the question.
The question. You see, I've heard of cases where people disappear in Nigeria and their families don't know about them for years. And this is exactly what they did to these children. They didn't even bother to consult the families, and they just took them and sent them to Abuja and put them there for how many days now? Over 30 days. So the behavior of the authorities clearly shows that they don't have any sense of responsibility to minors. They don't value the lives of our people, which is another aspect that I see all the time. How is it that you would take young people for carrying flags? That's the whole point of being minor. They don't fully understand things. Most grown-up barely understand. And then you put them in jail like that for that period of time, and then look at their condition on top of it without consulting their parents. Your parents is, as a matter of fact, you should be talking about their parents. When you get them, you say, where are your parents? Go and deal with the parents. How did your child get a hold of this? Deal with the parents, discipline them, and tell them not to let their children behave like that again. Not to take children and put them in jail and have them emaciated, showing up in court, fainting, and falling ill. That is scandalous behavior, and people have to be held accountable for it.
That's the bigger problem I'm trying to say. There are millions of children being born in the north, thrown into the streets. and people are using them for whatever they can use them for. This is a big
People
problem.
are using your leaders for whatever they can use them for too. That is not an excuse to treat children like that. Period. We should just stop
I think
making
you are just
excuses.
gaslighting unnecessarily.
We should just stop making excuses. Children are children. You don't treat them like that.
Can I say something?
Before you say something, just hold on a little bit. In the beginning, I told you that I do not like they kept them for 90 days. I said that. But I said there's a bigger problem more than that. These are children that we don't know who is their parent. They were just continuing to have children, millions of them all over the northern part of the country. In millions. It's a big issue. And I am trying to raise a fundamental question that you guys should look for, should look into. What about tomorrow? They also use the same, they have been using them for election. Now they are now using them for protesting.
What do you mean they are using them?
What about if tomorrow comes again? They also use them for protest again.
But they use your leaders against you. Why are you making it so they should be punished? They are children.
I'm trying to say it's a bigger problem. The federal and the state government of those northern states, they should find solution to that problem. Why those children, they're supposed to be in school? Why are they outside protesting?
NSAS protesters, NSAS protesters, were they not supposed to be at school too?
Tunanja, are you aware that the governor said he's not even aware? The governor
Imagine
said
that.
He aware. The governor
Imagine
said he
that.
aware.
And by Remy standard, the protests that happened in Hong Kong for over a year, those people are being used to. People have a right to protest. This is a democracy.
The governor of Kano, where those kids were taken from, said he doesn't know that these kids were taken from Kano. Just to tell you how banana republic under Tinubu Nigeria has become.
That means if the governor said he does not know, that means it's being economical with the truth. Because there's so many.
Oh, yeah, you go again.
Let me finish. Let me finish. There are so many
undocumented. Can you mute? AY, you can do something. I cannot hear you, AY. Can you mute?
Let me finish. There are so many children in the northern part, especially in those Kano and the rice, roaming the street. What is it doing about that? Is it sending them to school?
Can you hear somebody talk? Can you hear what this guy is talking about? That's what I'm trying to say.
What about?
See, listen, AY, there is this beep coming from your mic. I don't know what is happening.
For a while.
Yeah, let me mute him. AY, there's a beep.
Maybe you should sign out and sign in back.
Yeah, he signed out.
What I'm trying to say is this. Fine, I condemn for detaining them for 90 days. But at the end of the day, I also said that there is a delegation of authority. Everything that happens in your country, you cannot just say is the president. That's what I'm trying to say. Number two, the bigger problem I see here is that there's so many children up north there that the state government and including the federal government, they should find solution to them. If today you are talking about the putting out, what about if another protest happens tomorrow and then chunk of millions of underage students continue to foment trouble, vandalize a lot of things? We all saw the video, unless we are not telling ourselves the truth. That's what I'm trying to say, is that it's a bigger problem at hand.
No, the problem you are highlighting is a problem of poverty. When people express their political right to protest, okay, you can say that the ones that commit this criminal activity, they should be prosecuted. That's fine. Or at least if they are minors, then deal with their parents. But they don't try to minimize it by saying, "Oh, because they have a problem, that problem is the problem of the nation."
What I am trying to tell you is very simple. Fine. What they have done to them is bad. Now they have been released. But what I am looking at is this. When you talk about poverty, you talk about everything. Their poverty makes you to continue to have children when you don't have the power to cater for them. If you know you are poor, then you know that I cannot have more than 1 or 2. Why have 10? Why continue to have married wives? Why continue to have children?
That is not up to you. They are independent, sovereign entities.
Because
it's
at
not
the
up
end of
to
the
you.
day, we live in the same country. The resources
is right on that point.
So tomorrow you want to start eugenics. You want to start eugenics and deciding who has children and who should not have children. Is that where you are going?
It's unfair to the rest of the country. It's unfair.
Right.
It's unfair.
But you are opening up a vista, a serious vista. If you want to start saying that, then ugly people should not be allowed to have children, and
They
people
should
who
make
study
it where they
should not
pay
be
child
allowed to have
support.
children.
Okay? If they pay child support, then they would abstain from doing it by law. The culture should do something about that. I know that religiously it's tolerable, but we're one polity, we're one country, our constitution.
Oroyo Musa, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, where you are living, do you need anybody? Do you need anybody to advise you not to have many children?
Because they put a whole heap of pressure on you not to have children here. They put whole pressures. The cost to raise children here in the UK is so expensive. The requirements on the things you need to do, the pressure they put on parents is so high that they know that they cannot even, if they try it, they will collapse. Their whole family will collapse if you don't have the resources.
So what is different with Nigeria when you don't have money?
But they are paying the price for it now. Their country population is declining. They accepted 141,000 Nigerians inside their country yesterday. Why do you think they are last year? I mean, why do you think they are doing that? Because their population is declining. They have a big problem now on their hands.
Yes, to Nigeria. That's why I was saying we have to have a scientific culture. Like you do a study, you figure out what your population is going to be 50 years from now. You find out if you have the resources to support that kind of thing.
You keep saying this.
Yeah.
You can only say this in countries where you and I live, where they know the value of scientific science. I mean, it'd be scientific. So I can't even think of. I mean,
yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah, the scientific data to project to make projection.
Right.
A country that doesn't even know how many citizens they have. They don't even know how many citizens that live in.
That's why we're talking about it. We're not saying we're not talking about what we have now. We're talking about what we should have. Do you understand?
You can only make projection by what you have now. Then you can make projection. Okay, 5 million babies are being born. If you have that data, you can say, okay, plus or minus these 5 million babies. They should also be able to, how many are girls, how many that are boys, how many that are having that have disabilities. From there, you can make projection.
Right.
You cannot just one thing is the passers.
Let me just say something before you continue on this. I will take off again, listening for another half an hour or so. What I'm saying is that on this platform, with what Nigeria is doing, trying to be sly, right? Remy is making a cogent point, but Nigeria is trying to say that we should have many babies to compete with Oyinbo's population, as if they're making us not have babies and that kind of nonsense, right? It's not true. When we're on a platform, we should promote scientific stuff. In essence, Nigeria is supposed to proffer evidence to the contrary. If we're not going to do it this way, why should we do the way our grandfathers did it? Why he's also complaining?
No. I'm talking about the way the Western people did it. They have maxed out their population themselves. If you look at India now, that has 1.4 billion in population, by the landmass that they have, now Africa is 12 times bigger than India. Yet they have the same population as India. That is how the rest of the world is. They are maxed out their population. It's like we want to copy people that have already maxed out their potential in those areas. It's like us now copying climate change this thing. When they have burnt this coal and all the rest to build their countries, they start telling us about using solar panels and all the rest. We have to be careful. You talked about scientific method. We have to be careful about what we accept. We really have to examine how they got to where they got to. And if they tell us to do what they are doing now, when they did something else to get to where they are today, then you should learn to say, okay, can I do that while sustaining the growth level that I need? If that is not going to help you, no, don't accept it. Because Africa is a massive continent, is underpopulated given its land mass and what it's capable of doing.
I think the mistake you always make is this. Remember, we live in a global village. Whatever you do in a country, resources you find your country, you want to add value to it. You are not going to eat everything. You have to trade with the rest of the world. And when you trade with the rest of the world, then you come to the negotiation table. And when you say you are copying, I don't want you to use the example of India. You can use the example of China. It's a good model. But India, millions of people are saying abject poverty, even more than Nigerians. So when the way you always talk to me is like you want to isolate Nigeria or Africa from the rest of the world. It's not done that way because you need the rest of the world to prosper.
I'm not saying we should. If anything, I'm saying we should copy some of the things they've done.
Always like that. Your outlook is always like the white people are the one teleguiding you to do this, to do that, and we should jettison them. Some of your.
No. I never said anything about jettisoning anybody. I'm saying that we should have the right kind of relationship.
It's already a cake. It's already.
But Remy, that's a standard. You know what they call it? You know what they call what standard? I mean, standard. The norm.
So
If
even
you have to
of course I understand you, but even
so-
the norms and the standard you are talking about,
Yeah,
no country is perfect. No country is perfect.
Don't start with this perfect. No,
I will tell you the truth because even
hold on. It's not the truth. There's no truth in what you're saying. There's no truth in that.
Listen,
the point we're making is these prosperous countries that are prospering, how are they able to get to where they are today? They make projections. They make plans. Because you can only make projection, you can only make plans if you have a projection, if you have a data. And how you achieve this data is through maybe scientific method. So you can know plus and minus this amount of people, X and Y's, where babies that will be born. Then we can make plans for them. I mean, make plans in terms of how many settlements we're going to be creating, how many homes are going to be built. And then these people, they have to, in how many years, in 20 years time, they will also become workers. We need laborers to work in our factories. This is all that. Look at what Japan is doing now.
I want to ask you a question. Do you have an NIN number?
I do.
Thank you. Do you know your number? Do you know how many population is your number?
I don't. Let's not go with all this.
No. I want to. I ask you. It's a very good question.
I have NIN. I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about.
NIN number. You can know how many Nigerians in terms of millions.
So anybody that is 001 is 001.
No. Listen. What I'm trying to say is this: if you're an adult, 18 years and above, and you have that NIN number, we can, from that basis alone, with your BVN and also your one other number, we can know exactly how many number of people are above 18 in Nigeria. I'm not saying everybody.
Why are they trying to do census? Why are they trying to do census?
Listen to me. What I'm trying to say is this: that one at least will make you to have a kind of projection. But what you are saying, I like it. Take them from birth. When you are born, then you are registered. We still have a long way to go. I agree totally. We cannot compare ourselves with developed countries. And those developed countries too, they did not develop overnight. It takes them years also. And they also work together in unison.
You see,
they work in unison. They work in unison. Nigeria should also work in unison.
Hold on. You see, this is what we do. We like to do all these things. Common small countries here.
I'm just being realistic.
Hold on now. Common Togo here, Togo, Senegal, all these francophone countries. They have data of their citizens.
Are you really sure about that?
Yeah, I used to live among them.
I doubt it, because if they do have
what are you talking about? What are you talking about?
If they do have data about their people, their economic,
they have data. They know.
No, listen.
Once you listen, like Benin Republic, as soon as you are born, you'll be given right there. You'll be given the national identity number.
As soon as you are born, as a one day old baby,
you will be issued you'll be issued. Come on. What are you talking about? I live among them. I used to live among them. Let me say, I don't live among them now. I used to live among them.
I think the point that is being argued.
Can be doing it. What stops you? What's up you? You that call yourself a giant.
It's not done that way.
Just come here. You want to make this what about? And Nigeria is a poor country. Nigeria is a third world country. There's a rot there. It's not Tinubu's fault.
Baby born one day and quickly they give him.
Apparently, Tinubu does not know what he's doing.
They are not talking
because
about
if you understand, this is the same idiot that was talking about. Data will go chop. Data will go chop. Look at the people that
my take is that rational mind. You are even seeing that Tinubu doesn't know what he's doing. I don't believe that. I believe most of our leaders, they know exactly what they are doing. No, I think let's not keep saying this. Because you are misdiagnosing the issue. You know, when they say, I think somebody often said this. I don't know who said it all the time. That if somebody is pretending to sleep, you can never wake them up because they know they are asleep, but they will refuse to wake up. These people, leaders, know exactly what they are doing. They are not uneducated. They know that they are compromising their nations, but because they are listening to foreigners, they kind of outsource the nation's fate to foreigners to decide. That is what is happening. It's not because they don't know. They are educated. If you look at the cabinet, the degrees there is unbelievable. None of them are polytechnic leavers. Many of them are masters, PhD, and industry experience. All of them. But yet, look at the country they are running.
You put too much stake in these all these Nigerian trained graduates. I don't know why you always like to.
No, I do that because if you take the same people and you put them in Western economies, they will perform. But why do you think they are not performing? Because they know the rules that they are following in their country is different.
It's like you are living in the past glory of how Nigeria used to be. I mean, the past glory of how education used to be in Nigeria. The education that was given to Nigerians, starting from, say, even like university graduates, starting from, say, late 90s, are just rubbish. Anybody like Kulata that went to university, say, in the late 90s, is rubbish. Because
so you went to university in the 80s, rational mind.
Hold on, I'm not gonna tell you that. Hold on. People like Simba, you know, that went to university in the 90s.
Remy, you know, rational mind did not go to university. He did not attend university. Don't mind him. He trekked through the desert to go to Europe and America. Don't mind him.
Hold on. My point is this. You see, you put too much stake in these people. These people they're not good administrators. They don't know how to organize a society. They don't know.
I think they do. I've met them before. You see, when you see these people,
Oluwale accountants.
Oroyo, can you mute your mic? I can't seem to mute it. Okay, I'm being able to mute it. See, when you meet these people, there are Nigerians like us. They deliberately know what they are doing.
They do not know how to organize a community. How to even be administrator
Why
of a
help
community.
them now? You can help Nigeria now.
Then
who are you going to, if you condemn all Nigerians, if you condemn all Nigerians, who are you going to now use? You condemn all Nigerians, and this thing that you are doing. Hold on. You started echoing what Obasanjo said. Obasanjo said, and you are making demand to look as if is someone genius. No, don't say, let me say, you'll be talking. No, I never talked since I came on this platform.
Okay, go on.
You understand? We all knew our antecedents. You understand? Why are we being hypocritical? By this Obasanjo that you are talking, what did he do during his own regime? And we are making everything to look as if our problem started maybe in the last 1 year. All these things that we are doing now, this is something that we're supposed to have been doing since the 70s. I mean, if you ask me, we've never had any good leader in Nigeria, as far as I'm concerned. For us to say, okay, this person is better than this person, is just a semantic. And it's because what you just said, you said, why do Nigeria have the largest ability to criticize? We criticize based on sentiments. And you too, you are also a victim of it. You are the earlier one you are talking about. No, let me say what I want to say. I'm even busy. I'm going to work. You are talking about Okukwe, why Okukwe was supporting Tinubu. Meanwhile, when he supported Peter Obi, he didn't say the same thing. He was a part of Labour Party. He supported Peter Obi in the last election, but he didn't see him as a bad person when he was supporting Peter Obi. Now that he's supporting Tinubu, is a bad person. That's what we do. So if we don't leave all these things, we have to be truthful to ourselves. All of us were guilty of what we are even, the blame we are putting on other people. We're all guilty. So that was my own submission. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Yeah, thank you. I think rational mind, since you are rational, now I would like you to look into the CVs of many of the Nigerian administrators that have ruled Nigeria for how many decades.
You talk about CV. What are you talking about? What
I'm not just talking about CV. What that tells you is that what CV reveals is that some of the organizations they've run other organizations that are sometimes not even in Nigeria successfully. They've been able to pull that one off in developed economies. Yet when they get into their country, somehow the policies that they pursue tend to degrade the country. It doesn't enable the country to move forward. That should tell you something. If you now, we talk to you, you are normal, common sense, and then you end up in office and you end up enacting policies that are not good for the country, what should anybody conclude? Are they going to say you are stupid? No, they're going to say, you know what, this guy used to be smart, but this thing that he's doing is not correct. And that is what I see. And it doesn't even make, go and research it yourself. When I did a research about this, given the state of our nation, how big our nation is, and how weak we are in terms of economically, security, and everything, if you do the analysis, you find that this is what you are going to get. You're going to get leaders that are compromised because the bigger nations are going to influence them and force them to do things that are not in the interest of your nation. That is what you are getting in Nigeria. Exactly what you're getting in 40 African countries also. So I don't know why we like to think that it's just incompetence that is causing it. It's not incompetence. It's just that we don't believe that we have to fight to rescue ourselves. No nation that has rescued itself went through it easily. It never happened easily. You have to go through a period of difficulties where people are going to tell you are wrong. We will kill you if you go in this direction. You always go through that. Iran is going through that right now. And they are going to emerge. They are going to be more prosperous than us because we refuse to do the hard work. We think that we are just going to somehow coast along and then we are going to emerge. It will never happen. I can assure you, because if I was an Igbo man, why should I give it to you when there is so much wealth to gain from you? That's my take anyway. I think Adewale and Oroyo and I think one other person joined us. Who did I miss? Okay, Adewale. Oroyo, are you busy? If you are busy, okay, Adewale, go ahead.
Ben Delirem, is that what our guy says? Ben
Yeah,
Delirem.
yeah.
What is Rashnaman talking about? We're talking about
all he said was that the leaders are incompetent. He just said the leaders are incompetent.
I heard him talking about the minors that were arrested, those people that were flying the flag of another country. Look, it's unfortunate. Number one, we're in a country, a lawless country, where our criminal justice system is trash. Our justice system is nothing to write home about. It's just a trial and error. By now, at the 63 years old, I believe, we're supposed to have gotten at least our judiciary right, because that is the one aspect of government that doesn't really have much to do with the people. Okay, if you go to law school, then you are appointed by the executives and you are doing your job. We know everything is, intertwined in politics. But however, at least I don't expect at this stage that government will arrest minor, parade minor, and haul them into one big Django car and take them to court, and it becomes a circus. To me, it's an indictment on government. Look, people that should have handled it, they mismanage it. What those minors did were wrong and they should be punished. That is where I stand. However, a punishment that have a face of humanity. Now, how do you punish someone who cannot even differentiate his own right hand from his left hand? That is the dilemma government will find themselves. But it's not that hard. First and foremost, they need to identify. I think government purposely kept them to be able to get in touch with those who actually use them to perpetrate those evil. Okay, during the end of bad governance protest. Maybe they want to use them as a bargaining chip, but of course they are just a pawn. They have no value to them. They sold those clothes, I don't know where they bought it, maybe a cricket, and then gave it to them for them to be distributed, to be flying it around. Talking about the Russian flag. But the bottom line is that they shouldn't have allowed you to degenerate to that level. But I stand that anyone, whether minor or an adult, that commit any law or any infringement of the law of the land, especially in Nigeria, has to have some form of punishment. Now, what it is now is there will be nothing that will come out of it. First and foremost, they waste taxpayers' money by warehousing them and keep whether I like, but I don't even know why government keep reminding people in prison when they have not even been sentenced. What is the use of police station? Everything we do in Nigeria is other way around. to me, what actually happened in that court, where the media is splashing on even social media, kind of got about it, to me, is an indictment of government. They mismanage it. They should have, dealt with it right from the onset. I don't even get it. Yes, the judiciary have backlog cases that they've not treated, but Tinubu did it when he was the governor of Lagos State, and making sure that cases were filed electronically in a way that you'll be able to track your any cases, and the judges then were able to clear, and they make sure that they get more judges to the judiciary, right? And then, because I believe the what do you call them? The commission that oversees the judiciary system are also complaining about shortage of judges. If you overburden the judges, they will burn out. How many people will be doing? I mean, at the end of the day, they are still going to be the one to render the case. I mean, render the judgment. We are not practicing jury system in Nigeria. Only one person making decision, except when you are in an appeal court or you are in a Supreme Court. So I believe the government failed, but I'm also of opinion that those kids, need to serve at least some punishment, but a punishment that will also come with humanitarian kind of activities in a way that they will Okay, serve let me ask you on submission. Now, when we look at the laws, that's why I'm saying that everything has to be structured where we have to do it by the Constitution, right? So if our laws say that an accused, no matter how old they are, anybody who's accused, you have a number of days where you have to look at the case as innocent now, as I'm asking you this question. They're innocent because they haven't been convicted. The law says that if you are the suspect and you're apprehended, you're in custody, you have a number of days for that state to file something, so it will be in front of a judge. Now, here in the United States, there's a remedy, there's a cure when you don't do that. It means that those kids get released, period. No matter even if they did it, even if it's an adult, a murderer, you could disobey the law if you are a judge, if you're a prosecutor, if you're a police officer. So if you don't obey the law, there's a cure for that, which means if you delay justice, you're denying justice, right? So if they apprehend those kids because they're marching and they're with their flags or whatever it is, you have to have a magistrate bring them in front and then arraign them. When the state doesn't do that, that's a bigger crime than what these kids are accused of doing. Do you follow what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. We have to do things by the culture of science. In your mind, you have to know that when somebody hasn't been convicted, they're innocent. So as you're going through the process of the criminal justice system, that must not be abused. That particular due process is on their side. It inures to them. So when the prosecutor or the police break the law, that's the same thing as anybody breaking that law. Do you see what I'm saying? So that's why, as far as I'm concerned, what you're saying is true. If somebody is guilty of something, yes, they should be punished. If our laws say you could try them as an adult, fine, you try them, but you have to give them due process. What Tunaja is saying is also, I'll just say this, because Tunaja, I really think that once you get it properly, then your concern will be addressed. For example, I'll give you an example. Let's say you want to win the Nobel Prize as a goal for Africans who want to win a Nobel Prize. Then we have to do research. You have to write something that would then earn you that stuff. If you want to be secure, you have to develop stuff. You use Iran, for example. Iran is launching missiles at Israel. That's because they're able to go and do their research and do things on the scientific level, scientific method. You cannot do otherwise. No matter what you want to do, law, our elections, those laws have to have teeth. If you, for example here, if you're caught to have violated a law of the elections, for example, if you rig an election, it's big crime. If you don't pay your taxes, it's big crime. If you disobey any law, if you run a red light, right? It's not you could talk yourself out of. So that's what I'm saying. First, you have to have that before you do anything else. You have to have that. It's so important that if we get that right, you're gonna see all of us are right. So I used the elephant thing earlier. If you have an elephant, I mean, but you don't know it's an elephant. You don't know what animal you have. But you start seeing a big feet, you start seeing a trunk, right? You see the big head, you see big ears, you have the tail, you have a tusk. Then you're gonna say, "Oh, we have an elephant here." This is one thing Africans, they just don't want to get that. You gotta get it. With Tinubu, the same thing. You have, once you see these things, Arogidiba will admit that he's wrong here, he's wrong here, he's wrong. But at no point is he going to say, "Look, Tinubu, you're just the wrong person for this job." He will concede for you every single day he comes here, he concedes one thing every single day. But if you then put it together, you're going to notice that he's not a good person to be there. That's why Rational Mind is crying. It's not just crying because you see what I mean? You're on the same shoes with him. It's just that you're doing it day by day. He's looking at the whole elephant. Thank you.
Look, in as much as I would even want to disagree with you, I think you make some very good coding points when you talked about the delayed injustice. But I also want you to dial it back a little bit, because our own society is not like the one you are living in the United States. The United States is quite different. They have the resources, they have the technology. We don't. Okay, we stated some counting in America that God help you, a case will be filed. It will take 2 weeks, a month, or some time before a case can be you see judge within 24 hours, but you must still be remanded in custody for a while. Now, even in Nigeria, okay, we don't operate criminal justice system doesn't operate that way, because you have to look at the proximity of the police station or the prison to the court, and to transport the accused from point A to point B can be a little bit challenging. So we have a lot of things that are not well planned. But we also have to look at the peculiarity of our society.
I want you to make a choice there, because that's what the United States.
No.
Nobody has all the resources. Let me just ask you.
Nobody
has all the resources in the world, right? The United States doesn't have the resources like that.
No.
So you have to make a choice. Do you, if let's say those kids or anybody, even a murderer, as a society, if one person, a guilty person, should be put, an innocent person should be incarcerated, put in jail, right? Because we don't have the resources to figure it out. Do you rather an innocent person suffer that and go to jail, or do you rather have a guilty person escape? Right? You have to just give me your opinion on that, because that's a choice the United States have to make. If there are processes put in place, is the individual that important that instead of us doing something that will punish an innocent person because we don't have the resources or whatever the reason is it better for an innocent person to escape justice than a guilty person to go free? Should an innocent person go to the slum or go to jail or get killed because they committed a crime, but we have no way of really figuring it out? We should put, to my take is that we should put a system together where a guilty person can go free, but no innocent person should be put away. You follow what I'm saying? So you have to make that choice, because you don't have the resources to do everything. But at all time, anybody who's not convicted is innocent. So your bail is not supposed to be punitive. Your bail is to make sure they appear. So where there's a problem, you don't have the room, you could then release them on their own recognizances. If they don't show up, fine, we could live with that. We try to find them at some other point, but there should not be any case to where somebody's languishing in prison because we don't have the judges or we don't have the resources. Then we just house them there for 90 days, no matter how old they are, even if they're young or they're old. So those are the kind of things that we have to figure out. We don't have the resources, but we always have to respect our citizens. We have to respect the individual. We have to be a fair society. We have to come up to modern. All we have to do is copy other people who are doing the same thing. So that's the choice you have to make when you have limited resources. Everybody has limited resources.
You see that access to court system within 24 hours is what I would consider that we don't practice that. But you know, there's level to this. If your charges has to do with national security, I would not expect to see you on the street of Lagos within 24 hours. Depends on the charges filed against you. But you know, in Nigeria, we have some level of peculiarity. It's only in Africa. I don't know. I think the third world that one doing this the most, where someone will be accused and paraded on television. However, the court has not even made any pronouncement. Investigation has not even been started. And yet here you are. They will first of all keep you in one dungeon, in one God knows dingy place. You look unkept, you know, you already have overgone there. You look like somebody just coming out of cave and they start parading you.
But do we not see people like Epstein and people that are charged, or PDD? We do see them on TV.
They were not paraded. They were not paraded. They didn't bring them in front of them.
Okay,
Yeah,
but we know who they are.
Of course, you could see them being moved from maybe from vehicle to the court. In some cases, they will shield them, but in a way, they have not been pronounced, and they accord them the respect. All right, even a condemned person still gives them some level of respect. In Nigeria, even though someone committed a crime, in fact, it's only to the point that you will confess to a crime that you did not commit, because the level of punishment that they will give you. Look, the Nigerian police still use torture to extract statement from people. In the 90s or early 20s, the co-worker that was arrested, he was taken to police station. I won't mention the particular place. He was hung upside down like a Jesus Christ. They stuck a rod inside his penis. There were two of them. All right. But he was innocent. What do I mean by that? For someone who could undergo such a punishment, you think that person would not say things just to get him out of the trouble? So it's only in Nigeria or in the third world that you find all those kind of things, because even the person that is applying the law does not even know the essence of that law
They do know. It's right.
Yeah, some of them don't. Some of them don't. If a policeman accosts you now and is trying to arrest you on particular charges, if you ask for that, they won't even know the essence of that law that they are trying to arrest you on.
Okay, then they should be trained better. What I'm saying is,
know what we are doing. We pretend as if we don't know. Many of us do.
They have the law. I posted on the comment section, the private section, for example, section 35 of our constitution, right? These people have to respect those things. They're just not in the books for the police to determine what they're going to do. This is the only way the society is going to work. You can't have people in custody for 90 days, our youngsters, right? So we could do all the outrage we want, but there's perhaps no law we have here in the United States that we don't have in Nigerian books. It's right there. But we have to criticize these people, right? They should be better trained, but those who don't want to do it, they have to be punished. For example, it tells you right there what happens when they do get it wrong. Now, let's even say they don't know and they made a mistake. Well, this is what you're supposed to do. So Tunadi could put it now, I can read it if he wants to say it, or you could click on that yourself and see that the laws are there in the book. This is a constitution of Nigeria. It's right there. You're not supposed to be plucking people. Now, if you also overcharge, which means you just said it right now, that's what they've been using. If somebody is accused of treason, therefore you're a danger to the Nigerian government. But if you don't want somebody outside and you want to use that to overcharge them, charge somebody with treason, so then you could do whatever. That's a criminal offense. You're supposed to go to jail for doing that as a police officer.
Who charges minors for treason? That's too much.
No, you
can't charge a minor 12 years old, 13 years old for treason. How is that even possible?
You can.
For marching, for protesting.
They are thinking of removing the government. They can remove the government. They don't have the capacity to do that.
Did you see the level of assault that they perpetrated by destroying properties? What millions of
destroying property? The people protest all the time.
What is the tenet of their protest? You have to
Adewale,
look at it from that
Adewale
context.
in Hong Kong, they were protesting for 1 year. I don't even see any of them being tried for treason. Not to mention minors.
Are you kidding yourself? Some of them have been taken over by Chinese authorities. They never.
Yeah, but they are not minors. Not minors.
What are you talking here? Please don't. Please, something.
You know,
Not
ignorance
minors.
of
You can say
ignorance
whatever you
of
like.
law.
Not minors.
Listen, Tunaja,
Are you
because you are
saying they charge
a
minors?
okay, if a minor commits murder, would a minor not be charged for murder?
Actually, they don't necessarily get charged for murder. Sometimes they do, but
Who
most of
told
the
you
time they
that?
don't.
Who told you
No,
that?
they are not tried as adults.
No, look, whether they are being tried as an adult or as a minor, they are still going to be charged for murder from the felony.
No,
right?
you will be charged for murder, but not as an
Okay.
adult.
Yeah, but you will say that their punishment will not be like an adult. You will not be sent to an adult prison, but you'll be remanded in a juvenile prison custody.
Yeah, but
Till you turn 21.
protesting is not
Hold,
treason.
hold on,
It's a constitutionally protected
We are
activity.
using murder as a template now.
No, okay,
all
now
right?
tell me where the
Now,
treason comes in.
hold
Tell me where the
on,
treason comes
hold
in.
on. Anytime, I'm not a lawyer, but anytime an uprising or someone who advocate, okay, for cessation of a government that is not democratically pursued, but by force or by inciting chaos for the overthrow of the government of the land, that is treason. Whether you are a minor or you are an
People do
adult,
that
it
all
does
the
not
time.
matter. Listen,
They do that in the US. They do that all the time.
No. Protesting against the government is different. For example, when Donald Trump became president, the Democrats protested. During the protest, police were sent to the street to disperse them, and they were sending tear gas and water cannon. Right? That is that. Those who committed criminal trespasses were arrested. Those
No,
are
that's what you call criminal trespass.
no,
When they kill people and all they destroy things.
no.
And for the Nigerian one, and
Listen,
all these people, we are not talking about
listen.
minors here, because if they were
Listen,
minors,
they
would
were
just
not
send them home.
protesting. They were not protesting for the overthrow of government of Trump. No, they were protesting that this man, even though was democratically elected, that they don't want him.
Who
Okay.
said the young people
In Nigeria context, these young fellows, they were given a flag of a foreign country. They were openly canvassing for the overthrow of that government. They were destroying. Hold on now. They were destroying properties, and the life of those people who reside in that communities were not safe at that time. They were rounded up and they were charged, one, for agitating for the overthrow of a democratic government. All right, and two, flying a flag during the protest is sending the signal. The language of it is that they are inviting a foreign government to overthrow their own domestic government.
Okay.
So,
Now let me
in a
respond.
way, they are criminally liable for that action. So, whether they are minor or they are adult.
Let me respond. See, one, minors during a protest, no matter what they do, is capable of overthrowing a government directly, except grown-ups get involved. Hence, the means for them to do it is not there. That is not something. One of the things about criminal activity is that you often have to have the means to do something before you are charged with something serious on that.
Who told you that?
You have
Who
to have
told
the
you?
means. If you say, okay, I want to destroy America, okay, I want to destroy America, come and arrest me and charge me for treason. Is that, do I have the means? But if Russia
What
says,
do you mean by means? What do you mean by means?
the means to do it, you have to have the means to do those things before it's considered dangerous.
No, what do you mean by means? Is it financially means?
The ability, yeah. You have to have the capacity, you have to have the access to the tools that you need to do those things.
Do you realize that war started with word of mouth?
Oh my God, you are changing the goalpost now. I'm saying that the means matters.
So does the mouth?
These are children. They don't have the capacity to do those things. They don't
told
even
you?
know what they are talking about. See, because they are minors, they don't know what they are talking about.
Ignorance of the law. Because they killed their parents does not make them not to be charged with murder. Because
If
they
were
don't.
grown-ups, that is fine. But these are minors. They are children.
Who told you?
Who told you? Who told you? Who told you? Who told you? Who told you? Who told you? Who told you? Who told you? Who told you? Who told you? Who told you? Who told you? Who told you? Who told you? Who told you? Who told you? Who told you? Who told you? Who told you? Who told you? Who told you? Who told you? Who told you? Who told you? Who told you? Who told you? Who told you? Who told you? Who told you? Who told you? Who told you? Who told you? Who told you? Who told you? Who told you? Who told you? Who told you? Who told you? Who told you? Who told you? Who told you? Who told you? Who told you? Who told you? Who told you? Who told you? Who told you? Who told you? I don't know why I'm calling them minors. I should call them children.
Because children are not capable of crime, they should not be charged for any crime they committed. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that you don't charge them of treason.
Who's
I'm
told you they
saying that
cannot
you
be
don't
charged for
detain them for
treason?
30 days. They charge them for treason.
Look,
With treason.
for mistreating them, I will agree with you on that. For keeping them for that long, I will agree with you on that. But that they cannot be charged for treason is what I disagree with you on. They can. Anyone.
The way I look at it, I've not checked the technicalities of the law, whether you are even capable. I've never seen any nation that I know of that has charged children for treason.
You know the funniest thing, when somebody commits, let's say, the most egregious crime in the world, murder, right? The person committed a murder, and the court found that person not, clinically sound enough to stand trial. For example, he's not psychologically stable, right? Because you are not psychologically stable does not mean that you are still not going to be tried. You will be tried, and the court will probably find you guilty. But when it comes to application of the punishment, that is where the court will now become lenient by not sending the accused to the prison, but be remanded in a psychiatric facility. Okay, but that person will use his sickness or disease or whatever it is to justify his or her action. No, justice doesn't apply that way, because you are the one that perpetrated it. Whether you claim devil did it, that is on you. But the little I know, whether they are minor or they are adult, whether they are sick or they are of sound mind, the law will still apply. Now, how the law is applied.
Let me give you the list of countries that have charged people for treason, that young people for treason, and some of them is even through their family, not necessarily directly to them. Nazi Germany, Soviet Union, North Korea, Cambodia, Cameroon, Maoist China, East Germany. Do you hear any form of democratic system in that context? This is crazy. Look at the company that this government is keeping.
Tunaja, you remember when one of your brother went to United States to I don't want to use the word, that had the underwear this thing there. You remember? You remember it was not yet an adult, but another age. I think it was 17 or 18, if I'm not mistaken. You remember
I remember the bombing editing, but I don't know whether he was underage.
Okay. So he was tried in the federal court and he was found guilty.
Yeah, he was over 16 years now. I think 16 is age of
you
consent.
Remember another two brothers from, I think they are from Iran, if I'm not so sure the country where they came from. The younger brother went to hide inside a boat. I think the older brother got they eliminated the senior brother. The younger one was hiding in a boat. You remember? Maybe you don't remember that story. The one that perpetrated the bombing during the marathon in Massachusetts sometimes ago. You remember that case?
Not directly, no.
That was I think that was the last one, if I'm not mistaken, that was shaking the America to the core too. But what I'm trying to bring out is that those are young people. I'm not so sure whether that one too was minor or no minor. All those kids, all those mass shooting that you see them going to school, the majority of them are minor, but they still try them. Okay, because the ignorance of law does not excuse anybody. Okay, as long as you're
minor, they try you as, let's say, if you go and kill people. Yeah, that's different.
They won't charge you less. They won't charge you less.
Let me explain. If they charge these children, say, for vandalizing or causing public disorder, maybe you can say, okay, that's. But for treason is something specific about a nation. You're talking about children threatening a nation.
So what was the cause of the agitation? What were they agitating for then?
Bad governance, and which they are justified to protest against.
What were they chanting when they were protesting?
They were chanting the removal of the government.
What do you call that?
If somebody is governing you badly, isn't that what nations do? This is common. You should know that.
Okay, they had a flag of Russia with them, and they are openly saying Russia should come to their rescue and overthrown their government and govern them, right? So what do you call that one?
They are minors doing those things. If you want the grown-ups to do it, yeah, fine. If a grown-up is doing it, you can say, okay, this grown-up has nefarious reason. And you could even argue that most grown-ups don't have the capacity to do it. Let's say the person was in the military or was in the police. You can say, okay, that person has capacity to do it. But children, come on.
Sorry, Tunaja. Adewale, I want to ask you a question. If such an event happened in America and this kind of children, they were calling raising Russian flag, blah, 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 just what happened in Nigeria, what with American authority, what would they do? Because I heard you when you say some children commit manslaughter, kill a lot of people. I know that maybe they kept them in a... Did they take them to court? And if they find them guilty, or do they let them stay in a detention facility until they are 18 years old and they did not refile the case against them? How do they go about it, please?
When a minor is arrested, they charge them to court like a regular person. The court will now determine that they are minor and they should be tried as a juvenile. So, but that does not reduce from the charges. The charges, everything still remain. However, for example, those little guys, they won't try them together. They will try them just like the way you have them. They put everybody in the court. No, they will try them individually. Reason being is that some of them might be their first crime in their lifetime. Some of them might have had maybe rap sheet of maybe 2, 3, 4, and the court will consider some of their past missteps, okay, to apportion how they are going through, punishment. Now, if it is determined that this particular individual is a minor, they will go to court just like they will the same way the court will adjudge a case if it is an adult. Now, the judge or the court will now look at the case in total, the age of the accused, and also his past record, and determine if somebody who is going to school, all right, but decided to join such crowd to canvass for the overthrow of the government, the court will now determine, okay, this is his first time. Oh, this is his first time doing this, but he's still on the right side, on the right track if he continue to focus on his education. So rather than putting him in prison, they might decided, okay, we know what, we need to give you a probation. You have a probation, juvenile probation. You'll be reporting to juvenile probation officer. They'll give you your condition, and you have to imbibe with it. Now, if someone who has had, let's say, 3, 4 cases in the past,
no, Adewale, sorry.
Yeah.
Before you continue, I quickly want to have this question to you. What is the role of the parents that, I've had a lot of cases that these children will take their parents' gun, take it to school, and then shoot a lot of people. Do they arrest those parents, and do they also sentence them, or they are left off the hook?
One good thing about country like America is that for every cases that you say like that, I'm not a lawyer, but for the one I know, each case or each state will determine how the law will be applied. But for the ones that I've seen most of the recent time, if a parent is found guilty of negligence by being complacent, by leaving those weapons, just laying down freely in the house or not locking it up, or like the recent one that the parent actually, was the one that bought the weapon for an underage child. This is the country where a minor will accompany a parent for hunting game and be allowed to shoot, right? But because that one is still a supervised environment. But in the case where the parent who decided to buy a weapon for his or a minor dependent, that parent will be found guilty. Or let me say found guilty, will be charged for, the same crime that son committed. If it's found of manslaughter, 7th degree, or capital murder, that parent will be charged the same. Now, as a matter of fact, some judges can be a little bit harsh on the parent because they believe that they are the root cause of the entire thing. So they apply it in a way that the same crime somebody committed in Massachusetts, it's not going to be, the punishment will not be the same when committed in Florida. You see this disparity now. So, but the way they do it in such a way that, for example, if those guys had committed that crime here in America, it would have been a federal case anyway. But they will pick it one by one and on individual basis. You remember the invasion of Capitol on January 6th, 2020, right?
Yeah.
And for every individual being identified in those videos, because there's never a time that they were tried, in group. They try individual one by one.
Well, I understand you quite clearly. Now, I also condemn detain these children for 19 days. I think it's not good. They should have found a way to.
It's not.
Hello.
It's not. Yeah, we can hear you.
So what I'm trying to say, I am more looking at a bigger picture or bigger issue than that, because for nearly 20 years, that northern part of the country were ravaged by Boko Haram, banditry, and kidnap, all sorts of wala. Now we have over 10 million children out of school in that area. And these people, they don't stop having these children. They don't care. Although you might be saying what they are doing to them today, we condemn it, but I see a problem in future. All of these children, if they don't go to school, they don't do nothing. Most of them are finding their way to the south. And one way or the other, if they're also in the south, nobody is housing them, nobody is providing anything for them. That is a big crime in our hand again. People are not thinking about that. They are just fixated on what happened. And I think what happened is bad, but the president has taken a very good decision to release them immediately.
They had no choice. They had no choice.
So, but the bigger issue at our hand, because all these children, like I said before, they were using them for voting. We have seen a lot of them, they voted. But the last election, because of technology, they weeded out a lot of them away from voting. So what are we going to do post this issue? If another protest happen tomorrow, these children will also come out, they will also use them again, vandalize everything. This is the bigger issue. Not all of this blah, 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 blah. And sometimes I laugh when the Nigerians want to paint Nigeria so terrible and where they are living is so perfect.
Is there any protest? How should a protest look in Nigeria? Can you tell me how a protest should look in Nigeria, based on, especially given what we're going through, what the country is going through?
Before you protest, if you get your police, you get a police order to protect you when you are protesting. I think a protest should not be anybody that organized the protest, and if a lot of things are being vandalized or people stole a lot of people's things, that organizer should be held accountable from now on. If
you organize protests, then the people that don't want you to succeed send Agberos to come and vandalize the protest and cause problems. The organizer should answer for it.
Yes. That's
it. Is that not a recipe for shutting down protests?
It's a fair game. So you would think before you organize the protest.
It means that you are saying that the protesters should never protest then.
I did not say that. If you want to protest, you should be able to organize your protesters. You should be able to gather together. You should be able to know how you go about your peaceful protest. But
Is the police people's job to make sure law and order is maintained?
That is why sometimes they say that they should get a police order. If you get a police order, then the police can give you that protection. But if you don't want to get the police order and you don't want to sign the warranty that if event go wrong, you'll be held accountable. So that means you also want to.
You can't hold protesters accountable for events. However, I can agree that, okay, hold on. I can say that you can agree to have an arrangement with the police in terms of having permission from the police. Then the police will be able to protect the protest from
that is the normal something you should do in Nigeria according to the law. Get the police permission before you go on your protest. That is normal.
Yes. But you can't. You have to hold individual protesters accountable for their action, not the organizers.
If you go to the police that you want to protest, and the police now say, so date you cannot protest, they have to also guide you that okay, the situation of the country, You cannot protest now. Maybe you can put it at another date. You cannot force them.
So you are thinking that you are okay from what you are thinking, from what you know about Nigeria. You think the police will want to give you a day that will actually enable you for your protest to have its way?
So I see it as a
will maintain the establishment.
I see it as a double-edged sword. If you want to go on a protest and you don't want to be held accountable if the protests go rowdy or go rioting or people started burning something, you don't want to be held accountable. So you have to look at it from different angles too.
You can't hold on. First of all, you can't hold the protest organizers accountable except they do something.
Why not? Why not?
Let me explain now. Listen, except they do something specifically endangering of public order, like going to a military base to go and protest directly inside. We have to go in. There are certain things that they do that will aggravate the environment and cause chaos. But if they are just marching along the road and some funny actors come in and start causing chaos, you have to hold those people accountable. Otherwise, hold on now. Otherwise, that will be a recipe for saying that there should not be any protest at all. By saying that any disorder, they should not. But you are saying that you are saying that in a roundabout way.
You are being smart by half.
You are saying that in a roundabout way. You are the one doing it.
Let me say something and then you continue. You are being smart by half. You want to have.
Let me just say something when you finish, Remy.
You want to have your cake and at the same time you want to eat it again. You don't want to be held accountable if the riot go astray. And you know that then from the last protest, we see a lot of people in Abuja trying to go inside Abuja and destroy it and probably trying to go to Aso Rock. Will any government allow miscreants like that? Sea of head. We don't know where they come from.
Remy, I have a question. So who should we have held accountable during the NSAS protest where we saw videos of what Agbiros and all these guys being brought with Lagos vehicles, and we also saw the same around Abuja. Please let me land, please. Okay. We also saw videos where they use black jeeps that we know that they are from government to bring in Agbiros to protesters in Abuja during the NSAS. Is it still the responsibility of the NSAS people to make sure that those people did not come?
Okay, let me answer your question. Before you asked about the NSAS protest, and you said you saw a Lagos vehicle. So how do we know a Lagos vehicle? You have to tell me that. Is it special from other vehicles, or is it because it's African?
Did you see that video? You did not. Maybe I should start from there.
No, I don't know. There's so many videos.
Oh, yeah, no, please.
No, I'm answering your question.
You are part of the problem of Nigeria, you guys.
If you have the video you are talking about, for clarity and for prosperity, you can give it to Tunaja. Tunaja will play it, so we can all see it together. Because there's numerous videos at that particular event. Initially, the protest was peaceful. But later, it has a lot of political undertone. Everybody knows the truth. They were fighting for police brutality. And there was a time even Buhari called them for a meeting and they said they don't have a leader. And before you can say turn around, even your so-called governor of the state, he went into their midst to talk to them. And before we can turn around, things started turning to another ugly event. And when it turned to an ugly event, whether state actors or non-state actors will participate. In that NSAS protest, I will agree with you that both organizers and the state should be held accountable for what happened. If that will satisfy your mind. For the Abuja whole, when those people started coming from outskirts of Abuja, sea of head, they want to now invade Abuja city.
Remy, please. Yeah. That protest has been held for over a week.
Can I say something?
For over a week before the Agbiros came.
That I should speak before when he finishes, before this guy started speaking.
What did you say, please?
I was supposed to speak after Remy finishes.
Oh, sorry. Please go ahead.
Okay. I think as a citizen of that country, we are not being truthful to ourselves. What happened in northern Nigeria was nothing like it wasn't a protest. It was a riot that took place in that place. And let me speak about the NSAS protest you are talking about. when you talk about protest, the moment you block the road, the police or anybody have the right to arrest you. So you don't call blocking of road as protest. So we should be clear with.
Please. We are not talking about blocking of road. We are talking about bringing of woodlums. Don't change the topic.
It is the blocking of the road. Let me tell you, it was the blocking of the road that led to the violence.
So don't change. Don't use those language. Government brought in hoodlums. Is that not what we saw in that video? Is that what you are denying?
That is what you saw?
No. Did you see it or you did not see it? Yes or no?
And that is what I saw too. That's what I saw.
Did you see it or you did not? Say your answer. Don't.
I did not.
I saw it.
We know that you are also part of them. That's it.
When you go on protest and block roads, you are infringing on other people's rights. So I think we should be sometimes be truthful to ourselves, so that when we talk about protest, we should differentiate between protest.
So what part of the law are you quoting? What's the punishment for blocking the road?
The punishment of blocking the road. The punishment of blocking the road. The police need to try you for infringing on people's rights.
Where are you quoting that? What part of the, if somebody goes and get a permit, right, to protest on a peaceful protest,
to block the road,
even if
somebody gets a permit to block the road,
you can't just be talking out of your ass. You have to give up.
Pastor, I want you to also know something, that because you get a permission to stage a protest does not give you the authority or the audacity to start destroying properties to the point of affecting and taking lives of people.
That's true. But what I'm saying,
the essence of having a security around you during protest is to the protection of yourself.
Hold on. The last speaker was saying, he's saying to him,
hold on.
That the government,
government
does not have the right to import. No, but hold on now. Government does not have the right to import hoodlums into.
You cannot ascertain that people are being
well, you cannot ascertain what you're saying too.
I can. What I'm saying, I'm not even saying anything, outrageous. What I'm saying is this: when we are protesting, you have a right whether to have a security people around you or not to contact security. But for your own protection, it is good that you have security around you before you stage a protest, because protests can go off hand in a country like Nigeria. Possibility that the organizer may have something better in mind, but for those who maybe already infiltrate that the group, may started doing things that you will not be able to have control over.
I agree.
I agree. You have to come out with law enforcement. Now, certain things that you will not do.
Let's be orderly. Let's be orderly. I'm asking, still you talking. I'm asking you a question. What you just said, everybody agrees with, right? It should be non-violent. It should be this and that. It should be orderly and all that. However, what do you then do when you have a notoriously corrupt police, an army who violate people's rights all the time? You actually should expect them to try to undermine that protest, and they do it all the time, right? They do it when Shias have their parade. They do it when Shias do it. They do it in the southeast. They do it inside, right?
I think you are looking at
Hold on. Let me land my question for Adewale. I want him to tell me then what do you do when the army and the police do that? Because that's expected of them. They will do it. So now, what should we do?
Okay.
Adewale, sorry, quickly, you will answer his question. He's looking at it half-court. You said your police are terrible. The human beings, the people themselves are also terrible. The protesters are also, it's a way to loot. It's a way to vandalize. So when you blame one part, you should also blame the other. The people that are going out there protesting, why are they looting? Why are they burning?
It's not moral equivalent.
Let's be factual here.
Remy, listen, I hear what you said.
What happened?
You don't wait after you talk.
No, listen.
Let somebody get in and then you talk. I'm going to say to you.
It's
not moral equivalent, right? It's not morally equivalent. We have the police. We give them power. We're giving them, they say, to whom much is given, much is expected. It's the police that is given authority. They're given guns. They're given a budget. If you're not listening, you're not listening. I haven't spoken for almost half an hour.
I'm asking you a question.
Right? No, I'm answering your question. I'm answering your question. I'm saying it's not morally equivalent. The police have what's called a fiduciary responsibility. It's on them. The onus is on their head. But it's I don't even want to.
The police at that time, their life is also in dilemma.
Can we just stop this thing, please? Let us be sincere with ourselves. Come
on.
Everybody have opinion. This same protest stood for 11 days. 11 days, nothing happened.
Let me say my piece.
You guys should stop lying.
Please. Only opinion and money opinion to me. My gaslight anybody. People that are protesting too, does it give them right to go and burn and loot and vandalize property, both government and private property? The police are also in danger. They cannot shoot them, and they also have to protect their own life. So I want to talk back to Pansar. If those people
did you also get the speaking this second protest that happened this last October, where protesters you even heard Yoruba people saying that
I think you should listen carefully too. If you listen to me carefully, I'm not saying that Agbero hijack Agbero no hijack. I'm not saying that. I'm trying to say that when you go on out there as a protester and you are the organizer, before you go out there, do you think you can control the protest? Because most Nigerian protests, most organizers cannot control them. And because they cannot control them, we see a lot of looting. What about people that have lost millions of their property? Private business people. Both and government also lose a lot of property. Because this organizer cannot control them.
Be on insurance.
So
okay, let me ask Remy a question. Remy,
system should be working for people.
Yeah, hold on. Let me ask Remy a question. Remy, in December 2015, okay, the chief of army staff went somewhere in Zaire, and he says that the Shias blocked his road. So he came out and he could get the video on YouTube right now, and he shot almost 1,000 of those people, our fellow citizens, shot them in broad daylight and buried them in mass graves. Okay? So what do you have to say about that?
Okay, I will
go and read about that shite. Go and do research about that shite before you talk about that.
Let him answer now. Let
me answer him. That is half story. You always tell half story. Do you know what the Shia did? They block an general from entering a domain. That means you are against an authority, a federal government. It's a country. And a general represents Nigerian government. You block him and you nearly killed him. You killed some of his soldiers. What do you expect the soldier to do?
Okay, hold on, please. You're not being responsive. Number one, they did not kill anybody.
Are you
I
sure?
just told you. Hold on now. Let me give you the start. Let me give you the background. Hold on. Now, you don't have to respond especially to this. Just imagine it happening elsewhere, right? Let me give the background. The situation is this. You have a procession of religious zealots, right? They didn't do it right. They're blocking the road, right? That's part of the background. They're doing something illegal. They're blocking the road. So the soldiers come, the chief of army staff came down and then mowed down a lot of them that first day. They continue to go to the... will you be quiet, you son of a bitch? Be quiet, you stupid asshole. So what I'm saying is that he mows some people down and he goes to their mosque, right? He goes to their mosque and then mow down hundreds. While you stupid son of a bitch, you're making noise so you can disrupt the background. You don't want them to hear.
You are a faggot, old man. Okay, another person can.
So Nigeria sent it in the private space. Can you play it for us? Let us see that video, please, so that we can show people so they didn't see that.
That shite incident, Pansat is not giving the right. It's not giving the right thing that happened in that incident. All these people.
He said a faggot. Are you Bobrisky, brother?
Please, which video is this one? I think this is Lagos, right?
Let me leave them. They will bring what's the narrative they want to sell to people.
Because
nobody wants to sell any narrative. Please, we want a better country. Let us stop this narrative of it's not everybody that is peddling narrative.
You are just deceiving yourself that you want a better country. You don't want anything better in that country. You guys are just
who is deceiving himself between me and you? If you can, if this is the country you want for your children,
your emotion is deceiving you. Your emotion is deceiving you. When somebody commits crime, you say they shouldn't punish the person for committing crime, and you say you want a better
from another end, you turn it. Before you said you did not see the video. Now you have seen the video, so it says the narrative. Am I the one that captured the video?
Are you the one that
emotion?
Can you give us all the video of the incident that happened the whole of the day? The video of the whole day. The whole day video. Can you give us the video of everything that happened that day?
What is
give us the video of what happened that day?
I think what is the video talking about? I see some guys stoning a boss. I think that is a BRT boss, right?
Maybe.
They were bringing people into cause chaos in the protest. So that is the point he's making. You can't. Some of the things you all are saying, you don't understand. When these things you are advocating, when it becomes part of the culture, there are consequences. We can't just be behaving as if we don't understand these things. If you want your country to be good, you have to be level-headed about these things.
I think
to Nigeria. Yeah. But that was not the only thing that happened that day, in that day of the protest. That is my problem. So you don't just cut one part of video, you come and play it, then you say that is what happened.
No, because it's a significant aspect of the shift. Because if you are saying something about let's not do this thing here. We are smart people. Sometimes our smartness, we use it to a kind of obscure the truth of a situation, the objective truth of a situation. The point that was being made was that if there was a protest happening and people started acting a little bit badly, then the protest organizers should be paying for it. And I did ask. I said, but how is it that if by saying that you are saying there should not be any protest in a roundabout way? Because whenever a protest is organized, then the other groups will send people to go and cause chaos.
Okay, true, Niger. There was a protest.
But if the police now give you report that this is what is going to happen, you will say nothing like that will happen.
It was always going to happen if the police don't do their job.
There was a protest led by Shore before that October protest. We did it in Lagos. And there are about maybe total number of people, maybe 50. And the police guided him. Nothing happened. It was a peaceful protest. But this particular one, the one of October, that one of October or August that they did all over the country, everybody knows it has a political undertone. The one of NSAR started brilliantly, very well against police brutality. And before you can say Jack, Buhari must go. Then before you can say Jack,
hold on. I don't understand what you mean by political.
What I'm trying to tell you is this. There was a lot of protests that Showore led before that August protest in Lagos, in Oju Elegba. The police.
I'm aware of that. You've already said that. What do you mean by political undertone? What does political mean?
I will tell you why it has a political undertone. When it got to the northern part of the country, there was some peaceful protest in some states, but in the core north, it started, and before you can say everything, they started vandalizing government property. They started carrying flag and they are telling this article we want. Then later they changed it, Tinubu must go. Why? They said they want good governance. Why good governance has to be the president, your ruling president must go? Why? Let me finish. Let me finish. Why are you calling on another country to come and help you overthrow your current ruling party? Why? Why is it have to be like that? The same thing also happened in NSAS. Yeah, that's what I'm
can
trying
you hold
to say.
on? See,
It
the
led to
point is
another
that
thing entirely.
okay, if that's what you mean by political undertone, because they asked the president to step down, then the whole point of the politics, the idea of this in the protest is a political act in itself. Not whether they start calling the moment you start protesting.
I don't agree with you like
society,
that.
it's
Not
a political
everything
act.
about protest is politics. There are some environmental protests against some environment. There's so many different kind of protests. You cannot say every protest is about politics. But in Nigeria, most time it's about politics. So that is why I'm not saying they cannot go on protest. What I'm trying to say is that if you want to go on a protest, do you think you can control the masses, the protesters? Do you think you can control them? Do you think you can let them file in so that they don't destroy government property or private businesses? At least when you go on protest, if I don't want to join your protest, you cannot force me. If I don't join your protest, it's not me, I'm a bad Nigerian.
I just wanted to get a clarification. Anything political has to do with public affairs, government, and anything public is part of the politics of the nation. So if somebody comes out and say they want to protest, and this is something enshrined in the constitution of that nation, you should allow them to protest, no matter what.
They allow them to protest. They have freedom to protest. But what the
Stop
law
interrupting me now. Just stop interrupting. Let me finish one statement. They allow you to finish your whole statement. So you can't just say, something that has been put inside the constitution, you have to do it based on specific listening. When people want to protest, the police is bound by the constitution to ensure that protest occurs peacefully, not only by the protest organizers. What you are doing is a way of chilling protest to make sure people don't say anything. And you think you are protecting your man or your person that you support in office, but what you are doing, you are damaging your people, your very own heritage. You are damaging it because you are not understanding that those things you are doing is leading to the outcomes that we are seeing in Nigeria that is making things worse and worse for all of us. So you can say that so it's making things better for everybody in Nigeria now. What part of the country is doing better?
Because for now it still look like nothing is being done. But wait for some time, you will see the essence of what they are doing.
Why do you always say wait? Do you know when they started saying
they are telling us wait?
1999, I can play all the president telling you to wait. Be patient. Be patient. Be patient.
No, forefather.
Since 1999, they've been saying it.
Forefather, please. I want to ask them one question. Remy said they went to protest. At the end of the day, they are asking Tinubu must go. If the Nigerian citizens that voted the president in, they said he should go, what is wrong with that? Is their right?
Is their right to say?
What if they said Tinubu must go? What is wrong with that?
Let me ask you one question. How did they bring him?
Two again, you say you have to take permission. I'm coming, please. You say you have to get permission to protest. Please. Even during this back governance, when this senior advocate, when they raised the issue, they came out on television. They said 2004 Supreme Court judgment have said nobody in Nigeria, nobody need permission from anybody to protest as a Nigerian citizen. So people should not come and be telling people, saying you have to go and get permission to go and protest.
That's why I said that it's the police to protect the protesters.
Look. You won't hear it from me that people need to get permission to protest. No, but you see, this is Nigeria. This is not Cameroon. This is not Ghana. This is Nigeria, where a simple protest could easily degenerate to chaos. And if you watch closely, every protest, every agitation since this administration has been in power has always had this tone of anger, this tone of political anger. Every protest being staged since they've been in government has always been about politics. Even a good cause that would have been protested and people would have, agree with or supported, has always had this undertone of politics. Look, I know that right now Nigerians have, they're going through economic action, and of course, for a government that majority of those people that are ranting online never supported in the first place, it's going to be easy for them to condemn them for every action that they took. But people do actually never actually pay attention for every reform that they are taking. Look, we prefer autocratic system because that's what we are used to, where somebody will just lord over themselves over us and shove every policy down our throat. But for every policy, look at the tax reform that is being going on, that has been, the administration has been told or been, advised to withdraw from the National Assembly. Look, Tinubu is not going to withdraw that tax reform. You see, this inequality, or should I say, this disparity that we have in our system, people are not actually discussing that, but we are discussing, oh, the price of petrol is this, the price of this is that. But for someone who is taking a bold step and is trying to change the way we do things in the country, I haven't even heard it. People are never even, the entire reform, people are not even discussing it because they believe, oh, well, we're in the South, it's none of our business, or, until we see the impact of it. But you and I have never even discussed it. That man is dealing with 4 phases of tax regulation in Nigeria that is going to change the way. As a matter of fact, those who tend to benefit more are from the state level, the regional level, because it means your resources will even benefit you more in your region than the other regions. But we are not talking about it because
Mr.
Hold on now.
No, but that is a Lagos project, not Nigeria project, please.
My brother, wait. See, it's not Lagos that will benefit from tax reform. Okay, it's not. Southern
All the whole headquarters and the banks, where are they?
Listen, those companies could decide tomorrow to take their headquarters to anywhere.
No, but today, what they are doing, we are not saying tomorrow. We are saying today.
Even today, they chose to have their headquarters in the commercial center of the country. That is a rational thing to do. They will be insane to take it to Ekiti or to take it to Ondo State or to take it to Osun State. They will be going crazy. In fact, taking it to Abuja is nonsensical. So that is from the business face of it. But what I'm saying is this. There's some bold step. I don't know, maybe none of us has ever been in a public office before. And that is why it's so easy. I'm not holding brief for Tinubu, but that is so easy for people from outside the glass house to throw stone because you yourself have never been inside that glass. I'll tell you this. Public governance is the most hardest part of leadership.
What governance?
Because public governance.
Oh boy.
Because you have never been in a public office like Nigeria. I bet you've never even controlled 20 or 40 people under you in your entire life. Hold on. To see you have not let me land. Maybe when I land, I don't usually pronounce my statement. For you to be able to see the dynamic of human being, human capacity. When you talk about managing resources and people and their character and their trait, I don't know if you guys don't know this. In the leadership school, there is no weak link. You have not even found the best position to put them. But every leadership we've got in Nigeria has been a reflection of our societies, of who we are in Nigeria. Number one, we don't have patience. Number two, we don't believe in hard work. We don't believe that you will do something that you get rewarded. Number three, we are suspicious of one another that this. Who?
You are just keep weaving through all kinds of different topics. How is one supposed to respond to you?
Okay, let me let you take your your roundabout discussion.
Like with the tax issue, that is something that favors Lagos almost exclusively when you look at the majority of the VAT that will be coming through. This is one of the reasons why the northern.
So it won't favor Osun State where gold is being mined. It won't favor River State.
Let me finish.
They won't favor anybody. It's only Lagos.
You should let
This
people
is
finish what
ignorance,
they are
man. This
saying
is
now.
pure ignorance, man.
You should let people finish what they are saying. Maybe you will
Okay,
let
go ahead.
So the idea behind it is that fundamentally, task is very, very important to a nation. Most nations, in short, all nations in the world, in short, right from the beginning of time, societies are built on a form of taxation. I don't have any problem with that. The issue in the context of this debate in Nigeria that a northerner made that I found very compelling was that the majority of the tax that is actually quite significant to the states, most of them will go to Lagos, because most of these institutions that generate a lot of resources in Nigeria, they are headquartered in Lagos. So they don't pay the tax to the states, except you decide that these organizations that are operating in different parts of Nigeria, they pay the tax to the states that they are operating in. If they, whatever profit they make from that state, whatever money they make from that state, they pay the commensurate tax in that state. Then you find that these governors will sign on to it. They are not doing it just because they don't want Nigeria to progress, or they believe in some kind of Islamic rule. It's because they see that it's not equitable and it's unfair to some states. Why would you operate in some states, then the tax you go and pay it in Lagos? How does that help that state? So anybody else can go ahead.
Yeah, you see, see, you know the problem of that tax bill, eh? They are shifting the VAT from the consumer to the productivity. Look now. For example, now, how can you say a company, maybe the manufacturing company is in Kaduna or in Edo State or in Kwara, because the headquarters is in Lagos? You understand? You have to pay your tax here for Lagos. You understand? That is the problem. Okay, what about the consumer in Kaduna, in the place you are producing it in Kwara or in Edo State? No, because the headquarters now is in Lagos, I will come and pay my tax in Lagos. Okay, all the oil this thing, company in Niger Delta. Okay, majority of the headquarters are in Lagos. The banks, the headquarters are in Lagos. They will come and be paying tax to Lagos to give Lagos more fat belly, pot belly, and leave the region that your company that people are consuming it out of for nothing. This tax is just for
Najaba, you know the weirdest thing. Then you will see some people come here and say, "Oh, all this stuff happening. Lagos is special. Lagos is built by, it's owned by Yorubas."
Yes.
When the nation is contributing to the progress of Lagos, they don't acknowledge that readily, and it's not nice. That type of behavior is not good. And I think if they said, "Okay, if you are operating in any state, whatever resources you get from that state, you pay your tax in that state," you will see that this bill will go through smoothly. Nobody will argue against it.
Then we have vendor building. Then we have building this thing that, for example, Ambulance Brother or Benin, because their headquarters is in Lagos here. So I will come and be paying. They will come and be paying tax here in Lagos. And what about the people who's consuming it? The land that you are using, they are producing it from there. Those people are supposed to collect the tax, not as one person in Lagos. Tinubu is just doing all these things just for Lagos. Maybe when he come back to have more money for himself, and all that is all what he's just doing. And they will be telling us to be patient. How long are we going to be patient? For how many years? And we are patient, they are buying jets, they are living well, they are living large. The wife is telling us not to go and be praying. Are they praying in America? Are they praying here in London for hardship?
You have to give northern politicians a bit of credit that they are able to read the rules. Many southern politicians will not even notice some of all these intricacies and the fact that it's going to benefit certain parts of the country more than the others.
Of all what that transform is involved, it's only that issue of paying VAT at the headquarters of a company is what you guys could pick from out of those four.
That is where the money is where the money is going. The money is where the problem is. There's nothing else.
It's not just the VAT. He also addressed company income tax as well. He also addressed withholding tax. He also addressed
the company income tax may
because
even be more significant because that one goes directly to the company. That's the company that pays for it. And the company, if it's headquartered in Lagos, they pay it from Lagos. They don't pay from anywhere else. They'll pay it to Lagos.
And Tunaja, and look at the sharing formula. The sharing formula, because the headquarters is in Lagos, after they pay that money, Lagos will take more higher of the percentage of the tax.
Imagine.
Again. What
So
are we talking?
all those things is why they are opposing.
For one person.
And when you are writing such a bill, they should know that is what is going to happen. Then what you do then, when you know that that's what's going to happen, you modify the bill so that you make sure that the states capture their fair share.
So
that's what you do.
What about the aspect of derivation of value-added tax, where the value-added tax collected from the south is being used to develop the north? You guys didn't talk about that. For example, of alcohol sales, sales tax on alcohol. You guys do not.
And the tax on agricultural goods are also helping develop the south.
So you guys are not talking about that.
So if you are talking about alcohol, wait, Tunaja, please 1 minute, Tunaja, sorry. If you are talking about this alcohol, people are saying no, they don't allow it on community enough. They break alcohol and they are collecting tax. The ingredient they used to make the alcohol, where is it coming from? The ingredient they used to make the alcohol, where is it coming from? Is it not from the north? Are you not collecting sharing from the VAT? So what are we talking? Somebody say you don't want alcohol in the community. How is that becoming sin? I don't understand Nigeria.
We have to learn to be a little bit fair. Let me just add this on quickly. We have to learn to be a bit fair because it's actually good for our own communities. I think when we start thinking that it's a kind of zero-sum game, that is when we miss it. If other communities do better in Nigeria, we do well too. It affects all of us. It's not like one community does well, the other one does better, because does worse. Because the entire country benefits from it.
Which ingredient is taken from the north to make alcohol?
Is it the plants that are? Is it not plants that they use to make alcohol? Wheat and whatever else that they use to make it.
Sometimes when you guys talk this way, I keep wondering if you people really want a better Nigeria. Honestly,
can you get to the point you are trying that you disagree with?
You just pick one thing, you hammer on it without providing any solution.
I just gave you the solution. Hold on. You're not going to get away with that. You can't say that without getting away with it. Hold on. I literally gave you the solution. I said, if you pass the law and modify it in such a way that if you are doing business activity in any state, that state should get a fair share of the tax, not the fed.
Wait. Tunaja, can you tell us the current sharing formula? I won't be able to speak, but I just want to listen for a while. Tell us what the current sharing formula is.
Am I talking about the current sharing formula?
No, you. If you know the current sharing formula, say it. Let everybody hear.
No. I don't know the current sharing formula.
Okay, then why are you opining? Why are you opining? Why are you opining if you don't know the?
No. I'm talking about the fact that if a company is headquartered in Lagos,
forget that. Listen to the current sharing formula.
I'm not going to forget about it because that's what I'm talking about.
No, that's the cocoa of the matter. The current sharing formula is 50% based on equality. What the fuck does that mean? And then 30% based on population. So if you're birthing kids like there's no tomorrow, you take my own VAT. You're not adding to the productivity. You're not adding to the value of the product. You want us to maintain a country like that? Just sharing VAT based on population and sharing based on equality. Are we communist Nigeria?
Let me ask you three questions. How do you consider value? Because now that's very, very interesting that you said. So if I give you a car and I say, okay, this is a human being, would you value the car more than the human being?
What does that have to do with that?
I'm asking you now. You didn't like it I didn't like it when you changed the topic. So I'm
not changing the topic. You're talking about VAT. I'm going directly to the main thing. You guys are talking without actually looking at how is this thing shared.
I gave you a car. I gave you a human being. Which one is more valuable?
How is that related to what we're talking about?
You will find out. What
it depends. It depends on the situation I am. If I'm stranded in some Sahara desert, I'll take the car. The human can go suck on the lemon. if he
So
finds the lemon in Sahara Desert.
I'm talking about the value of whether a car and a human being, which one is more valuable?
It depends. It depends on the utility I need to get at that point in time. It may be a car, it may be a human being.
I'm okay. Generally, what would you consider more valuable?
There's nothing like generally. It depends on my situation.
Okay, so in some scenarios, human beings are not valuable to you.
Yes.
Okay, good. So now, this is an example of what I'm talking about. That our
But let's go back
Hold on, now,
to
let me
this.
finish.
No,
I'm
you're
gonna
taking
go
you're taking the conversation sideways.
you're
I'm
not letting me
saying,
finish. You're not letting me
why would you share VAT
You're not
based
letting
on
me
equality,
finish now, because
50%
this is
and
going to get
30%
us to
based
the core.
on population?
This is going to get us to
Why?
the core of our issue.
apart from the
First, no, Adewale, hold
sharing
on. Now, let
formula,
me finish with that. Let me finish with him now. See, this goes to the core of our issues. The way we value life is a problem. One, we are equivocating whether life is even what human life is worth more than a car. That shouldn't even be an equivocation point at all. The reason why I said that, because you use a term here, why are they having children while we are producing something here? What makes you think your own contribution is more valuable than theirs? Why? And this is part of the problem.
If I pay more taxes, I don't commit crime. I'm contributing better to the society than people that have kids they cannot afford. So isn't that straightforward? Is it rocket science?
to me, I believe that has been strengthened in such a way that I'm reading some things now. Some of the items that have been exempted from VAT, especially to favors the small businesses. I mean, intellectual property. To me, to me, it's a great expansion. Is a great reform because I mean, talking about electronic filing, filing. I mean, these are the things that we should be celebrating, not the cherry pick about formula.
That's not the point. Like, how do you incentivize production in different states where governors are lazy? They're just waiting for fact. If 60%,
Exactly.
all they're asking for is 60% goes to derivation. Derivation is more complex formula. It's not simply it goes to Lagos.
No,
Based on
they're arguing, actually. They're
hold on. Derivation is not simply everything goes to Lagos because it's a lot of factors of production. Lagos will be involved. There are additional states too that will be captured, but the incentive is the main thing. It makes some states more productive. They now try and attract more companies so they can make more money. You just don't sit your ass and say, "Oh, I have a population or based on equality." Then I don't do anything. I only wait for exceptional states to be doing everything. What kind of country is that?
Okay, no, but that's not the situation regarding the tax. That's not the reason why they rejected
That is the situation, and that's why they rejected it.
Okay. From what I gather, they are saying that most of the money is going to go to Lagos.
That's not the situation. That's not the situation, Collateral. I listened to them, the interview. I listened to this governor of Nasarawa too. That is not the situation, please.
Well, tell me what the sharing formula is and what they're proposing.
The bulk of the sharing will be going to Lagos because of the headquarters.
That's easy to say. Obviously, Lagos is the most productive state, so it's not just
No,
Lagos.
not productive state. Wait.
It will also be going to the south too. So what are we talking about?
No. Because the headquarter of those companies is in Lagos, reside in Lagos. So those VAT should be paid to Lagos. That is the problem.
No, you do not get the trust of it. If you listen to that interview carefully, later, Shane Okubare told him that all of the company.
No, Shane was suggesting. It was suggesting.
No, it was not suggesting.
Oh my God!
No. At the end of the day, this is a consumption tax. So if you have a factory in Lagos, like Coca-Cola, maybe the head office is in Lagos, but they have a lot of factory all over the country. That is an easy thing. So they can now, instead of centralizing it, they can decentralize it. So when they decentralize it, that VAT, instead of going to Lagos, then we now go to Edo or Kaduna if they have a plant there. It's easy. This is something we should be celebrated. And I think the South people will even get more at the end of the day. I don't understand, like you don't want to consume the item and you also want a fair share. And they're also proposing that those that are producing, what do you call it, agricultural product, they will also have an added advantage too. They will find a way to also give them some part of the VAT. I don't know what, I've not read everything, but this is a good thing for a country like Nigeria. Unless you still want the status quo to remain, your governors are docile, they don't want to do nothing, just sit down there, do nothing.
There is no status quo. How can I be a consumer in those states? And because the headquarters of Coca-Cola is in the office wait now is in Lagos, then the VAT should be the
actually your argument is incorrect. That's not you as consumption too. It's not just you consume, you won't get VAT, you'll get VAT. That's part of the value chain. That's why I said it's going to be, they have to upgrade a lot of ERP to capture this once they get the change. It's not simply Lagos produces, then nobody gets. It's not all or nothing. It's not they're not mutually exclusive events. It's a chain of value. They attribute it. So they will follow out the process of the good from the production to the headquarters to final whatever consumption. All of them will share the VAT. So 60% of that will be based on the actual goods from manufacturing to consumption. And then the rest can be based on the Nigerian communist sharing formula. 50% equality, 30% population. What sort of country is that?
Kolata, I think the issue about that is that a lot of now they don't understand it until we started to maybe the second region or with that they put it in public domain so that people can digest it. And because tax issue, most time a layman does not understand it easily. So until people start to read and digest, and maybe the government also come out more.
What are you saying? A layman does not understand it. So a governor of a state doesn't understand it. The Arewa wait now. Don't be saying all this. You are not talking to me. A governor is saying I'll be listening to the governor, not you.
Referring to you now.
Wait, I'm coming. They said they set a team to look into it line by line, and it doesn't favor majority of the country. Then you are telling me a layman. This is not a layman. We're talking about what the governor says.
No, they did not say it does not favor the majority of the
country. So you not believe the governor.
Why would I believe the governor? Is he not
See,
is he not the governor?
Let me ask you a question. The northern governors and their emas and their political leader, they are not comfortable with it. Have you ever seen any southern governor that come out that they say it's not comfortable with it?
Because they are not working together. They are did they put anything together in the south? Did they ever put any? Did the southern governor ever work together?
You just said.
Did they ever bring anything together? All of them are just looking for power here and there.
Niger man, sometimes I wonder if you guys want the Nigeria. You want restructuring. This is a right step to restructuring where we're actually valuing, we're putting more value into the chain of the activity of the good. You're adding more value rather than, you have big population, then, I mean, the 30% of the entire VAT will be shared on that. We have equality, 50%. What sort of rubbish is that?
I have to come back up because it was getting annoying at some point. I can't help it. Remember, we discussed this feeding bottle economy that we were discussing.
Stupid feeding bottle communist.
So taking the feeding bottle away is what they.
Okay, because if you favor Lagos now, the rest of us doesn't know what I'm saying.
Am I from Lagos?
Everybody mute up. Let me just.
Am I from Lagos?
Of evidence before people start, or at least a testimony.
So Niger, please, what's this now? Is some guys talking?
When this one is speaking, then you listen to this one.
There's no volume, so cut it.
You can't hear. Oh, sorry, it's my fault.
We don't even want to hear. It's not. We can't hear, and we don't want to hear. It's some random guy, some politician talking nonsense.
Yeah. When he doesn't like it, he calls a politician. Okay, let's just play. Let him carry on.
Corruption and bad country. Back to VAT debate. Yeah, northern governors met in Kaduna to talk about VAT. And they want to accrue more money. Let me say that they were not there for God and country or for the region. They were collecting there because they're not going to get more money. But this is the honest truth about VAT. People that know it. VAT is a consumption tax. If Dangote now has a factory, cement factory in Abajana, Kogi State, he doesn't pay VAT in Kogi, he pays VAT in Lagos because Lagos is his headquarters. Many of the oil companies are in Niger Delta, are in the Delta region. That's where they have their operations. But their headquarters are in Lagos, they pay VAT to Lagos. What has Lagos done to earn that? So Lagos is getting all of that money. And now you're saying, oh yeah, that money is ours, that money is ours. No, it isn't. Lagos is what it is today thanks to the Nigeria's Commonwealth. All the infrastructures were built by Nigerian Commonwealth. The ports, the bridges, the everything. If anybody asks you, you must pay. So people need to be sensible. There is this thing they call in the old Zulu adage, Ubuntu. You are who you are because of me. It's common humanity. So this selfishness, oh, it's me, it's me, it's me, and the president is following that, it's raising antenna alarm in the north. That what the president essentially is doing is trying to pull all the resources to the southwest, particularly Lagos. Particularly Lagos.
Please,
it doesn't matter whether it's true or not, but the president needs to hear the pulse of the north, the pulse of our people.
Tunaja, is this guy an authority figure? Is this guy an authority figure in VAT?
So all that, yes, and the president has said.
Is he a tax accountant?
PDP guy now. So what yes?
Sometimes now everything is politics in many people's eyes. What he's saying, it sounds objective to me. He didn't only talk about the north. He didn't talk only about the north. He talked about the south.
Is he a tax accountant? What's his specialty?
See, what did he say that you disagree with?
What's his specialty?
He first of all said the governments were fighting for them because they won't.
Why won't we know his specialty? I can be listening to a Chatterland. Like, why should we listen to some random guy? I know him. He's a PDP politician. What else? Because what's the value of what he's saying?
What is valuable about what he's saying? What he's saying
is just saying politics. He's not adding any value. He's not teaching us anything.
People that are supporting this are people that just think that okay, they want to get the advantage. And he said it. He said it that this selfishness.
You are an educated person. What does that actually mean?
If all that wealth, if all that tax, hold on. If all that tax is going to the north or going to the south east, you not be saying this now. And that's the thing.
Why wouldn't I say this? Why wouldn't I want Southeast to get what they deserve? I want North to get what they deserve. I want Osun State to get what they deserve.
Lagos doesn't deserve to get all of them.
What do you don't want? It's not even all of them. You see, you don't even understand. That's why I say you don't understand.
Oh my God.
Let me ask you.
They don't deserve to get all the benefits, most of the benefits.
Hold on, I'm happy you played that video, right? We heard the guy make his argument. So the fallacy of authorities doesn't apply. Let me ask you, Kulata, from what he said.
It's not even an authority himself, so not about the fallacy of authority.
What I'm saying,
authority of what?
You want to know his authority to speak.
Like it or not.
But hold on now, let me ask you, Kulata, just explain it. He's claiming that the law is going to make people pay at the headquarters. You collect the VAT.
That's not true.
Hold on, but that's what it's claiming.
No, you collect VAT when you consume, but the distribution of the income will be based on derivation. So if you pass out, you buy ice cream in Abia State, you are going to pay because it's when you pay for the ice cream that they charge VAT, right? But then the corporation, all that stuff will follow the value. 60% of the entire thing will follow the value of where the ice cream was made and the headquarters and everything relating to that VAT. But the collection itself is going to be in Abia State.
So
Abia will get part of it.
So why did I speak and I'll speak? What he's saying is that when you collect the money, when a corporation collects the money from all over Nigeria, right? It's at the headquarters. That's where they're gonna pay the money. You understand? They collect the VAT.
Yes, but it's gonna be distributed.
No, hold on now. Let's follow the money. You sell, but the company has to collect the money now when you sell that ice cream. You sell the ice cream at Abia, or you sell the ice cream in Zamfara. But then the corporation collects that money and then pays it in their headquarters. He's saying that overwhelming headquarters of corporations are in Lagos. He's also looking out for other southwestern states. His thing, that's what Tunaja pointed out. It's not only looking
Well,
at
I represent another southwestern state.
Right.
We'll be fine.
No, okay,
we
but
don't
hold
need
on.
we don't need handout.
No, just answer my question. What I'm saying from the video we watched and from his claim, if you do agree that overwhelming headquarters are in Lagos for oil companies, for banks, for whatever, by default, right? So
yes.
Yeah. So if they collect that money and pay it, let's say he's right, okay, and the headquarters is in Lagos, and that's where they pay that VAT, and then Lagos will then dip their hands in that money. Is that fair? That's the only thing you have to answer.
It is fair because you're looking at it from a short-term perspective. So if you know that's the way money is made, whereby it's skewed towards production, your other states, what do you think will be the natural reaction over time?
Okay, it's not responsive to the point. The fairness.
No. You answer my question. Answer my question. No, answer my question.
I understand what you're saying, but that's not our discussion for right now. What we're saying
It's part of the discussion because we're trying to build a country.
Okay, then don't answer the question with the question. Answer mine, then I'll answer yours.
I answered yours now. I answered yours. Lagos, the corporation. Let me finish answering yours. The headquarters will take it, but the distribution that is accrued will be based on the states that goods went through before it got consumed. It's not just Lagos alone. And 60% of that thing is not going to Lagos. It's going towards all the chain that the goods pass through. That's the law that they're trying to propose. It's not Lagos takes everything. That's not true.
It is true.
It is false.
No, it is true.
It is false. That ice cream example I gave you, Abiatu will get part of that 60%.
It's not the magnitude of it. What I'm saying is the unfairness of it. Just
no, it's not unfair. Okay. Okay, what Pansat? If I live in Nebraska, why should I be beefing you that you live in Beverly Hills, California? Why?
But that's not what he's doing. Good for
no,
you.
that's what we do. It's like living in South Dakota and saying New York is getting more tax revenue.
Like that,
let me approach it from a different point of view because
I haven't got a word in that.
Because I had the VAT sharing formula here where they said federal government 15, state government 50, and local government 35. So if you look at Dangote refinery that is headquartered in Lagos, or many of our institutions that are headquartered in Lagos, if they whatever they do, that companies can get their VAT returns back. And what does that mean? Even if you are whatever cost that they incur from operating in the entire country, from that state, they can get all the VAT returns back for the state itself. And then if you look at the VAT sharing formula, the local government gets a significant share of it, and the state government gets a significant share of it, which is not this is nothing. But if you are headquartered somewhere, if you're headquartered somewhere, it's very, very unfair when it's bunched up.
There's no such thing as unfair. We're not communists. Are we communists?
No, okay. If you
why
make
you
that
don't
argument,
unfair?
hold on.
Hybrid, right?
If you're making that argument, I can. No, sorry, Panzer, I'll let you go ahead. If you're making that argument, I can agree that all nations have areas that generate more resources than yours. That's not the issue. But in northern position, making a legitimate point that the stuff is being tilted too far, too much towards one area.
Screw in. Then you know what?
The right to argue that.
Listen.
One business
Dangote, where Dangote refinery is supposed to be situated where originally?
South.
No, originally, where was he planning to build it? Not south. It wasn't south.
I thought it was.
Ondo State. Ondo State.
I think they tried.
Ondo State was the closest. You know what? The governor bungled it with his stupid politics. All this stuff we're talking about will make our governor sit up. Lagos was smart. They accommodated the guy. They even gave him free trade zone. Ondo State was trying to pinch penny and was trying to kind of like get pinch pennies from the guy. No long-term vision. Nothing as
Hold on now. We have a lot on the table.
Not as they sit on insecurity, they foster insecurity, and then they will just sit down and collect value add that people sweat for. What kind of society is that?
Let me talk too, right? I've been here for almost an hour listening to everybody. But
I just joined, so you don't tell me you're listening to me. I just joined like 15 minutes ago.
Please just hold your thoughts for a minute. I'm saying that all of it is unfair, including the sharing formula now we have, even with our oil, where you have oil producing states getting 13% and all that. Oh, that's nonsense.
It's nonsense, yeah.
Because if you're gonna have to do that, you have to do it across the board. You have to be fair. You cannot go. We cannot be judging it from where is Dangote supposed to be originally situated, right? It's supposed to. Where should it be situated? It should be in the south.
No, Ondo has oil. So what do you mean?
Ondo should produce if they want to be.
Ondo produces oil now. After the south is Ondo.
And I trace that oil. It's gonna be a pipe going underground all the way to the south.
Pastor, stop this conspiracy bullshit.
What I'm saying to you, listen to what I'm saying to you. This stuff, to me, this is why I'm saying that P2B is wrong. We're not supposed to talk too much about these things. We're supposed to solve it. So if you come here, I'm this northern guy, Tunaja played a video. Everybody should be quiet and let's hear what he has to say.
Because for Christ's sake, the guy is not a specialist in anything. He's just running his mouth.
That's what I'm saying. You are relying on the fallacy of authority. That guy is a very smart guy. Okay, so I am saying to you, you have to, in order to have a cohesive society, not only should you be fair, you should have the appearance of being fair.
Exactly.
You understand? So the point he made was cogent.
Jesus Christ.
He wasn't even looking at just for the North. He is saying that's
why Nigeria will never develop.
He even said it that it doesn't matter whether the president is deliberately doing it, but it has to appear to be fair.
What solution do you offer?
Can you guys hold on a second? Can you? Sorry, Remy. Can somebody, because if you're saying fairness, can you define what fairness means in regards to this stuff, so we even know?
Okay, let me tell you. Let me give you clearly what they are trying to say here.
Hold on.
First, I want to give you now. First, the patterns. You know what he said? He said the noise that is coming from the north is that they feel that this president.
In regards to the sharing formula,
they don't care. See, don't you understand? It's not about that. He told you.
He told you. Forget the noise. Let's get.
Oh my God,
guy, hold on. Forget
fairness
the noise.
Is even-handedness.
Hold on, guy.
You are not listening to people. If you don't know how to listen to people, then you're having a problem.
Hold on.
It's just to abuse people. That's all.
Hold on. I'm saying in regards to the sharing formula,
I will cheer.
In regards to the, let's get into it. All this forget all that. In regards to the actual numbers and the sharing formula, tell me what is fair.
Okay, now tell me. Okay, let's say that is not fair, but that is what exists now. And now the president that came in now wants to change things. Is he changing it to level the playing field? No, he's changing it to level the playing field towards one region. That issue.
No, first,
hold on. Now let me finish. Now let me. You can't just jump in now.
You don't understand
hold on. Jesus Christ.
You don't understand it, Jerry.
I told you, Nigeria, the intersection is based on tribe.
No. Forget all this tribe. Let's stop talking nonsense. Let's stop all this tribal bullshit.
It doesn't matter whether he's doing it deliberately.
Wait. How do you incentivize give incentives to? How do you give incentives to business to come to your state? And how do you? Wait, hold on. I've not finished my question. And how do you make your state more conducive for business to come if they're not even getting the fair amount coming out of your state for them to use to continue making the state more attractive to business?
Yes, but there are 1,000 ways you can do that. However, some states have advantages where goods arrive.
States will always have advantages now.
Some have it, but the government now that is coming, that is in office, is tilting it further towards that side. And this man is telling you that, hold on, now, it doesn't matter what you think. This is one of the reasons why Jonathan lost office. When they not start feeling like, okay,
Tinubu is not Jonathan, by the way.
Yeah. But there are certain things you are doing in the north that you are doing as a president that is favoring too much to your side, and they start feeling that way, you have to start watching out, because if you don't pay
Don't stop
attention,
saying my
you're going to lose
side. I'm
office.
from Osun State. What is favoring Osun State?
I'm talking about Tinubu. I'm not talking about you. I'm saying what he said was that
You hate yourself more than
there are people in the
hate
north that
yourself.
feel like Tinubu is doing these things
If
deliberately.
you want real fairness, this is the truth. You cannot legislate parity. It never works.
It was to legislate outcomes.
It doesn't work.
If it was only outcome, if it was only fairness, or if it was only the way nations should be, like the Niger Delta should have most of the stuff
They
do
should.
Lagos are. But they don't. That should tell you something.
Because insecurity. They had it before. They bungled it.
Insecurity. Like Lagos didn't have insecurity before. Most of the coups happened there, but yeah, they managed to keep it secure. But somehow other areas can't be secure. But let's not pretend that they don't play politics.
You are not being truthful here.
They want to build oil refinery in Nigeria. They build it in Lagos, not in the area where they have.
We just told you that we just told you that was meant to be built in Ondo, and they bungled it with politics, and you are saying this nonsense.
They even bungled
it. This stuff comes on the national level. That's how it feels.
If you have $20 billion, will you site a refinery in Delta State? Let me ask you. I'm from Delta State.
You will not put why wouldn't you put a refinery there if you have the resources and the place was peaceful? You put it there. Why not?
It's not peaceful now. That's why.
Okay, then who is responsible for making that place peaceful?
Maybe you are from Delta State. Answer now.
The state governor is the one in charge now.
To Delta State, to Niger, all your business are in Lagos, like you always said here that you have business in Lagos. Why don't you take it to Delta State or Edo?
No, my business are not in Lagos. I never said anything about in Lagos.
To Nigeria, your business is in Abuja or Lagos. Stop lying. Stop lying.
I was based in
Stop lying. Stop lying.
I said Abuja, and that's what I said. I didn't say.
Okay, Abuja is not Delta. Why Abuja?
Why Abuja? Why not?
Because Abuja is central to the nation, and Lagos. Let's say I choose Lagos. Let's say I choose Lagos, but that is the advantage that Lagos has because the Nigerian state has tilted it towards that side.
Okay.
The issue that they have now is that Tinubu is tilting it further instead of balancing out. He's tilting it further.
So why don't you have beef with London in the UK? That because of advantage, every country there are few places that have advantages. You can't beef.
Can you tell me what Tinubu has done?
You can't be success now. You can't.
Why are all these Yorubas fighting for Lagos instead of fighting for your own state?
Also favors other parts of the
country. I'm fighting for my own state because my own state should not be collecting VAT. It did not incur, but I want my state to attract its own VAT.
That's how they move CBN headquarters to some part of CBN headquarters to Lagos.
Because it naturally belongs in Lagos. That's not rocket science.
Accusing his government of making everything about Lagos.
You should listen to what the man said. It applies.
The man is saying nonsense.
Entire federation.
Carry on now.
We cannot just have one city, right? That's what he's saying. Like here in the United States, if everything is in New York City, everything. And then nothing, the rest of the countries are not developed. They don't have sufficient stuff.
Can I respond to that real quick?
To put people in school.
Let me respond.
Just hold on. If the other states in the United States don't have money to educate their populace and to build infrastructure, the United States won't be United States if the only thing they have is New York. So it's better that Lagos does very well. We want that. But we also want to develop the entire country where they can afford.
Exactly. Not tilting it towards one side. You've tilted it too far already. Hold on. Look at Nigeria that we have River Niger. We should have a corridor there that allows ships to go through the entire country. But no, they won't do it because they are busy focusing on only one Lagos.
Let me respond to him, please. Hold on. So it's a very beautiful thing that Pastor raised about New York. So what do you see the last 10 years? Corporations are now moving down to where? To Florida. If you notice, they are moving down from New York to Florida because Florida provided incentives for them to move down there. They gave taxes. They changed their laws to attract those corporations from New York to move some of their stuff down to Miami. So if you go look it up, they are moving in.
Okay, but very good. Okay, very good. But in the United States, they don't have an exclusive list. You understand? So those states, if you do it that way, which means all the oil that's in River State, in Bayelsa, that belongs to those states. You don't have the federal government dipping their dirty hands. Just hold on, because it's a very good point. I would accept that if that's what it is. If you don't have an exclusive list where the federal government comes there, take the resources of certain states. That's what they have. God gave them. But you have a country where you have over 60 RMs. It's just recently that you have a few things fall off from there. Right now, they're in charge of security, period. When it comes to police, the federal government has that. So if they decide to let your state get violent, then it will be violent. Even they themselves will be the proprietor of the violence with their soldiers and their police officers, right? So if you want to compare, you have to compare apples to apples in this sense. If you want
to take the resources of Niger Delta and build Lagos.
And by the way, Niger
man, don't you think this will favor Niger Delta more than the status quo?
In this Niger man that you are here.
Kulata, please. There's nothing that will favor Niger Delta. Everything is going to favor Lagos. Finish. Nothing is going to favor any other state.
Let me ask
After they are using our money to build Lagos.
I detect a lot of Lagos envy on this call.
Have you not noticed that?
Envy, not envy. Not envy.
If he appears to favor
we are talking about the right thing.
or anything,
no problem. Another president will come. Another president will come and change everything. No problem.
This is why I like Obasanjo. Obasanjo doesn't do this nonsense. You hardly hear anybody accuse Obasanjo of this, and the idea that they are accusing Tinubu of this,
and that is why the country is fucked, because Obasanjo didn't do what he was supposed to do.
So you should put all the wealth in the southwest.
That's gonna surprise you.
Yeah.
Guess what? People who like Lagos thing, you know what it is? The only thing they get is from this kind of conversation. They enjoy they think that by us talking about this, we're envious of Lagos.
Pansat, if you think we're going to get resource control, Pansat, if you think we're going to get resource control, don't you think it had to start from somewhere? Or do you think it's just going to be all or nothing, where all of a sudden just going to turn the lights off of everything? This is gradual resource control you're witnessing, and you're pushing back. I can't even believe myself. I can't believe you're pushing back against resource control.
The point of this is this. You have to have a yes, right? Whereby every part of the country believe that they're part of Nigeria, that they're not being cheated. Every part. For example, the gentleman that was played here, right? He has to have the feeling that Lagos is not cheating them. Because if you don't have that, we don't have security. Not only do we don't have internal security, we don't have internal security. Every part of Nigeria has to feel that
it's Can you give me a number? Because nobody is here to respond to the question. You said it's not fair. They are moving it there. So tell us, what is the fair number?
Hey, give us your own solution.
Do you know?
Okay, let me do it this way, because fairness it's a subjective thing, right? So it has to be a legitimate law. It has to be something that's rational. It's something that has integrity, that's impartial, right? Something that's decent, that doesn't have any
give me a number.
Put numbers.
That's what that number is.
Quantify it.
That's what I'm saying to you. It's a process whereby you say, okay,
make it quantitative is what we're saying.
That's what I'm saying. For me, here is what it is. You don't remove anything from any state to go another state, period. There should not be an exclusive list. It should be a federation, a federal system. Let every state hustle exactly what you want. Kulata, that's what you're saying strategically, that I shouldn't be short-sighted. So let's just make it a federal system. Let everybody produce and keep whatever is from their state and then pay a little bit to the center, not the other way around. Do you understand? Okay. Because right now, if you tell anybody that you're going to go all the way to the south and take oil from there, pipe it all the way down to Lagos to refine, that's not a state envy thing. That's
okay, Pastor. Let's move it to tactics. Since we don't disagree on resource control, so tactically, how do you think you move to the place where the country is not scared of resource control? Because right now, many places are dead scared of resource control. I'm sure my state governor will be shitting in his pants for resource control. How do you think we get there? Because we can't wish it in. It's a gradual process.
Yeah, it depends on the leader. It's a leader that Nigeria will get. And
Forget that. We already have one leader that's already pushing the envelope.
You asked the question. Let me just answer. I may get it wrong, but you could correct me. I'm saying that in every country in this world, at some point, there's a leader that emerges as a patriot that's trusted by all sides. Now, somebody mentioned Obasanjo. That's the closest we've come to that. So there's a leader that will come, and that leader is trustworthy. He knows how to negotiate. He knows how to cut a deal. He's going to bring everybody to a table and say, hey, look, guys, this is actually how we get this country going again. We cannot be myopic. Our enemies are outside. That leader has to be somebody who can listen to people, come up with something that is fair. In essence, he has to deal with our constitution. It has to do with education, not orthodox education. Maybe you're going to be running ass in the north, running ass in the south. West.
Yeah. But all that stuff is idealistic stuff, right? The Obasanjo example, wait. The Obasanjo example you gave, he made things worse. Under him, we lost local government autonomy. It was under that guy, under that Obasanjo, we lost local government autonomy when he was trying to. And under him, we got Sharia. So please don't say all this stuff like it doesn't mean anything.
Listen to me. Only somebody like that could have brought in Sharia, and the South won't freak out, right? It's not. He may have a bad idea in the case of Obasanjo, but what I'm talking about, the personality. The Northerners trusted Obasanjo to a degree. The Southerners trusted Obasanjo to a degree, right?
Yeah,
but let me just land now, because I am not saying the particular ideas that he implemented. Maybe he did the wrong thing there, but he has to be a personality like that is trustworthy. Do you think that any Northern person could have brought in Sharia like he did into a limited degree into our constitution? Only him could have done that. And the Southerners were big enough to trust me enough to let that happen. And then he did the wrong thing.
Hold on, let me add to. I hear your argument about personality in the specific politician being able to make changes. However, the process too matters, and the arguments also matter. Like I said, if you have a process that is transparent, you're having open debates, and then you come up with an idea that says, okay, every state, based on the resources that is being generated from the state, they should get a commensurate amount of resources or tax or whatever you want to call it into that state. Most people will instinctively support that.
Give me a number.
Let me also give you
nobody wants to take money from another state that doesn't belong to them.
No, they do.
Says who? Why are they fighting?
I mean, most people, if you are having a debate regarding tax, they will say any work that is being done in this state that involves tax, that tax should be paid.
What is he talking about?
After I say this, I don't know. What I'm saying is that somebody like Buhari, when he came in 2015, is somebody else who can also make Nigeria better. Because when he came back the second time around, I mean, as a civilian, right? So Nigerians gave him a chance because they looked at his past. He was a military thug that committed a coup d'etat and everything, but there was corruption in the system somehow. Southwest.
But he bungled it.
He bungled it. So if he had come in and he said he was magnanimous in victory and says, "Look, you know what? I will do a tour of the Southeast. I will do this."
Yeah, but for once, I don't even know what's wrong with Nigerians. For once, we see a road to what's it called, to restructuring. And then we're pushing back and saying fairness.
On the
No. Nobody's saying
restructuring or cheating the whole country.
Exactly. Nobody's. You are making a false
You
argument.
guys are
cheating the whole country.
I am for tax reform in Nigeria.
Deep disappointment, all of you.
So that it favors only one section of the country.
Oh my God!
This is the reality. When you come up with something new, some people will always have leg up over other people because they're advanced in one shape or form, right? They will always have, like Lagos, like we know, for instance, we can survive on our own. We only need good governance. We have what it takes to do so. So what we are saying here is that we need to get to a point where the people of each state are productive okay, enough to finance whatever they need in their state and
let them control their resources. Let them control their resources.
Lagos has inherited too much wealth from Nigeria that is so lopsided. Like the lopsidedness is.
You guys, stop this obsession with Lagos, man. Stop it.
We are all very proud of it all the time.
Lagos will beat by our money now. Why? What of them by what?
They brag
Why
about
we
it
best
all
by
the
Lagos?
time.
It's beat by our money.
I'm too proud of Nigerian man today. It's unbelievable. Nigerian man.
No, Lagos is beat by our money. We have to be truthful sometimes now these days because the way they want to colobi everybody now, I don't understand again.
So somebody lives in hold on now. Somebody lives in Idaho and is competing with somebody that lives in Miami. Is making more money.
I hear I hear your point there, but that is not the same because Idaho, when you do business in Idaho, you don't take the money and put it in this in California or Washington or this in New York. It's in Idaho. That's the difference.
It's in a bank owned by the same corporation in Idaho, for God's sake. They own the damn bank in Idaho. It's still the same corporation. Jesus Christ, forget
the taxes paid in Idaho, not
in Idaho. In Idaho, right? You cannot go to Idaho, have that potatoes shipped to Nevada, for example, and then start talking nonsense. The point is that your corporation would have to be.
Why are you muting me now? What the fuck is that? I want to ask Pansat a question. Okay.
50. Let me ask two Nigerians, please. I beg you. Now, you guys, you are talking about the VAT. You are not comfortable with it. You guys are talking about resource control. My question to you guys is simple. These northern governors, they don't want this VAT reform. Do you think they will accept a total resource control? Please answer the question in all honesty. Thank you.
I get a feeling that they will not. They will oppose it.
No, I believe they will. I believe they will.
I get the feeling they will oppose it. I know that's my instinct. They will oppose it.
So you don't get what Tinubu is doing.
Total resource control. They will oppose it.
They will not oppose it. Some people will oppose it.
Hold on now, guys. Hold on. It's in phases. You start with the tax first. Then, because if you jump to resources, it will be blocked. So you start from taxes first. Then you can really move towards what you guys want. It's in steps now.
You are exactly. Nobody will ever get what we want. So far, what we have seen in Nigeria is that wealth is shifting to specific locations, and I've seen Nigeria change. And look at the Edo Kingdom that used to be one of the most advanced.
Oh, tonight, forget the Edo Kingdom. What about your kingdom? What do you mean, Edo Kingdom?
Can you let me finish what I'm saying? Look at Edo Kingdom that is one of the most advanced in Nigeria before the Oyibo came, and now it's like a backwater. Look at River State and the Niger Delta that has so much resources coming out from there. Instead of them to be advancing faster, they are backward in many ways. So Nigeria people are paying a lot of price, fine, but don't keep tilting it further towards one side. It's not fair.
To Nigeria, as at 1999. Almost all the companies were in Warri Delta State. What drove them out of Warri? So you
insecurity, no?
No, they're there.
Did you notice that you said 1999, isn't it? Military regime was in office. When democracy came in, suddenly, guess what happened?
It's not suddenly. I mean, Shakiri and Ijo, Shakiri and Robo, they were fighting.
Who allowed that to get to that point? When military was
and they were fighting even under the military. So stop, go and check your history.
But companies were there. Companies were able to stay there. But by the time the politicians came in, they started disadvantage those areas.
To Niger, look,
this one I saw it myself. Hold on, this one is stronger because I saw it myself.
When I went
to Nigeria, the only state that I saw that didn't advance a lot when I went to Nigeria, didn't change too much, those states and River State. And River State is where I grew up, and that state was one of the most advanced in Nigeria when I left. But by the time politicians ran it for how many years, they ran it to the ground.
Okay, whose fault is that?
And Lagos
are you from Delta State?
So you would like that Lagos politicians be fighting each other so it won't develop?
No, I would prefer that those areas are not enabled to become the way they became.
They're not enabled. It's up to you people to figure yourself out.
What
Like,
is it by coincidence?
what kind of argument is this? Okay.
Sorry, this one I may be exercise about this one.
You can be passionate, so you are saying okay because Lagos don't fight, then
think that something happened in Nigeria, because while these military regimes were in Nigeria, you didn't see that happen. All the
it happened.
No, not to the scale, that it has happened.
What do you mean under military regime? If a mother keke war, they almost killed each other. I witnessed that war. What are you talking about?
Development was still going on in Lagos, even when you have trouble in Port Harcourt or other areas in Nigeria. Development
because Lagos are smart.
Yeah.
They're advanced people.
Let me finish my point. You're not letting me talk. It's not your turn to talk, so don't keep jumping in when I'm talking.
We're having a conversation because they made the moderator. You're saying nonsense.
No, you're not letting me get my point out. It's not fair. You have to let me get my point out because I'm a bit frustrated by this one. Because when politicians came in, somehow Rivers State is falling backward, the Niger Delta is falling backward, Edo is falling backward. All these nations, all these areas fell backward. The only areas that I saw really transform for the positive was this in Lagos was very developed.
Okay, now let's ask you a question. Since that military time, they've given them more money. So the fact that they're falling backwards is nobody's fault.
No. It's
what do you mean? No. What do you mean? No. What do you mean?
The insecurity that has led to them falling backwards. Somebody is responsible for being president.
Who created the insecurity?
Who created the insecurity?
The insecurity was there. The conditions were there when military was in office.
There's no place in Nigeria that doesn't have condition for insecurity.
This is the same thing the Northerners are complaining about now because they know the game that is going on in the country.
Northerners are bombing themselves up. So you expect people to go and invest there?
Kolata, as at 1999, Okumagba, they were sharing 5,000, 2,000 for boys to go and fight for a day. So who will you blame?
Oroyo, I thought you say you're from.
You can't run away from it. Military never happened.
I know what I am talking about. I know what I am talking about.
Yeah, well, you're not talking.
So you can't just come and paint one narrative. If you create insecurity in your place, the company will leave your place and go to where they think
military regime was there. Why didn't they not leave when military regime was there?
They left.
They didn't leave. They were
there.
They did. What do you mean?
I was in university in the 90s. I mean, some of my mates wanted to go and do industrial attachments in South. That was the time that they were moving the companies to Lagos.
Shell was in Lagos. Somebody just said it just now. There were a lot of companies in Warri in 1999.
They left.
They first moved to Port Harcourt before they moved to Lagos.
Aha! You see that?
Lagos, Colombia, all of them. I bring them to Lagos. Lagos, Colombia, all of them. When Tinubu come, Colombia, all of them.
Even Port Harcourt, they was fighting in capital city.
Wait, guys, hold on. Why the beef for Lagos? Why? Is it because they are advanced people?
Who's advanced? What is advanced in Lagos? They're dealing with our money. Okay. We have to take all those
bridges. I need to investigate that to the next.
We need to collect, remove all those bridges,
our Lagos.
Maybe it's by coincidence too, but I need to investigate what happened since politicians came into power. Why those regions suddenly fell back.
Go and make that GPT now.
They're creating security there to Colombia all the company back to Lagos.
Maybe not. Maybe not.
So wow. So Lagos, look at this guy.
What you see? You don't want to hear
maybe not. Maybe it's the nature of politics.
German, it's one of the people that
Jamal, what do you drink tonight?
No, we need to investigate it. We need to investigate it. If it was you, military regime was in office, Lagos was developing normally. The moment politicians came in, all the development in Lagos moved away. You would be asking that question too. What happened?
Going to Warri in the 90s like you are going to abroad.
He said,
going to Warri.
Hold on. He said that you see that Lagos was they were the one that planned the insecurity in the South so that they can bring those.
No, that is a joke now.
Nobody
Like,
said
come on, that's what you say. Come on, no, that's
no, that's why I joke about it. Why are you saying that? Why are you taking that one?
What you talking about?
No, we just throw jabs and that for inside.
Somebody did accuse Obasanjo of sabotaging and the port that was being built.
Why don't you blame your
government?
To Niger. Dangote's ship went to is berthing in Calabar port right now. It's berthing in Port Harcourt port. On airport works. 3 ports in the south work. I don't want to hear this port nonsense again.
No, Kulata, why are you always like this? Those are not fully.
I don't want to hear it again. I don't want to hear it again.
But what is it coming the Texas and all those things? Is that bringing card there? What are you saying?
Well, if you people behave yourself, say people go they fear to carry things go there.
They don't control national system. They don't control the military. What are you talking about? They should be
go and do shipping from to One and Lagos and see the difference in the paper.
If you're an insurance company, how much premium will you charge? You think they're stupid?
Now in South. No.
You carry something, go south, and then someone will lay you. See your insurance no go. It's business.
There are consequences, you know. Because
someone will lay you, go will lay you.
In 1960,
all the container where they from Lagos go east to Kano, then they will lay. See that this smart.
In the 60s, when the South was not doing very well, and they felt like most of the wealth was going to Enugu and all the rest, it led to the rise of people like Isaac Adakaboro. Then within months or a year, the Southeast was on fire. So these type of things, when we keep acting as if there are no consequences to it, there are consequences to it. You can't just be. It doesn't matter whether it's true.
Lagos didn't do you anything. If anybody did you anything, it's the Passat that did you something. Lagos didn't do anybody anything.
See, maybe you are right. Maybe Lagos didn't do anything. Maybe it's just politics that leads to that outcome. But I think it's worth looking into how that happened, because military regime was in office. How it just happened.
Let me give you a good let me help you out here. So if you want to know what really happened,
man is telling the truth now. So good.
German is drunk.
Because that is what I didn't support that one, honestly, because it's very bad. They just want Colombia everybody's
so
when take to Lagos. When Tinubu finish, then more money in Lagos.
Wait. Forefathers, try to study the class of 99 of the South. That will give you a clear picture of what happened. Okay, so those first set of governors in the South in 1999, that's where you should start your investigation to understand what happened. So you understand. Look at Bayelsa, for God's sake. Look at Bayelsa. With just 7 or 8 local government, look at what it's become with all the money it's getting. So start from there. That will give you an idea.
Because the headquarters is not there and they are not paying attention now.
No, hold on. Because it's asking why. He wants to know why. So
Bayelsa was relatively a new state at those days during that time, and secondly, the politics of Nigeria didn't enable them to do what they needed, because you have to be able to schmooze in Abuja, do all those things. Sorry, now let me finish now. While military regimes,
why can't you take responsibility?
Let me finish now. Why military regimes care more about this is strategy and
you are trying to make it a false argument.
No, politicians tend to care about their own locality.
Okay, to Niger, let's look at objective criteria. Bayelsa, small land mass. Monoethnic, small land mass, 8 local governments. More money can go around quick. I can build up a Bayelsa than I will be able to build up an Oyo State, because Bayelsa is so tiny, and they get way more. Hold on, let me finish. They get way more money. When you go there, it's a sad sight.
They only have one major road in Bayelsa.
So you tell me why that is the case.
No, you know the problem. See, the problem is South. From 1999, all the governors they had, all of them are Agberu. They are your touch that they brought from Ghana to rule that state. They have no idea.
Where is all the money going then?
That is why they have touch that the Agberu that they brought to rule those states from 1999, so they siphoned all the whole money.
Some people argue that anything you want to build there costs 4 times more. That could explain it.
But
we
the
need
kind
to.
of money they
I
are
think
making.
I think I will look into this more closely. I need to find out what happened since in the democratic dispensation.
Listen. I get what you're saying. That it's more expensive to build that, but even with that, they should have still built because they have enough resources. For
they keep getting flooded annually too. So all those things doesn't help.
For these people.
No, I'm not. I'm just talking from.
That's not an excuse.
It could be an excuse. I'm not even saying that it's valid argument. I'm just suggesting things that could be.
He said those things flooded. He said those things never be flooded. Why is it so
there's something more ingrained going on here, and I think it's worth investigating to find out.
Lucky Budejo can loot everything. It's only Shomole that I've even do something that those things.
I said go back to 1999. Start from there.
Okay, I will look into that. I will be doing that slowly. It might take me the next 6 months, but I will.
You find Ibori. No, Ebonyi State.
Your own state. How much James Ibori don't chop? He's been chopping since then. He's still chopping now.
Look at this one talking about my own state. How do you know my state?
You are from Delta. Everybody knows.
Oh, you don't know. You see this thing that when you do it.
You know. You be Delta boys. Stop all this stuff.
When my your eyes will shine, my friend.
Oh, forefather, Fulani. No,
you don't have a clue. See, okay, this is what investigating. I think anybody that has the information about it, you guys should be bringing it up. Find out why the South is doing so bad.
There's nothing to find out. It's greed.
No, Akwa Ibom is doing well, oh.
Lagos is greedy too. Lagos is greedy.
I don't think it's greedy. Go to Akwa Ibom. Akwa Ibom is.
Let's discuss Delta. Leave Lagos alone for a second. Let's discuss Delta. Let's discuss.
To be fair,
Okowa don't carry 1.3 trillion.
Oh, sorry, that's actually a news. Okowa 1 trillion.
Ibori goes south for London. So what are you talking?
Why is it that the people that they seem to be arresting, you never see any other people from other areas? What is going on?
Why is this guy always
shifting goalposts now?
No. I'm not defending that.
It's only the people from South that pay for it.
There seems to be selective justice going on.
No, it's only the South that will pay for every corruption in Nigeria.
He's still in jail.
Another person
is going away. What is going on in Nigeria?
Babaki will join them from the
12th. You see, maybe this is what we are talking about here. Everything seems to be lopsided. They are going after only one side.
It's not lopsided. Before Okowa, they have already arrested Ishaya blah 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 from Taraba State.
Taraba is
what is your problem
not Southwest.
What are you talking about?
Northwest.
So
where is Southwest and Northwest? I'm not seeing any Northwest. So all of them, they are not guilty of anything. They won the election.
Not being investigated by EFCC.
Oh, since how many years?
Talking about did you say Okowa was detained or something? Or
he was arrested by EFCC.
You see that.
1.3 trillion.
They can't arrest Bello.
No, you said trillion, not billion. Trillion.
Trillion, yes, 1.3 trillion.
Your desktop will never develop with people like Tunaja. I'm telling you.
Don't mind them. They are just.
I'm not. See, make no mistake. I'm not saying that he is innocent or he should not be prosecuted if he's found to have stolen wealth. I believe there should be capital punishment for that. Actually, but why does he appear to be selective though?
Tunaja, do you know how much he stole? Did you hear the amount?
I hear the amount.
Or you are pretending?
Nigeria is losing far more than that, and I actually believe that all the people that are stealing our oil, have you seen them?
This is the reason why
all the people that are stealing our oil, nobody's arraigning them. All the people that are robbing our country, nobody's arresting them. But yet, Tinubu was able to carry young children and tie them.
Is it not shameful? Is it not shameful for states like Akwa Ibom that does not get more money than your Delta? Is it not shameful?
Akwa Ibom get more money. Akwa Ibom is one of the oil producers.
No, Delta State get the highest.
But why would they arrest Okowa? Why would Tinubu arrest Okowa?
Because he stole money. He stole money.
He didn't steal money. It's our money. Now, not we get the oil, yeah. Not be the same build Lagos.
I don't get oil. I mean, no claim.
I think if he stole money, he should be arrested. However, This appears to be selective.
Bad
Are you
idea,
telling
oh,
me no Northwest and Southwest politicians have stolen? This is very, very selective for what I can see in Nigeria. Selective justice. And look at that Igbo man that was arrested and put in that was a chief in Lagos that said something. He's still not been released. All kinds.
You are doing what about? You are doing what about?
No. I'm saying that you don't see a lot of other groups. Don't you have a problem with that? The whole Nigeria is corrupt. All Nigerian politicians are involved in corruption, but somehow only one side.
Even the citizens like you are all corrupt. So
yes, call us all that. But when you are arresting criminals, you expect it to be spread all around. But it seems to be targeted in one region. That doesn't seem right. You guys should see the truth and call it out for what it is. You are supposed to.
Wait. Why are you saying they just told you someone Taraba?
Do you know how many?
They said Fayose. They said Fayose.
Taraba is nowhere in the east. Is that in the southwest?
But nobody
Fayose is in the southwest now.
How many years?
Yahya Bello is in Kogi State now.
Yeah, is he arrested? He's not arrested even
they're trying to arrest him.
Oh, they are trying.
Okowa was a good boy. Okowa walked there by himself.
Wow. He's so sure there's not still money. So let
Okowa, was he not the one that ran with Atiku?
Yeah.
That's the money now. That's the money.
That is interesting, isn't it?
That's the money he used to run.
I don't even know your governor.
He pretended as if he don't see. He don't know what's happening.
He's pretending.
I don't know him. I don't know him. All I care about is if anybody is guilty in public office, they should face capital punishment. I'm lying. They should face
double standard person.
All of them should face it. Not only one-sided. You guys just
you're inviting me to come in, so let me come in, right? So here we are. When we talk about fairness, selective justice, all these people here who are in diaspora, who know better, you're gonna tell me from the South, you have Justice Onegin removed without going through the two thoughts. You have former President Jonathan. They went after him when he was removed from office. His wife, right? We talked about Ibori, which was before that. But none of this. Do you know what Kaduna Governor Rufai was accused of?
What about Dizani Passat?
Dizani and so many others, right? Emefiele. So they're able to apprehend them. Even if they're in London, they go apprehend them. But somebody like Rufai, do you know how much is accused of taking from Kaduna State? Up to now, accusation is there. It's far more money than what we're talking about.
Don't worry, they will pick him soon.
So we're going to keep talking about it. And then people who should know better are defending that. It's not fair.
Man, it's really sad, really, to
watch.
If they accuse you of something, doesn't mean that you committed the offense.
Right? So what I'm saying
is, you see, every Nigeria loves going tribal. Look at two Nigeria now.
That is making a solid point, actually. No, it's not tribal. It's fairness. I'm saying detribalize it. Not tribal. Making this tribal all the time.
Nigeria man is fair. To Nigeria is fair here. Normally he's not even fair. He doesn't want to recognize his thing.
Detribalize it. All these words. So, and laugh now. There will be consequences. Watch.
Okay, so who do you arrest if there's no crime? Okay, without you be in jail. Why is he working free?
There's no crime. There is crime. Are you telling me no other politician in Nigeria? All these guys are saints.
Former Osun State governor, uncle. Why did they be arrested? Former Osun State governor.
Which one?
Before this Governor Adeleke. I looked at all the whole office. Nothing.
Remember Okura?
Oh, you told her. What is it? You told her.
I mean, it's not. It doesn't have case with EFCC.
Through his roof. They came through his roof to arrest.
It doesn't.
Okura somewhere in Abuja, and then when it comes to Yahaya Bello, now remember I have sympathy with Yahaya Bello. I believe that he's being picked out because he fought Dangote about a factor in his state. So when they do arrest people from the north, what they call north, probably somebody like Yahaya Bello is not from the north, but let's just say from the north, right? So they only arrest Shia Muslims like Zazaki or PDP, political opponents. They don't go to the south, northwest, who's like somebody like Buhari. Do you know how much money allegedly that he took? If Emefiele took what they're talking about, think about what Buhari and his the guy, his nephew, I think they call him a Yoruba name there. I forgot what his name is. I don't know. Can you remind me what's his name? Tunde. They say he's the richest guy now in Nigeria, billionaire. So you go and you're apprehending these southern suspects, which is okay. There's nothing wrong with that. But you have to do it where it's fair. Now, somebody asked me, what is fair? One of his appearance, right? It has to have that appearance that you're applying that law. When somebody is wanted by the EFCC, they have to do exactly what they did to Okorocha, which is go through his roof, do whatever to bring him in. Now, what they're actually doing now are the bad politicians from the southeast who are accused of crime, like former governor, who is a senator now. That guy was actually convicted, put in custody, and then they came in and they released him. So it's not only tribal, it's partisan, it's like APC. It's an APC operation. So now, why would anybody defend something like that in our country? Why? It's not only tribal, it's religious, it's regional, and it's partisan. Whereas the big money for somebody like a Rufai, how much money do you think he took? You're talking about a lot of money. So now you have Yahya Bello come in and they let him go, which is okay. Now, if you're gonna do that, he comes in, he gives his part of the case. Okowa is invited. When he comes in, you have to let him go too. Then you have an appearance of justice.
Okowa is under interrogation now. They will release him, and when they charge him to court, he can also use the same system, whatever they are using. I don't care. But whatever, they will charge him to court.
Okay,
So
when that happens, we're not gonna complain until that happens. But see, Remy,
I don't like the idea of you talking about South State, Northwest State. There are so many governors that have been picked, and there are so many governors that return money that you guys do not know. So
like who?
Like who? In Nigeria that you don't know.
Like
because
who?
we're in diaspora. We don't know everything.
No. I have a lot of
they are from the northwest, northeast. Where are these governors that you are referring to? Because I've not seen any major prosecution going on with
most of the northern governors. Some
you can't
of them
even prosecute Nnamdi Kanu or Emefiele.
To Niger, if you remember very well, this state governor was released 2 years ago from prison. I forgot his name. From one of the northeast or northwest states. He was sentenced to 5 years imprisonment.
The one Buhari give a pardon, Abi?
Yes.
Two of them.
And some of them returned money.
Joshua
Please show that last link I just posted.
That was Buhari. Buhari doesn't behave. He's not behaving the way this government is behaving, targeting only one section of a nation.
They are not targeting you. Who are they targeting? Tell me who are they targeting?
It seems to be like
that. Support.
Bawa was arrested.
The Kulata's face will go red when he finds out where I'm from. We keep saying that. See, you have to.
You are from Agbo.
Post the headline on the link I just posted on Erufai and that position. But he's not coming.
438
they want to arrest him. So does it make sense to go arresting Okowa? That's the point.
So it makes sense to arrest anybody involved in stealing public funds. The problem is they are not doing it to everybody.
You are trying to say FCC should just what you guys are saying here is incorrect.
Arrest everybody.
Or don't arrest anybody.
Exactly.
No,
I wouldn't say no arrest.
Always investigate all the.
No, what I'm saying, if you're not gonna arrest everybody that's been accused, then you should arrest anybody.
No. I wouldn't say they should not arrest anybody. If you steal public funds, you should be made an example of. One.
Thank you.
And anybody that does that, but you are saying thank you. But if it was somebody from the southwest, now,
you don't say thank you.
That is the problem with people. They are not very level-headed. They just say only
one side. Do you arrest without proof?
Don't
Pardon?
mind them.
No, okay.
Do you arrest without proof?
Click on it. Here's the proof.
Yeah.
Okay, here's one.
You have to arrest with proof. What proof?
Without so if they don't have proof about all these ones you're talking about, what do you want them to
How
do?
do you know they don't have proof? Are you the one investigating? How do you know?
You too, are you the one working for them? You don't know now.
This is the Kaduna,
Somehow they are finding
Kaduna
proof
Assembly
in
itself.
one
It's
section
not,
of the
this is
country.
Kaduna Assembly is saying
believe
that he took that money. Right? This is not just
Okay, Pansat. When Anambra Assembly said Peter Obi stole, uncle,
they did not say
what about that? They said they did. They actually took him to court. They did. And they took him to court. So why is Peter Obi not in jail?
Listen, if they say so, he should be
They
arrested.
did. It's not like if they did.
I cannot go with you. You're a liar. First of all,
They did.
Hold
They
on,
did.
Let me tell you what they said.
Someone that they even tried to impeach twice. They did. Go and read his impeachment, whatever. Go read it. If not for Mary Odili. Now Mary Odili saved his ass.
Let me talk too. But what I'm saying is that it's on record. They accused them of diverting funds that were supposed to use in building a place. He says, no, that's too much money. I'm not going to spend that kind of money.
That's Lamba.
Let me land now. Will you just be quiet?
Lamba. Now Lamba in the talk.
Do you think if you just lie and make noise, that makes
it's not lie and make noise? People know it. So why are you trying to recreate the history?
I'm going to tell you what the issue is. He went to court. He went to Supreme Court, right? He was impeached and left office. So then the court decided and returned him back to office. He is saying that what it is that when he came in there, the former governor had already passed a bill to rebuild a governor's mansion with billions of naira. So when he came and said, no, that's not necessary. This is too much money. I'm going to cut it down. So it's actually the reverse is the case.
Did he get approval from the House?
Oh, could you hold on? He didn't need to. The
don't go that way, please. Don't say that one.
Hold on. The former governor, I'm not defending.
How can you spend more without appropriation?
No, he's spending less. Listen to what I'm saying. Just hear me out. A former governor goes and get approval. Right? So, would you mute any Yoruba person that tries to stop Southeastern from talking?
My teeth is better than my teeth is better than your teeth.
That's the game Nigerians are playing now.
Let me land now. I haven't been talking. I want to hear
you too. You play that game now. You just
I don't play it at all.
Hold on.
I'm calling it out. I'm not joining it. I'm calling it out.
Not only are you changing the subject from what's posted on the screen, the graphic, but let me answer what you said because it's not true. I'm saying that if a former governor goes and get, let's say, $1 billion to do something, then the new governor comes in and says, no, we don't have schools, we don't have classrooms. I'm not going to spend $1 billion building my own place. I don't need that kind of luxury, right? So he cuts it down to say $200 and something million and returns the rest of the money. That's what the issue was in that case. So why would you come in a guy?
That's not true. That's not true. I don't agree.
Show evidence.
Pastor don't even understand it. You don't
understand the case at all.
When you see Nigeria, Pastor, hold on. You see, when you see Nigeria, you will begin to think. Whenever you hear about Nigerian politicians being corrupt, vast majority of them tend to be either Southeast, South people. And I don't understand why that is. It seems to be a little bit too lopsided. There are some people from the north that you get, like governors, sometimes they get caught. But like everywhere you turn, it tends to be Southeast, South. Why is that the case? Is this politics that is also influencing why?
Why are you being myopic? Well, because you are not looking at other areas.
Okay, I'm looking at another one. I'm looking at Desiani Madweke. That one is Southeast.
She's a record breaker now. Come on.
A record breaker. My point is, are they the only ones that steal in Nigeria? I think that there's a lot of theft going on in Nigeria as we speak, but yet you don't see those ones getting called out.
This one on the screen.
Okay, what about Dasuki? Dasuki is full and into the core. Why was he locked up?
That's why I said that. That's why I said that sometimes you do get people who come out like that.
So it's not tribal. Look, some people steal with more sense than the others.
The vast majority is in one section.
No.
How it sees you as somebody who's tilted towards the side.
No, what about this?
Hold on. Buhari is looking at him as somebody tilted towards a southern president. That becomes tribal. If why you going after Dasuki?
His party is not tribe, his party.
Hold on now. But if you want to talk, I will be quiet. I want you to tell me about this accusation on El Rufai. There's the sum, the magnitude is 423 billion.
And let's talk about it.
Hold on.
Let me respond to you.
Is the House.
The state assembly indicted him. It is not EFCC. It is not ICP.
No, but EFCC are invited there already.
Yes.
They are invited him already.
The state assembly does not have a right to.
Maybe you don't know how EFCC works. EFCC works by somebody writing something, an individual. You don't even have to.
Pansat, let's hear you out. Pansat.
Yeah.
Okay, so state assembly up to now is state assembly, Abi.
Yes.
Okay, so what's the next process?
Okay, let me tell you then, because that's what you have to go and read the act that established the EFCC. Somebody writes a petition, which they have. They write a petition, then the EFCC then is supposed to go and make the arrest.
No arrest, they have to investigate first now. We just arrest arbitrary.
I'm telling you the process. Listen to what I'm saying.
That's not the process, though. You said it, but it doesn't mean it's true.
I'll dig out the act, okay? Because everybody.
Won't they find if there's merit to the case? Because first of all, state assembly is all political. So when
Murata, please 1 minute. Passat, see, after the House of Assembly have made their finding, they submitted everything to EFCC.
Yes.
EFCC will investigate.
Yes.
They have even sent a letter to M5 for invitation. So it's not the House of Assembly that will prosecute him.
Exactly.
Don't just wait. They have to investigate first.
That's how every single EFCC case, somebody has to write a petition. It could be an individual, it could be somebody, one of your family members. That's the way it works.
But if you don't write a petition, they will not just go arrest immediately now. They will investigate first.
They can on their own volition, on their own authority.
There has to be merit.
There be merit. What are you saying?
Every case, right, is meritless until you get a conviction, right? Everything's an allegation. Allegations are equal, right? As far as it meets the prima facie standard, that's the only thing we have to look at.
Yeah, but has it met the prima facie standard?
Let me explain it to you. When the House of a state, an assembly does an investigation, right there it meets the prima facie, way even over the top. That's actually nothing worse than that. This House have made the investigation and they've written a petition. It's now for him to be arrested so that you have fairness. Now, I came on this platform a couple of years ago and I said, here is what's happening to southern politicians, be you CBN governor, be you a whole Chief Justice of Nigeria, on again. They go there and they remove him illegally, arrest him. Remove me. If you look at our constitution, you need majority in the Senate to remove a Chief Justice from office. So they just suspend him like a goat. But these Southerners don't want it. They don't care about that. Somebody as high as CBN governor who has the ability to be independent in every. It's like here.
Passat, you're being selective. What when Jonathan removed Sanusi? When he removed Sanusi, a Fulani man.
Who is
it? Jonathan, he removed Sanusi before his tenure was over. Exactly. And put Emefiele, Tunaja's cousin. So, exactly. I mean, was that supposed to? that's not legal now. What he did to was not legal.
Two wrongs do not make a right. That in that case, it's the same thing, right? So the Northerners, they don't believe in turning the other cheek. So a lot of the stuff they're doing is usually because somebody did something wrong. Like
I think that sooner or later they will go too far. Whoever is tilting this thing too far, he will go too far.
I don't think it's tilted, honestly speaking. Yeah, it's political.
I just feel like all the heavy weights that they are taking tend to be from one section. It seems
it's political, but I'm not going to say it's tilted. It's
but maybe I see sometimes I always look at these things and I try to always be practical about it too, because nations, you can argue that maybe that's how nations generally are. they tend to be a little bit unfair to certain other sections of the country. I'm not sure America's justice system is level in all the states compared to how others are held up. In the UK, I can assure you, people in the south and the people in the north, I think the people in the north probably are held more accountable than the people in the south. But one has to acknowledge that it's actually happening, because the level of people that are being accused from one section of the country seems to be higher than others. I don't know.
I don't believe so, because they arrest Northerners. We just don't care. It's because we care about the people in the South. That's why we know more about people in the South. I don't think it's that
So that I didn't support that. Let's be honest, many governor, politicians who are in jail, is mostly Northerner.
Yes.
It's mostly Northerner. Yeah. Mostly there is no Northern governor. There is no Northern governor. Really, there you find a Northern governor whenever he finish that he doesn't have a case with TFCC, that is not in jail. Majority.
That is absolutely wrong. Like 100.
No, wait. One check the statistic for 1999 and check all their
cases. Benue Plateau governors, right? The Benue Plateau to them is not north. To them, when it comes to that kind of thing, yeah. When it comes to election, they say north. But Benue Plateau, for example,
but we classify. No, you have to. I don't know. Maybe
it's an absurdity. That Tunaja, could you? There's a link. The last link I put there. I want to show you how Rufai is defending himself. Just click on that last link.
This one, leave
Here is his response. I will swear to the Quran. Is that the way? If you say to Emefiele, then will you swear to the Bible? Then you don't have to arrest him. Click that last one so you can see how these people defend themselves on the press instead of going to court, right? It's like Dangote, for example, your favorite teenager, right? So click on that so you could see Rufai is saying, look, I will swear to the Quran. Is that a constitution that we have in the country where you have southern suspects, right? Defendants, they go to jail and tell it to the court. But when you have northern strong men like this Rufai, then he said, look, I will swear to the Quran, I didn't do it. Click on that so you could see this is from Punch.
We watch it already now. We watch the video now for many. We watch the video already now.
Let me take back all that place I gave you in Nigeria. I'm taking it right back, right?
No problem. But we watch the video. So because I fire Kulata, so you want to from there enter I want me to be supporting him for today. I'm not with that your rhetoric.
I'm only saying that because of the two Benue Plateau governors that they incarcerated, only because they're Christians over there. That's it.
That is the way you think, Pasaka. I'm not
$3 billion and he cannot even go to court. He wants to swear. Now, Tunaja, click on that thing so I can show the headline on Punch.
Okay,
now I wanted to arrest
let me list some things that will be interesting for people to hear. I did just check to find out how many governors or politicians from the north that have been jailed after serving in office. Now, look at the states that it tends to be popping up: Taraba State, Plateau, Adamawa, Jigawa, Nasarawa, Borno, and Borno State. So the six that were listed were generally in the eastern end of Nigeria. The northwest, the eastern end of the north, not or central, not the northwest side of this thing. There's a pattern here emerging.
You won't see
I didn't make it up. I said check in the north and list.
You can use your phone out to say the pattern. We know what the pattern is. Just
the pattern seems to be in the east. That's like even Borno State is included.
Call the tribe. Call the tribe. Call it.
Taraba, I don't know who is it. One tribe that is.
Why are you doing like this now? Okay, northwest, Hausa Fulani. They protect themselves.
I didn't know that it's only them.
Yeah, and the areas you're calling about are minority tribes, especially in the north.
So you see now that's interesting, isn't it? That shows that maybe my theory is correct, that they are targeting.
It's not your theory.
Bono is not east now.
It's reality.
Bono is Kanuri. Adamawa. Well, Adamawa is actually Fulani, but Fulani Christians.
Adamawa is Fulani, not.
But they're Fulani Christians though. Nasarawa is mostly Christian, minority
Not
groups.
central, yeah.
North Central. But yeah, a bunch of all that stuff is North Central. Northwest
If you are
is rare.
Somebody like Atiku.
Okay, now I'm doing the one for the South now. When that one comes out with the names, then we'll see what
I have the names of the Souths. There's Benga Daniel is there, Ogun State. Ekiti State is there. So shut up. Stop saying nonsense.
Oh
The
my
rest
God!
is South. The
Look at
rest is South.
I've never seen somebody so proud to say that my person is guilty of criminal.
He's guilty now. I'm Yoruba. We call it as it is. We don't protect people now.
Okay, fine. Okay, let me put that. Let me read the states in the South. We talk about Ibori of Delta State came up there. Abia State, it showed up. Bayelsa State came up. Edo State popped up. Oyo and Ogun State is the other two, which includes the Daniel Benga you talked about.
Benga,
and Rashid La Doja.
La Doja.
Yeah. Okay, see, Funaja, how many did not? 6, Sabi?
Yeah, in the north, yeah.
In the south, how many?
No, the
7.
north you're talking about. The north you're talking about. They didn't mention Emefiele. We know Emefiele existed.
No, we are talking about governor. No, we are not. No, Emefiele is not a governor now.
Governor, yeah.
You see, Southwest and Southeast is the same number. Passat will now be acting like, we're marginalized.
No, there are 4. There are 4 from the other region. The Southwest is only 2.
No, but total in the south is 7.
There's 5 from the other side.
Southeast is 2. It's South that has the highest.
Okay, you see what I mean? So South East has 5. Only
no,
2.
No. Southeast 2, Southwest 2, South 3.
3.
But that's
7. And then the north have 6. So it's almost the same thing now.
The north. See, you are not listening to hearing what I'm saying. I'm saying even if it's in the north, there are certain is tilted towards one side of the north. It's not everywhere.
No, 2 sides.
No, 2 sides. North Central and North.
Okay, if you are going by geographical, what do they call it?
Geopolitics.
Regional system. If you're going by regional system, it's north and northeast and north central. Those are areas he didn't hit northwest, and in the southern region too, is south. He hit it the most, and the southwest was also preserved, which is also linked.
Southwest is not preserved. Stop saying that.
No. Okay, fine. It's not as preserved as the northwest.
So,
the majority.
No, the argument one like that, because we only want to believe that the north. No, it's only the certain governor that want to present. That's what I want us to present that. 7 here, 6 in the 7 in the south, 6 in the north. So it's almost the same thing. So everybody have a portion of that one.
It's not the same. Don't you see? It's tilted towards a specific group of people that are getting.
You are just looking at governors.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah. I want to include all politicians now.
Can I ask a question for that? Can I ask a question? Serious question. Do you like those? Do you love to complain about everything? Just love complaining.
No. I like highlighting.
Just complaining for no reason.
No, I like highlighting. No, it's not about complaining. It's about highlighting possible issues that could cause problems. This is cause. Don't think it happens without victims. There will be consequences.
Okay, let me bust your bubble. Ali Modu Sherif, Bono. Bono. Abubakar Atiku Bagudu, KB State. Sule Lamido, Jigawa State.
Are they governors?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Jigawa State. Why? Okay, let me see. I will say.
Sule Lamido is Jigawa State.
Send them to prison.
I mean, he's been arrested, corruption cases, right? I mean, whether I go prison, no go prison, arrested, they have good lawyers. That's the thing is, you guys forget about our messed up legal system.
Okay, let me just let me see.
The other two that Buhari gave pardon, which state are they from? Kolata.
Which one is that? Which one is that?
The 2 governors that Buhari gave pardon to.
Make I check out.
No, they were jailed. Buhari not give them pardon after about some months. After 1 year. But they are from the north.
That's Pansat. Okay, no. Okay, well, I said that's Pansat governor.
No, they are from north. So they are
Dariye, Dariye, Joshua Dariye, Plateau.
Okay, Plateau. Okay.
And Plateau and Jolly Yami, both of them, he pardoned them. In fact, Yari too was investigated now. What are we talking about? This is politics. Yari that's from Zamfara. He was investigated.
That's what I was
for
saying.
making
Yari, the
fun.
one that contested with Akpabio or Senate. Yeah, Yari was investigated on corruption charges. Yeah, the Zamfara governor.
Nigeria is looking for confirmation bias on ChatGPT.
No, I have to investigate now. I have to investigate to see whether there are
Your is confirmation bias is whatever you tell it to tell you.
No, I'm not saying.
Investigator journalist.
See what he's saying. He's saying confirmation bias. Confirmation bias
That is what you do. You just
on
have an idea and then you prompt. It will tell you exactly what you prompt. So
No.
you see,
It
you have
doesn't tell me
illiterate.
what I prompt to. It doesn't tell me what I prompt. It's
You
when
nudge it to your response.
The truth is that we don't focus on the north. That is why.
I share the information as I see it. Now, when he mentioned those governors, they are not convicted. Maybe that's why it's not popping up. But the information I see, I give it to you. I'm not the one that created the information. So I'm not teaching it to favor my this. I said north. I didn't say what side of the north. I said south. I didn't say what side of the south.
Okay, well, how did you frame your question? How did you frame your prompt?
How is that different from my prompt? I
How
said,
did you frame your prompt?
I said, okay, let me ask the question. Let me say, I said, please list northern politicians or governors whom have been convicted or arrested after serving in office. He listed all of them. And then I said, do the same for southern Nigeria. Is there any bias there? There's no single telling it what to do. He just listed all the stuff that I can come up with. I can say list more, maybe to list more people from the southwest.
You're lying.
So you get you know sometimes I'm a little bit disgusted with Kulata today. It's getting a little bit funny in some of the way you are going about this stuff. Kulata, I've never seen Kulata so proud to say a Southwesterner is a criminal. It's funny.
Do you think I'm trying? I don't give a rat's ass about anything. Like who cares? Am I Southwest? I carry Southwest for head.
Later, that is not true. You know you're known phenomenon.
You Pansat. You're the known one. Me, I don't do all this tribe now.
When you go to Dr. Damages, everybody knows who you are. Unfortunately, because
no, Dr. Damage. Dr. Damage, they don't want to listen to other opinion, not like here. Dr. Damage don't want to hear it. Everybody just one way traffic there.
Everyone wants face one
Either you praise hip-hop, praise Biafra, or praise Obi, finish. If you didn't say that one, you're enemy of them.
Maybe a dozen times, right? You spent $2, tell a lie. The whole Nigeria sees
I come and educate you guys.
No, matter to educate you people now. The worst platform is that of damage. Everybody just one-sided. That's why they hate you, Nigeria. When you Nigeria want to give them another, no, you're anti-Igbo. You don't like Igbo, man. Hey, that place will have that wars will be that place.
And they don't know two Nigeria is almost Igbo. It's almost.
man, right? To be obedient, right?
Wow.
The moment he opened his mouth, he said just one word, and I busted him, right? Then he ran away from that place. Because,
me?
Yeah.
What are you saying? I to Nigeria. I always come there before. What are you saying?
You and I, we went back. They put us all the way in the back, right? But after the show was over, because he kept pretending to be an obedient, but there was just something in your voice, you know. I said, anybody with
that was after election now. After election.
Can we guys? Can we
said, anybody with that accent?
No,
that was after election.
They don't want to talk about VAT.
Don't tell other Southeasterners I told you this, right? We in the Southeast, we know the accent of every tribalist, right? If you're from Yoruba, they say, where you
how can Ibo be telling me tribalist? Are you not the king of tribalists?
If you are from Edo State and you have like Najaman's accent, forget it. You're a tribalist. We know.
I'm tribal. I was a tribalist. The politics is tribal now. If you are tribal, why are you accusing me of being tribal?
I smoked you out. That's the thing. Like
you cannot smoke me out as what? Are you paying me?
Often in the village,
Can I ask my question now? Because I want to go back to the tax.
It's tribal. What are you saying? You don't have a point. You don't have a point, my guy.
Can I ask a question before you ask your question, please?
Let Babati ask question now.
Okay, Babati, go since he's to be fair.
I wanted to. Yeah, the tax thing. So now I think some of these governors are like Kay was talking about that loss of revenue. So tax incentives to create jobs and all that stuff, increase productivity. So is it that we cut because we talked about them cutting them off cold turkey, and we don't want that. It's a process. If you're going to do this, where because the other taxes that also need to go to a different direction, like resource control, ABCD. How do you go to how do we go through that? And number two, for how long? And number three, at the state level, what can they do in the short term and long term? Because it's going to affect many states. If this bill goes through, it's going to affect the revenue, and there has to be a short-term measure from the federal government, right? And even their own idea, they have to find a way. Should they increase taxes in the state? And these are questions that I think we should discuss, but not all this tribalism, because this will affect everybody. It will affect
let me take a stab at that question, because Northerners, and you have to understand, Nigeria is a three-legged stool. There are things, if Tinubu does those things, then there are things Northerners are going to do. You have to know, first of all, each one of these is we're bantering around to change Nigeria, restructure it to where, let's say, you have resource control. Once resource control takes effect, the worst area that's going to be hit is Southwest, right? From Oyo, Osun, Ogun State, Ondo, Ekiti. They are all done. They have nothing. They don't have anything. They don't. If you sell cocoa today, Ghana is gonna eat your cake, right? They don't have. No,
what kind of rubbish is this? What is your problem?
No, let me ask you this.
What are you talking about, Pastor?
I'm not happy about it. Let me tell you, I'm not happy about it. I don't want that. I'm not happy about it, right? I want the entire country to do very well, but somebody has to shake this. You know, this is what I do when I come on the platform. I'm shaking up the Yorubas because nobody can actually tell them what I normally tell them. Now, they don't get mad at me because they know I'm telling them the truth. If I come here and I lie...
We laugh at you. We'll continue.
Because I'm telling you the truth. I just told you that once you go past Kwara, coming down to the southwest, or your state, Osun, Ekiti, Ogun, Ondo, all of them, they don't make anything. They have nothing. So I know that they're not going to allow resource control. They're not going to allow that. But this stuff they're doing to the detriment of piling everything in Lagos.
Have you asked them, Pansat, whether on this board, like on this panel, anybody in the Southwest, do you oppose?
No, but you're not. No. Let's not deviate too far from what I'm asking.
It's a straight question, though. Let me ask you a question. Do you support resource control
in the Southwest?
All over the country, everybody controls.
Who is the biggest champion of resource control?
We are the biggest for regional government and everything now. It's always been Southwest now.
I'm asking, do you support it then?
Yeah. Do you answer that? Because I want to say something.
That's not answering it.
Yes, we do. We want resource control. We also want, in terms of administrative control as well. More than that, you want resource control, economic control.
Okay.
Federally state. But what I'm saying is that
let me say this, Babati and Tunaja. The point is this: we know that one of the champions for restructuring of Nigeria during Jonathan is the Yorubas, right? Restructure, right? Now you have the grand wizard of the Southwest as president. He could do whatever he wants right now. Do you see him even sniff or talk about risk? So that's what you're dealing with.
Wait, what do you think this VAT is all about? What do you think this VAT is all about?
What is what?
What do you think this VAT that we're arguing? What do you think is all about?
Come on, that's a joke. When people call
you don't understand.
During Jonathan administration, when they're talking about a structure, and Jonathan put together
at all.
When committee, people from the Southwest attended. The Northerners did not attend, right? If the Northerners say we're going to go,
I say the South will gain far more if the resource control
the South and the North will get a lot. The only area that have nothing is the Southwest. They have absolutely nothing.
And we tell you we want resource control. I think, what do you think we rely on things on the ground?
The South will lose out the most, though. If you think
that is your resource.
We want resource control. VAT is part of our resource. We want resource control.
Your own resource now, VAT.
Yes, now leave us alone, Abi. She be our own. Just leave us. We want resource control.
My point is that when people lose all these freebies, they then have to look inward, right?
Yes.
Because we are so comfortable with the feeding bottle system. Nobody is thinking in their states of what to do. But when you take all this funds away from them, then they have to look inward, and that is where the real
but is that the true problem of Nigeria though? Because if you look at it, most
the problem.
Let me just say the reason. I'm just asked that because if you look at most states, they do generate some things, but it's just that not enough to sustain them very well.
But there's no incentive to do more. It's my point, because there's money always coming from the center.
But is that not a problem of the entire country? Is Lagos exporting a lot of goods that is making?
But that is my point. Like, why would I do more when I'm guaranteed the monies every at the end of the month from the federal government? Why should I do more?
But the same thing can be said to be true for Lagos too.
Especially, I mean, the Southwest. Listen to this. It's a
Nigerian problem. It's a Nigerian problem.
The problem I have with just letting you go ahead and speak, so that it won't be redundant, is that you don't go all the way. You sugarcoating it for them. They have nothing. For example, you go to the Southeast, right? We have coal in Tinubu. We have all kinds of energy. We have all kinds of material. We have farms. We have we can do anything.
We have.
Which land do you say far is?
Make a land. When it comes, if we want to build, if we want to build and export helicopters, we'll do it, or jets, or cars, right? Just hold on. So now, with a little bit that they remove from the exclusive list, for example, Abia State already they put in 24-hour electricity, almost overnight.
Oh,
right?
God.
No lie to that just say they carry come first day will take test time. Don't finish is then. No lie to you.
Kerosene don't finish for that power.
Is it from
Let me get a word in here.
Passat is Abia now. Is
let me see who's actually the one who keeps interrupting me. I'll let you guys talk forever. I want a good question.
It is me. It is Kulata that is interrupting you. Me.
Good question, right? Here is what is vacuous for Yorubas to even talk about resource control. They have nothing.
Okay, Pastor, we have nothing, but we still want resource control.
Resource, that is not a resource.
Abi, allow us. Okay, we don't.
Why are you asking them? Why are you fighting?
We don't. We want resource control.
Don't fight for us. Leave us alone.
I don't fight for us. Leave us alone. Now by force.
Exactly. You know that's to be fair. You have to respect that person. They are saying yes, fine. We are willing to go like that anyway.
Passat is gone.
I'm here. Yeah, they don't
you know Ogun State have Ota farm?
Leave Passat alone. Leave him. Let him be running his mouth.
Ota farm, you could do resource control. Do you know what it takes?
You are still thinking of farming. You are still thinking of farming. They have already now.
Listen, that Ota farm and all that kind of stuff. That is why I'm saying to you guys, I'm serious now, because you see the Northerners, as you see that guy come there, it be like say to them, Yorubas come slap them for face.
Honestly, they are crying. You say there. If not allowed, come back to president. All these things they go reverse them.
Oh my God! Why would they reverse it, man? They
will reverse them. That is where the problem will come from Nigeria. By then, you see,
you can't grow the economy if that's what we're gonna do. Then, if we're not willing to do the very difficult things like reform the tax code, then we're not serious as a country.
I think Tinubu is shabby. He's not a very good politician in terms of passing laws.
Really?
Yes. How you do this type of things is that you have consultation. You talk to them. You talk about. You look into their.
I want to remove your.
No. You see the problem there. Father. You see what they did there. The drafter of that bill for Tinubu just make it one lopsided for them to Lagos. That is where they get everything wrong. You understand? The drafter, they just brought those people, just favor only the Tinubu, favor for what he wants.
This is why you talk to others, you consult them.
You guys, wait. Do you think they just started drafting this bill? Taiwo has been consulting since over a year now. He's been consulting. He started drafting this bill almost. I mean, Tinubu appointed him like a few weeks after I got in. He's been drafting this bill since. He's been consulting. And one thing you guys don't know, when you are going to negotiate, because all this is of negotiate, you have to start from a very unreasonable position, and then you now negotiate down.
You are building a country, not trying to win over
Look at this guy. You
against
know,
another.
Sabi, Buffet to Niger. That's when you want to negotiate. That's how you negotiate. You have to start. You have to start from somewhere. Then you move an inch, or you just move.
But let's watch. That if the bill we pass now, that is only the
you are building the impression that you are making
if you no pass. But this guy has the balls to even put it there before everything. That did not remember. Everybody will be shaking. Tinubu is not Jonathan.
No. I Tinubu did pass the local government.
Tinubu is not backing down. Why will he back down?
But so far, most of the things he's done has not yielded positive outcomes, and that is something
reforms is not overnight. Now it takes a while.
That's the excuse for failure.
Go and listen to
the country in the name of
go and listen to Fupe interview on Arise TV yesterday. Oh my God. He tell you, say now everybody is for. He just tell us yesterday. Say Yoruba had to defend Tinubu. Yesterday.
Yeah. That was quite disgusting, actually.
Wow. Why is this? No.
They shouldn't be in Nigeria. They are causing so much problem. They make everything tribal.
Yes. Honestly, yesterday I said, why would you go to this extent?
You should be arguing to make everything on the level playing field.
No. I felt a Yoruba. No, Tinubu is our apple of our eye.
Yeah,
you see a Nigeria president or Yoruba president.
Apple was I? Who said apple?
I want yesterday.
Don't you Coupe said it? I saw the video too.
It was loud.
This one they find money for medical bill. They find money for medical bill.
But Okume has been a useless Yoruba politician. He's now before his last minute.
I think you watch that interview. It's very bad the way he put it. It's very bad, honestly. Because of what Obi said. Because of what Obi said, the tweet of Obi.
You don't know Donyo Coupe. Donyo Coupe, since he's been, when you say a politician that is always on the other side of where Yoruba face, against Abiola, against Awolowo, that man, it is just after this Obi episode that he's now trying his best to align. But look at the way he's now doing it. He's now making it shameful.
People like that, they are not always, they are not very healthy in terms of Nigerian politics. But that said, anyway, I think we have had enough fun talking about Nigeria today.
Look at it is that the Yorubas as a tribe, right? That they are like that, they're unreliable. As far as you could go into,
we know send you. You can say whatever you want. Let's restructure.
Pastor, you go too far with your things. I don't. Where do you get that they are unreliable?
I don't understand.
Listen,
let's restructure. That's what we want.
What the Northerners are saying.
It's also Pastor about you.
See, Pastor, one thing, because the way they insulted that man,
Let me say why I said that. Because as an observer, right, you have to look at things truthfully. What is the Northerners saying now? They are looking at the Yorubas as not to be responsible allies. That you could
those who need power, forget what the Northerners say. What do you expect them to say?
You too, but also that's what we say, right? We're saying the same thing from like the war and everything. We're saying, hey, look, we've gone into a deal alliance with you, but you come change.
I beg, stop spinning. Forget all this story. There's no.
When the British said, when the British said, unless two parties must come together, we are not going to before we can hand over power. Why did Azikiwe run to North and go and form alliance with the Why not form alliance with the South?
I'm not.
Did you? Shebi, you watch the video Niger man that one man played today. So let's just leave all this.
Don't say anything about the betrayal. Betrayal started from Azikiwe.
I answer you, right? It's a good question. The point I'm making is this: you have a three-legged stool. Then there's the Yorubas and the Igbos are like twins on this side, Southerners.
We are not twins.
Let me laugh now. God damn.
Yeah, you can swear, but we're not twins. Stop this. I hate that narrative.
I want you to watch your ear and hear me, because they know people like to talk like that. Listen to me. If you have South,
They are talking to Edo people like to talk like that. What?
No,
How do people talk?
No, listen now. What I'm saying is that the question is good. But if you have North and South, right? That's a dichotomy, North and South. Forget about Southwest, Southeast. So if there's a deal to be made, why would you go making a deal with South-South deal? It's just like a presidency. So you want to nominate somebody to be president and vice president, but you want to make it fair. You have to pick one from the North, then pick one from the South. So if, for example, Azikiwe goes and make a deal with the North, what is wrong with that? Even for the Yorubas, it's good for the Yorubas.
Because if ever you are nothing wrong, then when Yoruba make, you said it's a betrayal.
No, but,
what are you talking? After you know, we are not talking again.
Najama, you don't mind him.
But you know what's
Just
funny?
saying nonsense.
We don't need you to side with us. We're gonna
Nobody is siding with anybody. Actually, let me tell you one thing, Pansad. It's not a tripod. There's no tripod in the country. There's no Wazobia.
Okay,
Forget it.
let me just add something. Pansad, hold on. Let me just add something, Pansad. Let me just add something. You see, I hear when Pansad and Mati saying that they are for this in resource control and all, but you notice that Tinubu could have pursued that point, that aspect, and the argument was that he was doing it slowly using tax. But tax clearly indicates that it's going to. The thing about tax is that it can be molded to fit certain areas. But if you are trying to do resource control, it affects the location where you are assigning the resources. So why did he not go for that one that is more location or state oriented than something that when you depend on how you tweak it, the resources can move.
It is state oriented. It is state oriented because you didn't listen to when I explained
it. But it also tilts some benefits to some regions of the country.
Areas of productivity. Yes, I'm big consumption.
That could be the reason why he didn't go for direct resource control.
Okay, but what I'm asking you, this is why I don't like you. Let me just tell you the truth, right?
Direct resource control requires constitutional amendment.
Say, okay, I agree, right? The point is that all those injustices and all that nonsense they talk, right? It's unfair. You played a videotape from a northern person who's a very educated man, a fair guy making a fair point. So because Kulata is saying, oh, he's talking nonsense, then you're going to be nice about it. Why? You should tell him, you're the one talking nonsense.
The man speaks to your narrative, now it's suit. He's no more a child Muslim. He's no more an illiterate. It's no more that didn't go to school. So they, oh my God.
That guy's a very prominent Nigerian. I know who he is. He's a
garbage guy. Garbage.
See?
Wow.
So Tunaja, what I'm saying to you is that when I just told you that the Southwest, they make nothing. So no matter what they say,
and we are happy with our nothing, and we want resource control. Don't you get it?
You can be happy. Let me land my point. My point is this: you want to do everything by deceit because you make nothing.
What do you mean deceit? We're transparent. We want resource control. What is deceit there?
They have mineral resources. They have gold, precious stones. Southwest have many mineral resources.
We don't get anything. I mean, the Nigerian man, leave them. We don't get anything.
This is a Osun State governor that just came into office. This guy that is so beloved, or at least very buoyant guy. They said he spent 527 million on refreshment and meals, while spending 297 million on the teaching hospital Oshobo in 9 months. That these our governors. I don't know.
Go and check our first quarter.
What is wrong?
So tonight, let me ask you a question. If you and I are going to, let's say 5 of us here now, we want to go into a negotiation. I want to talk about resource control. I don't make anything. And I keep saying, hey, look, one day we should go into a negotiation where everybody gets to keep what's on their land, right? Maybe you're producing oil, I'm producing gold, right? Maybe Niger man doesn't produce anything, Kulata doesn't produce anything, Adewola doesn't produce anything. And they say, one day we should talk about a structure so you keep stuff. You already know they're being dishonest. They're never going to do that. They're being deceitful.
What do you mean? What push for resource control the most?
But but the people that don't have the resources,
I don't think you may be for it, Pansa, but I don't think the Southwest will be for resource control. The Southwest, the Northwest will not be for it. The South will be very, very
the Southwest has been has been the anchor of resource control in this country.
If the Southwest was for it, it would have happened.
Of course.
Oh, so why do you think? Who started this electricity? This electricity decentralization you got. Well, who do you think? Who are the brainchilds
But
of
that
all
is
that
different
stuff?
from resource control, where resources
It is
are generated.
starting. Look, you have exclusive list. The more stuff you move out of the exclusive list into concurrent list, that is resource control. All the resources we're talking about.
It's not the same thing. It's not. You're talking about.
It is this.
You're not doing the ones that benefit
Have you read our constitution before?
Have you read the constitution before yourself?
Yes, because all this stuff we're talking about, what is on there's no, I've not read the entire thing from the back. There's what is all these resources we're talking about are on the exclusive list. The more we nip at the exclusive list, the more everybody gets their freedom. We're fine, and we want resource control.
Why are you not saying actual resource control generated from the state?
Thanks for your concern, Pansat, but we want resource control. Let everybody go and fend for themselves.
If you're being honest, why are you not going for the resource control that is related to natural resources that is from that?
Now, small, then they do things. We're strategic. No, people don't act like brainless now. Say, let's go and do everything. That is brainless. No strategy. Like you've not read Out of War before. You've not read Out of War. You've not read propaganda. You've not read all these books.
Come on, so that is just waffling right now.
It's not waffling. You don't act like that. You are not showing finesse in your thinking.
This is not finesse. I'm saying it was
finesse. We're going to start with this VAT and we're going to build on it till we get resource control.
Let me make my point. If it was finesse, it means that when you support it, it means that it will fail if you don't do it properly. But
leave story. Just leave story.
Southeast is for resource control. The south side is for resource
control. I don't even know what other places are for, but I know we want resource control.
The one that you can use to benefit from all the stuff that is.
We want resource control. We want resource control. I don't know what other areas want to, but we want resource control. Let everybody go and fend for themselves.
Only that region. You don't want true resource control.
I want true. Let everybody go fend for themselves. But we're starting with something.
We have to force it on them. The
are not forcing anything on anybody. The Southwest leads that conversation. We lead that conversation. So you people just be behind the yarn of pata. We lead the conversation.
I don't think so. I don't think so, because for what you are saying,
it's not about thinking so. These are facts. Look at the leaders of resource control since the London house you guys have in UK. Who do you think owns it?
Shut up for a second now. Let's talk one at a time. The resource control that
in
Lagos, the resource control that seems to be happening in Lagos is barely resource
control. Am I from Lagos? I'm not from Lagos. I want resource control.
Use Lagos for an example. The resource they want is, I want to be able to generate my own power so I can make my area even bigger. But you are not doing things, you're not demanding for things that especially natural resources that will benefit the other.
We want natural resource control. Let Niger Delta go and take the oil.
6 months.
You don't understand.
If you want that, then why are you not fighting with them to achieve?
You fight. I mean, if you do that now, tax North don't almost die. Now you want to bring. You do this one, not realize that okay, we won't die. Then you do the oil one. Let everybody go out. Let everybody go and.
I don't see this happening anytime soon.
Let everybody go and let everybody go and sort themselves.
Let me just talk about one thing before.
Can I get a word in?
No, you're not going to get a word in. See, sorry, Pansat. The foreign minister of the UK, foreign secretary of the UK was in Nigeria recently. I think he met Shonwo Olu. and he was talking about renewable energy, this investment. Is this something we should be listening to at all? Why are we listening to them with renewable energy? They keep distracting us from generating our own energy source.
Because if you want to borrow money from them, I mean, you can't. There's some things that they're going to borrow money on, and things that they won't borrow money on. So you have to
But
play
why don't we stop borrowing money from them?
So where are you going to get money?
Because we can get the money ourselves.
Oh.
Because if you look at the money the government is borrowing, we can generate that money ourselves. I don't know why.
Okay, this one where we want to generate money ourselves, we say let's change our tax structure. You people are foaming in the mouth.
Do you know how much money Abia State borrowed last year? Do you know how much Abia borrowed last year? Calculator.
I know Abia attracted some dollars. I can't remember the figure, but
okay,
I know
here's what I was gonna say when I said let me get a word in, right? All Tinubu did was to remove what the hell was that he removed on the subsidy, right? And Yorubas are starving. They're shouting, Ebim power, Ebim power.
Hold on. You should leave all this kind of talk now.
Hold on now.
So your relative,
go to market. Is Tinubu funding Yoruba?
No, Niger man. Now you know
I saw a video from East. People are picking food from dustbin.
Every accolade I gave you tonight, I've taken.
No, Niger man.
Don't give me any accolade. I don't like all this kind of accolade.
Allow him now. Passat no hungry. Don't worry.
If the South turn off that oil, right? I give this following states.
Why are you threatening? And we said take it, take the oil. Do you understand, Passat? Passat. Let me speak pidgin because I've been speaking English. Make them take the oil. Take it.
They have no choice. If you're not being fair, if you want to do this
Passat, you are not threatening. We're begging everybody to go and fend for themselves. We don't need oil. We don't.
You see the thing, Panza, this in Kulata are saying that now, like that's straightforward. I hope you can see.
I hope we can get it done.
Calm down. I hope you can see being in the public. Don't think that it's going to be that straightforward. The reason why
it's not. I know it's going to be tough. But that is what I want. Let everybody go take care of himself.
What you are saying now,
but you have zero. How are you going to do it?
Passat, the zero is none of your fucking business.
This is my business.
And I'm saying, take it. Why are you begging for me? I said we don't want. Is it by force?
Okay,
we don't want.
Can we find something positive to talk about? What is the positive thing this government has done since they came into office?
They removed subsidy and they floated the naira, and the economy is finding its level. Those are positive things. And hold on. And we reduced our revenue to debt from 95% because we're going bankrupt 95% to 60. What's the number again?
65.
65. Yeah, to 65. Based on that, we're more fiscally. So we're more fiscally sustainable now. So tell me something.
It was based on dollars. It has gotten worse.
No, go to Nigeria. You really don't know economics, so I'm not going to blame you.
I know enough of economics.
You don't know enough of it. Otherwise, you can see that we're no longer our debt to revenue is no longer 90. Imagine 95%. I think at some point in Buhari it was even over 100% at some point. But now it's 65%. Yeah.
Our debt to revenue debt payment or actual debt?
Payment that were amount that we're using to service debt.
During Buhari was 98%.
It reached 98% under Buhari, but now it's 65%.
Do you know what that means? The amount, because the money.
It means there's more money that can go around to do other things rather than servicing interest.
They remove subsidies. That's the reason why.
That's why it's a good policy.
See, subsidy removal is a good policy technically. What I saw from that is a way of just taxing Nigerians in a kind of roundabout way. However, the benefits from that were negated by what they did with the forex and that will never. That's why
there's no way they're going to explain this forex thing to you that you will understand. So I won't even bother.
You will never understand because
I won't even bother because you don't.
But we cannot be subsidizing the dollar for people now.
Dollar we no get.
We'll carry 1.5 billion, 1.5 billion the subsidized dollar every time. No, that's what is.
Najaman, let me explain something to you. If you are using $5 billion to defend the naira, let's say that's what you are using to defend it every year, then that one versus what they went and did now, do you know how much the Nigerian economy has lost? The GDP has almost halved because of what they have done. How is that a good trade-off?
Yeah, but you have to look it. Wait. You have to look it this way again. If they're able to bring our debt maybe up to 20% to our revenue, our GDP will grow back. So we have our own money to fund our own budget.
So now why they mute me now? No make I swear for you.
No, because I know that you are not objective or for whatever reason.
What do you mean I'm not objective?
I want to talk to this in German. See, the point, you are not objective on this. You're just going to keep saying one thing, even if
I've told you that I'm not going to explain to you because you don't get it. So what's the point?
Explain. I should be the one explaining it to you.
I'm not explaining anything to you.
All the analysts have agreed with me. You are the one that is wrong.
Okay, confirmation. You're doing confirmation searches again. Continue.
All the objective analysts.
Why are you using euphemism when you're talking to Kulata?
What's their credentials?
Kulata is a liar. You understand?
What's their credentials?
Everything I've said.
What's their credentials? Arise TV.
They are economists. They came
which credentials they get?
They talked about that.
So you think in economy, in economy, people have one view, and that's the view. That's the truth.
Now, Kolata, let me ask you straight questions.
You think it's a science, like you do experiments. You see this one.
So, like, if the Dangote refinery comes on stream, Nigeria starts buying oil.
It's on stream.
Hold on now. If they start buying crude oil, petroleum products from Nigeria, which will reduce the demand for petroleum by about 30%, you expect the Nigerian currency to appreciate, don't you?
First things first. If we reduce the demand, yes, it should go up. There's more to it. There's more to it than balance of trade.
Okay, now you see now there is now more to it.
Of course, there's always been more to it than balance of trade. But what do you know?
It's the demand for the dollar.
It's not simply things that affect forex is not just balance of trade.
Oh my!
It's not just balance of trade.
What else?
Go ahead, Tunaja, line.
There's relative interest rate. There's no, oh my God, just ask for explanation for fuck's sake.
Oh my God. Those things are
Jesus Christ. If America reduces their interest rate and we have higher interest rate, where do you think people will pack their dollars to? Why are you doing like you're an illiterate?
No. When you say they are going to pack their dollars,
and then of course, then there's relative inflation rates relative to whatever currency you're looking at. So it's not just a simple. It's not just simple balance of trade.
I'm trying to show you now.
There's nothing you are showing me. What you're talking about is Captain Obvious stuff. Come on.
Okay, Captain Obvious. Look at the Captain Obvious and learn.
It's not about learning. We have two issues. Our supply, our dollar supply is low, and Dangote has not been able to take away the dollar demand because they're still importing. So what are you talking about?
Hold on. Yes, good. They are still importing.
So that's why I say I don't want all this Captain Obvious stuff. It's banal stuff.
When people like Kolata are cornered, they start making.
You are not cornering anything because you are saying like you're telling me the sky is blue.
Let me get the point across so that we get our act straight.
Pastor, you still vexed that I want restructuring.
Calm down now. You see, it's worried now that I'm going to pin in that the whole world is saying.
You are not beating anything down. Tunaja, you say the same bullshit every time and you don't listen. I can't talk to an obtuse. It's like I'm talking to a furniture.
Data so that we can now talk about what's going to happen in the future. So that today, conversation we are having
to
today.
Niger, get to the point. There's nothing you're talking about that is not obvious.
Good. It's obvious to you. So now, if this is taken off the ledger, let's say it reduces from 33% to 10% because of Dangote refinery.
But that assumption is not possible yet.
I'm talking about in a year's time. Let's say by in a year's
We
time.
don't know what will happen in a year's time. We are still looking at how they're sorting themselves. How do you know exactly what will happen in a year's time?
Saying that if Dangote refinery is successful, it means one way or the other is going to be reducing. One, either he's going to be selling his crude oil and earning dollars for Nigeria, or the other way around. He's going to be supplying Nigeria, and Nigeria.
Okay. So what if our dollar supply decreases then?
It's not why. Okay, tell me how it's going to decrease.
Why? Because our main dollar supply right now is not. I mean, we're not getting that much from crude because of that stupid Buhari and what it has forward sales and all that stuff. With the main areas we're getting our dollar supply is from you and I, and also from the what's it called, portfolio investors. And the portfolio investors is because our interest rate is high. So if our dollars, if supply of dollars reduces and demand also reduces, I mean, it may be mute or it may even get. I mean, it may go bad. It may continue going bad because like I said, there's also relative interest rate. If America increases interest rate, people will take their money for safety towards safety, and we will. I mean, our dollar supply will be low. So it's not just kind of like a straightforward thing like that. It's not.
Why people move their money because of worrying about safety. It's because the
It's
economy.
not just worrying about safety, right? There's some economies. If Japan increased interest rate, a lot of people pack their money to Japan. There's a risk premium you get from putting your money in Nigeria. The reason we are getting any sort of dollars right now is because we have like 30-something% interest rate.
You see what you are doing? You are.
It's not. You're not listening. It's not about what I'm doing. You're not listening. So, okay, do you know what foreign portfolio investors mean? Do you know what they do?
Oh my God! Why do you always have?
Do you know what they do? Just answer me the question.
Foreign portfolio investors, they want to put funds in a country, harvest profit from it based on.
Okay, and then what happens to your CBN, your CBN equivalent, when they move money into your country?
CBN, because you gain this in dollars now, foreign currency.
That's where you get your FX, right? Cool. So if Nigeria, our oil is spoken for, is largely spoken for, NNPC, how much are they remitting in dollars, right? If you say, okay, Dangote, let's just say they reduce importation. But if our supply also doesn't increase, how does that help us? If our dollar supply also doesn't increase, how does that help us? Because at the end of the day, it may just be moot.
The FPI that you're talking about, how much are you talking about? The amount. Give me, for example.
No. Let me make the point. He didn't even let me make the point. My original point.
Just so that
people should just stop stopping me constantly.
Why are you guys acting confused? One person at a time. Speak to me. I'm only one person.
So
I'm only one person.
The point I'm making is that if they take all this is what billions upon billions. Here is indicating 21 billion US dollars. Foreign direct investment.
What is getting 21 billion?
I finished my point.
I said what is getting 21 billion. I'm asking for clarification.
1 billion in fuel imports. All these petroleum imports. So our
foreign
imports into Nigeria.
Per what? Is it a year?
A year, yes, per annum, 30-something%.
Okay, per annum. Okay, continue.
So now the foreign direct investment to Nigeria is around 3-something billion. So that is relatively small compared to the gigantic amount we are looking at here. Then, if you take into account that the subsidy has been removed, now if you take into account that the subsidy has been removed, which is also billions of dollars, that even eclipses the amount that we get in foreign direct investment, that should have covered all the issues that you are raising.
The billions of dollars that's not ours is borrowed money, but continue.
Yes, that should have cancelled out the foreign direct investment that we are talking about here.
No, it doesn't cancel anything out. It's borrowed money. It doesn't cancel anything out, but continue.
Even if it's borrowed money, they use it to give to state governors, didn't they? They used to do the money was available for Nigerians to do other things. So my point is that
no, but continue.
Okay, no, okay. The Dangote this in the refinery, this thing coming on stream, able to supply the Nigerian space with dollar one way or the other, whether by reducing the demand or by earning dollars into the Nigerian economy, that should reduce this number that you see here. by this 20%. It should reduce it.
If we reduce dollar demand in Nigeria, of course, in theory, we should go. I mean, we should appreciate.
Now,
that's normal.
We should appreciate. But however, my prediction is today, in 1 year's time, Dangote refinery will be functional. They'll find a way to make sure that naira value remains around $1,500 to $1,600. This in naira, I mean, to $1. That is what I'm complaining about. That this economy is being run to the ground. It's not run.
Yeah, but the thing is not is multifactorial. Is what I'm trying to say. You're looking at just one aspect of it. Even that aspect has not been fixed. Even, I mean, in a year, I hope it should fix in a year, because by then maybe Dangote will have bullied everybody out. But for now, that they're still importing. NNPC still owes to the tune of 40 billion naira of import that he owes some marketers, and marketers are also claiming they're able to beat Dangote in price, even though the quality may not be up to par. So we'll see how that one plays out.
Interject, you continue, right? Because both of you are
interject, continue.
Land, right? What it's showing, the direction that this is what I've been saying for the last 2 or 3 years. You are too optimistic to Nigeria. You look at that mineral fuels and all those oil and distillation, those are products. When you are refining, there's a lot of products that come from refining crude oil. Where are they?
He's selling it. Dangote is exporting it.
That's what I'm saying. Now, where if you export something, we should really find some over here, right? The point is this.
But it's going to be getting foreign exchange for Nigeria. That is the positive.
Yeah, I know, but I said you're being optimistic because so far our NNPCL have gone there. They looked at the place and they say, no more, it's not completed, not even 50% complete.
Oh,
that's not true. That's not true.
Let me go through that quickly what they said, because I want to come to the marketers. But let me say, before the marketers, then, what NNPCL said. They said
NNPC didn't say that, Pastor. That's lying.
I'm pledging my life on it, right? They said that the place is 40-something% complete. That he's not licensed.
Pastor, why are you making stuff up now?
Well, to Nigeria, I know I'm telling the truth, right? Remember, to Nigeria is more of a Dangote guy than you. So if I lie, he should say so. So now, and then and they said, okay, we don't want an NPCL to be the only sole buyer. Dangote put it on them like they're the one making the price go high. So they wash their hands off and say, okay, marketers, go direct and go and buy from Dangote. So to Nigeria has a tape that I've listened to where the marketer gave a press conference to the entire country. They say, hey, look, this man is behaving strangely, right? We want to buy from Dangote as patriots, but he has to be competitive. We don't want him charging us more than what we're gonna pay if we imported the thing, right? Which means what I'm saying is that Dangote himself is importing fuel. He's not refining anything. He's not.
Let me love this conspiracy stuff you do all the time.
I'm saying Dangote cannot go and sell something less than what he's paying for. If he's refining it, he's not gonna want to charge him $990.
Here's the thing. No. Screw you, Pansat. Screw you. You're stop yelling.
I'm gonna beat the hell out of you one of these days, right?
Shut up, Pansat. You know I can beat you anytime I see you. You know that.
Why are you trying to fight that woman like Pansat now? That's not a fair fight.
I'd love to slam him on his head, like give him a super.
It's not nice that let's be
he will survive. He will survive it. I'll make sure he survives.
Made to you because you're so optimistic. Say a year from now, because I don't mind when somebody says, okay, a year from now or 6 months I'm going to do something, but all I want to do is to have a mathematical equation that go with that, so I could
Pastor, you know, you just said a lot of bull.
If distance is
setting the groundwork.
No. Let's get real. Pastor, you're saying fairy sale nonsense. First of all, you're claiming that Dangote refinery is not complete. You're also saying it's important.
Perfidious human being.
Do you believe yourself? Like, how can you be saying ridiculous nonsense like that?
Come on, normally.
Does anybody believe that bullcrap? Like saying, "Oh, Dangote hasn't completed refinery," when it's been verified by Bloomberg and Reuters and all these other international bodies.
One mic.
You are
Pastor, you're done. Let me talk. So
it's my turn.
So here's the thing with Dangote refinery.
Talking to Kulata for a while, two Niger, two of you have been talking. Let me land. I'm almost done. My thing actually is to two Niger, not you. You're a fucking liar.
You're an idiot, Pansat.
Where I am.
Can we try to restore some?
So now, two Niger, what I'm saying to you, you're being so optimistic and gullible. You don't trust NNPCL. Okay, fine. But what about the marketers? What do they have to give? They're saying they don't have the product. This guy wants us to apply, and they say we're applying. Okay, so the guy says, okay, there's something wrong. You watch the stuff. Like this is, I started saying this maybe 2 years ago, but now Dangote says I don't know if it's 500,000 barrels or gallons.
It's 50 million. He said he has 50 million, not 500,000.
No, how many did he say?
50 million liters or something like that.
Let me find out from tonight because you're a liar.
You're an idiot,
I don't know that precise figure, so sorry about that. I don't know the precise.
So anyway, Dangote came out just last week and said, look, I don't know why these people are doing this. So I have over 500,000 whatever, right? So
as I get to the point, it's getting late. You're dragging too long.
Stupid son of a bitch. Go to hell.
Yeah, you're an idiot. You're dragging too long.
Can we go arrest now? This
with your monkey face that only a mom can love, idiot. Get out of here, Joe.
I go into a conversation with somebody.
Okay.
Who knows? He probably does know.
We need to close
I don't know. You are envy Dangote and you can never ever smell his feet.
Fly and make noise.
You freaking immigrant.
And just turn everything into a stupid lie.
You
right?
just beef Dangote, but you can never ever get close to Dangote. He will buy your generation.
Fine. All I want
is so shut up when Dangote is talking. Stop making stuff up.
Fulfill his obligation. If you are refining products, make it available to the country, right? Get a license. When you pitch the country and they buy 20%, deliver the 20%. Don't cut it down to 7.5%.
All right, Pansat, let me talk. You're done.
Smoke, massacring, killing our people on the road.
Pansat, now let other people talk.
Don't pay them anything, right? Don't try to be a monopoly and take all the oil, crude oil from the south. So those are the kind of qualms I have with him. I don't give a damn what he does. As far as he's not.
Here's the deal. Dangote wants monopoly. That's very, very clear.
That's what I'm saying. That tonight, the point I'm making is that you might as well close the show down. Kulata is not a responsible person to have.
Shut up, Pansat. Go and sit down. I don't even know why you're staying this late.
I'm not gonna let him talk.
Do you have your depends? Have you won your depends?
I can do the same thing he's doing.
Have you won your depends?
If you go to Nigeria and you start all the way on top from Sokoto, or you're coming to Zamfara, right? Make you not forget Katsina now. Come Kano, come Jigawa, come Yobe. All these people, they have things they produce. They have things on the ground, agriculture, right? So if you then go all the way to
Pansat, your bladder should be worrying you by now. Go change your depends. Go and change your depends.
Lies.
Your prostate is so lean, Pansat.
Tell me, to Nigeria, how long is it going to put up with Southwest?
Pansat, you are soiling yourself. Go and change it.
He wants to come here.
Stop lying on Dangote. You can never be a man. You can never be a thousandth of a man Dangote is. So stop beefing him. You'll be making all sorts of conspiracy theory.
Just so that
you'll be making, and then you now carry tribe on head like Gala, like you're hawking Gala all over Lagos.
When you have
idiot,
scrupulous, unprincipled, deceiving,
you're a useless loser,
fake, illusory, spurious, fallacious individual.
You're a useless loser. But I'm going to pity you, Sha. You can go and change your diapers and Pansat. It's about time.
Scheming, treacherous.
It's about time. Go change your diapers.
It's time. He calls it cunning. It's not being cunning if you're hypocritical.
Anyway, Tunaja, I'll catch you guys later.
Individual. He won't let us have an intellectual discussion because the funny thing is that he knows some of this stuff. That's what
internet flies over your head, but there's a reason why, Pansat. Incontinence. Go change your diapers, Pansat.
As I'm concerned, right? I'm telling you right now, you are flaccid. I'm a firm guy. I'm a strong Igbo man.
He's strong. He's strong.
The point is that you're flaccid. You come online and you close your face and your mouth. Right?
At least I don't have a face that only a mom can love, like yours.
Very deceptive guy. So you can laugh all you want.
Pele Pansat.
You cannot come on a platform and
go drink water.
That's the
go
only
drink
thing
water.
You have
go drink water.
If you go to Dr. Damages,
Pansat, stop talking, doctor. You are an old man. You have more priorities. Changing your diaper should be your immediate priority. The next thing is you can go and take your medication and go to bed. So tomorrow you can stretch out. All those arthritis can get out of your body.
Loser.
I don't know why you hate Dangote, but we know why you hate Dangote, because you're not a man like Dangote.
You're a mutt, knucklehead, you're a dunce.
Look at you. Go and check your diaphragm, Joe, with your swollen prostate.
So all I'm saying is that Nigeria brought some stuff here to elucidate economic with him.
How big are your prostate by now? Is it the size of a football or size of a basketball?
I said to you, if we
you get so far.
What does Oyo have to offer? What does Oshun have to offer?
I said leave us alone, not by force.
Have to offer.
Not by force.
Right?
From Dangote now, you're jumping to waiting to concern you.
You're going to go to resource control. How are those people going to survive? So I already know you're not going to do it because you have nothing. You say
Pansat, it's been a night. We'll do some other time.
There's no need to be fighting all the time. Calm down. This whole thing.
He started it.
I think in 6 months to a year's time, when Dangote refinery is fully functional and the currency
Dangote refinery is functional tonight.
Hold on, no, I'm talking about when it starts actually the importation of petrol goes away and we start getting petrol.
But you're not talking about why the importation of petrol is not going away. That is the problem right now.
I'm not talking about. I'm just talking about the bigger picture where the Nigerian currency should be improving. If the currency starts improving, do you know what happens? Petrol price starts.
We know, but the thing to Nigeria is not just that. There are two issues. We need to increase our supply of dollars, and if we can get more defensive in terms of if we get those damn marketers to only buy from Dangote, but there's also, but you're not also looking at. Listen, one area I wanted to explain: Dangote 2 is not exactly. How will I describe it? It's not exactly innocent. Dangote wants to take advantage of the situation and is machinating.
I don't care about that. What I care about.
No, you have to care about something. No. Wait.
What about the minutia of the argument between?
It's not the minutia. There's some things you need to care about.
Let me talk. You have to make sure.
You've explained that. You've explained that Dangote wants to become a monopoly, and now Dangote is also gaming for government, for NNPC to be the sole off-taker so they can subsidize some of his operations.
What is your problem with
that? There are issues with that because, first of all, there are other refineries that are looking at this stuff. Like, do you think BUA will be able to come up? BUA will not be able to come up now. What about other refineries? Walter Smith will not be able to do what they need to do.
Be able to come up because if you start, you're not going to be a sole one.
And again, the main thing.
Stop interrupting me. You're not going to be sole.
You've talked. I was waiting to explain what I'm about to explain before I go to bed.
Dangote can only be sole now when it's
Dangote's product price needs to be competitive at the end of the day. It needs to be able to sell. It needs to be able to beat the imports.
If he's not competitive, when BUA comes, he's going to lose.
No. Right now is more expensive than the import. That's the problem.
No, it's not more expensive.
It is more expensive than the import.
That man is making is false.
It's more expensive than the import. That's the fact.
The headline price in terms of the actual value may be more expensive, but by the time it takes shipping and all the rest into account, the one that they're bringing in is more expensive.
Landing cost is Dangote at the moment is more expensive, but the main thing is you can say quality is always better quality than the junk that they're bringing.
Now you are even putting quality. If you bring quality into it, that's even then this thing is.
But then you can now make a point to say, well, you can give people a choice.
A choice to bring petrol that is damaging.
When I go and buy gas in America, I can buy. I mean, it depends on what your car takes anyway. But you have like 3 different options based on quality that you can pick from.
Yes, but the importers are not doing that. They are not requesting that. And the argument you are making, from what I'm
not making an argument. I would love import substitution, but at this point in time, Dangote needs to price appropriately.
You just made an argument and say you didn't make an argument. See, the importers themselves are saying that the price that they are going to buy, they are willing to buy the price from Dangote. If Dangote is willing to sell to them directly, the issue is that Dangote doesn't want to sell to them directly.
Dangote wants to sell to them directly, but Dangote is not transparent with his pricing.
He has released his pricing today now.
990.
Yes, he has released it today. That his pricing is 990. So
look,
and I think that's why.
When I told you it was 990 a couple of days ago, you said it's not true. That it was 950.
No, I didn't say it was
lied.
Look. Here's the thing. Look to Nigeria. Crude price. We know. Taxes. We have an idea. Transportation. We have an idea. The main input is refining, but because it's a new refinery, it needs to it has amortization expense. It's going to pass it to us because it's not like an old refinery that's kind of like past its useful life. So Dangote needs to make enough money to pay back his loans.
I'm signing off. I'm signing off because it's you that I've been telling you. You're not listening. You want to be a sucker.
Nobody wants to listen to you, Pansat. You're a fucking fool. That's what you are.
Look, to Nigeria. You're on the online vouching for Dangote, no matter what anybody says, even these marketers themselves.
It's not about Dangote.
What do they have to
it's
do?
About the Nigerian people. Why do you people just
but answer me now.
Personalities and businessmen and all the rest. Worry about the greater good. I don't care about what Dangote.
Okay, then answer the question. What do they have to gain by lying on Dangote? The marketers, tell me. I could see the NNPs.
Oh, they have a lot to gain.
By lying,
I've been gaming the system all this while I'm making billions of dollars out of it. Of course, they have a lot to gain.
No. Come on. Are you talking about NNPCL or the marketers themselves?
Both.
Okay,
both of them. What Dangote represents is a threat to both of them in terms of their balance sheet.
How?
Because if Dangote is the one supplying the stuff to them at
$600. Take it easy on this guy. I know he's old. If he talks like this, he can fart and it will be liquid fat. He'll just shit in his pants if he continues.
Right? If Dangote says, look, I'm going to sell it to them for 600 naira, right? So now you could take the position he's taking. But if he says, I'm going to sell it to them at 990 and they can import it with $800 naira, why should they? That's what the guy is asking you, the tape you and I watched. If Dangote wants to sell it to them higher than what they're going to buy it from importing, they're going to import. But if
Dangote says that there's no proof of it, it doesn't make sense even. That they would. Okay. The question, the area that Kolata revealed was that because they are buying a lower grade petrol, that could explain the price. It's not like for like. You see what I mean?
It's so not that true.
Would explain their price. It was like for like. Theirs will be more expensive.
And then PCL says to us, that they increase the price because of Dangote. But I say, no, he was trying to lie as if it's NNPCL.
Oh, you are shifting the goalpost again now. You just talked about the landing cost being the same,
I'm saying
cheaper.
But I'm
telling you that because the landing cost is because the quality of their products is less. That's why the landing cost is cheaper.
Wait, NNPCL already told us who has the inferior product. NNPC is the only authorized. They went there and they came out and said,
this product,
can I land? Let me land.
Just Minister of Petroleum now.
No.
listen to me. They went there and they said that he has inferior products and it's unlicensed, right? So now, if somebody says something like that about your business, you're supposed to sue them because that's injurious to your business. He doesn't sue them. He goes opaque. He tries to create a monopoly like Kulata the liar was telling you a minute ago, right? That's obvious. Now, what is your...
Did you hear NNPC repeat that claim again? Did you hear NNPC repeat that claim again if it was so true?
Yes, I did. They didn't take it back. They did, look, if you say, look, my name is Niger, right? And you never came back and said, no, actually, my name is Niger, right? Then your name stays to be Niger until you take that back. It's not, the onus is not on them to come and say, we'll take it back. They don't believe that they should take it back, so they haven't taken it back. But it's hanging out there.
They also said Dangote product is substandard. Is it? No, it's not. Even that is based on Dangote being of higher quality.
How do you know when a product is inferior?
Because
when an NPC, according to our constitution, when an NPC says your product is inferior, it is. According to our constitution, it's like INEC saying that Tinubu won the election, right? So then when you go to court or whatever, it's still, that's the same role that an NPCL plays. They're the only authorized body for that product, petroleum. That is their job. So they go there and they test it and they say, number one, the refinery, this is just 3 months ago, is 47% complete. 2, he's unlicensed. 3, that he's selling inferior products. So now he whines, he goes to the public, talk nonsense, go and convince the president.
Why do you believe things when it's evidently clear that it's inaccurate? If he's not licensed, then how is he selling anything?
He's not selling anything. That is the point. No. Who bought?
Why is he
hold on? Who bought? Answer my question. Who bought? Who bought from him?
International companies in America have bought from him. Companies in Europe has bought from.
No. Listen, I'm talking about Nigeria. License to do business in Nigeria. This guy can import something and sell overseas. He's been imported. He told you he has an import license. In Nigeria, though, when you manufacture a petroleum product, here's what's going to happen. You're going to have engine oil. You're going to have hydraulic fluid.
I don't know what you're man guy Dangote is selling to other groups in Nigeria that they are not selling directly to them. That is his issue. Dangote is selling in Nigeria.
To who? To who?
To other people, but not Ipman. That's what Ipman is complaining about, that they need to come to that Dangote needs to work with them.
Google and put it on the screen. I doubt that. Show me. Because like I said, if you refine oil, you're gonna have combs. You're gonna be selling some comb, like pick. There's a lot of things that come out of refining. The only way you're gonna catch a liar, somebody like that, right, is this. If you go and import oil, I will know, because you're not gonna have the byproducts. Those are more expensive than the oil is. I mean the gasoline itself, like a hydraulic or engine oil. That's more money. So you cannot say I'm refining, but I only have PMS. Where's the rest of the byproduct? That's the main thing you get.
I think he's either selling in some of them that are not needed in Nigeria. We sell them overseas, and the rest.
Like where now? Google now. If you sell something in Ghana,
we can't know exactly where he's selling everything.
No. What I'm saying, when you put in Dangote engine oil, right, and you go to images, you're gonna see the image. Anywhere, if it's in even if it's in what the hell you call it, the Arctics or whatever it is. If you anything you click, if you Awolowo, you're gonna see his image. If you click Zik, you're gonna see no matter anything in this world, when you put it in Dangote motor oil, if you go to images, it's a show. You follow what I'm saying? So now the point I'm making is that the NNPCL are dealing with him intelligently. He's trying to put everything on them. So they wash their hands. Okay, we're not gonna be buying. We won't be middleman selling. Go ahead and sell to anybody, right? Then he doesn't talk. Now he has a bunch of drivers parking their vehicle next to his stand, but he doesn't process the application. He doesn't supply. Meanwhile, our people are suffering. There is a shortage. And he says, oh, they import it. Of course, the damn hell they have to import. If they don't import, how are we going to have oil? He's not refining anything. He did import some stuff, as far as I'm concerned. He has some product, but it's an imported product, because if you do refine, there'll be those products that I'm talking about, motor oil, hydraulic, I don't know. There's so many, like 1,000 stuff that come out of refining petroleum. But go ahead. When you Google it and find Dangote motor oil, show me right now, and I believe you.
No any engagement. It is only Ipman that even trying to engage him. We went to Dangote for about 3 to 4 times seeking for a meeting. How do we have synergy between Ipman and Dangote? But all the time to no avail. Most times he would tell us he would look for us. The first time he was even, insisting he's going to engage only individual marketer, which is not in consonant with our principle of engagement as Ipman as a body. We tried to highlight all this things to him. Unfortunately,
he heard that. He said he's going to only engage with individual marketer.
Leave it to go on. Turn it up a little bit.
And that. So it's surprising on his own press conference to hear that he was saying that he's calling for members to come and load product. That is not what we do as Ipman, as a body. We try to regulate and advise our members on which depot they're supposed to go and load this product. We don't know the pricing. And remember, we're in a deregulated economy. We can't allow somebody to just come in and monopolize all the system. That's not what's supposed to be.
Suleiman,
What's the essence of the regulation system in
Mr.
Nigeria?
Suleiman, let me get you very clearly. You're saying that Dangote has not released the price of how much you're supposed to be lifting petrol from the refinery. Is that what you're claiming today? That you don't know what the price
for example,
is?
let me tell you, prices are engaged by international price. He's supposed to be saying, like, every day, this is the price he's going to sell this product. But he cannot be able to do that unless he engage the stakeholders. And you cannot just say, okay, we must only buy in his own depot. Ipman cannot just sit down and say, okay, we will tell our members, all of you go to Dangote refinery a lot, buy your product a lot. We can't just do that. This is the regulated economy. We're in the deregulated system, the regulation. So therefore, we have to source where products are more cheaper. Then we inform our members to go and load in any product, in any depot that the product is cheaper. If Dangote has a product, is selling 10,000, 1,000, let's assume, and there are other places that say 900, for example. We cannot just say, because for the sake of we're engaging, we're doing business with Dangote, or you have 10 Nigeria, Ipman is now working with Dangote, we'll just say, okay, go and do it. It's not profitable to us. We must go where the price is lower, where we'll get profit. That is it.
Okay,
So if now we say we're not in the regulated economy, but Dangote is like trying to monopolize the whole issue, fine. Let us know that if there is a monopoly in the whole system. But we believe the monopoly have already abolished once there is the regulation.
Okay, let's unpack some of the things you're saying, because you started by saying you don't know the price that Dangote is selling at, but then you also said you're sourcing from cheaper sources. So which is it? Is it that Dangote's fuel is more expensive than what you're importing, or what is the real situation? Do you really not know the price from Dangote?
Absolutely.
So it means you know the Dangote's price?
Absolutely. Last week, Dangote's price is more higher than other places, because if you can go by
the price?
It's international price.
What was the price last week, please?
Crude has already coming down.
Yes, sir. Please, in Naira, what was the price from Dangote
gives
refinery
about,
last
if I could
week?
remember, last week he gave 995 Naira per liter. And you have to bring your cargo.
Did you hear that? 995.
How much will you pay other charges to your depot? And how much the product will go to the depot? And you expect independent mine to go and sell it? Can we go and say, look, we have to pity Nigerians. Ipman are trying their best to see that.
Notice he said, how can they do that? But later on, he went and said, yeah, we can even do that. It shows you they are being cagey.
They have salvaged this country, especially at this point in time. People are suffering. So let us go and source products that are cheaper, that will go and sell it to the people appreciate. Because most people don't understand the whole dynamics that is going on at the moment. So when we when we go and buy the higher price, we'll come and sell it as higher at what people are not expecting. They will start calling Ipman. We're tired of this Ipman. People, if people understand the dynamics, they will have praised Ipman, because independent petroleum marketers were truly patriotic to Nigerians.
Okay.
Did you hear that?
I hear you, Mr. Suleiman.
If we say, okay, we'll think about the profit we are taking, we'll say, okay, we will look at that way, that angle. We can't even do the business.
Okay.
How much is our profit? We engage about almost 46 to 50 million in one truck buying product. I will come and get a profit of about 350,000 naira. How much is your overcost? Your expenses at the filling stations?
Okay, all right.
We have to be mindful of the salary. We have to pay salaries and other expenses. People will not believe.
You hear that?
We expend about 50 million naira almost and get about at the end of the day, we got a profit of 350,000, highest 400,000. So we say, okay, I'm looking to higher margin. We can't even do the business. And some of us are getting this money from banks. Everybody is aware of the interest rate that is prevailing now. So these are the issue.
Okay,
what we are calling for
Sullivan.
Dangote is that he is new into the business. Let him call the stakeholders meeting. Ipman, Moman, and Dapman, let him engage us so that we can sit down and serve Nigerians.
All right. Okay.
It's not, he can't do business in isolation. He needs people. We, especially Ipman. Ipman were the highest off-takers in this industry.
Mr. Suleiman.
We don't need him because there are other markets to go and buy product.
Mr. Suleiman, can you hear me? All right. So you say that Dangote sold at 995 last week, from your account. How much did you buy, or how much were other markets selling? Because I believe that it's a bit difficult to imagine that local production would be higher than what you would import, and the additional charges of landing costs and other attendant costs would still be higher or would be cheaper than what a local refiner is charging. So how much, comparatively, how much are other markets selling? Because even the Ghanaian government have said that they're they're looking to patronize Dangote refinery because it's cheaper oil. And also the quality of the oil matches standards around the world. So how much comparatively are you getting it outside where you'd rather import, bearing in mind the exchange rate as well, that it's still cheaper than what Dangote is offering? Aside that, only last week, the Public Relations Officer of Ipman, Chief Chinedu Kadike, had said that one of the reasons why you were not buying from Dangote as well was that you haven't received products. The process is underway, so almost as if there was unavailability. These myriad of excuses almost seem as if there's a deliberate ploy to not want to buy from Dangote or to lift from Dangote refinery because a number of reasons have been given, but still not convincing enough. But I'd like you to answer the first question around how much comparatively, because it's mind-boggling to imagine that an imported product with its attendant costs will be cheaper than locally produced material.
Thank you very much. We want to, before I go and answer your question, we want to tell you that we as Nigerians and as Ipman were the most happiest people to have Dangote, a Nigerian company, having a refinery in Nigeria, especially this massive refinery. It's a great achievement. Like I've told you earlier on, we are pleased with him. We are going to support him 101%, and we are happy with this development as a Nigerian. And if Dangote, the only mistake Dangote did is he didn't create a synergy between the industries members, like the stakeholders, like Ipman, Moman, and Dapman. And we said, okay, as Ipman, we oversight that. Instead of him to call us, we went to him severally, more than 3 to 4 times to him. At least let us engage and salvage Nigeria at this particular period. But he was telling us, first, he even tell us that he is not going to engage with us. He just wants to deal with individual marketers. It's an insult to our own integrity. Everybody knows Ipman. Everybody knows how the strength we have. We oversighted, and we still went back to him about 3 to 4 times. But yet, He said to see us. He would tell us. He would call us. He would call us. So, we just had in his press conference like 2-3 days in the villa that we don't want to come and buy product. If we don't want, we couldn't even reach at him. We really wanted so that at least maybe the product, our expectation, when we go there, maybe he allocates some product to us, we will be having less price than where we were taking. But at the moment, Dangote, only if you go to him, we as marketers trying to buy, or anybody wants to buy, he just gives you as a bulk at 995 naira. And
you hear that?
When you buy it, it's not like trucking. You have to take it to on a vessel to your depot, the depot where you want to go and take product.
Comparatively,
when you accumulatively,
yes,
when you
comparatively, that's the question I asked you.
From that 195 to that depot.
Comparatively with international, with you importing, comparatively.
Of course, if you compare that last week, that was why when you from his depot to other depots, his product is going to be around 1,020 something naira. So it's better you import. It's more cheaper. That was why most the DAPMAN members, you find out that they went and import.
Okay, so how much are you importing?
NIPCO, they even had to buy 2 vessels.
Mr. Suleiman, what is the cost of importing?
Yeah.
That's all I'm asking, because you told us clearly how much you were getting from Dangote and that importing seemed cheaper. So tell us, how much is importing and the cost of importation? It's difficult to imagine that would be cheaper than locally produced oil, petrol. So it'd be nice to hear
how much we are getting, Mariam.
So tell us how much. You said 995.
How much we are getting.
You said 995.
That is what he's selling the bulk, not to Ipman.
Okay, so how much?
I'm telling you that
cheaper?
Not to Ipman.
How much
the bulk
cheaper?
Buyers,
how much cheaper importing? How much? That's just the question. How much cheaper importing?
Cool down, Maria.
Okay.
That's what I wanted to give you the answer. Cool down so that you understand and Nigeria will understand.
Go ahead, please.
Up to now, clearly, Dangote has not, Dangote as a body, Ipman, has not transacted with Ipman. He only transact with those bulk buyers that will go and take it to their depot, various depot, for us to go to them and buy product there. You understand? And we are trying to create an enabling environment between Ipman and Dangote. Let him give that leverage where he will transact directly with Ipman. Let us have direct, the way other depot owners deal directly with Ipman. Even NNPC deal with us. That is it. And if he can collaborate with Ipman, why the highest off-takers, the product will have come down, Nigerian will enjoy. This is an assurance I want to tell you.
Thank you for that assurance. I still haven't heard a number, so what is the landed cost of imported fuel per litre?
I want to inform you.
Just a number.
Categorically that we didn't import. I can't exaggerate, and I can't talk on behalf of somebody. I'm talking purely on my members. You understand? I don't want people to quote me right or wrong. So it's better to talk basically on my members, not other. I'm not talking on behalf of DAPMAN. I'm not talking on behalf of MOMAN. You understand? I'm talking about the Independent Petroleum Marketers Association of Nigeria.
Okay, so on behalf of the Independent Marketers Association of Nigeria, you're saying you're not importing. So where are you getting your fuel from?
We buy it at various depots that we see is cheaper. Then we quickly advise our members every day. We communicate to our members at every day to inform them which depot is more cheaper. Go there and buy this product, take it to their station and dispense it at a government, which government said, a price that government approved for us.
No problem. At the last time your members bought from the depot, how much was it?
Some 1,025 naira.
So Dangote's 995 sounds cheaper.
That is the bulk. Try to understand. It's not that 995 is not directly to Ipman. It's not directly to the retail outlet. It's directly to the people, the depot owners, which they have to pay for the freight of the product from his depot to their depot. Try to understand. So they must pay the vessel. How much do they pay the vessel? How much do they pay the other charges? You understand? So all that when they cumulatively when they put it on the pricing, it will go to their depot at about 120 or 20 something naira. So how much will they sell to us? You understand the point? It's not all about that. It's not favorable. But I want to assure you, Hadibi is telling it directly to Ibman at that price even. Price will have come down by now in Nigeria. We as Ibman, as a body,
it's either Dangote is importing fuel and selling at that price, or he's gouging Nigerians,
or challenge us,
trying to match the price of imported oil. I mean, it's the same thing.
You see how much price will
if it's a refinery to be like 500-600.
Suleiman, why is Ipman unable to directly or lift directly from Dangote? I thought that was already sorted. That now
Miriam, I told you I've had all that I've said. He's supposed to engage the stakeholders. We as Ipman especially. He didn't, but it was we that went to Dangote from Abuja, our office. We left to Lagos straight 3 times in his office. Which he's supposed to invite us as uptakers. But we went. Dangote, please, Nigeria is a crossroad. Let us put it together. How much will you sell it to us? We pick it. We will tell our members to come directly to our depot, pick this product, sell to our resale outlet so that the price will come down. He will tell us that he will look for us. Yet, up to this moment, we are surprised in this press conference that we don't want to buy a product. It's so complicated. How we don't... Call us now, sit down with us, let our pricing. We'll give our members will come and buy your product. He was saying you have 500 million liters. Let him see in how many we're going to, evacuate that 500 million liters. By then, you will know our capacity.
Well, I'm sure Dangote will be responding to you. Thank you very much, Mr. Suleiman, for your time with us today. And we look forward to a peaceful resolution in the interest of Nigeria and the Nigerian people and, of course, all the stakeholders involved.
You did there, me, I go sleep. Okay, I got to log off. You did there to shut it down. Okay, so what do you think from after you listening to that? Do you see how weird there's something weird going on, but we don't know what it is.
It's clear now. There is shenanigans going on to ensure the status quo remains. That is what it seems to be. I don't know about the bigger picture of dollar or anything, but in terms of these Ipman and the others, they want a fair share of whatever is they are going to do business with this in Dangote. That's what they are looking for, and Dangote doesn't care for that. For whatever reason, I'm not sure why Dangote doesn't care for it. Because it's the same money now. Is it not the same money he's still going to be getting? I don't know.
Right. Okay. So, but what I'm saying, you have to add things up, though. You have to use your tongue to count your teeth, right? One, I said to you, Google anywhere, show me the byproducts that come from refinery. If you refine petroleum, there's so many things that come out of it that are more expensive than the oil, the PMS. You follow me? Like hydraulic and all those things. That's the old, you see, he's not that smart. He's trying to fool everybody. I'm saying to you, I bet you never thought about it. Maybe he's gonna hear for the first time. If he tunes in and he's gonna hear me saying, okay, where is the engine oil? Right? Where is it? Where are the other stuff that come when you refine?
In Nigeria, I don't know why you are acting as if he's selling them or doing something nefarious with them.
No, I'm saying
away from Nigeria.
Oh, you don't get it. You don't understand why I'm asking you that. I'm saying you have activity which is importation of PMS, right? If you import it, you're only gonna have it. You're not gonna have anything else because you just imported PMS.
Yeah, that's what Nigeria was doing before, yes.
Okay, but if you refine it, right? Yes. No, you just don't make all your money from that PMS, right? Because you're refining it. There are other products that are more. That's why you go like to take our crude and then sell us those things. Yes. If you get a nice quality engine oil, right? It's a lot more money.
Yes.
Like hydraulic is over here. It's like the one for, let's say, my Mercedes-Benz one, right? It's $50-something. You understand?
Yeah.
For that pint in there. So you need a lot of it to fill up one of those, maybe 8 quarts. So now, where are they? You're a refinery. I bet you never thought about that. You make combs out of it. make.
But why you're asking as if it's with him now? What is the problem?
No. The point is that that's not regulated, right? You should be selling those. Those should be out in the market somewhere. You cannot make that PMS without making the other things. It's a refinery that goes through a process and it's removing this, removing that. So far, he's only talking about PMS, right? Okay, he has a problem with that. The regulation, the buyers and all that. That's really regulated. But the other one should be in the market somewhere. Or we should see a picture of it. Even if it's in his warehouse. If you Google it, for example, if you Google it now, engine oil, you're going to see mobile. You're going to see mobile oil. You're going to see whatever in any other country. He doesn't have any other product but this PMS. So the only that differentiates a refinery from an importer are those things that I'm talking about. You tell me that. Why would you have these people coming there 3 times and you're trying to sell it at retail price? This guy is saying, yeah, okay, well, I'm trying to tell you, you have to use your head.
No, you're acting as if there's something nefarious going on.
There is. The guy told you the same thing. He said, I don't know what's going on. He said something weird is going on.
No,
why would you?
What he's saying is about him Dangote not selling to them. But in terms of the ONG oil, like you're talking about, all the other byproducts, that is probably going to be either we don't know until you check.
Okay, fine. I agree that, but what I'm saying though, right? You don't know. You don't want to answer the question. So, but I'm trying to pile it on, one layer after the other. Not because I care about that. I'm saying if you look at it, when you put it all together, it comes up to be that Dangote may have some product. It seems to be an imported product. It seems like he's trying to complete his refinery. I could be that generous. Okay, maybe because you already have the regulator go in there and say it's not complete. It's 47% complete. That's the exact number, 47%.
Oh, you keep using one comment that somebody made.
It's not one comment.
Every other thing that he said that day was found to be false.
Like what?
Quality of Dangote crude is bad.
It is bad. He's talking about he's talking about his not petroleum. He's talking about his what you may call it.
Dangote doesn't have license. That is false.
That's not false.
Dangote has license to sell in Nigeria. Jesus Christ.
Look, to Nigeria, when you have to understand, Dangote is a big company, right? With tentacles in cement and all kinds of things. You cannot come and make a statement like that about a company. It's a cause for a suit, right? That will be cause for them to get sued. You cannot come and say they're making inferior product. You have to take it back, especially if you're the regulator and say they're unlicensed. You have to come and take it when it's licensed. You have to say it. There's a reason why they cannot sell those products, the refined product.
You are making comment like you are talking about things that clearly has been proven to be false. The fact that people are buying products from Dangote from different parts of the world, I don't know what to tell you.
Who's buying petroleum from you? Haven't showed
different parts of the world.
Who? Show me now. That's what I asked you to show me. You brought somebody who hasn't bought any.
Jesus Christ.
Now, okay, just go back to what you played and look what's on the bottom there. Just go back to that stuff. You don't have to play it. Just go back and the Arise is going to give you a headline where it has Arise News. Now, just go back. Let me show you what it says because that's important. Go back.
Important part.
You just go back to that thing.
Hold on, I need to find the information about what are other people that Dangote is selling crude oil to. Or this in petroleum products too, because Dangote refinery one market to stop. Oh, this one are just the latest pricing petrol, accusing Dangote of trying to import petrol. Yeah, because those ones petrol.
If you find it, I'll eat my hat right now. Turn on my camera and eat my hat.
Yeah, because the information is very hard to find. Dangote is all the information is there. Okay, now as I agrees to said, no, it's there. Jesus Christ, even I know. There was a time when they were talking about it. And who do you think Dangote was selling this in the diesel to at first? He was selling.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. Diesel is what they said was inferior.
And he's also telling diesel to Nigeria. You are just you just say stuff that doesn't make sense.
Right now,
just came down in Nigeria because of the price.
Here's what I want you to do: click back on this thing you have now. This Arise News. Just go back to the previous story we listened to. All you have to do is just on your browser, click back. Go back to what you just played. You don't have to play it. Just go back and I'll show you what it says. Okay, pause it. See, we are not yet buying from Dangote Refinery. Period. They're not yet buying from there. These people here are very... Yeah, that's big. That's very important.
Because Dangote doesn't want to sell to them. He said Dangote wants to sell to individuals.
Who is he selling to?
Individuals that own ships and this in reserve or whatever he sells it to. That's what the guy said.
Unverified. So that's just, let me tell you something. When somebody's playing you,
did this guy tell you that Dangote doesn't have petroleum or anything? Did he tell you that? That's not what he said.
That's basically what he said. He says if he has product, hold on, look, you don't follow me. You could be a sucker if you want. I'm not gonna be, right? It's up to you. Whatever. I don't know what. Why am I
doesn't want to sell.
Why am I wasting my time trying to convince you? You have to have some brain in order to.
How can you watch this and
you do away
from that Dangote doesn't have petrol?
But I'm putting it together. That's why number one is he doesn't want to reveal the price. Finally, he reveals the price to them, but the price is at retail. That's one red alert, right? No manufacturer is going to go to big distributors and say, look, I'm going to sell it to you at exactly what you buy it when you go to buy retail. Then what good is it that you're manufacturing stuff, that you're refining stuff? He says, I'm going to sell it to you just like I'm not going to lose money if I'm an importer. If I import it, I'm going to sell it to you where I have to not lose money, right? Which is what I'm suspecting so far. I'm saying, okay, the price at $9.95, which I told you yesterday, and you just made noise in front of a lot of people. You say it's $9.60. I said to you it's $9.95. I said there's a difference between the two. Eventually, I misspoke. I said $9.55. I want to say $9.95, and you caught up onto that. So right now, you should apologize to me about that because it was $9.95. That's what I told you. I don't say what I don't know.
I think he actually, I'm not mistaken, it's $9.90 that he released recently.
This guy says $9.95, and I believe this guy more than Dangote.
No, it's what he released to the entire country.
Pardon?
Today, Dangote released the price of his petrol.
Yeah, because he heard this guy and he wants to come and bid, but who's buying it at $9.90? You don't even know a single.
$9.90 per liter. That's what he said.
From to who though? Who
Nigeria market? Jesus Christ!
No. Who bought it at $9.90? Who? This guy saying he quoted us $9.95 yesterday. $9.95. So Dangote, the liar, he's a big liar. He wants to be a monopoly. He's not playing a good role.
You are just hating. You don't care about the truth. You just hate.
Okay, look. Let me tell you. You want to be a sap? You want to be a patsy? You want to be a dupe?
I don't care about being a patsy. I don't care about facts.
You got nothing to gain.
You literally said Dangote refinery is not complete. Then the next thing is, the price is different. You just keep making all kinds of excuses.
I didn't say it. I've said if you want, I'll bring it and play it here. This is NNPCL. They only authorize the petroleum services stuff we have in the country. It's their job to go. They went in there. He's fallen out with them. He doesn't talk to them. They're mad at him and he's mad at them. Why? So I'm putting it together. I say to you, he's not clever enough to think about what I just told you because it's like a perfect crime. But he didn't think, he's not smart enough to think that a Nigerian will say to him, where is the motor oil? Where's the engine oil? Right? Because he says to an NPCL, you don't have a place, a laboratory to test stuff, but I want to do my test. You could go to a gas station and see my product, which are a bunch of lies. He's treating us like we're idiots. We have a stake in that goddamn oil company, refinery thing that he's claiming to have.
Are you seeing
Where
this? Are you seeing this? We sell at $9.60 per liter into ships and $9.90 for trucks, Dangote refineries. So
who
sell?
So who? Well, I'm saying, show me one person that says I bought it. Who says I bought it like that?
All those images of haven't you seen all those images of trucks and this in going to take petroleum?
Okay,
haven't you seen them?
Let me tell you what happened. I saw that, right? NNPC talked about that. He did a one-time thing. They went there. He doesn't have capacity, they said, right? They went there and they came out and say, we're not going to be, Dangote can sell to anybody he wants to sell. We're out because, number one, he doesn't have capacity. So he, at some point, imported some kind of oil, gasoline somewhere, right? But then when they went there, he cannot supply what the Nigeria needs. He doesn't have the capacity. They have to keep importing. These are patriots who want Dangote to succeed. They're proud, right? He lied to them all this time. They were disappointed when they went there. They had a press conference. Just like this guy right here. Do you think you're more patriotic than this guy? This guy wants Dangote to succeed. He says if it's even the same price as importing, we'll buy from him because we want an indigenous refiner here to work. Because of Dangote, they will do it, right? But he keeps giving excuses. They went over there 3 times. Do you really think if he has product, he will stay from like that? They'll make trips down there. But, you could be a sap, like I said, but I'm not going to be. I'm not going to be a sap, right? You want to be a dollar? Go ahead.
It's up to you. I don't mind being a sap when I'm telling you the truth. Call me whatever you like.
Well, you've just been a patsy now. You've been a god.
You are doing something that people like you often do. No matter what somebody does, it's never good enough because
it's
you are like,
true.
They are lying. They are this. They are that. Dangote Refinery. If Dangote Refinery was lying about anything, do you think that all the others would not have revealed it by now?
They have. You're not listening. I told you what
he's selling to people overseas everywhere. Are you here talking? I don't know what all you
come on. We need first of all, that's worse if that's what he's doing, right? If our country is in dire stress where people are paying, there's a line, and all these patriotic Nigerians who love and respect Dangote, who's with it year after year as he moved this thing up from 2021, he opened the thing and says, I'm open now for business. It was a lie then, 2022, 2023. And we're in that trouble. And we have a Nigerian that's benefited from the country. So he takes that thing and he's selling it outside, right? If you're right, hold on now. If you're right and he's selling it outside where we need it, right? What do you have to say?
Oh my
God.
What? He's also selling to Nigeria. That's why the diesel price came down.
Am I talking about diesel here? Are we talking about diesel here?
No, I'm talking about petrol. Look at this one now on the screen.
What does it say?
First petrol loading starts Dangote Refinery, waiting in mean for Nigeria. Where do you think all this is? They are loading.
This is in September now. Remember when I told you? Wait,
they started loading Dangote Refinery. This is Dangote Refinery. I hope you are seeing it here. They are here. I saw them on TV. Clearly loading from here. Jesus, are you seeing them?
September. Go back. Look at the date. September 24. Okay,
yes, it's still happening till now.
No, it's not now. Look at the marketers now.
This is not
it was an event. That was one event.
Oh my God.
It was an event. I told
you
that.
Not Ip Man. All these people that you see here, they are not directly Ip Man. They are not representing, okay, maybe they were working with Ip Man, but they are here individually to come and get this thing. And that's what Ip Man doesn't like. That's the argument. It's not about whether Dangote has crude oil or this is petrol or not. Dangote has petrol. I don't know how you cannot see that. All this news that has been released months after months, and you're still saying that Dangote doesn't have petrol.
Listen, okay, we'll end it this way, right? You went and put, because I have sharp eyes. Once you show that, and I saw September 24 on it, right? That's September. One time, he had imported oil, and even at that time, NNPC was the sole buyer. It was this loading you see here was done coordinated with NNPCL. Then Dangote was complaining at the time that NNPCL wants to be the sole buyer, that he wants to be able to sell to all these independent marketers, right? Then NNPC went down there and came back and says, you know what? This guy doesn't have capacity, not even to supply 17% of what we need. Therefore, we're going to keep importing. Therefore, let these independent marketers go directly to him and buy directly. So they go to him and he gives them a form to fill out so that he could qualify all of them. See, today, he cannot supply anybody anything. And you say he's exporting to the United States, exporting to Ghana, which is a fucking lie because you don't even have any proof. What you put up here is part of the deception. That's what I'm telling you. This was done when an NPC, look at all those trucks there lined up. It was an event, it wasn't a process. It's not daily, it's not selling to anybody. Then I said to you, where the hell is the motor oil?
You're going to believe anything. You know, there are some things you can't lie about when you are dealing with thousands of people. There are certain things you can't lie about. And because the lie has serious consequences, that if people find out that you are lying at that scale, you are done.
Exactly.
You think this man, what billions of dollars, will risk his refinery lying about? Jesus Christ. I don't know.
Look, I've already put my neck on the line. I'm saying, remember, I've been saying
your
this.
Your neck is not worth billions, I'm afraid.
You'll be surprised, right? There's something called potential, and then there's something called kinetic, right? Potential billions and then kinetic billions. Listen to what I'm saying to you, though, on a serious note. What I'm saying to you is that I want Dangote to be right. I want it to be that he actually built a refinery that's functioning right now. Now, the best I could give him, though, from my assessment, is that he's rushing to get it completed. You follow what I'm saying? The only reason why I say that is that you have our NMPCL go there, inspect it, come out, have a press conference. Now, you should Google that press conference. If you want, I could give it to you to play. What they said, there are three things they said.
You know, when somebody says a petroleum refinery is 49% complete,
it was 47%, not 49. 47%
complete. Let's say,
yeah,
it means that the capacity of 600 something and this in 1,000 barrels of refined products coming out, around 300 and something thousand is coming out. Maybe that's the scale.
No, could you play it? It's important too, because
are you saying that? Now let's establish what you're arguing.
Just play it. If you can't find that,
let's establish what you're arguing against, because it seems to be going round. You seem to be circling round. Are you saying Dangote refinery doesn't produce petrol?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Are you also saying that they don't produce diesel?
I'm not sure about the diesel. I believe he's importing that as well. But
so it's importing diesel. It's not refining diesel. So there's no refining going on in Dangote refinery then.
That's what I think.
Okay. So now
that should be easy for you to poke holes on, right? Look at the claim I'm making. That's a big claim. So poke holes in that.
No, the holes are so big. You are watching it on the screen.
Go ahead. Show me one.
You are saying he's importing all these people. He lied to all of them. He lied to the president of Nigeria. He lied to all these people that for something that he's importing, he's pretending as if he's selling to the people.
Yes.
One, if he's found out to have lied about it, that the refinery is not working and he's importing it, do you know that is one of the biggest lies anybody has told any nation?
Yes, I know that, because
that has a history. Hold on. Yeah. That has a history of cement and various other industries will tell that kind of lie.
Yeah, let me tell you. Can I say? Let me tell you. Hold on. Listen. Let's look at it. Just look back at it. Right. He comes out. He says he's going to build a $10 billion refinery. 10 billion at the time, and he pitched us, and we bought 20%. So he got 2-point-something billion and all that, and he grew to like 4-something billion, so some concern. But let's just say 20%. 2 billion, right? So eventually he says after many years it runs cost overrun to double to 20 billion, right? From 10 billion to 20 billion. Actually started from like 9 billion or something like that to 20 billion. And then the time frame, he comes dramatically with Buhari and opens the refinery. Says it's all open for business. Grand opening with Buhari. Don't forget, that's 2021. He gets paid in full by us. So now, every other day, if you even look this year alone, from January is in a supply, February is in a supply. I keep lying every time. He doesn't open. But then now, here is the stunner, because a lot of people, it's like unimaginable. But he has no respect. He has no respect for us. Anybody who has respect for Nigeria will not do the kind of magnitude of fraud you're talking about. But he has no respect for us. To him, we're just a bunch of idiots, right? So now, here's the thing. He goes and he says he wants our NNPC to be the only buyer. He wants the entire crude we have. He doesn't even want us selling any crude to anybody else. They follow a little bit on that, but incidentally, he would have gotten whatever he wants. But the point is that those crude have been pledged already by Buhari, way in advance, been sold. So now NNPC goes there. He says, "Oh, these people they want to keep importing. They want to be." Chiyama, how you doing? I know. Let me just land 1 second so you could talk. So what I'm saying to you is that time after time we have an NNPC go there and inspect it. So what you're saying to me is that, hey, NNPC, they're bad actors. Don't listen to what they found out. Well, I'm not going to do that.
These people are circling like this in crows, looking to take apart Dangote Refinery. There's a report that just came out. Let me share one information that Dangote Refinery seems to have released, saying something about people buying nearby depots to this in mixed petroleum products. I don't know whether the petroleum product is referring to is from him or just only imported. He says Dangote Refinery has criticized an unnamed international trading company for hiring a nearby depot to allegedly blend substandard products and compete with its higher quality production in the Nigerian market. This was disclosed in a statement. So there are actors out there actively trying to sabotage the Dangote Refinery from coming into, and you should expect that. The fact that you are here, instead of you to be supporting Dangote to prevent these people from increasing this demand for the dollar, which is my biggest concern. That is the one that really affects the Nigerian people. This needs to go. How can you have crude oil and you can't even refine it in your own country? And it's costing us a lot. And that is why petrol price is expensive in Nigeria. If this goes, petrol price should be coming down in Nigeria because the Nigerian currency will be appreciating. And the living standard will improve because remember, the minimum wage has risen in Nigeria now, in Nigeria. So that will also help the living standard to improve a little bit if the currency appreciates. So I don't understand why one will be working against Dangote. Dangote's monopoly issue is a second tier problem to me. The first tier problem is that 33%. It needs to go. Fatai, Chairman, if you have something to say, you are free to say anything at any time. Whenever I'm on a panel, the ladies are free to talk whatever they want to say, whatever they want to say.
I know, I appreciate that. That's why you're one of my favorite moderators, for the night.
Thank you.
But I want to say that, I believe everything Pansat said, I don't even think Nigeria has oil for Dangote to refine. From a very notable person, engineer, that's very highly connected, they told me that he is importing oil from mainland in Texas. So, yeah, I believe Pansat because I didn't just hear it from Pansat first. I heard it from a very important person.
You see, the issue with that is that if he does anything like that, then there's no point of his refinery being there, investing $20 billion to do that and lying about it. Secondly, if he's found out to be doing something like that, it would destroy a lot of investment that is not only his own money, a lot of people's money. And he has a history too. Dangote has a history. It's not like this is the first time he's done this large scale business.
That is why he's important. He's important from mainland Texas.
But how can that be the reason why it's important? It should be the reason why you will not want to destroy his credibility.
Hello, Tunanja. How you doing, brother?
Fatai, welcome. Hi.
Hello, how you doing? Hello, Choma. Hello, Pansa.
Hello, Fatai. How are you?
Good morning.
Good morning. I don't believe that Pansat's position are positions of hate. I think that are interesting questions.
Thank you.
Dangote is not the government of Nigeria to tell us that it's going to be the only player in the market. So it comes out of the a meeting with the president and says that he expects something that I don't remember exactly. I can't quote him word for word now. I don't remember what it's but something. But what struck me was that he said he expects. What does that even mean? You came out from the meeting with the president and you say you expect. Did the president approve that other players will stop importing? Did the president okay, first of all, what about national security concern? Even right there in that one, that's not even that's like small part of it. Then he says, well, he has like $500 million, whatever, in his storage, whatever it barrel or whatever it or liters or whatever it is, and he said it can last. It said it has enough by the current rate, 30 million per day or whatever, that it can take up to 12 days. That is such a joke. So we should stop all players because Dangote can supply us for 12 days.
Oh my
Even,
God.
no, that's what he said.
Do you know what is actually happening?
Excuse me. That's what he said. I'm not even going to the argument. I'm going by what he said at Aso Rock when he came out of the meeting with the president. That 12 days. Look, Germany has
wrong with what he said.
enough. Every country, you can't say you have 12 days of supply and therefore everybody should stop. 12 days of supply is like a joke. Even biscuit supply, if you are a manufacturer of biscuits, you can't say, I have 12 days of biscuits to last a country, to last even a village. 12 days.
The previous one have more than 12 days. I don't know what are you implying that is so different that he has done.
No. That's what he said. He said he has enough storage. Even if he has enough storage, even if he's the only one supplying, he still has enough for 12 days. That
exactly. What that means is that
so you want Nigeria. Wait. You want Nigeria to rely on a 12 days of petrol supply?
Hold
on. Do you know
what
that even means? Do you know what that means?
No.
That is a serious problem.
Hold on. Don't just keep talking. Allow people to ask you questions. How much supply do you think the ones that we're importing have? How do you think they have more than 1 week or 5 days? What do you think they have?
Is that a joke question? NMPC,
no, it's a real question.
Wait, I will answer you. So during the time that was when they had the petrol crisis, NMPC was trying to placate the market by saying, actually, I remember I was here on this show, and one man was saying, he was reading the letter of NMPC to the market that they have enough supply that can last. It was the can last that was just so funny to me. I found ridiculous. For 36 days. Even 36 days, NMPC needs to be calming down the market, because even that it has to even use can last. Can last doesn't mean anything. Can last 36 days, also can last 2 days. Does also means can last 100 days. Also means doesn't that business language that's not really specific. So, but even NMPC said, don't dare to say it has 12 days. I have supply for 12 days. That would disrupt the market. You can't come out of a presser in the presser and says, I have 12 days for the country, and therefore all players need to be stopped. What is that? Maybe he needs to fire his business advisor. Maybe that's the problem. I don't know what is the problem. But my problem, I don't really like to get into this argument because I don't know yet what price. I think was it September 12th between NMPC and Dangote. Where is the receipt of that transaction? They didn't need to do all the paparazzi that their NMPC is now buying from. They did all paparazzi showing us all trucks, whatever. And after that, okay, how much did you buy? It's like you are coming out of a restaurant and you see me. I didn't even ask you anything. Oh, that food I just ate a fantastic food. Oh my God. Oh, yummy, yummy, yummy. Okay, what food did you eat? You see, you now bring the menu. Oh, well, this restaurant has a ogbono, has a fufu, has a eba, has a gari, has pando. I didn't ask you the list from the refinery. I asked you what you ate. How is it difficult, the food you already ate, to know what the food I don't want to know. I'm not asking how much you will be selling going forward. I'm not asking price calculation or strategy for price calculation. I'm asking a specific stuff that you already did. What is the price Dangote sold petrol to NNPC in September? I think it was September 12th. If we don't know that price, the country is a joke. Nigeria is a joke.
Okay,
If we don't know the price, somebody comes up.
Hold on now.
But forefathers, why are you surprised? Like you don't know your country again?
No, I'm not surprised, but I'm not foolish enough to not see between in the weeds. When you see forces that are about to destroy your country and you are busy arguing about minutiae,
Which forces?
can you let me finish what I'm saying? Can you let me finish what I'm saying?
Okay.
You've just been talking.
Okay, finish it.
When you
Finish
see forces
it.
that are about to
I
destroy
just
your
came in.
country, can you just let me finish talking?
Finish it. I just told you. I just came in. You say I've been talking.
You have been talking. I'm answering a question, and you are getting involved again.
Okay, go on.
When you see forces that are about to destroy your country, and you are busy arguing about minutiae, you are not looking at the macro effect of what is actually about to happen. Then that's how they fool you, and they watch you sit there, and your country is getting sabotaged over and over again, like they sabotage the country with the foreign exchange policy, and now. And they also they are looking to sabotage Dangote that will help cut our demand for dollars. And anything that prevents that from happening, you should consider that thing an enemy of the state. Because literally, can you just stop? Let me finish.
You are talking like a child.
You're not going to die. You're not going to die. Can you let me finish?
I want
to save
I'm not going to die. Let me finish what I'm saying. I'm not even going to go for that long. So if you see people that are doing stuff that is actually going to harm people in Nigeria, millions of people that will get petrol cheaper, and you leave that thing to happen, I tell you, and especially if you're aware of it, you are one of the worst human beings on the face of the earth. Because I'm not going to watch Nigeria suffering there, and you pretend as if something that is going to make their life easier is a joke to address, and you start making it look like it's an argument about monopoly. I don't care about monopoly. I care about the price coming down.
Could you just hold on 1 second, please? Please, just 1 second. Just 1 second. I'm not speaking. I want Tunaja to play the very last clip I had there first, so that we can then have structure. We have an NPC.
No, wait. 1 minute before the clip.
Fatai, please.
I know. I will leave it 1 minute before the clip. 1 minute before the clip. Tunaja, can you name 1, 2, 3, whatever, these forces you are talking about that are sabotaging Dangote? Specifically.
NNPC that has got our refineries under choke that will never let it work. That's one.
Okay, NNPC.
Ipman is another one. The ones that are relying on petroleum that are being imported. All the people that are importing petrol, all of them don't have an interest in Dangote refinery working.
Okay, let's be orderly. Please play that clip. Please just play the clip first, and then Fatai go, then I go, or Chioma go. But play the clip first, because I have a lot of clips, and I want to first have the clip of NNPC going to inspect the place and then give us report what they found. Just play that clip there. Please.
How many clips are you sending for me?
Just play that first clip, because I want us to.
Give me 1 minute.
You know, Fatai.
Can you give me 1 minute? I
understand. Listen for a minute. Just listen. I'm not speaking. All we want to do, we do want to hear from NNPCL, and then we can be talking based on that. Go ahead and play that clip, and then Fatai will go. I'm not talking. Play the clip, and then we'll go. So it won't be like my word or anything like that. I want to see what they said. Go ahead and play the clip.
Okay, I want to see if I can play the first one. Let me see.
Is the one at the bottom, the very last one first?
Is it not this one?
The one that said Dangote? No, not that one. That's the first one. The very last clip that said Dangote not licensed clip.
Okay, that's 2 minutes long. Okay, let me get that.
Yes, very little.
Okay, that's it there, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay.
The Nigerian Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority has disclosed that the Dangote refinery has not been licensed to begin operations in the country. Chief Executive Officer of the NMDRPA, Mr. Farouk Ahmed, made this known while speaking with journalists at the State House in Abuja. According to Mr. Ahmed, the claims of ongoing effort to curtail the operations of Dangote refinery due to lack of supply of crude oil by international oil companies were not true, adding that the refinery was still at the pre-commissioning stage and has not been licensed yet.
Just like you rightly asked, there are a lot of concerns about supply of petroleum products nationwide, and the claims by some media houses that we're trying to scuttle Dangote refinery. That is not so. Dangote refinery is still in the pre-commissioning stage. It has not been licensed yet. We haven't licensed them yet. They're still in pre-commissioning. I think they're about 45% completion rather. So we cannot rely heavily on one refinery to feed the nation, because the Dangote is requesting that we should suspend or stop all importation of petroleum products, especially AGO and jet fuel, and direct all marketers to the refinery. That is not good for the nation in terms of energy security, and that is not good for markets because of monopoly. So in terms of quality, currently the AGO quality in terms of sulfur is the lowest as far as West African requirement of 50 ppm. Dangote refinery, as well as some modular refineries, like Walter Smith refinery, Arada refinery, they're producing between 650 to 1,200 ppm. So in terms of quality, their quality is much, much inferior to the imported quality. Yeah. Thank you.
I hope you heard those 3 points. The product is much inferior.
Fantastic. Yeah.
Right? And it's
So the people, so hold on. The question that was asked just now, whom are the people sabotaging Dangote refinery? The people you are believing, the people that hold on. The people that you are believing are the ones that have promised us several times that the Nigerian refineries are going to come on stream.
But you're mixing it up with
that have zero credibility are the ones you are listening to.
No. This is NMDRPRA. That is the this one here is the licensing authority. They have nothing. It's not NNPCL.
They are the same as NNPC. They work
are
with
not
NNPC.
the same. This is
not the same. Pansa,
are you not seeing Meleke Kyari next to him? Are you not seeing Meleke Kyari next to him? What are you talking about?
I have a question.
There are other people next to him as well.
How current is this video?
Chairman, sorry,
I think
1 minute.
It's around
3 months ago. 3 months.
3 months ago.
Okay, then it's very current.
Dangote refinery has been selling crude oil since the early selling diesel earlier on this year. That's why the diesel price in Nigeria came down earlier on this year.
About the quality though,
evident.
it's like 1600% inferior. Play it again. You didn't hear it.
House of Rep members have gone to Dangote refinery to check it.
House of Rep members are not experts. House of Rep members are not experts. House of Rep members are not experts.
Then why do they not bring the experts to come and check it openly now? Since Dangote
why don't you ask them? Why don't you ask Dangote to bring the experts? Not wait. Dangote is taking to his refinery House of Rep members. Some of them were I read during the election that somebody even got elected. He was maybe he was an Okada rider or something. I don't know how somebody like that can check. Is a refinery engineer. He's taking their lawyers, NBA people, NBA. Yeah, NBA. They go there running around.
Dangote now is now the liar.
Can I now talk?
Okay, you got 2 minutes. You got 2 minutes.
Why do I get 2 minutes? You spoke forever. You were asking me not to interject you. Now, I don't want to get into Dangote. I'm not Dangote's spokesperson. I'm not spokesperson of Dangote's competitor. All I'm saying to you is that it's very absurd for you to claim that Ipman is trying to sabotage Dangote. Ipman are marketers, okay? They will buy and they will sell, okay? If you say NNPC, you may have half a point because NNPC is not exactly a clean player. NNPC has got lots of problems, and that's all right. Now, if you say, that's why I was asking the question. Between Dangote and NNPC, both of them made us paparazzi about buying petrol from each other. Neither of them can give us the price. They are telling us Platts. We don't care about Platts. We don't care about Platts. You already sold and bought this petrol you are talking about. Give us if Dangote says he doesn't want to sell that he doesn't want to give us, is a private company. NNPC is a public company. Where is the receipt? The public wanted to know the price. They were dribbling the public. That is a scheme about something. That is a dirty scheme. What they did there is a dirty scheme. They can't argue that, by the way. So I don't want to get involved in argument between NPC and Dangote, but if Ipman and NNPC are the only saboteurs that you can mention, then even Dangote himself is claiming international people are the ones that try to sabotage him. He said refineries are
because they
closing
use
down.
local people to do it now. Even
Brother, look,
Kiamo is
you're
saying the
not
same
going
thing
to
now.
bring,
No, because
brother,
they're leaking his
wait, Chama,
activity.
wait. You're not going to bring argument about Onyema to be arguing for Dangote. Okay, you see all this sabotage, cartel, shark, all those compilation. Where did he hear it from? Look, Onyema was already an operator. He was operating. Okay, so the people that want to sabotage him, they are competitors. Okay, Dangote, up to even when he was saying it, he had not even started. How can a big refinery in Europe want to sabotage and a refinery is not even started? Even if they want to sabotage him, they will use price. They don't need all these things you are talking about. Onyema, Dangote is not Onyema. These are two different things, okay?
Yeah, your
and even
time is
Onyema,
up. Wait,
let me finish.
You want to take 5 hours to make your point? Your time is up. I told you 2 minutes. You should have used
What
it
my
wisely.
time is up now? What do you mean my time is up?
I gave you
Let
2
me
minutes.
make my point.
Are you not hearing the alarm? Your time is up.
Let me.
What's going
What
on?
alarm? What alarm? What
Let
alarm
other
are you
people
talking
talk.
about?
It's not only you that is
Let
here.
me talk. You said you were talking.
You're not going to carry
and I
on.
didn't let you.
Let him
Daddy.
use my
No,
time.
man. Okay.
Let me talk.
Use our time.
Leave me
Use our
alone.
time
Let
to
me
talk. 2
Yeah,
minutes.
use my time.
There's no using our time. Let me talk.
Don't worry. It's our time. Oh, you forget
Can
it.
you let me talk now? What is all this now? Are you getting paid from Dangote? What is your problem about Dangote? Look,
I don't
Dangote
want
is a
you to just come
businessman.
and lie here. That's all.
What lie? Who is lying? Do you even know that you are telling the truth? How do you know that you are telling the truth? How do you know? Before
Don't
you
worry.
can claim
I'm not
somebody
going
is
to take your
lying,
time. Keep going.
before you can claim somebody is lying, you have to know that you are telling the truth. So you don't even know what you are saying. You are going by gossip.
If you're
and news
asking me, I will
reports.
answer, but
Wait,
I don't want to take your
wait.
time.
When you are going by your favorite, the gossip. Wait, let me just finish. Let me tell you why you cannot use Onyema's argument to be arguing for Dangote. Onyema is not saying British Airways should not fly to Nigeria, that all Nigerians must fly only Airpeace. No, he was only asking reciprocity, that if British Airways is coming to Nigeria 21 times, I want to go to England 21 times. That is different. That is playing. You can't say nobody must play, only me play. What kind of way is he going to write a new economics book? Play like everybody else. You cannot use government to close everybody down. If Tinubu thinks that he wants to shut down everybody for Dangote, when Yan spoil finish, now the owner of the Yan get them. Let him go and let him try it. Let him try it and shut down everybody and say only Dangote. Dangote is telling you that it's a private company. You are saying it's a national. Do you know the role of Afrexim Bank in Dangote? Do you know the vision of Afrexim Bank with regard to Dangote? How much thing do you know for you to be claiming that somebody else is lying? You have to know that you will know the truth to be claiming that I don't even want to get into it, but the point is you can't say you are going to be the only player in the market. For what? You have to beat the market, not demand that I expect everybody to stop. No, you are not the government of Dangote. It's not the government of Nigeria. If he wants to be the president, let him go around for office. It's not the government of Nigeria. It's not Nigeria. It's just a Nigerian, like every other Nigerian.
Thank you. The time is up.
Thank you very much.
So
my time is not up. Don't say my time is up. Or
okay, your time is down. Okay, yeah, is that okay? All right.
Yeah,
so
it's okay, Mr. Dangote boy.
You're quite funny, man. You do like to fight. See, the reason why I consider Dangote more credible on this issue, one, the consequences of lying is not in his favor at all. We are talking about $20 billion.
How do you know that? What 20 billion? Who told you? Who told you? Wait, stop there.
Like,
20 billion what?
Now, can I finish?
No, wait. You didn't let me finish. Wait.
I let you talk for 4 straight minutes.
Stop that. Wait, okay, that 20 billion.
I let you talk for 4 straight minutes.
That 20,
it seems you have a weakness with your point, hence why you are struggling.
Can you wait 1 minute? That 20 billion bullshit.
Give me where Dangote has been found lying, please. Can somebody give me an example when he lied about his business in any way? Go ahead.
Can I give an answer? Okay. Did Dangote tell you that he built a 20 billion petrol refinery, not edifice? Edifice, when he says edifice, He's talking about, oh, I also had to build a port. I also bought 22,000 cranes. I also, it's everything. It's a fertilizer. Okay. Let Dangote come out and say that he built his refinery, $20 billion. It will be laughed at.
Man,
Are you joking?
This guy, you are slow, man. You are really
Excuse
slow.
me. What do you mean? What do you mean?
You are really
Excuse me.
slow on the uptake. I don't know where to
Are
start
you
from.
joking? Are you joking right now? Do you know what is $20 billion? $20 billion. A full. Can you stop this childish stuff? Nobody built
I don't know what to make of this,
Can you
man.
let me talk now?
It's
Can you let
my
me talk?
turn to talk. You just
What is your turn
monopolizing
to
the
talk? You
mic.
ask a question, you say it's your turn to talk.
I'm taking the mic back. I'm sorry. I'm taking the mic back.
You don't care about you.
Don't make me start to mute you now. Let me talk. Let me talk. I let you talk. So don't
excuse me.
Bata, you need to stop, man. Just stop this. Let me just have my say. See, one, it's not in his
Hey,
interest.
what is your problem
The
now?
slightest bit. I will
Tunaja.
address the point. Let me address the point you made about an edifice.
No.
No. Don't argue with me, please. I'm not ready to. You are giving me headache at this rate.
I
You are
didn't
not
make
even.
any,
You are not making. You are not having a
I didn't
logical
make any
argument.
point.
You talked
Okay, let
about.
me make it.
You talked about an edifice. That
Let me
he.
make my
Can you
point.
let me finish? You've already made your point. Enough. You talked
I
about an
didn't make my
edifice
point
that he built. That edifice is the cost of building the entire refinery. Like, if you have to build some properties that you have to import a lot of things from overseas, you don't say, "Oh, just the house is cost." No,
Yeah, you are
all
an
the costs that
engineer
is going to
now.
cost
You
you.
are
Can
an
you let me
engineer. You
finish?
know
Can
about
you let
cost.
me
You are an
finish?
engineer.
Can you
You
let
are
me
an
finish?
engineer. You
Can
know
you let
about
me
cost.
finish? Of course, I don't know anything. All I'm telling you is the truth. But the
Well,
point
yeah,
is,
you know the truth now. Where did you get
yes,
your truth
because
from?
this is common sense. This is not. I'm not saying anything groundbreaking. This
No,
is exactly how people
you
behave.
people will not destroy
Oh
our
my
country.
God. Can you just
You
stop?
people will
I
not
will
destroy our
mute you and
country.
mute you, or I'll send you out. I don't have any reason to be here. We have already
You
overstayed.
tell me.
So
You tell me that.
stop. No, yeah, because you're not even having a conversation. You're just being
Yeah,
obstructive.
because you are not letting me.
So
You want to
now,
speak. You're not letting me
But
speak.
Ty, just let him finish. Let him talk, and then you.
No,
so
he's very annoying guy. You know.
I know he just wants to make one point. Just let him.
so one, because it's not in his interest, he's not likely to do that. He has an interest in selling petrol. Yes, the concern about this thing, monopoly, is there. But remember, that is a second tier problem. You have different problems in Nigeria.
Says who?
Nigerians right
Says
now,
you.
it's a
Says
second tier
you.
problem because if you are
Says
worried
who?
about,
Says you.
let me explain now. If you are worried about a monopoly while Nigerians are suffering, then you are not prioritizing your problem solving skills for your
Says
people.
you. Says you.
Let
Says
me
who? Says
finish
you.
now. I'm
Says
telling you
who?
now.
Says
So
you.
Forefathers, Fatah is right. That's his business. He can monopolize it if he wants. He does.
no,
Some people are selfish. You forget.
no. I don't have. See, I said it's a monopoly to many nations. It can pose a problem.
This
But the
is
truth is
Nigeria.
that monopoly.
Nigeria is not like every other nation.
No. What is he going to do? No. Chioma, some of the things you are saying now. Let me ask you. Let's be logical about this.
No, look
What
at what
is the
our
worst
own
Dangote can do?
government did during COVID. They were hoarding our palliatives.
Chama,
Why don't be
That is not Dangote. What is the worst Dangote can do?
check.
You answer me. What is the worst Dangote can do
He
based
can
on
do
his
the
history?
same thing. He can do worse than what other businessmen do. He can
Chama, let me
increase the
answer him.
price of his own petrol.
Chama, let me answer him.
Hold on
Of
now.
the worst recession.
So
Chama, let me answer him. Chama, let me.
okay, this guy needs to go out. He's just
Bring
he's just
him
being
back.
disruptive because he's not allowing me to talk. He's just making noise everywhere. He doesn't want to talk logically so
So
that
they
you
bring
don't
him
pin him
back
on anything.
and then
No, I'm not ready to
admonish.
talk to a mad person that doesn't want to engage.
Forefathers,
So bring him back and
No,
admonish him.
if
He
I
should let
finish,
Finish.
if I finish having my say, then
Yeah,
he can come back in and start shouting at everybody.
Fatah, let Tunaja finish. You go, Chioma go, then I go.
I'm not
Bring
going
him
to
back.
get a headache because somebody wants to be shouting at people
It's
constantly
okay,
and
forefathers.
constantly.
When we hear your point, we're just having different arguments. That's all.
Of course, but one argument takes care of certain issues while the other one is taking care of other issues. The point is which one is of higher priority. Because if Nigerians are suffering from the cost of petrol right now and inflation and everything else that is leading from due to this demand for dollar, and you have a situation whereby somebody will reduce the price of petrol and reduce the demand for dollar, that is going to ease Nigerians this in suffering, and some other person is worrying about this in monopoly at the same time. I don't understand what the priority is. That is mad priority, because in the West right now, there's monopoly everywhere. Amazon is a monopoly, Google is a monopoly, Facebook is a form of monopoly. All of them are monopolies. Even this platform we are on is a monopoly, like YouTube. It's technically a monopoly. And yet somehow, because it's in our country, we use the excuse of monopoly to tarnish a company from doing the right thing that needs to happen for the Nigerian state. I don't understand that. And this is kind of that kills.
When you start taking people off the platform, that means you're about to close down, and you just and that's not bring him back.
I take you off the platform. The guy is out of control.
I hear you. That's his style, but Tunaja, you're not making any sense whatsoever. You're talking nonsense, right?
Can you let me have a moment?
Yeah. Please, just hold on. I listen to everybody.
Don't care about that.
I listen to everybody, but the point I'm making is that you're non-responsive to everything. That every time you think you're some kind of super patriot or something, you care about the country.
Because you don't care. That's the reason why you're accusing me of being a patriot. You should be one yourself. What is wrong with you people?
I am.
Why are you accusing me of being one? You should be wanting to be one yourself.
I'm not. My patriotism is not to the government or to Dangote. My patriotism is to the truth, right? The truth is that we have. Just 1 second. We have an NNPCL that went to a refinery, made a discovery, and gave us a report of what's happening there. If it's not true, Dangote is supposed to sue them. That's first of all, because these are factual things. Number one, either your license, you're going to show your license to the press and say, see, this guy says I'm not licensed, here's my license. Two, this guy says I'm not complete. Come on in, press. Not members of National Assembly, corrupt politicians from his area, right? He didn't even get anybody from the Southwest or somebody from the Southeast. Okay, so but that's neither here nor there. You have a material.
When you finish,
the guy is already in the country. You're telling him to bring his best. He's already selling petrol. You're asking to bring his license because he's breaking the law. Why is he arrested? Why don't you ask why he's not arrested for selling diesel in Nigeria?
You are
kind of the things you people do sometimes is just weird.
Hold on. What I'm saying is, please hold on.
Why has he not been arrested for selling crude oil in Nigeria? Selling diesel in Nigeria?
You cannot arrest Dangote. Dangote is a friend of the president. But this is what I have to tell you. This is what is a quandary in the whole thing. This NNPC you see here is in cahoots with him, because one of the things that I
you like to read what is on the list. Do you read what is saying? This was in June. Do you read this?
Okay, I'll read it.
All the tribes in Nigeria, all the tribes united and said this man needs to go because he's the one preventing our Nigerian refinery from coming to stream. Hold on. How can you see a situation whereby Nigerian youths, north and south, united against this man, say they need to remove him because this man is making sure our refineries don't work? Till today it's not working.
Fine. I said to you, hold on. I've already developed. I said, okay, what's the theory? What's going on here? They're both in the deal together. This guy you see here.
Oh no.
Hold on. I posted something there that showed you how they bought the 20% stake in Dangote, right? They borrowed the money. It's right there. It goes back to when they borrowed the money. They borrowed money to buy 20% stake. They paid for it with borrowed money. What kind of patriot are you? You don't even care about that. So two of them, they plotted together. Now this, I don't have proof of this, but it makes sense. Dangote is trying to complete his refinery, so he's just being difficult. He won't sell to anybody because he doesn't have the product. The one that he already,
oh my God.
Hold on. He on his own cut down. If you go and you buy 20% of something and you pay for it, if that person doesn't fulfill any obligation, then you go to court and say, hey, look, this NNPCL and Nigeria did not fulfill their obligation. Therefore, Your Honor, I want you to cut their thing down from 20% to 7%. He didn't do that.
He on his own.
No, tell me how is Dangote going to prove that he's selling crude petrol to you, Pansat? How does he prove that? How does Dangote prove that he's selling petrol to Nigerians to you? How is he going to prove that?
Somebody's going to say they bought it from him. I told you one of the things I have here shows. Okay, play the second to the last. You see, go in that order. Play the next one. You're going to see how much he has supplied, right?
Even that man that I played on that video said he was selling to other people, not to them.
I have the answer. Hold on.
Do you mind? Can you signal me when you finish?
Could you
when you finish, signal me.
Just hold on. There's nothing you have to say that's more important than what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that if you look at the next clip, it will tell you.
Bye-bye, everybody. But to Nigeria, 1 minute, 1 second before I go. To Nigeria, don't ever in your life say madman directed to me again. Bye-bye, everybody.
That's not fair to say. Okay. But look, play the clip that will show you how much he has supplied. It's right there. So we see the next clip there. It will show you qualitatively and quantitatively what he has supplied. It's right there. It will show it to you in black and white. It will be a quantity that is importable, not something that's refinable. If you refine, then you're just going to be churning it out. But if you don't want to play, let me know. Don't be showing me all these youths don't get. I'm not into I like you, I don't like you. That's not the issue. Or I'm a patriot. My patriotism is to the citizens of Nigeria, not the government of Nigeria. It's to the country, to the Nigerian country. You can't have lines. If somebody says he has the product, but he will not release the products. Or somebody's going to cut down our shares on his own without judicial interpretation, without a jurist coming and looking at both sides. NNPC will make their case, Dangote will make their case and show that Nigeria has not performed or whatever. Then that arbiter will cut your thing down and say, okay, here's where I find this. This is my finding. From today, Nigeria only has 7%. But how could an individual cut us down? It's just that they've talked away that 13% to share between this Kiara here, Tinubu, and themselves, if there's ever going to be a refinery. But unfortunately, it's sad to say, I believe the best I could give him is that he's furiously trying to complete the refinery, because there's been a finding made that it was 45% complete. I was giving him 47, but when you and I listen to that thing, the finding by that particular agency that licenses a refinery says, look, he is in the pre-licensing stage. Now, how could you go after 10 years you've been doing a refinery with only 45%, then within 3 months you complete it? It's impossible, because 3 months ago he was only 45% complete after 10 years and 20 billion, according to him, which is the most stupid lie anybody could tell. Do you know how much $20 billion is? As much as he's been doing business, he's never had that kind of money. It's a lie. $20 billion is a lot of money. But I want you to play that clip so that it won't be my word against your word. How much has been dispensed from that refinery? What capacity does he have? Because that's why NNPC washed their hands and left, because he can't even supply 70% of what Nigeria needs. They have to import. He's saying to them, don't import. But okay, then even they're willing to do that for him, no matter what he wants. But if they don't import, then how do you supply the petroleum that Nigeria needs? You don't have the capacity. That's the only problem they actually have with him. They will give him anything, but what he wants is for it to there be no fuel anywhere. He doesn't have the capacity that he could then sell at as high as he wants to without refining anything. It's not complete. Now, the funny thing is that when I showed you the video where they had a press conference, the licensing agency, it's just like, first of all, why should they be arguing with? He should be hauled in jail. He should be in court in handcuffs dealing with a regulator. He's not supposed to be talking nonsense against a regulator. Do you know what a regulator is? It's like a EFCC, for example, right? EFCC and say a crook. And you're saying the EFCC wants to get you. Of course they want to get you. That's what a regulator does. If you're doing something wrong, they're supposed to get you. You're not supposed to come on TV running your mouth with a regulator. So that's what you have to understand. It's not an NPC alone. The press conference is who's supposed to license him. Now you're asking me, How do I know he's not licensed? Well, I know because the regulator is there telling you that he's not licensed. What else do you want? If they're the ones who license a refinery, that's who's supposed to know. That is primary source material. So your super patriotism nonsense, because you're a minority, every time an Igbo man talks, you think we're just being tribal. We're not being tribal. We want the country to work. You and I have been having this argument for 2 years when it was unassailable. When he was like that, you couldn't even say anything like that because look at the huge pipes that he's got welded together over there. Because he could weld those pipes together because he's collected billions of dollars from us. Do you know how much $1 billion is? With a couple of $100 million, you could weld any kind of tanks out there. So play the clip, the second to the last clip. Just play that. That will give you the quantity, quality, whatever he's got there that is dispensed so far. That will give you the entire thing. If you don't want to play them, we'll close the shop because you are the most untrustworthy person. You're biased. You are enamored with a billionaire like a kid. You have to do things by proof. He says the marketers are no good, NMPCL is no good, this and so on is no good. So what? Okay, so that's whatever he says, you're just gonna eat it up like a sap. Anyway, Choma, I'm logging off. You have a good night. This asshole here. I don't even know why I'm here debating with him anyway. So I'll talk to you later, Choma. Good night.
Good night. Forefathers, don't mind him. That's just how he speaks. He doesn't mean it. Have a good night.
Water, only water. Water, only Weresima. Water. Oh yes, you go come here. Water, 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 water. Water. Only water Weresima. Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Ilé sọ́díyà kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Bobby Master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Chief Wẹ́lá tí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùdé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùdóde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́ọ̀dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosonana ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosodunke ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dìlé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní rí wà gbéṣe o. Water, only water. Water, only water. Where is Sima? Water. Oh yeah, she go for me, water, 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 water. Water, only water. Where is Sima? Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Ilé sọ́díyà kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Chifu Faila ti kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùdé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùdóde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonama ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹyẹ rẹ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o. Water, only water. Water, only water. Where they see ma.